Chapter 541, Surrender. There are all our ships outside. Carduso brought a dejected general out of the command post. Outside the door, the diplomat of the Alliance was waiting. Looking down at this mortal, Carduso's eyes flashed with admiration. The young man was very courageous. With only a dozen guards protecting him, he remained calm in the face of danger and knew what he should do. But his tone was not gentle. I leave it to you, you must complete your mission. After the diplomat saluted, he took the general to an office next door and started talking. And Carduso personally led the team and participated in the battle outside. All members of the Phoenix Regiment were originally on the main fleet of the Alliance, ready to fight against the two major regiments of Fury and New World Torch at any time. But as the opponent retreated, the Alliance strategic goal in the Proud Claw Star region shifted to digesting it on the spot. After the defense, the demand for space warriors was not so great. It was just right to come back to Shandongxing to solve the worries. After many diplomatic communications, nothing happened. In addition, the negotiations gradually began to make progress, which made the commander of the garrison a little careless. In fact, he was not too careless. The number of escorts was required to be no more than 100 people, and the ships that came to dock could only be the smallest travelers. What else could we do? 300 space warriors appeared in it, which was indeed too sudden. Carduso led 300 fighting brothers in person, and instantly defeated the defenders of the starport docking area. Then, they rushed forward and joined the friendly forces that had set out earlier. The soldiers protecting the diplomats were actually all masters, and they were all elites from the Alliance Glory Guards. However, in order to avoid the enemy vigilance, the Glory Guards did not wear a full set of power armor, but chose a more low-key exoskeleton armor. When the Phoenix rushed out, the 100-man group that also received the information also launched its own actions. Their goal was to rush directly to the scheduled negotiation site, and it would be best if they could capture the enemy highest commander, who had been negotiating with the Alliance. If they could not do that, their secondary mission would be to protect their diplomats and wait for rescue by the Space Marines. The elites of the Glory Guards were already very powerful. Unfortunately, their equipment was incomplete. Their numbers were too small, and their opponents were not too weak. After all, they were the product of the Princess Legion. In the end, they still failed to capture the other party directly. The Princess rebels were caught off guard, and were a little confused by the elite Glory Guards at first. But they quickly reacted, mobilized heavy troops, surrounded and intercepted, and escorted their generals away. Although the Glory Guards failed to capture the target directly, at least they reached the door of the meeting hall where the meeting was scheduled to take place, and cut off the enemy evacuation route, blocking them behind the door. Such a large meeting hall, with windows and a back door. There were losses along the way. Now there are less than 100 Glory Guards. It is impossible to block the whole place, even if other places are dangerous. There is a terrace on the top floor of the building for aircraft passing through the starport to come and pick up people. Of course, there are some risks. For example, who knows if the Alliance soldiers below have any anti-aircraft weapons? Is there an ambush at the back door? But in general, General Wang Ningyi, who is in charge of commanding the defenders of Upper East Star, has a great chance of evacuating. However, he made a big mistake. Perhaps he felt embarrassed, or because the many previous discussions were suddenly cancelled. He felt fooled and betrayed, or he simply thought that the Alliance troops with less than 100 people were not a big problem. In short, he missed a good opportunity to evacuate. He personally led the guards around him, and tried to work together with the external siege troops to directly defeat the Glory Guards with 100 people. Wang Ningyi wanted to personally capture the diplomat of the Alliance, and then ask him if he regretted it. However, it was unclear whether the other party regretted it or not. But he regretted it anyway. The combat effectiveness of the Glory Guards, compared with the Space Marines, was of course inferior. However, they still held on firmly under the siege of several times the number of enemies that gathered in a short period of time. Wang Ningyi was furious and ordered more heavy weapons to be deployed. Cannons, heavy armored vehicles that can run in the starport, can all come. We must defeat these enemies. However, another piece of news made him calm down. The 300 Phoenix Space Marines that jumped out of the small boat of the Alliance had already killed through the defense line of the temporary mobilization organization in a blink of an eye, and the latest intelligence had already reached a place not far from where he was now. Or, let's hide first. With this idea in mind, he finally decided that it was best to be timid. with a few of his closest guards. He came to the large terrace on the 4th floor of the conference hall. Here, there was already a hovercraft waiting. At the same time, the troops on the ground also launched a fierce attack on the Alliance members. They did not seek to defeat the opponent, but at least they could suppress the opponent through a strong attack and provide some cover and help for General Wang Ningyi's evacuation. The moment General Wang Ningyi stepped onto the terrace, an ominous premonition suddenly rose in his heart. He looked around and saw the hovercraft quietly hovering in the air. The guards around him were nervously watching the surroundings, and their weapons were ready to fire at any time. However, just as he was about to step into the hovercraft, there was a sharp whistling sound. The sound was familiar. Heavy bolter. Run! He heard someone shouting. He did not dare to hesitate, and turned around and ran back. This saved his life. The heavy bolter tore through the fragile outer armor of the hovercraft, creating a series of craters. The guards who got on the car first, and the driver, were all beaten to pieces. If he had gotten on the car, he would have lost his life. Fortunately, he ran fast. The bomb also smashed the engine and energy tank of the hovercraft, which caused an explosion. The fire and smoke engulfed the hovercraft, tearing it into countless pieces. Wang Ningyi and his guards were knocked around by the shock wave, and they could hardly stand. In the chaos, 6 space warriors of the Phoenix Regiment were already shuttling through the battlefield like ghosts. They were wearing bright red power armor, holding high-energy weapons, and quickly approached Wang Ningyi's position. Wang Ningyi tried to organize a counterattack, but his guards were already in chaos in this sudden attack. The Space Marines calmly and efficiently dealt with the guards who resisted, and soon subdued all the remaining people. Wang Ningyi was arrested just like that, but he was still very tough. In the subsequent communication with the Alliance diplomat, Huzep, he still refused to surrender. "It's useless to arrest me. The Royal Princess Legion will never surrender." He said so, and begged to die with his neck stiff. But Huzep did not really want his life, and continued to persuade him. During their communication, the battle outside never stopped. Led by Carduso himself, the 6 Phoenix Space Marines who arrived first helped to resolve the battle in the council hall, and continued to help the remaining Glory Guards strengthen the defense line. At the same time, Carduso also contacted other teams to keep abreast of the progress of the combat mission. Beheading and capturing the enemy commander-in-chief is an important goal, but other mission goals cannot be ignored. The Space Warriors are divided into tactical teams. The key areas to be controlled later are the weapon systems in various starports. Upper East Star is being fortified everywhere, so as the largest space facility in the entire orbital space area. His Upper East Starport is a place that cannot be missed. In fact, Upper East Starport is the largest star fortress in the entire Upper East Star orbit. The other 2 heavy star fortresses were not as heavily guarded as this one. If we could control this place, it would be of great significance. The Glory Guards, who had lurked in earlier, also launched a surprise attack at the critical moment. They were also divided into small teams and lurked in various places. Once the Phoenix Space Marines launched an assault, they would rush out from behind, catch the defenders off guard, and lead the Phoenixes to the real key location. The starport of Upper East Star is very large, with a total population of more than 600,000 people, in addition to some necessary civilian units such as engineers, logistics, and building maintenance. There are also 400,000 regular soldiers. They are stationed in various parts of the starport and were alarmed at this time. It is not realistic for the Phoenix to kill all the enemy troops in the starport. However, nothing can stop them from conquering key areas. The individual combat capability of the Space Marines, under this environment, has been greatly demonstrated. The defenders in the starport are seriously lacking in things that can fight against the Space Marines. The heavy tanks cannot be driven in many places, and the Space Marines will not be stupid enough to charge and fight hard in places that can be driven. A few Sentinel mechas, the elite feedback power armors, can be considered a threat, but they are just threats. The Phoenix Warriors are not just Space Marines. Gu Heng was concerned about not being compared to Tai Kai in this sensitive environment, so he was very disciplined when building the Phoenix Regiment. He was fully capable of allowing the Phoenix to be reborn and expand the scale. But in that case, it would be difficult to explain where the seeds came from. After all, the previous statement was that Martins and his team had retained the original gene seed bank. Only the 4 veterans who survived the 100 Years of Atonement expedition could expose this statement. But it was obviously impossible for them to expose themselves. On the other hand, It is also to avoid being labeled similar to iron armor for having too many children. Although at this critical moment, the Empire still has to rely on Guhang to fight with the Iron Armor Corps. Most of the time, they will not make trouble for this matter, and will turn a blind eye. But obviously, these things will be recorded in the account, and become evidence of guilt for subsequent settlement. It is not bad to have fewer handles. Since it is not easy to start with quantity, then think of ways to improve the quality. The Phoenix Corps is not to say that all members are champions, but at least all members are elite veterans. Refer to the experience of the Alliance Army on US 7. A few ordinary Space Marines were able to turn a fortress guarded by tens of thousands of people upside down. Not to mention that 300 elite veteran Space Marines were directly deployed in the Upper East Starport. Just 6 hours later, most of the firepower systems of the Upper East Starport were controlled by the Space Marines. 10 people formed a tactical team, controlling more than 20 firepower points, and the rest guarded the control system, ammunition depot, command center, and other places. The rebels, who had lost their commander-in-chief, were still very well organized. They launched wave after wave of fierce counterattacks, trying to retake these key areas. However, in the hands of the Phoenixes, these operations failed. At the same time, under the control of the Space Marines, the orbital cannons of the Upper East Starport were slowly activated. The muzzles were aimed at the buttocks of the outer star fortresses. Fire. The star fortress collapsed. The outer star fortresses had received the message, but there was no way to dodge. With the power system equipped on the star fortress, it is simply impossible to perform such a difficult action. Compared with the thickness of the front armor, the back of the star fortress does not have such a strong protective ability. The firepower equipped on the star fortress cannot turn around to attack its own starport. After attacking the star fortress, the firepower in the starport is still under the control of the space warriors, turning to attack the remaining armed space stations. Look! Look! Carrying the tied-up General Wang Ningyi to the terrace, the Alliance diplomat Huzep said with great sorrow. Every explosion represents the sacrifice of countless brave soldiers. These are all your mistakes. Wang Ningyi glared at Huzep fiercely, cursing. But in fact, he was really heartbroken. Why did he want to communicate with the Alliance diplomats? Why did he let the Alliance ships in? Even if he didn't know anything about the outside world. What would happen? When he said goodbye to Captain Politos, didn't he have to be told to hold on to the end? Why did he have to try to communicate with the Alliance diplomats to get information from the outside world? What is there to know? These people didn't tell a single word of truth, and he was exposed and was attacked in the face. From this perspective, what happened now is indeed his fault. I should have killed you the first time you came, he said to Juzip. But you didn't do it, didn't you? Juzip said. Since you have made a mistake, don't keep making it. Surrender. There are our ships outside. Now we have controlled the firepower of the starport. 2 star fortresses have been destroyed, and countless space stations have been damaged. Surrender, General. This will save more lives. At this point, you have no way to resist. Chapter 542, Solving the Itch in the Throat. Wang Ningyi finally chose to surrender. No matter how hard he talked, he couldn't be tougher than reality. Almost all the important strongholds of the starport were conquered by the Space Marines. The successive soldiers of the Royal Princess Legion had no way to recapture them. The firepower fired from the starport destroyed the external star fortresses and armed space stations. The orbital defense system of the entire planet was almost collapsed. After the main fleet of the Alliance cleared the orbital threats, only the ground artillery group was left, which was bound to be unable to fight against the main fleet of the Alliance. If the Alliance is more ruthless, after clearing out the ground artillery fortress corresponding to a space domain, and ensuring that it will not be intercepted, then launch the burning sky torpedo, then it will be a permanent solution. In short, in his opinion, the war is over. The subsequent battles are meaningless. Then, as Huzep said, fewer deaths, maybe it is good. What's more, although it is an unconditional surrender, but Huzep also hinted that they will not be too harsh on the surrendered rebels. You have to go to the prisoner of war camp. But the conditions in the Alliance prisoner of war camp are quite good. The living standard is guaranteed, and the discipline of the Alliance army is also very strong. And there will be no abuse of prisoners of war. Of course, there are some necessary labor, which is indispensable. In the future, if the war is won, the prisoners of war may be released back home. If the war continues, there may be a prisoner exchange plan between the two sides. If that doesn't work, the prisoners can also join the Alliance. The Alliance always opens its doors to this. As for Wang Ningyi himself, the conditions for surrender were not bad. Although he would definitely not become a general, nor would he have a high position, the personal living standard promised by the Alliance was quite good. These factors combined made the captured Wang Ningyi finally agree. And in the starport, he issued a surrender declaration to the entire planet. However, although he was the commander-in-chief of the Upper East Star garrison, surrender was not something that he could do with just a wave of his hand. And hundreds of millions of soldiers around the world would surrender. Impossible. The more than 200,000 soldiers stationed at the starport didn't cause any major trouble. After Wang Ningyi declared his surrender, the defenders of the strategic points guarded by the Phoenix Space Marines, who could not be defeated, followed the general's orders in frustration. They allowed an Alliance ship to approach, allowed Alliance soldiers to come up, and disarmed their weapons. The armed space stations, which felt attacked from all sides, and even the last surviving star fortress, also turned off their fire and surrendered, allowing Alliance soldiers to come up and take over the facilities. However, compared to the decisiveness of the defenders in orbit, the rebels on the ground were much more hesitant. After the initial chaos, some troops did not intend to resist as promised, but soon, officials from the Upper East Star and a general of the Imperial Princess Corps jointly issued a statement declaring Wang Ningyi a so-called coward and traitor, and issued a statement to the entire surface army of the planet, demanding that the war of resistance continue. And they actually gathered some forces and attacked a group of surface fortresses. The surface firepower under their control began to fire at full force in the space orbit, bombarding the Alliance ships and landing ships. Their actions still caused a lot of casualties on the Alliance side. More than a dozen landing ships were shot down, and 3 Vanguard divisions that were about to land were crippled. Several infantry regiments that had already landed were besieged just after they took control of the fortress. The soldiers who had originally surrendered inside were also ready to move, and the situation became very bad for a while. General Wang Ningyi, who was still in the starport, was filled with sorrow. He felt a little regretful. He had made so many mistakes before. Should he just die at the critical moment? He had used the lives of many soldiers as an excuse to comfort himself. But now it seems that everyone still wants to fight to the end. However, he was still pessimistic about the struggle on the surface of the planet in general. Now they were fighting happily. But it only caught the Alliance fleet off guard for a while. After the main force of the Alliance reacted and launched orbital bombardment, they lacked orbital defense forces and were only protected by orbital artillery groups. They might not be able to resist, even if they could resist in the early stage. As the surface fortresses were destroyed one by one and more Alliance troops landed, these resistances would eventually be wiped out. Then, he saw the main force of the Alliance from the observation window of the starport tower, and they came to the orbit of the Upper East Star. First there was a battlecruiser, then another battlecruiser, and then, that was it. That's it? Wang Ningyi was stunned for a moment, and suddenly turned his head, looking at Huzep standing beside him. With a ferocious expression, "You lied to me. Earlier, Huzep said that the main force of the Alliance fleet was outside the orbit. That should be 8 giant ships, dozens of cruisers, a huge fleet of more than 500 in total. But now, the Alliance ships he saw with his own eyes. Not only were there only 2 battlecruisers, the number of warships as a whole was also reduced by more than 10 times. It would be great if there were 50 Alliance ships participating in the battle. At this point, how could he not figure out that he had been deceived before? He was now regretting. Extremely regretful. If he had known earlier, the Alliance main fleet would not be here at all, with only a few ships, especially 2 battlecruisers, the Retribution-class battleships and Juga-class aircraft carriers, which were the most threatening in positional warfare, were not here. With such a fleet strength, they had no ability to conquer Upper East Star, even if some Space Marines break through the defense, capture the starport, or even control the starport's firepower to attack their own orbital defense facilities from behind. As long as they continue to resist, as long as the orbital artillery group on the ground is activated as soon as possible, the combined firepower will be able to resist the Alliance attack. As long as they are bolder, the orbital artillery group on the surface will fiercely destroy the starport. Then, without the starport's firepower attacking from behind, the surviving orbital defense facilities on Upper East Star, combined with the surface firepower, will still be able to reject the Alliance weak fleet. However, Wang Ningyi's surrender almost destroyed this possibility. The starport self-destruction system was also controlled by the Space Marines. But what if the remaining soldiers dared to place bombs everywhere and self-destructed directly? If there was no surrender order from him, wouldn't the orbital artillery group on the surface have been thrown into chaos in the first place? But in any case, he seemed to be dead. Thinking of this, he was not so angry in his heart. But on the surface, he still had to maintain an angry attitude. Giuseppe did not expose it. He smiled and said, "You are so loyal and brave. I can only write this off. But you don't have to be too angry. Upper East Star will eventually be conquered by the Alliance. Your wise decision has saved the lives of millions of people defending in the space orbit. Those who resist on the surface are the most stupid. They will drag countless people into the war. But in the end, they can't change anything." The resistance on the surface of Upper East Star did stir up quite a lot of waves, but it was not very significant. Without the cooperation of the starport and the star fortress, it was not enough to rely on the ground orbital firepower alone. After all, the ground artillery group had no way to move, and the space area it could cover was relatively limited. The Alliance fleet should avoid the strong area. The Alliance ships could use the power of 2 battle cruisers to clear a small area of relatively safe space in the area where the ground firepower was not very strong. Then, put down the army and start attacking from the ground. The orbit was lost, and the Supreme Commander surrendered, which would bring a great blow to the morale of the ground defenders. Their will to resist was not that strong. The direct line of the rebels from the Princess Star region may be quite fierce. However, the Upper East Star is said to have hundreds of millions of defenders, and the total number of these direct line rebels is only about 10 to 20 million, and a considerable number of them are elite, still stationed in orbit, and surrendered. The remaining defenders were mostly planetary defense forces that were recruited by the Fury Corps from the Upper East Star, and even the surrounding areas of the Upper East Star before the Upper East Star was surrounded. Their combat effectiveness and fighting will were even more worrying. Under such circumstances, the Alliance land attack, after overcoming the initial difficulties, quickly became unstoppable. This was especially true when the Alliance 2 ace troops joined the ground battle. Those were the 300 Space Marines led by Carduso. They were not needed for the simple defense of the starport. Only in the battle on the ground could they play a better role. In addition to Carduso Space Marines, another trump card was the Alliance National Knights. It was called the Knights, but it was actually a Titan Corps. With a Warlord-class Titan as the core, more than 20 Warhound-class Titans and Predator-class Titans as the main force, and more than 70 Knight mechas of various types, the Iron Giant Corps was formed. With the help of several Alliance armored divisions, the Lion King tanks led by the Lion tanks, as well as thousands of armored vehicles, and hundreds of fighter planes assigned to the Army Aviation were patrolling in the sky. The powerful steel torrent swept away the orbital gun fortresses on the surface one after another. Under the huge military pressure, the Alliance psychological warfare tactics never stopped. Over the past few months, the lies that the various Iron Fury stones that had been promoted were finished and that the Alliance had entered the core area of the Spiderweb universe were still being broadcast. Under Giuseppe's persuasion, General Wang Ningyi, who had figured it out again, also repeatedly worked on his old subordinates on the ground, persuading them to surrender. Often, the main force of the Princess Army on the surface, with a large number of planetary defense forces, guards a key fortress, and the Alliance is more difficult to deal with. At this time, Wang Ningyi's phone call will be directly dialed into the channel of the commander of the fortress garrison, and he will have a good chat with him. After a few more chats, sometimes he can persuade them to surrender directly. Even if he fails to persuade them to surrender directly, at least he can shake the morale of the other side. This is also a good gain. From this perspective, Wang Ningyi is quite useful. Giuseppe couldn't help but praise him. One man can defeat thousands of troops. He also said that he must report his achievements to him. While looking grim, Wang Ningyi sometimes had some expectations in his heart. What if the Alliance really wants to give me a high position and generous salary, and let me work hard in the Alliance? Should I agree? Or agree? Or agree? It will obviously take time to completely conquer Shangdongxing. But this result is already doomed. Even after the overall situation was decided, the 2 battlecruisers, the Wing and the Kuroga, left. The army could handle the rest, and there was no need to keep the 2 giant ships on the Upper East Star. The next target was Guangfeng Star. The Alliance hoped to do the same. Guangfeng Star was also completely blocked from external communications by the Alliance. They did not know what happened on the Upper East Star, so they would not be prepared for this kind of method in advance. However, like Wang Ningyi accepting the communication with the Alliance, and finally being captured and choosing to surrender, these are all unexpected events to be honest, and they are not so replicable. The rebel commander of Guangfeng Star has always refused to communicate with the Alliance, and did not allow any Alliance ship, even non-combat ships, to approach. There is no way. But despite this, the Alliance still found an opportunity. In the third week after the arrival of the Flying Wing and the Kuroga, they seized an opportunity. They found ships on Guangfeng Star, moving in low-altitude orbit. It seemed that they were carrying out large-scale material transportation and deployment at the planetary level. After a brief discussion, 2 battlecruisers led a wave of assaults. Facing the threat of the orbital defense system and ground artillery, the battlecruisers destroyed the fleet of starships moving in the near-Earth orbit of Guangfeng Star. It was not a big ship, but a strong ship. However, it was a very rare active force inside Guangfeng Star. Before that, when the main ships of the Alliance were moving in the Aojhua Star region, and could not take care of Guangfeng Star and Shandong Star, the small fleets hidden in the orbital defense systems of these 2 planets attacked secretly, and attacked the logistics fleet of the Alliance, and achieved some results. Now, this small fleet has been destroyed, which means Guangfeng Star has lost all its ability to attack proactively. So leaving them, there is no big problem. After all, Shandong on the other side has been taken. While the war on Shandong Star continues, the engineering team of the Alliance has actually landed on the surface at the same time to carry out storage construction. Later, Shandong will become the logistics base of the Alliance when attacking the Aojhua Star region, including many new recruits who have completed training in the Alliance. They will also be transported here in batches. On the one hand, they can train by fighting, and participate in the war on the ground of Shandong Star. On the other hand, they can also replenish the losses of the frontline combat troops at any time. In this way, Guangfeng Star, which has completely lost its ability to take the initiative, is not very meaningful whether it is taken down or not. The 2 throat itches have been solved here. Chapter 543. Battleship Technology. When Gu Heng learned that the problem of the throat passage in Shandong, Guangfeng, had been solved, he smiled slightly. From Menghe Star region to Aojhua Star region, this passage is a must-go, a lifeline for subsequent wars, and must be taken seriously. Opening up the jump points on both sides only makes the road passable. And until now, it is relatively smooth, and there is no need to worry about threats. In fact, for Gu Heng, if the Fury Flame fleet was in Guangfeng Star, relying on the complete planetary defense facilities to defend it, he would not dare to rush forward recklessly, and the war situation would become different. But the current situation is not necessarily better than the situation that has not happened. After all, if the Fury fleet and the main forces of their regiment gather at Guangfeng Star, then Gu Heng can adopt the strategy of fighting a decisive battle to deal with it. The battle itself will definitely be much more difficult. But if one is won, the arrogant Claw Star region behind will be a smooth road for Gu Heng to walk through. It is not like now. After circling only 2-star regions, he has to consider the risk issue, and has to stop to digest it. Only after eliminating the hidden dangers and risks as much as possible can we continue the attack. Since the current stage is to digest the results of the battle, Gu Heng also decided to use the gift points in his hand to make some extra efforts. The number of gift points he has now is not small. In the past few years, the monthly gift points of the Alliance have been increasing. The main growth point is the various planets and star regions in the Dragon Eagle Star region. After the institutional reform of the Alliance, the degree of centralization and the control of the Alliance over the local areas are becoming stronger and stronger. These, in turn, have enabled the Alliance to better invest resources and develop the economic construction of these planets in accordance with local conditions. The Alliance rank system can also effectively improve the living standards of the people, improve control, improve productivity and economic level, and improve living standards of the people. These are the 3 most important factors for the monthly gift point income. In addition, there is also a large amount of income, which comes from the control of the Menghe Star field. Although the control, development level and people's living standards are not good in Menghe Star region, it is still so big, with hundreds of worlds, and the total number of grace points that can be provided is still not small. So far, Gu Heng monthly grace point income has reached 330,000 per month. This is twice as much as 4 years ago. Just from these monthly fixed incomes, Gu Heng has earned more than 12 million in the past 4 years. However, these grace points were basically not saved. The past 4 years were the 4 years that the Alliance was preparing for war. Of course, grace points could not be saved, so they were spent. Moreover, they were basically spent on various military trainings and various building exchanges to increase productivity. As for the technology, only 4 million were spent, and 4 million level lotteries were held. In these 4 times, no apocalypse level technology was won. The probability of winning the apocalypse level technology of the million level is only 10%. As for epic technologies, I got 2. They are Engineering Technology Research Facility and Phase Weapon. The former is used for engineering technology research, which can help the Alliance build a better research institute. The biggest help is that it can enable the Alliance to better and faster digest various extracted black box technologies, so that these new technologies, even after leaving the black box, the Alliance can rely on its own industrial chain to ensure continuous production. Gu Heng had drawn this kind of thing before, but it was in the field of biochemical technology research. Biochemical technology is of course also very important, but, relatively speaking, the most important aspect is engineering technology. The manufacturing industry of various types of machinery, from tanks to mechas, from titans to starships, are all under the framework of engineering technology. With it, the technical level of the Alliance itself will also be greatly improved, and many things that can only be produced by black boxes now can be reversed and researched. As for the second epic technology, phase weapon, this thing is also very powerful. The Alliance had never heard of this thing in the Empire's conventional technology before. However, through the various records and anecdotes collected by the Alliance Intelligence Department, this thing was mentioned. In some war groups, and in some very secretive Imperial forces, this kind of green glowing weapon can occasionally be seen. In most cases, they still appear in the form of cold weapons, and cannot be made into projectiles. But their destructive power is very amazing. The phase sword made with this technology can almost ignore all material defenses, and directly destroy the parts that the holder wants to destroy. In other words, if the Phoenix Regiment and the Fury Regiment were fighting to the death, the fine power sword in Martin's hand had been replaced with a phase sword, then the battle at that time would not have reached the point where both of them were exhausted. When the weapon in his hand can ignore the protection of the Terminator power armor and directly damage the flesh inside, Martin's would probably have killed the opponent long ago. Of course, it is the same the other way around. However, Gu Heng was not too excited about it. He checked the detailed technical situation and communicated with the engineers of the Secret Research Institute of the Alliance. He basically confirmed that the Alliance had no way to mass-produce such a weapon. Even if there was a mother machine black box, it would not work. The basic materials it needed, the Alliance did not have the ability to process them. Even if the production line was pulled out, it would not be able to produce it without the pre-processing parts. We can only produce one in a week through the finished black box. Then the application level is very small, not to mention large-scale deployment. Even if it is equipped to the Phoenix War Core, it will take 20 years. Of course, this problem is actually related to the Engineering Technology Research Facility technology that Gu Heng mentioned earlier. Engineering Technology Research solves this kind of problem. Of course, Gu Heng did not require a large amount of research manpower to be invested in this project. As a cold weapon, although it is very powerful, it can also play a very important role in key battles. However, after all, its use is relatively narrow. There are finished black boxes for manufacturing, and small-scale equipment is enough. There are also a lot of other important technologies that require the Alliance technicians to work on. The priority of phase weapons is not high. This is roughly the consumption of grace points in the past 4 years. However, although there has been no savings from the monthly fixed income, it cannot be ignored that the fixed income is only a part of Gu Heng grace point income. Another big source of his income comes from war. In the early years, the war to conquer the entire Mingha star field did not provide much income for Gu Heng. The main purpose was to conquer Mingha. Although the scale was large and involved an entire star field, the intensity of the war was not great. The Alliance conquest operation relied more on political means. The enemy resistance was not strong. In this case, the number of gift points that could be accumulated would naturally not be too many. However, when the rebels, led by the Fury Flame Corps, began to move south, and the two sides began to fight fiercely in the northern part of the Mingha Star region, the gift points income from the war began to rise. When the main force of the Alliance attacked, broke through the Upper East and Guangfeng channels, and recovered the 2-star regions in the Proud Claw Star region. The gift points income from the war increased even more. Although, during this process, the Alliance did not find an opportunity to have a decisive battle with the Fury Flame Fleet, and failed to eliminate the main force of the Fury Flame Fleet. But after all, the overall scale of the war is here. Whether it is to destroy the space defense system of those star tunnel jump points, or to conquer the war of Upper East Star, or to suppress the 20 worlds in the Aljwa Star region, there are wars to fight. Gu Heng did not spend the gift points from these wars, but saved them all. So far, the income from this aspect has added up to more than 10 million. It's just right. Let's have a Tindraw at the million level. Apocalypse class technology, the probability of shipping in the million level range is 10%, just right. There is a considerable probability of getting something in a Tindraw. And sure enough, just as Gu Heng expected, it was shipped. And it was exactly what he wanted the most. Apocalypse class technology, Retribution class battleship. Gu Heng face, once again, had a smile that he didn't need to hide. The battleship technology that he had been looking forward to for a long time is finally here. Although, the technology is only extracted now, it can't be used immediately for a while. After all, from the construction of the dock to the long manufacturing cycle of the starship itself, it is not easy for the Alliance to build its own Retribution-class battleship. However, this is a good start. Gu Heng almost immediately informed Wu Jiarong of the relevant technical information through the most encrypted star language communication. Ms. Wu Jiarong, as one of the sages of the Mingyang sect, is now an important participant in the close cooperation between the Mechanicus and the Alliance, and has been stationed on the Wrathful Star. To put it bluntly, it is a return. The situation has changed. In the past, Gu Heng was thinking about whether he should create a Mechanicus skin and a branch sect to cover up the black box technology. But now it seems that it is not necessary. The cooperation of the Mingyang sect is very high. In the entire universe and the entire empire, the Mingyang sect is of course a remote small sect with a very low reputation and very weak power. But after all, they have a very long history. As a forging world, Jinni Star has also developed for more than 3,000 years. And it has more or less some foundation. It has a solid foundation. But its actual power is relatively ordinary. Its power core is in the Dragon Eagle Star region, the Alliance homeland, and its influence covers at most half of the Eastern universe. Such a sect is simply too good to be true. The diplomatic exchanges conducted through the black box 4 years ago were relatively successful. In this case, Gu Heng also put aside the idea of letting Wu Jiarong become independent and set up a sect of her own. With her status as a sage in the Mingyang sect, she can just use the Mingyang sect's skin to develop. Of course, it is definitely not enough to just send back the relevant information about the Retribution-class battleship. He exchanged out the 2 black boxes about this technology, the auxiliary dock construction, and the finished black box for directly manufacturing the core components of the Retribution-class battleship, and tore open the subspace crack and threw the things into his Storm Kingdom. Most of the black boxes that the Alliance now has are in the Black Box Workshop in the Storm Kingdom. These 2 black boxes will not be an exception. The heroes will work hard in the Black Box Workshop, produce things according to the needs of the Research Institute, and regularly send things out of the Secret Research Institute on the Angry Owl Star. According to Wu Jiarong judgment, taking into account the construction of the dock and the fact that key components can be directly produced by the Black Box, the first Retribution-class battleship produced by the Alliance should be completed in 6 years. After that, it will probably be able to maintain the rhythm of producing 2 ships every 8 years. It should be noted here that producing 2 ships in 8 years does not mean that 1 ship can be produced in 4 years. The production cycle of a single Retribution-class battleship is actually quite remarkable if it can be achieved in 8 years. The Alliance can at most start construction of 2 ships at the same time with the help of black box technology. And some high-tech and time-consuming steps are handed over to the finished black box to solve. According to this construction rhythm, in 8 years, the Alliance will add 2 more Retribution-class ships, 1 Judah-class ship, 2 Holy Grail-class ships, and 2 Dragon Snake-class ships purchased from the Mingyang sect. Counting the 8 ships he has now, the number of main battleships will soar to 15. If this scale is successfully reached, then even if the Alliance fights a major battle with the main fleet of Iron Fury Stone, there is hope. After all, the Iron Armored Corps only has 21 battleships and aircraft carriers, and about 30 battlecruisers. But they can't bring all the ships to the south. Otherwise they will have trouble in other directions. It's a pity. No matter how optimistic Gu Heng is, he dare not say what this war will look like after 8 years. Maybe, if the war drags on for a long time, it can really reach that time. However, will the Iron Armored Corps allow the Alliance to continue to develop quietly in the south during these 8 years? It seems unlikely. Moreover, the Alliance itself needs to adjust its economic structure more. If 2 more battleship production lines are put into operation, the economic structure of the Angry Owl Star may not be able to bear it. More people need to be migrated, and more consumer goods need to be imported from the planetary level to support it. However, Gu Heng does not think there are too many regrets. With battleship technology, it has greatly enhanced its own war potential. Time will be on its side. As for the current war, just fight at your own pace. Chapter 544, The Direction with the Most Results. Wu Jiarong on the Angry Owl Star received the message from General Gu with surprise, and was preparing to build the Retribution-class battleships, while the Alliance military operations began to advance to the next stage. The 2-star regions in the south of the Proud Claw Star region that were captured by the Alliance have not been completely digested. In fact, it is impossible to be so easy. After all, the time is still short, the place is still on the front line of the war, and it was once the enemy territory. In these 2-star regions, the acceptance of the Alliance rule is unlikely to be very high. Those local forces will not easily accept the full Alliance. This is different from the Alliance homeland. In the Alliance homeland, the local forces of each planet do not have the conditions to resist. The Alliance has many ways to deal with them through various mild or tough means. But here, many mild political means have been greatly reduced in usefulness. These local forces, in the past, may have had a deep interest connection with Iron Fury Stone. At present, even if they temporarily succumb to military pressure, they will inevitably think that your alliance will be driven out one day, and they are enduring humiliation. Under such external environment and internal contradictions, it is unlikely that the alliance will complete internal integration in a few months. But it will be enough. A certain amount of industrial power can be tapped for the alliance. Several planets at key transportation locations have completed preliminary fortification construction. Most planets, relying on soldiers recruited from the local planets, plus a part of the allied forces from the local area, can complete the internal suppression of the planets and blockade the opposition forces. At this point, it is enough. The main army of the alliance set out and began to fight northward. The target of this stage is still 2-star regions, a total of 29 worlds. The Fury fleet is still elusive. They harassed the main force of the alliance a little, but always avoided a head-on decisive battle. This allowed the alliance to take over 29 worlds relatively smoothly. The alliance also adopted the same steady and cautious attitude as before. Stopped the offensive, and began to digest it on the spot. But this time, the Fury Corps did not sit still. They were not impatient. But when the alliance controlled 4-star regions in the Proud Claw Star region, reaching a total of 50 worlds, they began to have more paths to harass the alliance-occupied areas. After all, within the star region, the star regions were not like the 2-star regions of Menghe and Proud Claw, which were connected by only 2 worlds and a star tunnel. There were at least a dozen roads that could enter these 4-star regions, and the alliance could not have divided its troops to guard all of them. This led to several battles in which the alliance suffered losses. The Fury fleet raided the planetary orbit that had been occupied by the alliance and had a shipyard, and destroyed several warships that were under repair. They attacked a transport fleet, not only destroyed the escorting ships, but also destroyed half of the transport ships, causing the deaths of tens of millions of Alliance soldiers waiting for transport, and ran away before the angry Alliance fleet arrived. They even sent a reinforcement to Guangfeng Star, trying to send a squadron and enter the Guangfeng Star orbital defense line. On the one hand, it can increase the defense of Guangfeng Star and provide the ability to take the initiative to attack. On the other hand, it can also transmit some information and intelligence, and ensure that this besieged planet can continue to hold on, and avoid the situation of Shandong Star. Fortunately, it failed in this regard, and was forced back by the fleet of the Alliance that besieged Guangfeng. But despite this, the impact is still very bad. The space battles that occurred in this star system can be observed by the observatory on Guangfeng Star. Even though Rage Flame ships failed to successfully enter the planet's orbit and join the local garrison, and even the attempt to obtain communication was intercepted by the Alliance. However, The fact that they appeared inside the galaxy itself could bring a huge morale boost to the local garrison of Guangfeng Star. The most direct manifestation was that the local garrison, whose attitude had originally loosened a bit, and who was not so firm in refusing to communicate with the Alliance diplomatic officials, suddenly became closed and completely stopped contacting and communicating with the Alliance. Even from outer space, it was possible to observe that a city on the surface was still holding some kind of celebration. The Alliance Navy was so angry that it fired a cannon. But of course, it was intercepted. By the way, it helped to set off fireworks in the night sky. The Alliance also thought of ways to deal with the Fury fleet. However, many ambushes and inducements did not have much effect in the end. In one of the ambush battles, the Alliance fleet took a very risky action. After the ambush failed, the 6 giant ships assembled and pursued the Fury fleet. In the Fury fleet, the Retribution-class battleship was not moving fast. But on the Alliance side, there was also a Retribution-class battleship that was lagging behind. In the chase and escape, the two sides ran away several star systems. At this point, the formation of the Alliance fleet was somewhat stretched. The Fire Nova fell behind, struggling to move forward, and the Hippogriff could barely keep up. But it would not fight you. And there were few opportunities to join the battle. The 4 battlecruisers could catch up, but they could not defeat them. If this kind of pursuit continues, it should be rewarding. The battlecruiser that can catch up does not need to fight desperately. Just use a blunt knife to cut the flesh. Hit the small boats in the fleet, and occasionally overtake and hunt. Delaying it. It highlights a strategy of harassing the enemy when they retreat. Once the main battleship of the opponent goes crazy and wants to fight, the battlecruiser can also choose to retreat, and the opponent can't catch up. Even if you don't want to retreat, you can fight for a while, and the relatively faster Hippogriff will soon be able to rush to the battlefield. If you hold on a little longer, the Fire Star will come. As long as they chased a little longer, this situation would definitely happen. However, in the end, the Commander-in-Chief of the main fleet of the Alliance, Admiral He Lixia, still ordered to stop the pursuit. They had already chased too far, and had already chased several star systems out of the control area of the Alliance. In these unfamiliar star systems, every star realm jump was a huge adventure. Even if there were star talkers, they could explore the situation on the other side before crossing the star realm. But there were also ways to deceive the exploration. Risks are bound to exist. Who knows if the next jump will be a hardy pursuit, or if 8 battleships are ambushed on the opposite side of the jump point. Between the main fleets of the Navy, you can't afford to gamble. If the army suffers heavy losses, you can still recruit more people from the rear. Even if the training level is not up to par, a gun can eventually support the size of the army. The only point is that the casualties will be more severe. But warships are too precious. It takes several years to build them. It takes time to make dumplings. If they are destroyed, then there will be no ships at the moment. At this stage, the main fleet of the Alliance still withdrew for the sake of caution. From these situations, many senior generals of the Alliance smelled the smell of danger. As the business grew bigger and deeper into the enemy camp, the risk became higher and higher. Now, to put it bluntly, the Fury fleet was not strong enough. But their strategy of exchanging space for time and space for opportunities did work. In this situation, the Alliance held several military meetings. Finally, Gu Heng made the decision. At present, we cannot say that the second phase of the war has ended. Although we have gained control of 29 worlds and 2-star regions as expected, we have once again consolidated our influence in the Proud Claw star region. However, the expanded scale of the battle has also exposed our slightly vulnerable belly. In this second phase of the battle, you need to continue to be alert and deal with it well, until we can definitely win. For this situation, we need to change our thinking. From the past comprehensive control, comprehensive defense, to key area control. For many planets, we can just keep ground control. Will Politis come to take these planets back? That is meaningless. We will only take them back again. And in the process of the action, there is also the risk of being caught by us. He won't do such a thing. If he is really stupid, it will be a good thing. On the contrary, some key worlds, such as key transportation routes, such as the worlds with large industrial output value that we have taken, and even the worlds with shipbuilding capabilities, are focused on defense, and the fortification of these worlds is strengthened. This ensures that when these worlds are attacked, they will not be lost immediately, and can wait for our cruising fleet to reinforce them. Our fleet will also escort our key transport teams between star regions. After reducing the number of key worlds that need to be built and defended, transport ships will not need to take so many risks to go to different places. And it will also be convenient for the main fleet to escort while patrolling. After talking about the layout of the defense line, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Currently, the Alliance occupies nearly 50 worlds in the Aojwa star region. According to Gu Hang, they will give up about 30 of them and focus on defending less than 20. Although giving up does not mean that they will be taken back by Fury. In fact, abandoning 30 worlds, even if this is a fairly correct decision, since President Gu is here in person, only Governor Gu has the power to make this decision, and no one else is worthy of it. However, how to defend is the current issue, but it is not really critical. The Alliance is always the party with the advantage in strength, and it can definitely defend. The most critical issue is the third phase of the war. The Alliance must continue to fight forward. Otherwise, will it gather such a large number of troops just to conquer 50 worlds in the Proud Claw Star region? Obviously not. As the Alliance war progress slowed down, it retreated and fought steadily, causing the political pressure that had gradually subsided due to the Alliance military deployment to return again. It is not as serious as before, but it is gradually increasing. In this case, the Alliance war pace cannot be stopped. But the bigger the plate is, the higher the risk is, which is an indisputable fact. How to fight next? Continue to fight like this? It is already steady enough. What else do you want? But the more you fight, the more precarious the war situation becomes. This still requires Gu Hang, the commander-in-chief, to make a decision. Gu Hang obviously thought about this. First, we must win the second stage steadily, consolidate the defense and fortification of key worlds, and then we will change our thinking in the third stage. After 2 stages of offensive, we have established a firm foothold in the Aojwa Star region, with a solid position and room for maneuver, so we can take some risks next. We don't have to pursue the control of entire star regions as before, but take a focused offensive approach. The General Staff has set the next 3 key targets in the entire Aojwa Star region: Haeong 8, Mentis 2, and Aoya Star. Everyone was a little surprised. The last 2 worlds? No problem. But Haeong 8 would become one of the 3 major targets? It's a bit strange. Aoya Star is the capital world of Aojwa Star region. It is reasonable to be the key target of attack. Mentis 2 is located in the center of Aojwa Star region. It is a key hub world in Mentis Star region. It not only has a large starport, but most importantly, it has 11 star tunnels connecting to other worlds, which is very rare. This makes its position in the star map very important. It is of great significance to capture it. As for Haeong 8, it's a bit strange. This is a feudal world, and it is under the deep control of the Alfonso mechanic cult. There are hundreds of small feudal principalities and counties scattered on it. The whole planet is quite ununited. These small countries are controlled by small knight families. They almost all have various types of knight mechas, and are ready to obey the call of the church at any time. When they gather together, they are the third knights of Alfonso. The planet has excellent natural conditions, and has quite good agricultural planting conditions. The feudal serfs not only support the knight families on it, but also have spare capacity for a large amount of grain trade. The main trading partner, or tribute object, is the Alfonso sect. In addition, there are good mineral resources on the planet, and there are even 3 adamantium veins, protected by the knights. The paladins directly dispatched by the Mechanicus have been stationed in these 3 mining areas for a long time. Such a resource world that integrates the world of knights, the world of minerals, and the world of agriculture is the core interest of the Alfonso sect. The Alfonso sect has always claimed that it is on the side of the empire, no matter how ambiguous their attitude is. At least, they have not raised the flag openly. In theory, Haeong 8, as the core interest of Alfonso, can be left alone. Make this place one of the 3 major offensive targets? Governor Gu Trip has a deeper meaning. Gu Hang did not explain the reason for this, but continued, we do not seek control of every planet on the attack route. As long as the planet does not have the conditions for the enemy ships to hide, we will directly skip these worlds and attack the 3 key targets we have planned. Once we complete the conquest, we can immediately declare that we have conquered the Aojwa Star region. From this perspective, we are the direction with the most results among the 3 war zones of South, West, and North. Chapter 545, Whose Side is Time On? Gu Hang certainly wasn't talking nonsense. If the Alliance really did as he said, conquer the Proud Claw Star region, or even push the front to the Nepeta Star region, then let's not talk about the results, after all. Reports can lie, but the battle line won't lie. They are the force that pushed the battle line closest to the Princess Star region. There are the Black Crusaders, the Infinite Warriors, and the Bats on the northern battlefield, all of which are famous war groups, or even just the founding war groups. In addition, there is the newly joined Inquisition, and a special regiment called the Silver Watch. The Western Front has the Phoenix, the elite of the Inquisition, and a large number of Sisters of Battle, the famous Astra Militarum, and the Death Legion. These two fronts have many famous generals and countless famous regiments. But what happened in the end? They are still blocked in several star regions on the edge of the Spider-Web universe, and no one has entered. In fact, the Western Front is still being pushed back, and it can no longer stand in the Spider-Web universe, and has been pushed to the Mager universe in the west. Regardless of whether the Southern Front is the main battlefield, just ask whether the front is the closest to the enemy core area. As long as it reaches this level, the Alliance can stand up straight and deal with all political attacks on itself. Talk about me? Let's see what other big guys have done. As for conquering the 3 key worlds, does it count as conquering the Proud Claw Star domain? Even if the Proud Claw Star domain is conquered, does the Alliance have the spare energy to fight further? Let's talk about it later. You can't really expect that my Alliance alone can settle the matter, right? If there is no major change in the battle situation on the north and west fronts, Gu Heng will not advance again after taking down the 3 major worlds and announcing the conquest of Proud Claw. He is also afraid of irritating Iron Fury Stone's mentality. At that time, if he really gets angry, he will ignore the opponents on the north and west fronts, concentrate his forces to the south, and concentrate on dealing with himself. Then it will be a big deal. In fact, that is also the reason why Gu Heng must take down at least one of the 2 planets, Shandong and Guangfeng. If that scene really came, Gu Heng would have no choice but to give up all the results of the battle and retreat to Shandong with his main fleet. With the help of Shandong's perfect orbital defense system, the Alliance had already dragged new ones to replace the destroyed star fortresses. In addition, the Alliance had at least 8 main battleships. As long as the Iron Fury Stones really came out in full force to attack him, he would still be able to hold on. The second phase of the Alliance war lasted for several more months. This stage is over only after the 20 important worlds selected from the 4-star regions in the occupied zone are made impregnable. During this period, the Fury fleet still tried to harass many times. But when the Alliance has shrunk to this extent, they finally can't take any advantage. Recently, they have also quieted down. The Fury core has quieted down. But the Alliance does not intend to quiet down. The 3rd stage of the war planned by Gu Heng has officially begun. The main fleet of the Alliance attacking is a combination of 1+1+3. 1 battleship, 1 aircraft carrier, and 3 battlecruisers. There are also 3 battlecruisers to guard the rear. If the Fury makes a desperate attack on the Alliance-controlled area, with the 3 battlecruisers cooperating with the built space defense line, it will be no problem to protect themselves. And they can even use their mobility to pull. The main force of the attack has the strength to crush the Fury head-on. They rush directly to Mentis 2, a key hub world. As a core hub world, Mentis 2 has excellent defense conditions. Not as good as Guangfeng Star, after all. There is no void shield covering the entire planet, but not much worse than Shandong Star. The defense system combined with a complete ground artillery group and orbital star fortress is simple, but solid and useful. In theory, the Fury fleet can use the complete defense conditions of Mentis 2 here to strongly confront the main fleet of the Alliance. However, they still abandoned Mentis 2 and resolutely implemented the strategy of not engaging in a head-on battle with the Alliance. They even abandoned Guangfeng Star, a more complete defensive planet, not to mention Mentis 2, which was actually a little bit worse. Politis was still not forced to fight. In fact, in the current high-level military discussions of the Alliance, it was gradually understood that, let alone the gains and losses of a city or a place, even if the entire Proud Claw Star region was lost, it would probably not be able to provoke the Fury Flame Core to fight against them. Adler Politos. You could say he was a coward. You could say he had his spine broken after that bloody fight. But, you have to admit, his clumsy, sticky, pulling style of play is really annoying. And the more realistic threat is that Gu Heng feels that time is on his side. After the battleship technology is extracted, and the existing Holy Grail class and Juga class production capacity are gradually expanding. Plus the purchase of Dragon Snake class battlecruisers from the Mingyang sect. The alliance will become stronger and stronger. After all, although the war has begun, the alliance homeland has never stopped developing. The war in the outside world may have a certain inhibitory effect on the local economic development, especially on the people's living standards, which will inevitably decline due to the war and material rationing. However, if the military production capacity is also taken into account, there is no doubt that the war can strongly stimulate production in this area. The alliance is working hard to expand its military production capacity, and it will become stronger and stronger. But the key is that Paulitos didn't know, or he didn't know it clearly. Just as many senior generals of the alliance believed that time was on the side of the alliance, Paulitos might also think so. He was trading space for time, willing to lose more territory, in exchange for the alliance to take greater risks when advancing, and was also buying time for himself, waiting for Humphrey Paul to assign more warships to him, regardless of whether this warship was allocated from the battlefields on the western and northern fronts, or allocated from the newly produced ships in the shipbuilding industry in the core area of Iron Fury Stone. Anyway, his fleet would become stronger later. In comparison, it is hard to say whose understanding is right, and it is also impossible to determine whose side time is on. Perhaps it is on both sides. After all, the next batch of battlecruisers, aircraft carriers, and battleships of the alliance generally take 6 to 8 years to build. By that time, the number of main battleships of the alliance can almost double. However, can the war last until then? The possibility is still quite high. After all, such a war involving multiple universes and multiple major forces will not be uncommon for it to last for more than 10 years or even decades. However, after 6 to 8 years, what the war situation will be like, that is something that no one can predict. Perhaps the alliance will have suffered a major defeat by then? Or perhaps the war situation will be so smooth that there is no need to increase the number of ships. As for Paulitos, perhaps in a few months? In a year or two, his fleet may be strengthened. Perhaps at that time, Paulitos will consider finding a favorable location to have a good fight with the alliance. But obviously now, he would never do so. For the alliance fleet, Mintus II is a world that will no longer be skipped. The alliance did not leave this world aside like it did with Guangfeng and Shandong, but launched a strong attack on Mintus II, aiming at the star fortresses surrounding Mintus II. The Fire Nova, as the main force, launched a very tough attack, under the cover of the frigates. With its own strong defense performance, it withstood the attacks of orbital firepower and ground firepower, and also fiercely poured its own firepower on those star fortresses. At the same time, it was also providing solid cover for the 3 battlecruisers behind him, as well as the Hippogriff. The important role of battleships was revealed at this moment. They were the hardest, most reliable space fortresses, and the core of attack and defense. In the first battle, the alliance destroyed 4 space stations and caused some damage to the star fortress. The price was that they lost a small boat, but at the same time, the shields of many frigates turned red, and they had to hide behind. The most important thing was that the shield on the Fire Nova also turned red, reaching the edge of overload. At this point, the alliance fleet withdrew. The alliance certainly would not trade cheap space stations and star fortresses with the other side, and lose money. That would be too uneconomical. A star fortress, its hardness, and firepower are similar to those of a battleship. At most only slightly worse. But its cost may be less than 1/20th of that of a battleship. Anyone who wants to make such a trade is a fool. The battleship can move, which means it has the initiative to fight or not. I will withdraw when my shield turns red. You are blocked, and the planet's production capacity alone cannot make up for the damage. When my shield is ready, recharged, and the overload state is restored, I will continue to fight. Chapter 546, Battle of Mintus. Using ships to be more proactive than the planetary defense system, the Alliance ships carried out tactical actions again and again. This is an effective strategy, as long as the strength of the fleet is not too far behind the planetary defense system. This move can really take down a planet with complete defense. Don't be defeated if you can't even withstand one round of firepower from the enemy. And the firepower of your own fleet can cause definite damage to the space stations and star fortresses of the defense system in a short exchange of fire, so that you can slowly wear down the defense facilities in the planetary orbit, bit by bit. Of course, adopting this approach. On the one hand, the fleet's losses are controllable, but they will not be too small. After all, since it is a war, anything can happen. In the first wave of the Alliance attack, a frigate was accidentally lost by continuous hits from the Star Fortress's main gun. This is inevitable. On the other hand, it takes a very long time to grind slowly like this. According to the estimates of the naval staff, if we fight purely in this way, it will take more than a year to take over the outer orbit of Mentis II. This does not include the cleaning of the anti-orbital system on the ground. Gu Hang was not particularly in a hurry, but he did not want to drag the time needed to conquer a planet to such a long extent. There will be many known or unknown changes. And too eager to attack, there will be relatively large losses. The solution is not just fleet firepower bombardment. 3 months later, the Alliance knocked out about 20% of the orbital defense facilities on Mentis II during the repeated waste during this period of time, and caused one of the 3 star fortresses to be severely damaged and had to be pulled back to the orbit closer to the ground for emergency repairs and maintenance. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Alliance suddenly launched a fierce offensive. At first, the defenders on Mentis II did not feel anything unusual, thinking that it was just the same as the past 3 months. A battle to attack the manpower. But what surprised people was that the Alliance fleet did not just line up and fire from a distance. They increased their speed and rushed towards the orbital defense line of Mentis II. This was a very resolute gesture, as if a sledgehammer was smashing down. As if they were determined to smash the planetary orbital defense system to pieces today, completely ignoring the fact that in the process, they might also be shattered in the violent collision. Fire! Fire! Fire with all your strength! In the communication signals of various space stations, star fortresses, starports, and ground fortresses on Mentis II, various different voices are all expressing the same meaning fiercely. They will use the most fierce firepower to fight against the incoming Alliance fleet. The defenders of Mentis II have realized that this time seems to be unusual. They are not sure whether the planetary defense can really defend against the attack of the Alliance fleet regardless of losses. However, they had no other choice but to do their best to unleash their firepower. But at the same time, the generals of the defending army would also feel a little confused. Why did the Alliance do this? Did they really want to use their precious naval warships to fight to the death with orbital defense facilities that were far less valuable than warships? Regardless of winning or losing, it would be a huge loss. However, they soon understood why the Alliance was so fierce. On the side of the planet that faces the Alliance fleet, all the orbital guns were fired. But after all, the Alliance fleet has not yet reached the low Earth orbit and is still quite far away. The deterrent power of the ground artillery group is still greater than the direct killing power. The main reason is that the hit rate is too uncertain. At this stage, the most reliable thing is the orbital defense facilities. However, among the most important starport fortress and 3 star fortresses, only the one that was hastily deployed and had been seriously damaged before successfully fired. The starport and the other 2 star fortresses should be the most solid force of the defense line, but they all failed at the same time. Seeing this scene, the garrison commanders who were nervously observing the battle situation on the ground felt cold in their hearts. What happened? What happened? Contact messages were sent one after another. They were eager to know why the orbital facilities that should have played the greatest effect did not respond. However, they did not receive a response for a long time, and could only watch the Alliance ships, with the battleship Nova as the core, show off their power and completely destroy the star fortress that was already severely damaged, but had to fight alone, while also destroying a large number of armed space stations. The defending generals closed their eyes in pain. The orbital defense system of Mentis II was destroyed. The Alliance fleet also paid a price, but it was much less than what they should have paid. The main ships were not damaged. At most, a cruiser was destroyed, and a few more were damaged. This loss was not small, but it was completely within the acceptable range of the Alliance. It was not until this time that the ground command center received a reply from the starport. The enemy boarded the ship. Mentis II's defense preparations in all aspects are quite good. However, they lack only one key point: the ability to defend against psychic energy. And this ability, when facing the Storm Mage Corps led by Gu Hang himself, the requirements will be very, very high. What will happen if the requirements are not met? It's like Mentis II. It's not impossible to directly use psychic energy to tear apart star fortresses, space facilities of the level of starports. Gu Hang fully unfolded the kingdom of Storm God. and pulled his psychic power to the alpha level, or even higher, so that he could tear the Star Fortress apart by force. However, this required him to take a ship and go to a closer distance. Otherwise, on the scale of space, the projection of psychic power would still be attenuated at such a long distance. In other words, although Gu Heng's psychic power was powerful, its range was far less than that of a ship's gun. Moreover, even if he ventured to approach and use psychic energy to tear the Star Fortress apart, it would be a thankless task. Going all out would consume a lot of energy for Gu Heng. After doing this once, he might not have enough energy to do it again. But the enemy still has at least one Star Fortress and a larger Starport Fortress. It's a waste of energy, but it's unnecessary. Is psychic energy such an inconvenient thing? There is no need to be so violent. There is a smarter way to use it. For example, with the Storm Mage Core, they raised the subspace waves, completely blocked the communication between the Starport, Star Fortress, and the ground, and even seriously interfered with the communication within the Starport, Star Fortress itself. Then, using psychic teleportation, the Alliance powerful army was directly sent into these space facilities. Airdrop boarding is a dangerous mission, and the most dangerous stage is the stage in space before reaching the destination. A landing craft, carrying dozens of space marines. If it was intercepted by a cannon halfway, the loss would be too great. In fact, psychic teleportation is also very dangerous. This kind of teleportation work, which is tens of thousands of kilometers away, can be fatal if there is a slight mistake, or if it is sent astray, or if it is interfered with by the opponent's psychic power, causing the teleported person to be lost in the subspace. But doesn't this mean that the defenders of Mentis 2 have almost no psychic defense capabilities? They actually had some. But they were recruited by the Fury Corps to strengthen their ability to fight Gu Heng. The Fury fleet itself has enhanced its psychic resistance. But Mentis 2 suffered. They were completely unable to interfere with the Alliance teleportation tactics. They couldn't even detect it. The two intact Star Fortresses and the Fortress Starport were still preparing to open fire. But in the blink of an eye, the Azure teleportation array appeared in front of them. Before they could react, two red-armored space warriors came out together to kill. This situation occurred in many strategic points in the Star Fortress Starport. Control console, contact center, command center, heavy artillery firepower platform. Countless teleportation arrays scattered and threw many space warriors in. But after these teleportation arrays completed the transmission of the Phoenix, they did not stop working. Afterwards, teams of elite soldiers walked out. 3 light infantry skeleton divisions, specially mobilized, are on standby on the Fire Nova. After the Space Marines took the lead, the 3 skeleton divisions were gradually transported to the Starport and Starfort in an orderly manner to assist the Space Marines in the battle, and also control the key nodes that were shot down, liberating the Space Marines, so that they can do more important tasks. The so-called Light Infantry Skeleton Division is a unit that has been basically removed from the heavy vehicles on the basis of the General Skeleton Division. Of course, it is not a simple removal. Otherwise, except for the elite soldiers, what is the difference between it and an ordinary large-scale infantry division? The difference is that the heavy vehicles that were eliminated were replaced with many light armored units that can fight in narrow and complex spaces. For example, more Sentinel mechas, more feedback power armors, and some fast assault vehicles, such as armed hover bikes, and rapid-fire self-propelled cannons. In other words, the money for buying tanks, armored vehicles, and artillery was used to equip these smaller and more flexible armored units on the front battlefield. If this light skeleton division were to fight against a serious skeleton division, it would definitely be courting death. At the same price, a Lion tank can easily beat 5 or 6 Sentinel mechas, and a Lion King tank can destroy a Knight mecha. However, the Lion King tank cannot be driven in environments such as starports and star fortresses. The Light Skeleton Division has its own combat environment. When accompanying the Space Marines in the attack, these troops, which are definitely elite among the mortal troops, also played a huge role. After all, the number of Space Marines is scarce. For the occupation of the entire starport and star fortress, a larger number of land forces, or Marines, are needed. In short, the land forces deployed by the Alliance through psychic transmission quickly destroyed the armed forces of the 3 star fortresses at the beginning of the battle before the starport had time to strike the Alliance fleet. Then, The starports and star fortresses that were completely occupied began to turn their firepower to attack other remaining armed space stations. However, at this stage, some accidents still occurred. After receiving the report from the starport and seeing that the starport and the star fortress began to attack the remaining space station, the ground defenders made a very decisive decision. The fortress artillery group on the ground began to focus fire on the starport and the star fortress. Since these units occupied by the enemy could no longer serve as their own helpers and instead became the enemy firepower points, they had to be destroyed as much as possible, like a hero cutting off his arm. Moreover, the defenses of the starport and star fortress facing the surface were not very strong. Moreover, they were close to the surface and lacked mobility, so they were hit accurately. The starport and star fortress had internal damages due to the competition and fighting with the Alliance boarding troops. Under these circumstances, the 2 star fortresses and 1 starport could not hold out for long under the bombardment of the ground orbital artillery group and were soon destroyed. In this regard, the Alliance also lacked some means to deal with it. But fortunately, before the starport and star fortress were destroyed, the Alliance urgently evacuated its landing forces. Landing craft and small ships flew rapidly to the starport and star fortress to pick up the people. Of course, picking up people is definitely not as convenient as teleporting. There are still many Alliance soldiers who died in the starport and star fortress. There were also cases where the evacuation spacecraft was shot down during the evacuation. But in general, the losses are still controllable. Chapter 547, Attack Capability. During the process of conquering the starport and star fortress, the Alliance teleportation and boarding troops did not suffer many casualties. On the contrary, when the enemy launched an orbital artillery counterattack, bombarding the starport and star fortress and destroying them, there were more casualties. There were 12 Phoenixes, more than 10,000 soldiers, who were not able to withdraw in time. Such losses caught people off guard. After all, although the staff had a plan before the war, mentioned the possible behavior of the enemy. However, they were so decisive, and so quickly decided to destroy the lost star fortress and starport, which was still a little beyond expectations. But to be cold-blooded, even if there were these unexpected casualties, it was still worth it. The sacrifices made by the Alliance, compared to the result of destroying the enemy's most important orbital defense facilities, it was definitely worthwhile. And this is just the beginning? From the beginning of the attack on Mentis II to now, the Alliance has lost a total of 9 warships. Among them, there are 4 frigates, 2 patrol ships, 1 destroyer, and 1 cruiser. Not to mention the value of these ships. Just because of the explosion, the Navy's personnel losses have exceeded 150,000. Moreover, the Alliance's current achievements are limited to the planetary orbit. The rebels have not been defeated yet, they are on the planet, and they still have solid defense. Of course, that being said, in fact, the capture of Mentis II is a foregone conclusion. In the subsequent battle on the surface of the planet, although a lot of manpower will be invested, the rebels still have dense ground fortresses, and a city after city, which can be used as street fighting areas for both sides to fight fiercely. The reinforced concrete city cluster can also be regarded as a huge fortress, and the defender can gain a great geographical advantage in it. But in general, the outcome of the battle on the ground will not be too suspenseful. After basically clearing the orbital defense system of Mentis II, the Alliance fleet did not rush to take the next step, but temporarily evacuated, rested the fleet, and restored the void shield. The shield can be restored, the ship can be repaired, but the defense facilities on the orbit of Mentis II can never be returned. After 2 weeks of rest, the ground offensive began. First, under the attack of the ground artillery group, with a large amount of firepower, the orbital bombardment destroyed 2 close fortress groups. At this point, a part of the edge of the Arctic Circle of Mentis II was cleared, when the Alliance ships were operating in the orbit corresponding to this part of the area. Due to the angle problem, only a small part of the orbital firepower deployed by the rebels in other places could be fired at an inclined angle, which was very inaccurate, and the number was small. After establishing a certain safety zone, the Alliance army began to deploy troops to the ground through landing ships, transport planes, and airdrop capsules. At this time, in the snow, many rebel troops emerged from the ruins of the covered fortress and launched a fierce attack on the landing Alliance troops. This also brought considerable trouble to the Alliance landing operations. So far, Gu Hang believes that the rebel generals responsible for the defense of Mentis II are quite capable. Although, His efforts could not reverse the outcome of Mentis II falling into the hands of the Alliance. It is hard to say that it was the fault of the generals defending Mentis II. The gap in strength between the two sides was too big. When the Alliance was willing to pay a certain price, and was not so cautious about the number of casualties and ship losses, then the Alliance was like playing a crushing game. It is impossible to reverse such a large gap in strength by relying solely on the command ability of the generals. But despite this, the defenders still caused trouble to the Alliance as much as possible. Whether it was the decisive destruction of the lost starports and star fortresses, or the fact that he was able to arrange a considerable number of troops to sneak in and ambush in the ruins, in the snow and wind, and take advantage of the unstable foothold of the Alliance army to cause a large number of casualties. He brought considerable trouble to the Alliance. However, as the Alliance ships began to provide strong orbital support, the rebels' anti-landing operations were quickly defeated. On the one hand, the National Knights had several Titans, bringing a large number of Knight mechas down. These elite legions directly turned the originally unstable foothold into a very stable one. On the other hand, although it was not convenient for the Alliance ships in orbit to directly carry out large-scale bombings below, after all, they still had their own landing troops. However, they still had the ability to strike accurately. They were mainly based on M-class specifications, even S-class specifications of firepower, and focused on the guidance of ground forces. To avoid bombing the wrong target, the commander of the ground force can call for orbital firepower by means such as projecting laser guidance. This authority is even delegated to the company and battalion level. Once the guidance beacon is thrown, there will be a response in about a minute. There may be a light spear sweeping down, or a hot hammer macro cannon smashing down, depending on the specific target situation. If an enemy heavy tank appears, the light spear is very useful, fast and accurate. If the enemy attacks in groups or defends in a stubborn position, the hot hammer macro cannon will definitely smash it. The most common one is the surgical knife missile. It is accurate, has a wide range, and is powerful. Soon, the losses suffered in the early stage of landing were over. The elite troops ambushed by the rebels were wiped out. They were annihilated, and there were almost no units that could be evacuated in an organized manner. After stabilizing the landing site, the Alliance soldiers in the snow and wind began to move south, aiming directly at multiple fortresses. Artillery bombardment. Armored forces formed a steel torrent, and after the ground forces arrived, the Alliance main battleships in orbit would also arrive. Under the three-dimensional attack, the seemingly solid fortresses on Mentis II were firmly and bravely gnawed down one by the Alliance. Afterwards, the Alliance opened a second landing site in the desert area of the southern hemisphere of the planet, and a third landing site in the temperate zone of the northern hemisphere. The war swept the world in just a few months. In the 7th month of the Battle of Mentis, the entire planet was declared to be taken by the Alliance. Although there were still some guerrillas hiding in the mountains and resisting in the ruins, the vast majority of the production base and population had fallen into the control of the Alliance. Those stubborn traitors, at most, can only be regarded as a minor problem, not a big problem. After the Battle of Mentis, the Alliance clearly demonstrated its ability to attack, in contrast to the retreat of the Fury Corps, which handed over the key areas to others, and the shock of the Alliance's determination to conquer the heavily defended planet. Dozens of surrounding worlds almost simultaneously issued orders to conquer. As soon as the Alliance envoys arrived, they changed their flags. Chapter 548, Breaking the Window Paper. On many worlds that changed their flags, there are obviously still princess rebels stationed on the native planets. Moreover, the governors of these planets, who made a gesture of surrender, are not necessarily determined to follow the Alliance. It is mainly because the Fury Corps has made concessions again and again in the Proud Claw Star region, which makes the governors and leaders in the Star region very dissatisfied. You have your grand strategy, but we are the ones who suffer. They are withdrawing resources, troops, and they are retreating as soon as the Alliance arrives. Instead, they are asking us to lead the planetary defense force and resist to the end. Why? The lives of the defense force are also lives. After dozens of worlds are presented as living examples, it is impossible not to be shaken. But is the Alliance a good thing? In the areas they have occupied, they are not soft-hearted in cleaning up the local forces, which is frightening, but fortunately, if you are more cooperative, it seems that you will not be treated particularly harshly. They will also shrink their defenses and abandon the outer worlds under the harassment and attacks of Fury. When Fury comes back, How will he treat these surrendered governors? It's very difficult for both sides. Then they will side with whoever comes. But even if they have a tendency, they will surrender to whoever comes. And they can't be the kind of diehards who follow blindly. The general attitude is that you can come as you please. I will provide you with any resources you want. And if you want me to fight for my life, I will pretend to obey you but secretly disobey you. The most direct manifestation is that these planets that changed their flags and joined the alliance did not even suppress or eliminate the small number of direct lineage of the Royal Princess Legion rebels originally stationed on the planet. In this situation, the top leaders of the alliance are basically aware of it. In this regard, the alliance did not force these places too much. The alliance has formulated its own strategy, and it must be implemented with great determination. For those wavering fence-sitters, the alliance only sent envoys to force them to announce the change of flag, gathered a wave of supplies and troops, issued orders that were unlikely to be particularly obeyed to eliminate the rebels and defend the homeland, and then ignored them. The main force of the alliance is nestling on Mentis II. Most of the troops are resting. The army is stationed, resting, taking holidays, replenishing supplies, and holding some internal activities. In short, they are trying to boost morale. The fleet is docked near the wreckage of the repaired starport to repair the ship. Of course, some ships that need major repairs have to be sent to the shipyard for repair. Fortunately, there is a shipyard in the area of the Proud Claw star field controlled by the Alliance that can undertake this part of the work. The technical level of that shipyard is not very good. It is a small field, but there is no other way. If we don't use it, if we want to send it back to the Alliance, the nearest one has to go to the Granius shipyard in the Mingha Star region. In addition to the resting troops, there are only a small part of the army, coordinating with some small ships to clear out the remaining rebel troops on the planet. But that is no longer the theme of Mentis II. The rest lasted for 1.5 months, and the main force of the Alliance set out again. This time, on the way, they included 2 worlds as their intermediate footholds, built them up a little, and then rushed to Aoya Star as the capital of the Star region. Aoya Star's defense level is also not bad, at least on the same level as Mentis II. However, if the Fury fleet completely abandoned the defense, Aoya Star's fate would not be any different from Mentis II. This is indeed the case. For months later, Aoya Star was recovered. This victory further shocked the entire Aojwa Star region. Presumably, in the future, when the Alliance goes to recapture other worlds in the Aojwa Star region, it will be twice as effective with half the effort. Just like after they took down Mentis II, they could issue a proclamation to the surrounding areas. Although they were not determined to surrender, Gu Heng himself would not have too many expectations for the world he had recaptured. Don't make trouble. If you can provide some supplies, it will definitely be much better than normal. So far, of the 3 major worlds mentioned by the Alliance in the previous military council, 2 have been conquered. With Mentis II and Aoya Star, almost the entire Aojwa Star region can be covered. The last remaining target is Haeong 8. This world is relatively isolated, and apart from being rich in resources, it does not have much strategic value. Unlike Mentis II and Aoya Star, after conquering them, they can cause the mentality of a large number of surrounding planets to waver, and thus surrender. Attacking Haeong 8, there is no such effect. The planet's rich resources are only relatively speaking. If the Alliance only wants resources, the Alliance can take whatever it wants from the hundreds of worlds in the Aojwa Star region, and it is not necessary to cause trouble for Haeong 8. The Alliance's purpose of causing trouble for this planet is actually very clear, to stimulate the Alfonso sect behind it, and see what their attitude is. The generals of the Alliance's military actually raised objections. We fought the Fury fleet, and we really chased them all the way. There was a big gap in strength, but we were always on guard. Wouldn't the main force of Iron Fury Stone go south? Didn't we agree that time would be on our side? Didn't we plan to do this temporarily after taking over the Proud Claw Star region? Then why did we go looking for trouble with Haeong 8? We tried to test and determine the attitude of the Alfonso sect. This was very important. We used various diplomatic means, but were always pushed back by those oil guys with various statements. Like this, directly touching the core of the other party's interests, the effect will be more obvious. But if the Alfonso sect is really forced to the Iron Fury Stone side, what should we do? If they are forced to leave, what should we do? Gu Heng criticized these statements in the parliament. Don't have such a fluke mentality. Will the Alfonso sect be a neutral party? Will it stand on the side of the empire? This is impossible. The bond between them and the Iron Fury Stone is so deep, so firm. Without their strong support, how could Iron Fury Stone have been able to grow stronger over the years? With the Iron Armor Legion clearly turning the tables. No matter how many excuses and statements the Alfonso cult had, their actions would tell. Not only did they not stop supplying arms to Iron Armor, they even increased the supply. This is a typical enemy. They did not raise their flag clearly at this moment. But it was only because the pressure was not enough. We must realize that Alfonso will never be a target to fight for, but a real enemy. Someone else proposed an idea, since the other party has not raised the flag clearly. The pressure is not enough. Why should we put pressure on them and break this window paper? Gu Heng immediately asked back, if we don't poke, won't they poke us? If we let Heong 8 be like this, the planet with abundant resources will continue to transfuse blood to the Alfonso sect. And there is also a powerful Titan core on standby. And the mechanical fleet of the Alfonso sect exists. How many troops should we send to defend Heong 8? If we ignore this planet, what should we do when we fight with Fury, and the main force sent by Iron Armor to the south, and they attack from the side? When a certain enemy appears on our flank and may cause trouble to us, we must not ignore it. At this point, no one said anything. Gu Heng authority was implemented. However, when the main force of the Alliance was about to arrive at Heong 8, something went wrong in the rear. Chapter 549, Hunting Time. When the main fleet of the Alliance led by Gu Heng pierced the heart of the enemy like a sharp sword, the Fury fleet led by Adler Paulitos and Wang Mensong did not do nothing. They abandoned strategic locations one after another, but quietly launched their counterattack in the Alliance-controlled area. They avoided the Alliance detection, and shuttled through the endless darkness like ghosts, and entered the area controlled by the Alliance. Their target was the 3 battlecruisers left behind by the Alliance. They really had no way to resist the main force of the Alliance, and were unwilling to fight a strategic decisive battle. However, after the main force of the Alliance left, they were fully capable of stealing the Alliance as with 2 battle barges and a Retribution-class battleship. The extra battle barge was the flagship of the New World Torchlight. It had been under repair before, and had only recently returned to the battlefield. The 3 main battleships, in terms of direct combat power, are much greater than the 3 battlecruisers left behind by the Alliance. In a frontal battle, 1 Retribution-class ship can defeat 3 battlecruisers, not to mention the 2 battle barges. However, the battlecruisers still have the mobility advantage. How stupid would the Alliance Navy be to choose to confront the Fury fleet head-on, relying on mobility? The 3 battlecruisers are not so easy to be caught. Paulitos also knew that it was not easy to successfully lure and surround the 3 battlecruisers of the Alliance. But you can try. Once you succeed, you will gain a lot. A squadron composed of several small ships selected an Alliance transport fleet to harass. This is very common. In the past few months, the 2 sides have clashed many times around such attacks and counterattacks. But this time, the Fury fleet chose to increase the stakes. In the attacking squadron, there are 2 Moon-class cruisers, which acted as if they knew that the Alliance escort force had been strengthened, so they also increased their manpower input. The attacked Alliance transport fleet, under the cover of the escort team, fled to a planetary orbit that had been fortified on the route and held its ground. Generally speaking, at this point, the Fury fleet should have withdrawn obediently. The strength of the Alliance escort fleet was not very good, and the combat effectiveness of some armed merchant ships was also very poor. The planetary orbit defense system that was temporarily built in a few months was also quite imperfect. But it was a complete set of defense measures after all. With 2 Moon-class ships as the main force, it would be impossible to take them down in a short time. After a long time, there might be a chance. But before that time, the battlecruisers left by the Alliance came. At that time, if they ran too slowly, the Moon-class ships were not high-speed cruisers or light cruisers, and it would be difficult to escape if they were caught by the battlecruisers. However, this time, the plundering fleet of Fury showed some eagerness for quick success. They attacked the Alliance transport fleet fiercely. It was not until they detected that the battlecruisers were already in the star tunnel heading to this galaxy that they woke up from a dream, unwilling to give up, and turned around and ran away. But before they reached the jump point, 3 Alliance battlecruisers arrived and rushed over fiercely. 2 Moon-class cruisers. This victory had a strong appeal to the remaining Raging Owl, Wing, and Kuroga. This was a rare opportunity, and they could take the opportunity to destroy part of the Raging Flame fleet and weaken its overall strength. Moon-class cruisers. They were also precious large ships. Destroying 2 of them would also cause significant damage to the fleet's strength. However, this was only the first step of the Raging Flame fleet's plan. The panicked 2 Moon-class ships, and the squadrons they brought with them, hurried to catch up, but could only reach the jump point and start the jump when they were within the range of the 3 Holy Grail-class ships. During this process, several warships were destroyed by explosions. Then, the captains of the 3 Holy Grails that arrived at the jump point exchanged ideas with each other. And finally, Major General Chiefon, the fleet commander, made a decision: pursuit. They also considered the trap, but quickly ruled it out. The enemy hasty escape did not seem fake. If they were really trying to lure the enemy in, there would have to be a trap on the other side. But the other side of this jump point was also under the control of the Alliance. They had not received any reports of enemy fleets on the other side, and they had conducted an astropathic communication, contacting the space station deployed at the jump point on the other side. But they had not received any reports of enemy traces. In this case, the risk of pursuit is not high. So, the 3 battlecruisers, with their brothers, also started the jump. After 3 Terran days, they almost finished the astral tunnel and were about to leave and return to the real universe. However, at this moment, the psychers who served as navigators on the ship suddenly issued intensive warnings. They detected the presence of enemy ships at the jump point, and there were 3 huge ships. Now, the 3 Holy Grail-class captains were all panicked. Or did they step into a trap? But now, there is no turning back. If they had known this information a few hours earlier, or 10 hours earlier, they might have been able to terminate the jump and retreat. But now, it is no longer possible. It is too late to ask why the observatory tower in this galaxy did not observe in advance that the main force of the enemy ships had arrived in this star system, nor can they ask why the warning space station at the jump point did not send out any information. These questions were important beforehand, but they are of little significance now. What they need to consider is how to get out of the trap alive. The only thing to be thankful for is that the Fury fleet, as an ambusher, did not want to scare away the Alliance ships, and did not ambush them in advance. It was not until the Alliance ships jumped to the point where they could not turn around that they canceled their silence, suddenly appeared, and rushed to the jump point. In this case, the 3 Holy Grail-class ships of the Alliance would not face the sky full of artillery fire immediately after they arrived in the real universe. Before they had just completed the jump, before they had switched the jump engine to the conventional engine, and before they had time to open the most vulnerable stage of the Void Shield. However, the situation was still very urgent. When the Alliance ships had just completed the shielding and started the engines, the enemy ships had already arrived. Should we start the warp immediately and then run? They quickly rejected this decision. When starting the warp again, facing the firepower of 3 giant ships, with the fragile body of the Holy Grail class, at least 2 of them would die in the warp startup process. This was unacceptable. 2 battlecruisers were destroyed. Fleet Commander Chiefon would definitely be brought to a military court after the incident, regardless of whether he died here or not. Other small ships would be fine, but the big ships must be saved. The 3 Holy Grails began to maneuver at full speed. Chapter 550, Life and Death Chase. The 3 Holy Grails, maneuvering at full speed, found a direction and evacuated. The way they evacuated, to be honest, was still very embarrassing. The enemy firepower was a bit too strong. Before escaping from the enemy firepower, the firepower of the Retribution and the 2 battle barges added to about 2.5 times that of the 3 Holy Grails. After being hit hard, one of the Holy Grails that was hit by concentrated fire had its void shield overloaded and shattered. The hull was also hit by 2 rounds of the Chuji's Wrath macro cannon. Fortunately, the Grail class is fragile only compared to battleships. Compared to ordinary Moon-class cruisers, its armor thickness is still better, so it won't be blown up by 2 rounds of the Chuji's Wrath. The hull was damaged, but it's not fatal. At least the power system was not damaged. This is crucial. It's definitely impossible to win the fight, and now if you want to survive, if you want to keep the ship, the most important thing you can rely on is the power system. The fleeing Alliance fleet also made the decision to disperse its forces. Several Moon-class ships, along with other small boats, chose many different directions to run. However, the Fury fleet did not care about these interferences at all. They were completely superior in terms of the number of ships. But they were not even interested in splitting up their forces to hunt. And their eyes were fixed on the 3 Alliance battlecruisers. The biggest fish had been caught. So of course no one wanted to look at the small fish and shrimp. Bai Qifan could only think in a hopeless way. At least there were more than a dozen ships running in different directions, so he would definitely be able to save his life. As for the 3 battlecruisers under his direct command, he did not choose to disperse. If they were to flee in 3 directions, then with the speed of the battlecruisers, it would be possible for 1 or 2 ships to escape. However, just as he did not choose to start the jump engine immediately, and sacrifice 1 or 2 ships to run to the other side, Bai Qifan's goal until now was to save all 3 warships. If they escaped separately, they would still suffer losses due to lack of mutual cover. This was something Bai Qifan did not want to see. He did not deny that he had stepped into a trap and that he was responsible. But because of this, he had to personally lead the troops out of the pit. The 3 battlecruisers gradually increased their speed, alternating to cover their teammates. And at the cost of a broken shield, they ran out of the attack range of the enemy's most powerful Retribution-class battleship. When the Holy Grail class increased its speed, the Retribution class would definitely not be able to catch up. However, the 2 battle barges, the flagships of the 2 Space Marine chapters, Fury and Torch of the New World, are not slow-moving. Battle barges are rare in the human empire, and are only used by Space Marines. They are the flagships of ordinary chapters. They do not have a unified standard design. They are completely customized according to the needs of each chapter from some familiar and well-connected forged worlds. Some battle barges pursue speed and flexibility, which is similar to the level of battlecruisers in this aspect. Some pursue strong ships and powerful guns, which is similar to normal battleships. Some are designed with aircraft carriers in mind. But because it is custom-built, many of its ship performance conditions are different. Some powerful battle barges that are willing to spend more money and do not care about cost-effectiveness can even have the projection capability of an aircraft carrier, the firepower of a battleship, and the speed is not slow. Of course, to achieve this, first of all, you have to accept the custom-built forging world, and the technical capabilities must be excellent enough. On the other hand, the performance of such stacking on a ship is definitely not as cost-effective as using the same money and resources to build 2 or even 3 ships of the same level. In addition, battle barges, or Space Marine-specific warships including strike cruisers, all have a feature: special Space Marine crew positions are set up. From firepower, to ship management, to communication command, there are special positions, which allow Space Marines to directly control the black carapace by connecting to genetic nerve cords. In this way, the performance of the ship can be further improved on the basis of the original hardware. In any case, the manual operation level of mortal crew members is definitely not as good as the direct neural connection of Space Marines. However, the 2 battle barges of Fury and New World Torch are not too extreme. Bai Qifan made a rough judgment through a brief observation and believed that the performance of these 2 battle barges is between battlecruisers and battleships. The firepower is slightly worse than that of the Retribution class, but it also has 2 X-class cannons. The speed is slightly slower than that of the battlecruiser, but not much. At least it can bite. In space, this formed a long, seesaw chase. After running and chasing, Bai Qifan successfully brought 3 battle cruisers to another jump point and made a jump to the south of the star map. Just before they entered the jump state, the 2 battle barges arrived at the jump point with a group of destroyers. They could not catch up. After entering the star tunnel, Bai Qifan's heart, which had been hanging for these days, finally let go a little. Should it be safe? But soon, the navigator sent a message. The enemy did not give up the pursuit. They followed closely, also started the jump engine, and entered the same star tunnel. In the star tunnel, the 2 sides would not fight. There is no concept of space in the star tunnel. The 2 ships are said to be in the same tunnel, but in fact they cannot touch each other. However, this raises another question. The time to complete the star tunnel jump does not depend on the normal speed and flexibility of the ship, but only on the specifications and efficiency of the jump engine. The 3 Holy Grail class ships built by the Alliance all have good jump engines. However, due to the limitation that the battlecruiser's own ship power module is not as large as that of the battleship, some trade-offs need to be made in terms of conventional engines, firepower output, jump engines, energy shields, etc. In this case, the materials used in the jump engine are good, but the specifications are somewhat limited. Generally speaking, The jump engine is important, but not the most important. In the case of trade-offs, the jump engine with a single purpose will often be reduced in specifications and castrated with some performance to save more energy supply for other systems. When the Holy Grail class was designed, this was also done. Then the question is, are the two battle barges on the opposite side, and the Retribution class that is behind, but can reach the jump point in half a day at most, castrated in the jump engine? Don't let it happen that, even though you started the astral jump first, you arrive at the opposite side later than the opposite side. If this happens, it will be a disaster. By then, they will have opened the void shield, and the firepower is ready. As soon as you appear in the real universe, you will immediately start searching for the enemy, locking and opening fire. Their fragile battlecruisers, without having time to open their shields, are about to face the most severe blow. It is not easy to search and explore information in the astral tunnel. However, no matter how difficult the objective conditions are, under Bai Chi-Fan's strict orders, the navigation psychics and astropathic psychics on the three ships are doing their best to search and explore the enemy situation. During the astral transition process of more than 2 days, Bai Qinyan's mood has changed greatly. The main thing is that the situations reported are very different. One moment, it is said that the enemy teleportation is not good, and it is estimated that they will arrive at the target location 1 day later than our side. But before Bai Qifan can be happy for a while, the next message is the latest revision of the exploration situation. The enemy speed is faster than our side, which makes him nervous again. Sometimes, even the astropaths and navigators often give different situation reports. It was not until the entire teleportation journey was almost over that the information gradually unified. Both sides should arrive at the target location at about the same time. Bai Qifan was not very satisfied with this answer. What does almost mean? How much difference is there? The time after completing the jump is a very precious golden moment. 5 minutes or 10 minutes difference may not seem to be enough for the warship to turn around at ordinary times. But at this golden moment, it is the difference between life and death. If others arrive 10 minutes earlier than you, then when you come out, you will face a group of enemy ships with shields turned on. If you arrive 10 minutes earlier, not only can the shield be turned on, but after switching to the conventional engine, you will have 10 more minutes to increase the speed and prevent the enemy ships from catching up. However, the psychics really had no way to come up with an exact time. Bai Qifan couldn't continue to force them. What's the point of forcing them? Putting a knife on their necks? Forcing them to tell a time? That would just be nonsense. Judging based on wrong information would lead to bigger problems. He could only plan for the worst-case scenario. And when the warship arrived in the real universe after the jump was completed, this worst-case scenario really happened. The enemy ship was right in front of us. The two battle barges of the Fury fleet, and the fleet they led, arrived first. When Bai Qifan saw the silhouettes of the two giant ships, they appeared on the observation screen of the bridge command center, his heart almost stopped. However, the next moment, he realized that there was a chance of survival. The shields of the enemy ships were not lit. Only a few patrol ships were lit. This meant that the enemy might have arrived a little earlier than them. There is still a chance. He stood in the center of the bridge, clenching his fists tightly. He said nothing, and did not issue any orders at this time, because there was no need. In the past few days, all the relevant plans had been arranged. The moment they arrived in the real universe, the shield system and the engine system were already fully activated. Everyone on the ship knew what they should do, and they all knew that this was a life and death race. If the ship exploded, no one would survive. At the critical moment, the opponent's shield had not yet lit up, but the artillery fire had taken the lead and bombarded the Alliance ships. The opponent chose to concentrate their strength first and open the firepower system. Chapter 551, Unknown Battle Group. Under the fierce firepower of the two battle barges, the 3 Alliance battlecruisers were damaged again. The opponent did not prioritize starting the engine and shield, but chose to concentrate on opening the firepower system first, complete target locking and concentrated fire, which was very eager for quick success. But it was also effective. Under the damage, Bai Qifan, as the fleet commander, realized that the situation was almost desperate. Although, the 3 battlecruisers started their engines and shields afterwards, but the flying wing among them suffered considerable damage in the previous attack. Moreover, this time, it was not so lucky that the damage of the flying wing had an impact on the speed. After the 3 battlecruisers started their engines, they began to run away. The two battle barges of the Fury fleet chased them closely and opened fire fiercely before they were pulled away. Of course, the three battlecruisers did not just run away without fighting back. Aren't you taking a risk by opening the firepower and engines first, which caused the shield to open slowly? This is also a good time to counterattack. The two battle barges were also hit hard by several shots. However, the flagships of these two regiments were no worse than regular battleships in terms of armor. Even without shields, one ship was hit by one shot, and the other was hit by two shots. But there was no particularly obvious problem. Then, when the shield was opened, it was even more so. This further proved that Bai Chifan's previous judgment was completely correct. Relying on three battlecruisers, there was no way to confront the enemy head-on. But what was worse was that during the subsequent pursuit and escape, the Alliance damaged flying wing not only failed to solve the problem, but the power damage was getting worse and worse. According to the report, in the last shot, not only was one engine compartment damaged, but also several areas where the damage control technical teams were located were affected by the internal explosion, resulting in serious casualties. The lack of manpower to be deployed in time made it impossible to control the loss of the ship in the first place. And even with the intense operation of subsequent ships, the loss became more widespread. In this situation, Bai Chifan was faced with a very painful choice. Should he give up the flying wing? If the Raging Owl, which he was riding in person, and the Kuroga next to it, went at full speed, they could get rid of the pursuit of the Raging Flame fleet. But in that case, the increasingly damaged flying wing would be left behind and would surely die. But if they continued to cover each other, the entire fleet, which was seriously slowed down, would probably be entangled by the two Space Marine battle barges all the way to the jump point, and there would be no way to get rid of them. Before the jump point, it is estimated that it can barely stay within the maximum range of the enemy shooting range, which makes the enemy hit rate generally not high. But when it comes to the jump point, when it comes to entering the jump state and switching engines, that is the critical moment. If it cannot get rid of the enemy, it is possible that all three warships will be destroyed together. What should I do? Give up one ship and save the other two? Or take the risk and go with all three ships? Bai Chifan's anxiety made him feel a little numb. But then, an unfamiliar communication request was received. Are you a ship of the Alliance? A voice with a strange accent, and a rather hoarse voice, as the signal was connected, sounded throughout the center of the bridge. At the same time, in front of Bai Chifan, on a virtual screen, the face of the speaker appeared. The reason for the quotation marks is that the other party was wearing a helmet, and the face could not be seen. However, the helmet itself was already very recognizable. It was the helmet of the Space Marine Mk.8, the Skyhawk power armor. However, this set of paint was something Bai Chifan had never seen before. The most common and only Space Marine he had seen was the Phoenix. There were 100 Space Marines in each of his three battle cruisers. At this moment, the Space Marine that appeared in front of him was only the head, so he could not see the whole body paint. He could only see a silver-gray helmet with a touch of blood on the forehead. The strange Space Marine and the emotionless and cold words made Bai Chifan a little nervous. But because of this special change, he also had some hope in his heart. He admitted, "Yes, we are an alliance, excuse me." Before he could finish his question, the other party interrupted him, and asked the next question, "Are the two traitors, the Fury and New World Torch, chasing you?" Hearing the word traitor, Bai Chifan felt more at ease. He replied, "Yes, excuse me." But this time, he still couldn't ask the question. The other party silently cut off the communication. Bai Chifan was confused. What was going on? Now, he could roughly judge from the word traitor that this group of unknown space warriors, who appeared out of nowhere, should be from his own camp. But other than that, he knew nothing. Who are they? Where did they come from? What is their purpose? How strong are they? Can they help him? All are unknown. But the unknown has its advantages. Given the current situation of the fleet, any help would be good. 5 minutes after the communication ended, the astropathic psychic sent a message. A fast fleet was detected, and it suddenly appeared on the side of the ships of both sides. On these silver-gray painted ships, there was a large blood-red shark profile. They didn't have many ships, only 8, but there were almost no small boats. The leading one was really like a huge shark cruising in space, which should be a battle barge. The other 7 were all strike cruisers of the Space Marines. The Alliance also has some strike cruisers, which belong to the Phoenix Regiment sequence and are directly allocated to the regiment for use. But they must accept the joint leadership of the Alliance Navy. So Bai Chifan can recognize this type of ship. Strike cruisers are superior to Moon-class cruisers in terms of firepower, mobility, etc. And as a ship exclusively for Space Marines, they are also equipped with equipment that can only be used by genetically modified Space Marines for neural connection. Except that the thickness of the armor may be slightly worse than that of the Moon-class. The strike cruiser is almost superior to the Moon-class in all aspects. And this fleet, the moment it appeared, had a clear goal. It was heading for the Raging Flame fleet behind. Bai Chifan was overjoyed. There was salvation. But then, he fell into hesitation again. Even so, can they win? It's hard to say. If we calculate this way, excluding small and medium-sized ships, and only looking at the main large ships, it's now 4-2. 3 of our own battlecruisers can fight against 1 battle barge, and this group of new unknown space warriors will trade 1 for 1 with another. From this point of view, the strength of both sides is roughly equal. However, the number of the opponent's Moon-class strike cruisers is greater than that of the unknown regiment. It also brought more than 30 destroyers and fast frigates. In the confrontation, it is not only about the comparison between the main battleships, but also the strength of the entire fleet. Our side is inferior. Moreover, Bai Chifan did not forget that the enemy also has a battleship and a larger fleet. But because of the slow speed, it is struggling to chase behind. But if the current battle lasts a little longer, and the 2 sides fight back and forth, it may be possible to delay until the other battleship arrives at the battlefield. At that time, the battlefield situation will change instantly. In this case, looking at the unknown warship rushing towards the enemy, can we run away first? In the communication just now, they neither reported their identities nor asked for any cooperation from the Alliance fleet. Right. Then we retreated. It didn't seem like a big deal. While this unknown regiment was fighting the enemy, I led my team to run away. Wouldn't that be safe? Wouldn't I have achieved his most desired goal of preserving 3 battlecruisers at the same time? However, others helped me, and I led my team to escape, betraying my allies. This really embarrassed Bai Chifan. Although, as a general, it is common sense that a merciful general cannot lead an army. If you need to cut off your arm, you should cut it off. What's more, it is the arm of the allies that is cut off, not your own. However, from the perspective of interests alone, it is not very appropriate to do so. On the one hand, it is a matter of the Alliance reputation. On the other hand, if they sell off this unidentified but seemingly friendly force, will the Alliance ships be safe? If the Fury fleet destroys or repels this unknown war band at a relatively low cost, they may have to continue to pursue them. Since the flying wing is already lame, they may still be caught up. In addition, if they run away, what if the unknown warband sees that the Alliance is so disloyal and stops fighting? Moreover, if this is a friendly force, we can add a battle barge as the core fleet, and a group of unknown number of space warriors to join our camp to fight against the Fury Legion together, which will be of great help in future battles. Helping, we will gain. Not helping, we'll lose. Helping is risks. Not helping also is risks. After weighing the pros and cons, Bai Chifan put aside his hesitation and made a decision: hack him. Of course, if we want to do it, we don't have to be stupid and turn around and charge back. But just go for it. We still need to be strategic. Battlecruisers, we still need to play to their own advantages. It is quite foolish to engage in a head-on battle with an enemy that is obviously stronger than us in frontal combat. The 3 battlecruisers began to maneuver, and gradually distanced themselves. The Kuroga protected the damaged flying wing, and cruised together on the edge of the battlefield, pulling and firing at the extreme distance. As long as the enemy target is not on them, they will suddenly close the distance, and attack the enemy with stronger firepower, making it impossible to ignore their threat. But once the enemy target turns to them, they will immediately move away, through mobility, and avoiding the enemy best range, in exchange for higher survivability. This pulling and fighting style is a classic tactic developed from the characteristics of battlecruisers. This tactic is also contemptuously called the fly tactic by naval theorists of the decisive battle doctrine. It sounds bad, but it is somewhat vivid. The fly tactic is not only used by battlecruisers. All ships or formations with insufficient frontal combat power, but excellent maneuverability can adopt this tactic. However, if the battlecruisers are flies, then this fly is a bit big, and when it bites people, it is not as light and harmless as flies and mosquitoes. As for the other Alliance warship, the Angry Owl, which was commanded by Chiefon himself and served as the captain, broke away from the previous formation and stuck behind the Grey Fleet. This is another use of the battlecruiser. No matter what kind of ship it is, except for aircraft carriers, the closer the distance, the stronger the firepower it can exert. After all, it takes time for the firepower to hit the target, and it is not the result of firing immediately. Even the light spear is no exception. The closer, the higher the accuracy of firepower lock, which also means less room for dodging. Battlecruisers are relatively fragile, and their firepower is not as good. So how to play the firepower advantage? Get closer. But when you get closer, the space for maneuverability becomes smaller, and the problem of vulnerability is magnified. So what should you do? Find a big brother who can take the lead in the front. The best condition is of course to have a battleship in the front. Then the battlecruiser can steal and output unscrupulously in the back, exerting the firepower of half a battleship, but not getting beaten. If that doesn't work, find a bunch of frigates in the front. Although the frigates will be lost, it is cheaper, and it is better than letting the battlecruiser get beaten. And now, Chiefon wants to do this. He regards the battle barge of the Grey Fleet as his big brother. He wants to turn the Angry Owl into the opponent's shadow, accompanying its actions and enhancing firepower. Whatever the battle barge of the Grey Fleet targets, then the Angry Owl will follow. Under coordinated operations, they seek to reduce the number of enemies quickly. In order to achieve better coordination, Chiefon tried to contact the Grey Fleet many times. If both sides can keep in touch at all times, then the coordination between them will definitely become better. However, almost all his communication requests were rejected. However, the Grey Fleet did not resist his arrival. It was as if they were saying, "You can do whatever you want, but don't expect me to cooperate with you. Just don't get in my way." Chiefon was a little helpless. This unknown war group that suddenly appeared was really unique. However, he had no other choice. Now, he had to do his best to cooperate with them. Do the best you can. The Raging Owl followed the battle barges of the Grey Fleet and concentrated its firepower on the Triumphal Fire, the flagship of the Raging Flame Regiment. In addition, the Kuroga and the Winged, which were engaged in a tug-of-war in the distance, were also targeting the Triumphal Fire. Although, due to the problem of the fly tactics, their firepower was not concentrated and the hit rate was not high. But as two battle cruisers, they were definitely useful. The Triumphal Fire must have tried its best to fight back. Another flagship of the New World Torch, the Torchlight, was also fiercely attacking the flagship of the Grey Fleet. However, their firepower only lasted for a short while, and suddenly stopped halfway. The movements of the entire ship became chaotic and slow, as if it was sick or drunk. Chapter 552. Blood Shark in Space. The flagship of the New World Torch Regiment became confused and slow in the fierce battle. There is a reason they were boarded. This sounds a bit strange. The flagship of a complete space marine regiment was boarded? Aren't they usually boarding others? If the one who boarded was another space marine regiment, it would seem to be acceptable. In particular, this regiment is famous for being crazy. Chiefon, commander of the Alliance fleet, could not recognize this gray-painted regiment. But Wang Meisong, the commander of the New World Torch, could recognize it. The Blood Shark Regiment. This regiment was unknown in the entire Empire 130 years ago. No one even knew that there was such a regiment in the Empire. However, during the Bohemia Rebellion 130 years ago, the Blood Shark Regiment made its debut and participated in the counterinsurgency operation. However, at that time, the Blood Shark Regiment stood on the side of Iron Fury Stone. When the political situation on Holy Terra changed, the three regiments of Bohemia, Starbreaker, and Phoenix were found guilty. At first, these three regiments did not surrender. The three regiments fought against Iron Fury Stone in the Nepeta Star region next to the Princess Star region, which was the original base of Bohemia, and at the same time, they contacted friends everywhere to try to reverse the political situation on Holy Terra. It cannot be said that there was no effect. At least, as one of the founding chapters, the Phoenix was quite sympathetic to the situation suffered by its three brothers. They could not leave directly, but they were also prepared to leave, and continue to move in Holy Terra, to exert their own political influence, and even sought a seat for the Lord of the Supreme Council. The seat at that time did not include the Space Marine representative. It was the Phoenix chapter that sold its face everywhere, kicked a High Lord down, and replaced it with its own. However, as these political negotiations were advancing rapidly and things began to improve, the battlefield situation in the Spider-Web universe suddenly changed. The combined forces of the three war groups, Bauhinia, Starbreaker, and Phoenix, were defeated on the front battlefield. Objectively speaking, this was inevitable. The three war groups of Iron Fury Stone had military strength that was absolutely overwhelming against the Bauhinia and other war groups. But at that time, Iron Armor did not dare to show too openly that he had a lot of reincarnations. They did not seem to have so many people 100 years later. There is indeed a military advantage, and it is huge. However, the Bauhinia 3rd Regiment also understands this, since they hope to hold on until the political environment changes. They are also firmly implementing relevant strategies, and will not easily go out to fight. In theory, they adopt a flexible defense and a strategy of focusing on holding on. After all, they have 3 standard regiments. If they cannot win, they will not collapse too quickly. This was indeed the case at the beginning, until the Blood Shark Regiment appeared. They emerged from the gloomy darkness, calling themselves the Blood Shark Regiment. They claimed that they had heard the call from the center of the Empire, and came to quell the rebellion. Iron Fury Stone questioned their identity at first, a regiment that had never been heard of before. More importantly, these people did not like to communicate with the outside world. They looked even more solemn after meeting each other, and people could even smell a faint smell of blood. They looked suspicious no matter how you looked at them. However, they did produce a series of documents about the establishment of their regiment, authorization, mission description. This series of documents is very old, and such things are generally regarded as their own history and sacred objects by each regiment, so they are well preserved. The think tanks of the Iron Armor Regiment studied them and believed that these documents were real. However, the Empire has lost the relevant records and cannot be compared. Iron Armor has never encountered such a situation. But obviously, Iron Armor is not a conservative and rule-abiding war band. What's wrong with someone coming to help fight? Not to mention that it is a war band with unknown origins, but a real identity. Even if a group of renegade war bands really came to help, Iron Armor would probably accept them. Soon, Iron Armor was surprised by its decision. The combat effectiveness and fighting style shown by the Blood Shark war band were very amazing and efficient, even to the point that Iron Armor was surprised. Their style can be summarized as a fast strike force. They rarely engage in any kind of protracted battle, preferring to rely on extremely high speed or stealth to approach the target and attack the enemy as unexpectedly as possible. Whether in fleet battles or in space marine battles, this is true. Their ships also have some lost special technology, which can achieve a certain degree of invisibility, making it difficult to be observed in advance. During the attack, they will try to quickly approach the enemy, engage in hand-to-hand combat with the opponent, or unleash their firepower at close range. So in addition to their standard weapons, they also carry a few chainsaw axes, power axes, and other weapons that are a bit excessive by normal standards, to tear apart enemies in close combat. Their fighting style is extremely efficient, but also extremely brutal. Their attacks are fast and fierce, inflicting the most damage possible in the shortest time. If any enemies survive, they simply hide and disappear and attack again, continuously killing the surviving enemy units, until the enemy can no longer resist and faces destruction. Once the enemy in front of them is slaughtered, they will move to the next target without stopping, and repeat this process again and again, until there is nothing alive around them, and only the remains of their slaughter. The Space Marines of the Blood Shark are generally very taciturn, cautious and vigilant, but they will show a significant change in battle, showing extremely bloodthirsty violent outbursts, frantically chopping down or blasting their enemies. The commanders issued orders through encrypted and blocked radio networks. They would not say anything to the enemy or friendly forces during the battle, unless it was extremely necessary. This silence formed a particularly sharp contrast with their violent killing of the enemy, and even their preference for dismembering the enemy on the spot, chopping the body into pieces, and splashing blood. When they did this, they did not even shout and scream to vent their anger, but just chopped silently with one axe after another. Strange silence. With the help of this elusive regiment, which was very good at surprise attacks, the situation that the Bauhinia Blossom Regiment 3 could still maintain was broken in an instant. The sudden attack stupefied the 3 regiments. They had never seen such a regiment and enemy, let alone received intelligence about another regiment. In several surprise attacks, the Blood Sharks achieved great results. And every time they made a hole in the defense line, the Iron Fury Stone Regiment 3 would rush in fiercely with superior forces. After several similar battles, the Bohemia 3rd Regiment collapsed and inevitably surrendered. This also made the Phoenix Regiment's political efforts come to naught. The target they wanted to save was no longer savable. In general, the main factor in the collapse of the Bohemia 3rd Regiment on the front battlefield must be the absolute superiority of the Iron Fury Stone 3rd Regiment. Their strength was almost 4 times that of the Bohemia 3rd Regiment. However, no one can ignore the special role played by the Blood Shark Regiment in this. What is particularly impressive is their bloody and cruel fighting style. Many chapters do not care much about the lives of mortals, whether enemies, friendly forces, or civilians. But even among the Space Marines, the Blood Sharks are particularly excessive in this regard. In the process of pursuing military goals, they have repeatedly shown complete disregard for the casualties of civilians affected. There will be no effortless help if there are injured civilians lying on the ground where they are moving forward and being stepped on. They will not change their pace for this. And it is no big deal to step on them. This point is also quite controversial. Until later, after the Imperial scholars of Holy Terra studied some historical documents in depth, they found some evidence about the Blood Sharks from some ancient battles, even some myths, epics, ancient operas, fables. There is nothing with them as the protagonist, but in the background of some stories, it is mentioned that about 4,000 years ago, a war group called Blood Sharks was established. They were sent to the space where there were no interstellar tunnels, and where they could not communicate directly with the star language, to make endless voyages and to slaughter and ravage the enemies of humanity. There was no mercy for traitors, aliens and turncoats, and they were uprooted from their own territory. Of course, there were reports about them from time to time in the various border star regions of the Empire, but they were not very important, and were ignored by the masters on Holy Terra. Although these sources of documents, each of them had a low credibility, and were not officially recorded history. But these isolated works from almost the same period mention the same thing, and made consistent descriptions of the similarities in the image information and certain details of the regiment's actions. For example, they all mention that the Blood Shark Regiment showed a ferocious but thoughtful cruelty, and the missions they were established and sent to perform were also consistent. All these elements are consistent with the performance of the Blood Shark Regiment in the Bohemia Rebellion. And from this perspective, the credibility is acceptable. After all, thousands of years have passed, and the history is long. The Empire has lost a lot of historical records. Therefore, the Empire basically recognized the Blood Shark Regiment after that. However, in the late period of the Purple Gold Flower Rebellion, when the war was basically declared over, the Blood Shark Regiment and the Iron Armor Regiment had a series of conflicts. The Blood Shark Regiment is cruel, bloodthirsty, cold, but poor. This is easy to understand. As an expeditionary regiment, a ship-based regiment, it has no conscription world, no fixed income, and it roams around in the known universe every day, and conducts endless expeditions and voyages in the dark universe outside the Empire's territory. How can it not be poor? But they are poor in a unique way. Ordinary equipment, and even ammunition supplies are quite scarce, and there are few servants and mortal auxiliary troops in the chapter, but there are quite a lot of cutting-edge equipment, and even the models of power armor are varied. Some are new, but more are various old, ancient models, and the styles are extremely inconsistent. The chapter collects the equipment it needs through the Grey Tax, that is, by using the technological relics found in the outer domain, and exchanging the equipment and ammunition needed by the chapter with the Mechanicus or other industrial worlds. The Warband uses the Red Tax to replenish soldiers and mortal auxiliary troops and servants, which is to select a planet to capture able-bodied men. The Warband has always been relatively poor, and the armor of the warriors has always been pieced together. After fighting for the Iron Armor Warband, the Blood Sharks should collect the Grey Tax and the Blood Tax. At first, the Iron Armor expressed their willingness to pay, compared with other people's military exploits. What's wrong with giving some money? However, the Blood Sharks have their own rules. They collect money according to the proportion of the planets they have conquered. The numbers were a bit too much, beyond Taikai expectations. Taikai tried to negotiate, but Blood Shark didn't know what negotiation was. This wasn't a reward, it wasn't a deal, it was a tax. Do I need to discuss the collection of taxes with you? There's no need to borrow someone else's hand to collect taxes, just do it yourself. Get equipment, grab spoils, grab people, directly conscript a large number of people on some planets that Taikai cares about, and conduct a recruitment activity with a very high mortality rate. Taikai was irritated, and some conflicts broke out between the two sides. In the end, the Blood Sharks retreated with a number of taxes that they were not satisfied with, and returned to the darkness. In the 130 years since the Bauhinia Rebellion, the Blood Sharks seemed to appear more frequently. But it may also be that after becoming famous, people paid more attention to them and cared more about them. They still acted as they pleased, acting in the outer domains, occasionally appearing in the Empire, but their whereabouts were uncertain, making deals with different Mechanicus, collecting blood taxes in different worlds. Besides, it is to make trouble for the Grudge Iron Armor. After the outbreak of the Princess Rebellion 6 years ago, the Iron Armor Regiment has been on alert, wondering if this grudge, which occasionally comes to cause trouble, but is strong and cruel enough to make people feel scared, will emerge and become an enemy. But for 6 years, they have not made any moves. Until today, the unlucky one is not the Iron Armor, but the New World Torch. The Torchlight was boarded by the Blood Shark. As the flagship of the regiment, the ship had 400 New World Torch warriors on board. Through some unstoppable and even unpredictable psychic transmission technology, the Blood Sharks that boarded the ship quickly attacked multiple key parts of the ship. For a moment, Wang Mengsong couldn't even figure out how many Blood Sharks boarded his ship, before he gathered his men to surround and kill these boarders. The ship's multiple firepower centers, artillery locations, and ship control nodes were attacked. Those places soon became lifeless, either lost, or were blown up from the inside. This is why the entire Torchlight was half paralyzed not long after the battle began. But after all, the ship was not scrapped, and the main force of the Torch warriors on the ship was still there. However, as time went on, the situation eased. Wang Mengsong urgently deployed troops, and the auxiliary troops and space warriors on the ship were chasing and intercepting. And the Blood Sharks that boarded the ship were roughly divided into 5 or 6 areas. However, it is hard to say whether the Blood Sharks were forced to split into 5 or 6 teams, or whether this was their original organizational situation. In particular, there was a Blood Shark team that was separated near the core engine compartment, which was particularly worrying. If they were carrying some high-energy bombs and detonated them in the core engine compartment, the consequences would be disastrous. Wang Mengsong personally led people to encircle and suppress them. Chapter 553. Blood Shark Slaughter Torch. The Shura-like scene in front of him made Wang Mengsong feel uncomfortable. He personally gathered 200 space warriors, divided them into 2 teams, and targeted the Blood Sharks that had approached the core engine area of the Torchlight. According to the current reports, the number of Blood Sharks in this area is estimated to be between 50 and 100. The team of 200 people should be able to form a clear numerical advantage. 100 warriors, led by Wang Mengsong himself, followed behind the enemy, and the other 100 were stationed on the only way to the core engine compartment to block the enemy. When the Blood Sharks were blocked by the 100 torch fighters stationed there, Wang Mengsong's team would arrive later. At that time, they would attack from both sides. Wouldn't they be able to annihilate the enemy? Wang Mengsong didn't think this would be a problem, especially since the Blood Sharks were heading straight for the target location without any sign of turning. They would be ignited by the torches and burned clean. What he was thinking about was how to continue to mobilize troops after getting rid of the Blood Sharks and concentrate on extinguishing the other places. However, when he actually arrived at the scene, his thoughts were quickly pulled back by the bloody smell in his nose and the cruel scenes in his eyes. Although the Space Marines of the New World Torch had just started, the battle had actually broken out long ago. The mortal auxiliary troops stationed in various parts of the ship were the first wave of units to fight against the Blood Sharks. The mortal auxiliary troops of the regiment were not weak, at least at the level of the Star Army. The direct troops trained by the Space Marines may be stronger, reaching the level of the well-known Star Army. There are also more elite ones. For example, in the training process of the Space Marines, the elimination rate is very high. The eliminated people, as former Space Marine candidates, even if they did not meet the requirements of Space Marines, were still among the best of mortals. 1 in a million. Not to mention, many of them were eliminated not because they were not good enough, but because their Gene C compatibility was not good enough after testing, or they were over the age limit when waiting in line for seeds. They would not be wasted, but would be added to the sequence of the mortal auxiliary army. And even the wealthy regiments would equip them with feedback power armor. They are not as strong as Space Marines, but they are the best among conventional troops. The New World Torch naturally has such personnel reserves. And with the support of iron armor, the New World Torch is not a rich group, but it is not a poor group either. The elites in these auxiliary troops are not too badly equipped. These troops, especially on the flagship Torchlight, are very rich. These elites, even if they cannot withstand the impact of the Blood Shark, should be able to cause some trouble and delay. But it seems that the effect in this regard is not great. What's worse is that the broken pieces of corpses on the ground, mixed with armor and gushing blood, make people tremble. Wang Mengsong immediately recalled the characteristics of the Blood Shark mentioned in the document. Seeing is believing. Anyone who sees it will tremble in his heart. He couldn't help but ask himself, can his own regiment do the same as the Blood Shark? It should. It should be possible. Right? That is, his own regiment will not be like the Blood Shark, making the scene so ugly. The New World Torch, whose bloodline is inherited from the Infinite Chapter, is the kind of chapter that is straight and proper, and has nothing strange about it. They are also proud of this. Although the parent chapter is on the way to beat them up, because of the tragic scene he saw with his own eyes. He had many chaotic thoughts in his mind. And these, because of the fierce gunfire, explosions, and even the loud and tragic screams of the Space Marines before their death. He was pulled back to reality again. The battle has already begun. The 100-man company blocking the Blood Sharks in front should have already fought with the Blood Sharks. Originally, Wang Mengsong was full of confidence. Even if the people he brought with him were not present, relying solely on the blocking troops in front, they should be able to defeat the enemy, or at least be able to resist the attack of the Blood Sharks. Even though the Blood Shark Regiment had shown itself to the world last time, and had achieved a brilliant record, Wang Mengsong had to admit that the individual combat capability of the Blood Shark Regiment might indeed be slightly stronger than that of their New World Torch. But after all, this group of Blood Sharks is only about 50 to 100 people. The New World Torches that are blocking them also have 100 people. It is likely that they are more than the other side. If they cannot win, they can stop them for a longer time. Right? But now, he still feels quite confident. As for his request for the team to speed up, it is definitely not because he is guilty. The New World Torches that are speeding up are also more or less anxious. From the sound, it is hard to say who has the upper hand, but at least the fight is very intense. They were eager to reach the battlefield and support their fighting brothers. However, haste makes waste. Their overly anxious mentality made their formation somewhat loose. This laid the seeds of disaster. When they passed through a narrow passage that was very close to the battlefield, the partition walls on both sides were suddenly blown open. The anxious New World Torch did not notice the situation in advance. Of course, as Space Marines, their reactions were still very fast. A simple bomb trap, if it is not powerful enough, it is not realistic to cause serious casualties to them. However, when their formation became more scattered due to the explosion, more than 10 Blood Sharks silently followed the explosion and killed into them. These silent warriors wearing silver-gray breastplates, leg armor and helmets, dark gray shoulders, and a touch of blood on their helmets, with blood-colored shark patterns. Some held double axes, some held giant axes. There were power weapons and chainsaw weapons. They seemed to have a special preference for axes. Among the dozen or so people, most of them were holding axes. Only a few were equipped with power swords, or weapons such as long-handled halberds. They were undoubtedly close combat masters and brutal massacrers. In an instant, they caused terrible casualties, and set off a bloody storm among the crowd of New World Torch. Wang Mengsong saw with his own eyes that in the chaos of his own team that was attacked, there were broken limbs flying in an instant. And he even saw 3 heads flying. This scene made him feel painful and angry. After a Blood Shark cut off the arm of a New World Torch, it immediately launched a series of violent attacks, and in a short moment, it had already slashed the opponent's chest armor, leg armor, and helmet several times, almost ensuring that the opponent would no longer be able to resist, and if not dead, he would be seriously injured. However, the Blood Shark had no intention of stopping, as if it would not stop until it cut off a few more pieces of the body. Enough! With a loud shout, Wang Mengsong had already rushed to the back of the Blood Shark. The Blood Shark turned his head, staring at the captain of the torch with scarlet eyes, and slashed at him with his 2 axes without stopping. As the captain of the torch, Wang Mengsong's strength level was naturally not bad. He held a long-handled war hammer with fire in his hand. This was the sacred object of the New World Torch, and it was also a weapon that only the captain of the torch could wield. When the weapons of both sides came into contact, the heavy force made the Blood Shark warrior completely unable to withstand it, and he was directly knocked off balance. The flame suddenly expanded in an instant, and enveloped the Blood Shark in the next moment. After a loud explosion, the flames gradually dissipated. The Blood Shark had already fallen to the ground, and the long-handled war hammer burning with fire was being lifted from his sunken chest. Furious, Wang Mengsong did not stop for a moment, and immediately ran to the next Blood Shark. And then in 3 or 4 moves, he also knocked the second one to the ground. Then, the third one. The remaining Blood Sharks were also killed quickly. There were 29 bodies lying on the ground, 12 of which were Blood Sharks, and the remaining 17 were not complete, and were the brass and orange-red painted warriors of the New World Torch. Looking at this ratio, it seems that there is not much difference between the two sides. The New World Torch was still blown up, and it was the side that was attacked. However, the difference in manpower between the two sides is 10 times. There were only 12 Blood Sharks in the attack, although none of them survived, before they all died in battle, facing 10 times the number. And with Wang Mengsong, a champion-level warrior of the regiment, they still chopped down more New World Torches than themselves. This is enough to show their strong fighting power. In addition, the goal of these Blood Sharks was also achieved. They blocked Wang Mengsong's team for a long time. Wang Mengsong also understood this. Without time to sigh, he left a few people to take care of the wounded, and took the remaining 70 people to continue to rush to the battlefield, which was not far away. When he arrived, he found that the battle situation was already quite bad. The number of Blood Sharks did not exceed expectations. Wang Mengsong took a glance and roughly judged that there were about 60 Blood Sharks in total, and there were still 40 alive at this time. But the bad thing was that the New World Torch, which originally had 100 people, was responsible for blocking here. But now there were only 60 left. With superior forces, they were still beaten to a 1-to-2 exchange ratio. Wang Mengsong couldn't tell whether he should be angry at the enemy's strength or hate his own people's incompetence. The difference in strength between the two sides was indeed obvious. But it was not only that made him uncomfortable. He also saw the figure of a Blood Shark team leaving the blockade. They had disrupted the line of the Torch Company responsible for blocking them. The main force was here to drag the people of the New World Torch. But they still had time to send a small team out to work. What were they doing? Don't worry about Cohen, there is no doubt that they were going to blow up the core power compartment. Wang Mengsong immediately gave orders, said people to chase them. But there were 2 Blood Sharks trying to stop the pursuit. The torch leader roared angrily, and rushed up personally, and at the cost of being hit by an axe, he hammered the 2 Blood Sharks that blocked the way to death. There were 3 Blood Sharks going to blow up the engine compartment, and the New World Torch's pursuit team had 10 people, one of whom was a company commander, and there were 2 company champions, should be able to stop them. Right? There was no time to think, he was already in the battle. With him, and the 60 people he led, the advantage in manpower was even more obvious. In the end, they still won, killing nearly 30 Blood Sharks at the cost of about 20 casualties. After the battle, Wang Mengsong took off his helmet. He was panting heavily, and his head was covered with blood. In the whole battle, he killed a total of 9 Blood Sharks. But he also paid a heavy price. His helmet was chopped off, and there were 2 deep scars on his skull, which were constantly bleeding. His left hand was a little limp, because when he had to use his elbow to block a blow, his bones were cut off. His left arm was only supported by a layer of skin and a layer of armor, which kept it from falling off, and it was hanging to the side. If Wang Mengsong had not rushed into the Blood Shark pile himself, he would not have ended up like this. Each Blood Shark had a very strong individual level, not to mention that among the 2 he killed, there were also 2 company champions, who even reached the level of company commanders. If he didn't lead the way, he might still win, but his losses would probably not be 20, but 10 more. But he couldn't care about his own injuries and the casualties of his team for the time being. He called anxiously on the communicator, calling for the team to stop the enemy from blowing up the power cabin. He hoped to get good news. However, there was no sound on the other end of the communicator. He had a bad feeling in his heart. But since there was no explosion, is it possible that they were just fighting hard and had no time to connect? Boom! The violent explosion interrupted Wang Mengsong's thoughts. He, and the New World Torches around him, were blown away one after another. The core engine compartment exploded. He fell hard to the ground, and after more than 10 seconds, Wang Mengsong struggled to get up. What came into view was a sea of fire. The explosion of the core engine compartment did not directly destroy the torchlight, nor did it kill Wang Mengsong and the more than 100 soldiers he led. However, this does not mean that the torchlight can survive. After the core engine was destroyed, the power of the entire warship was instantly reduced to a terrible level, almost to the point where it could not move. At the same time, because the energy output dropped instantly, the void shield of the ship was affected and suddenly disappeared. Of course, the torchlight still has multiple secondary energy engines. If there is no combat pressure, it can use a slower speed, or simply be towed away by other ships and returned to the factory for repairs, and it can probably be saved. But now, how could they give it this opportunity? The Blood Shark fleet, which had been attacking the triumphant flame, suddenly turned its guns and fired at the torchlight. Take advantage of its weakness, kill it. We must blow it up. The Alliance ships also changed their targets and opened fire. In the end, a battleship level, the flagship of a regiment, the Torchlight battle barge, was blown into a piece of space junk. At the same time, the triumphant flame also retreated. In this battle, they were no longer able to defeat the enemy. The Blood Shark group that suddenly appeared was a bit too fierce. Not to mention being boarded again, even in a naval battle, after losing a battle barge, the balance of victory was no longer on their side. Politis decisively chose to leave. Retreating all the way, and entangled all the way, he at least managed to hold on until he joined up with the battleships that had completed the jump and arrived in this galaxy. The Alliance fleet and the Blood Shark fleet did not continue to chase. However, Politis could feel a strong smell of blood surrounding his fleet. The group of man-eating sharks that smelled the smell had no intention of leaving. The threat currently faced by the Fury fleet has not yet been resolved. Chapter 554, Who Can Save Him? Wang Mengsong, lying in the medical room, looked at the ceiling, letting the pharmacist work on his broken arm without saying a word. Captain, the examination is over. The pharmacist stood up and said, although your arm has been reattached, the injury still has some impact. It is estimated that the flexibility will decrease by 8% and the strength will decrease by 6%. Wang Mengsong was silent. The left arm was broken and then reattached. Even with advanced technology and the powerful physical recovery ability of the Space Marines, it is still not as good as the original configuration at the beginning. But what can he do? Just use it first. If it doesn't work, the worst case scenario is that he can learn from some war bands and completely convert his left arm into a mechanical prosthesis. It's not impossible. Related surgeries are also more mature. He didn't really care about the condition of his left hand. At this moment, he was still thinking about the battle 5 days ago. Although 5 days had passed, the scene of the Blood Shark slashing his battle brother, leaving the blood and body parts on the ground, always stayed in his mind. What impressed him even more was the scene when the torchlight was blown into a pile of space junk in space. He witnessed that scene while riding on a small spaceship that was evacuating the battle barge. His heart was broken. After the engine center was blown up, Wang Mengsong was fully aware of the fact that although the ship did not disintegrate immediately, it was impossible to survive in the battle environment. He had to make a painful decision: abandon the ship and evacuate. The destruction of the torchlight was a foregone conclusion, and the people on board should try not to be buried with it. Ordinary crew members. That's fine. The entire ship originally had 400 New World Torch Space Marines stationed on it, which was equivalent to 1/3 of the entire regiment. If you can evacuate, you should try to evacuate. Time is very tight, and the number of ships that can be used to evacuate personnel is also tight. More importantly, the battle barge is a giant ship with multiple layers, tens of kilometers long and wide, like a complex honeycomb. Previously, the warriors of the New World Torch were still fighting desperately with the Blood Sharks. Now they immediately said they wanted to evacuate. It was not so easy, but the Blood Sharks did not seem to want to continue fighting. Their mission had been completed, and they also wanted to evacuate, after both sides lost their intention to fight to the death. Although it was not ruled out that some people were still fighting to the death. The large-scale substantive battle was over. The arrival of the Blood Sharks was carried out with a special teleportation technology that was considered lost to the Empire, and the same was true for their evacuation. As for the New World Torch, they could only leave by ship. In the end, Of the 400 New World Torch warriors, only 188 evacuated their flagship. This was less than half of the total number. Most of the remaining half died in the confrontation with the Blood Shark, and a few were delayed in the battle, and could not catch up with the evacuation ship. They could only die with hundreds of thousands of crew members and auxiliary troops accompanying this huge battle barge. After taking the escaping spaceship and verifying their identities, Wang Mengsong led the survivors to land on the triumphant fire and met Adler Paulitos. The commander of the Fury Flame had no time to say anything more to him. With the loss of the torchlight, the battle situation had reached an extremely bad state. Paulitos was busy issuing orders one by one, busy reading the reports and documents sent one by one and making replies and instructions. The fleet retreated all the way, completed the reunion with the warship Spark Wings that had jumped over, temporarily forced back the siege of the Blood Sharks, and then started the jump and evacuated. At this moment, the Fury Flame fleet had just left the jump state, and had not been long since entering the real universe. After Wang Mengsong entered the triumphal flame, he only had a quick meeting with Paulitos, and he didn't even have time to communicate. He lay in the medical room, and the pharmacist of the regiment treated his broken arm until today. He also thought about that battle until today. It was not just a battle, but also about the fate of the regiment. He was confused. Since the relocation of the regiment to the Spider Web universe, it has been thriving. It was originally poor, but after 100 years of development, according to the provisions of the Space Marine Code, the strength of the New World Torch is quite standard. There are full-strength warriors, even slightly more than 200 people. He doesn't think there is anything wrong with this. Generally, a regiment has an extra 200 men reserved to make up for the losses of the regular regiment at any time. Isn't that normal? The regiment is fully equipped with all kinds of vehicles needed, and the fleet is also fully built. 20 years ago, the Torchlight, a proper battle barge, was completed. Their history is not that long, and it is on the right track. After the soldiers and horses are strong, they will naturally strive for a longer term. Between the Empire and Iron Armor, he made a careful choice and stood on the side of Iron Armor. He has not regretted it to this day. However, the regiment has suffered heavy losses, and he does not know what the future will be like. While he was thinking, a torch warrior came in with a communicator in his hand. It's Captain Paulitos. Wang Mengsong nodded slightly, took the communicator, and put it to his ear. It's me, Wang Mengsong. Captain Wang Zhan. Next, the New World Torch will obey my command more clearly. All levels of troops and personnel will obey my instructions directly. Do you have any opinion on this? Adler Paulitos did not exchange pleasantries, but spoke directly, without any attempt to evade. Wang Mengsong was silent for a moment, but still responded, okay. I have no opinion. This was expected, and he could not stop it. The other party was originally the general manager of the Southern Front. Now that the New World Torch has encountered a disaster again, the team is living on the other party's flagship. What else can he say? Moreover, from the overall situation, now is not the time to fight each other. Under great pressure, unity is inevitable. As for whether Paulitos will use the New World Torch as cannon fodder, it shouldn't happen. If that really happens, he is not powerless to resist. His arm as the commander of the regiment was only broken, and it was reattached. But he didn't die. However, Paulitos on the opposite side seemed to be a little surprised by his straightforwardness. So he didn't speak at the first time. After a while, Paulitos said, that's it. You rest first. Wait a minute, Wang Mengsong said. What should we do next? The Blood Shark will not give up. Paulitos thought for a moment, and explained his plan to Wang Mengsong. Gu Heng put down the latest battle report in his hand, and said with a smile, are they coming for us? Obviously not. They are hoping that the Alfonso sect can save their lives. Chapter 555. Can the Blood Sharks be captured? The Blood Shark Regiment suddenly appeared in the rear of the Proud Claw Star region, and saved the 3 battlecruisers of the Alliance in a critical moment. That was not an accident or coincidence, but it was within Gu Heng expectations. Just as the Blood Shark Regiment emerged from the darkness, when the Purple Gold Flower Rebellion occurred 130 years ago, they also came this time. When they heard that a rebellion had occurred in a familiar place, and the participants were familiar people, how could the Blood Sharks not join in the fun? After all, they still had a score to settle with the Ironclad. It just so happened that the Ironclad had rebelled, so they could serve the Empire, fight for the Emperor, and at the same time, eliminate the old hatred. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? They emerged from the dark outer domain and appeared in the Mingha star field of the Eastern universe. According to their original intention, they were going to directly enter the core control area of the Iron Fury Stone to fight. They also had no intention of engaging in a head-on battle with the Ironclad. More than 100 years ago, they knew what the Ironclad was like. In a frontal battle, the Blood Sharks, who are so poor that they don't even have enough supplies, can't really withstand the consumption of a long-term battle. Going to the front battlefield, they can't provide much help, and they can't play their strengths. On the contrary, if they can directly enter the core control area of the Iron Armored Core, then they can use the excellent mobility of their fleet and their most proficient fast raid combat style to plunder and attack the enemy rear base and turn the Iron Armored Core's nest upside down. In this way, the help they can provide to the main battlefield may be much greater than if they directly enter the front battlefield to fill the line. However, it is not easy to sail in the dark outer region. Most human ships dare not enter the vast space where unknown wealth is buried. Although it is possible to find precious wealth, it is more likely that they will never come back. Only a few people who are proficient in external development, such as some wandering merchants with development orders, are confident to carry out the huge risk of sailing in the outer region. The Blood Shark Squadron is a typical group with rich experience in outer space navigation. After all, they have been doing this for thousands of years. However, no matter how rich their experience is, the risks of outer space navigation are always real. With their rich experience, they have also deviated from several star regions and arrived at the Mingha star region. Of course, generally speaking, this is not a big problem. They can act in secret, driving the lost technology they got from outer space exploration, keeping the fleet invisible, and driving north along the star map until they reach the spider web universe. And then, they can start working. They did just that. However, in the Mingha star region, their star language tower captured some war intelligence about the frontline battlefield. The encrypted star language communications of the Alliance military were not so easy to hear, but some exchanges between merchant ships and civilian ships could still be captured. They had some interest in this alliance. Can the Blood Sharks fight independently without dealing with anyone else? Of course, they can even say that. They are quite good at fighting this way. After all, in the dark outer realms, where there are no connections to the astral tunnels, where can they find friendly forces? Wouldn't that mean they are always fighting alone? However, in the outer realms, what they have to deal with is often an isolated enemy. It is better not to run back to the Empire and face such a behemoth as the Iron Armored Core. The head of the Blood Shark thought about it and decided to establish some tacit understanding and contact with this alliance. At least, can you give us some supplies and support? After all, we have to fight for the same target. As soon as the information was connected, the units at all levels of the Alliance were quite aware of the importance of this matter. They may not know the value of the Blood Shark Regiment, but after all, it involves Space Marines. The level of information decision-making rose rapidly, and soon rose to Gu Hang. And at that moment, it happened to be when the three battlecruisers, the Wing, the Furious Owl, and the Kuroga, were ambushed and chased. Gu Hang directly agreed to Blood Shark's request for supplies and resources, and generously allocated a batch of very rich assets to Blood Shark. On this basis, he directly made a request, hoping that Blood Shark could help solve the problem of the three battle cruisers being hunted down. If there was no Blood Shark, Gu Hang was actually prepared for heavy losses. His order to Bai Chifan was to take the ships back to Upper East Star, a heavily defended planet, as long as possible, and defend as long as possible until he led the team back. But the appearance of Blood Shark solved this problem. The Blood Shark Regiment did not refuse Gu Hang's request, and did a pretty good job. In the entire southern front, the Alliance had to deal with, to put it bluntly, the combination of the Fury Regiment and the New World Torch Regiment. In the previous battle, the Blood Shark Regiment that unexpectedly appeared basically destroyed the New World Torch Regiment. The loss of a battle barge like Torchlight was of course the heaviest. In addition, those destroyed cruiser-level ships would also be equipped with dozens of Space Marines, adding up this part of the losses. And the Space Marines who died on Torchlight. Gu Hang did not get a specific statistics, but it is estimated that it will not be less than 300. This number is not much different from the actual situation. Gu Hang is very satisfied with this. Of course, he has also heard about the Blood Shark Regiment's previous bad deeds. They don't treat mortals as human beings. This is actually something that the Alliance cannot accept. After all, The alliance is a political force where mortals are in charge. Gu Heng himself is also a mortal. At the same time, Gu Heng would also be concerned, worried about the tradition of blood sharks, blood tax, and gray tax. You come to help me fight. I am very grateful. You need compensation, I understand, and I am willing to pay. But the tradition of blood shark is that the amount is set by them, and it cannot be negotiated, and the collection method is also decided by them. However, under the goal of rescuing 3 battle cruisers, Gu Heng at that time really couldn't care so much. But afterwards, the blood sharks were surprisingly easy to talk to. Gu Heng communicated with a war captain named Alma Ewing. Although he could feel that the other party was very frugal with words, it was not impossible to communicate. Gu Heng tried to discuss the blood tax and gray tax that the alliance had to pay. Although it has not been negotiated yet, at least, the other party was not completely opposed to talking. This was a good start. Gu Heng even thought further, can the blood sharks be taken? Chapter 556, Alliance version of blood tax and gray tax. Gu Heng has set his sights on blood shark. Although he knows that it is not realistic to make blood shark like Phoenix. The Phoenix situation back then was no different from being wiped out, so it would be easy to deal with. Now, blood shark is poor. But in some ways, because of their long-term operations in the Dark Outer Realm, they have obtained many precious lost technologies. From this perspective, they are very rich. But they are reluctant to sell many things. Moreover, they have a full complement of personnel, with at least 600 to 700 people. And their individual combat capabilities are very strong, which can almost be regarded as the most outstanding part of the regular regiments. It is impossible to make them become a part of the alliance like the Phoenix. However, just like many space marine regiments, which have various forces behind them, the alliance can also become a supporter of the blood sharks. This kind of relationship also has levels. Generally speaking, it is just a trading relationship. If it is a little closer, it can be promoted to an employment relationship. If it is even closer, it may be a stable partnership. Among these relationships, no matter which level it reaches, Gu Heng can accept it, even if it is just a trading relationship. It would be nice to buy the good things that Blood Shark got from the aliens in the Dark Outer Domain and the Lost World. There are 2 main concerns in this regard. First, it is the relationship between Blood Shark and Phoenix. But after just a little thought, Gu Heng did not care too much. First of all, the hatred between the 2 groups in the past was not as big as imagined. There must be people from Phoenix who died at the hands of Blood Shark. But the role of Blood Shark is just a mercenary. Just a knife. And the real enemy is still iron armor. Knife, for sure, still hates, but not as seriously. What's more, how can the Phoenix today be the same as it was back then? Not only has the people been completely replaced, but now they have been deeply integrated with the Alliance. In this case, even if they are unhappy, Gu Heng is fully confident that he can appease them. As for the fact that there will still be some conflicts in the future, that is also normal. Just have less contact and less cooperation. On the contrary, the second consideration is more troublesome. The blood shark's tradition of blood tax and gray tax. If they insist on the past tradition, let alone cooperation in the future, I am afraid that there will be chaos right now. But the communication between Gu Heng and Alma Ewing was still normal. He was just a little taciturn. Later, I checked. Oh, they changed their warband leader. 100 years ago, when they fought the Bohemia Rebellion, their warband leader was named Salinas. The reason for changing the warband leader was that the previous warband leader died in most cases. When the blood sharks were active in the Outlands, it was dangerous. So it was not strange to change the warband leader in 100 years. It is not necessarily that only one person has been replaced. The top leader has changed, and the entire regiment maintains its overall style and the regiment culture. It is normal that some details are different from before. 130 years ago, they also suffered losses in this regard. They were allies fighting side by side at the beginning, but ended up becoming enemies with iron armor because of the blood tax and the ash tax. Although the hatred may not change, but who knows? In the past 100 years, they have carefully thought about their original actions. Are they a little inconsiderate? Should they learn from it in the future? In short, no matter what the reason is, the current blood shark, blood tax and gray tax are negotiable. This is very good. Gu Heng believes that the 2 sides have very good conditions for cooperation. From the so-called gray tax, that is, regular supplies, the alliance is undoubtedly, with 2-star regions, thousands of worlds, and multiple strong local industrial manufacturing capabilities. It is possible to supplement all the resources needed by the Blood Shark. Whether they want various types of armor, weapons, regular supplies, or various vehicles, the Alliance can produce them all. There are plenty of them. Even if they need starships, the Alliance may not be able to build battle barges, but there is no problem in making strike cruisers. This stuff is very expensive, so let's see if the Blood Shark can get enough merit to exchange for these things. As for the blood tax, that's even simpler. Don't we just need people? The Alliance can directly provide manpower, even train mortal troops, enter the Blood Shark, and become the Blood Shark's mortal auxiliary army. As long as the Blood Shark wants it, Gu Hang will happily give it to you. The political commissars will be equipped for you. On the other hand, the greater meaning of the blood tax is to select new soldiers for the regiment. This is even more within the scope of Gu Hang expertise. The Phoenix inherits the blood of the Phoenix Regiment, which is a gene seed type with relatively high adaptability requirements. The number of Phoenix sub-regiments has always been small. Unlike the Infinite Regiment, the Punisher Regiment, and the Golden Knight Regiment, which are prosperous. But even so, Gu Hang can cheat through the soldier card system to select the best candidates, and the success rate of implantation is also greatly increased. The Blood Shark Regiment's bloodline is unknown. It is said to be a sub-regiment of the Bat Legion, and the number of people is not large. But because of this, the selection of candidates must be more cautious. Otherwise a failure will waste a seed. Gene seeds are no longer valuable to Gu Hang. On the contrary, the quota of space warriors is his biggest headache. But for any normal regiment, gene seeds are still precious things related to the survival of the regiment. If Gu Hang can provide the best candidates stably, with a high success rate of implantation surgery, even if Blood Shark has many other considerations, it will be difficult to resist the temptation of rapidly increasing the number of its own regiments. As for these candidates, they grew up under the Alliance system, received the Alliance education, and even attended the Shonxi Academy. So what? It's nothing more than the first 10 years of life. For the infinite lifespan of Space Marines, the memories of the mortal stage will always be compressed infinitely small, and eventually replaced by the regiment culture. If Gu Hang were to comment on this, he would say, yes, that's it. In this way, Gu Hang does have a series of methods, which can be effective in the long term or in the short term, and can bring Blood Shark on board. However, the plan for Blood Shark is a slow process. There is no need to be too anxious at the moment. Anyway, they have now accepted Gu Hang identity as the Commander-in-Chief of the Southern Theater, and agree that fighting in this area requires a certain degree of obedience to Gu Hang command. From this perspective, the Blood Sharks are quite loyal to the Empire, and are willing to obey the Empire system. Now, they are also following Gu Hang request, hunting down the Fury fleet and driving them towards Haeong 8. The main fleet led by Gu Hang is waiting for them here. By the way, they are also waiting for the reaction of the Alfonso sect. Chapter 557, The Dispute Between Sects. When the Alliance showed its intention to come to Haeong 8, the contact of the Alfonso sect had already been connected to the Alliance. To be honest, the Alliance and the Alfonso sect have always been in contact. The Alliance has sent many diplomatic envoys to the outside world, including those in the Iron Fury Stone, and Alfonso is no exception. However, before this, the contact between the two sides was bland, and they never talked about anything important, useful, core. There was actually nothing to discuss between the two sides. It was not until the Alliance began to actively attack the Proud Claw Star region that the number of times the Alfonso sect summoned the Alliance ambassador began to increase. And until now, when the Alliance came to Haeong 8, a master sage of the Alfonso sect, riding a small boat, blocked the way of the Alliance fleet. This master sage named Todd Paulson claimed that he could fully represent the Alfonso sect in all matters in the Proud Claw Star region, and was very sincere in having an in-depth exchange with the Alliance to resolve the conflict in the Proud Claw Star region. It was a nice talk. Gu Hang considered the identity of the other party. He was a sage of the main profession after all. He must be a high-ranking figure in the Alfonso sect. He could give him some face. But it was still impossible to stop the Alliance fleet alone. They could talk. While the fleet was talking, the fleet continued to sail towards Haeong 8. Even after Sage Paulson boarded the Alliance ship, he did not even see Gu Hang. He was always just a diplomat of the Alliance, communicating with him. Paulson has always emphasized that the Alfonso sect and the Iron Armored Legion are not allies. That the Alfonso sect has always been firm under the banner of the great god of all machines. and that the Alfonso sect and the Alliance are not hostile. The Alliance did not object to these statements. Even, there was no evidence of the so-called collusion between the Alfonso sect and the Iron Fury Stone. And it was thrown in Paulson's face. There was no point. Paulson could lie with his eyes open and claim that it was fake news. There is no point in arguing about right and wrong. You say you are loyal, then do something truly loyal. The Alliance made the conditions clear. Haeong 8 must fully obey the Alliance arrangements. The armed forces on Haeong 8 must be assembled, accept the Alliance command, and participate in this war. All the ships on Haeong 8 with the emblem of the Alfonso sect must accept the Alliance call, join the Alliance fleet, and obey the assignment. If you meet these conditions, the Alliance will certainly consider you loyal, and can admit that the Alfonso sect is an ally of the Alliance and a comrade in arms standing on the anti-iron armor front. Speaking of this, Paulson hesitated. He could only emphasize that Haeong 8 also needs defense arrangements. The core interests of the Alfonso sect, that is, the Alfonso Star region, is behind the Queen Star region. More than 400 worlds are full of auxiliary legions and naval garrisons of the Iron Armor Legion. The entire sect is in a state of being held at the neck by the Iron Armor knife. It is really willing to kill the enemy, but it is powerless to turn the tide. As the discussion went on, the Alliance also lowered its demands. The Alliance could even accept that the Alfonso sect would withdraw all military forces from Haeong 8 and remove all fleets stationed at the starport. The Alliance wanted this planet to ensure that when they announced that the entire Proud Claw Star region had been conquered, when they needed to deploy full defenses against the possibility that the enemy might invade from the south of the Nepeta Star region, there would not be a big bomb behind them. This was already a very sincere condition. However, Paulson was still talking about other things. They say that Haeong 8 is the hometown of the Knights. The so-called armed forces, that is, the Knights, are actually the local indigenous people. They say that the third Knights of Alfonso, that is, the Haeong Knights, are loyal to the sect. Then why would the sect move all the loyalists away from their hometown? But for the Alliance, if they still don't accept it, then let's fight. The Alliance is determined to take down Haeong 8. Paulson, who was helpless, even threatened, do you want to force the Alfonso sect to rebel? Can your so-called Alliance really bear this responsibility? After hearing these words, Gu Heng just chuckled and asked the receptionist of the Alliance to reply to Paulson. Loyalty to the Emperor is unconditional. Whether the Alfonso sect rebels or not, whether it will rebel or not, has never depended on me or anyone else, but is a fact. After conveying Mr. Gu's opinion, the diplomat of the Alliance once again made it clear that the bottom line of the Alliance would not waver. Haeong 8. Alfonso must let go. Paulson couldn't agree. He claimed to leave and returned to Haeong 8 to discuss with the Haeong Knights. The Alliance did not let him go. There are star language facilities on the ship. You can contact them. As a result, the next day, the servant was in Paulson's room and found that the sage was dead. But soon, after disassembling the body, it was discovered that it was a completely mechanical dummy. Paulson had never come in person from the beginning, and had already made preparations. Even after the spaceship carrying the dummy's body was seized by the Alliance, Paulson was not found inside. After the Alliance technicians and the consultants who came to support the Mingyang sect dissected the body, they believed that Paulson's real body might not be in this galaxy at all. The ruling bishop of the Mingyang sect excitedly believed that this was a technology that allowed people to control a mechanical body from an unknown distance of countless light years, and it was an unconventional lost technology. And he made a formal request to the Alliance. If the war with the Alfonso sect is officially launched in the future, then the captured equipment, prisoners, and technologies of the Alfonso sect must be handed over to the Mingyang sect. The Mingyang sect will not take it for nothing. Aren't we all allies? All of these can be counted as money. If the technology analyzed by the Mingyang sect can be mass-produced, or some products can be produced, then it can be supplied to the Alliance. This is the most typical cooperation model between the Mechanicus and other forces. In the past, the Mingyang sect was not so willing to cooperate with the Alliance in this way. To put it bluntly, it still looked down on the Alliance. However, since the Alliance took out the black box, it was different. In addition, with Wu Jiarong's efforts internally, the Mingyang sect quickly adjusted its attitude towards the Alliance, and began to seriously regard the Alliance as a good partner. Thinking about it this way, if there is a chance to attack the Alfonso sect, the Mingyang sect will be very happy. The Alfonso sect is much stronger than the Mingyang sect, which means that there is a lot of Mechanicus background, which the Mingyang sect can obtain. For this reason, the ruling bishop of the Mingyang sect also hinted that, if necessary, the sect can send a fleet and a Titan legion. Chapter 558, The Battle of the Ocean. The Mechanicus is very realistic. When there is no benefit, they don't want to care about anything, but when there is benefit, they are greedy and rush to share. For the Mechanicus, the biggest benefit is naturally technology, especially the technology of another sect. The relationship between different sects of the Mechanicus is not necessarily very close. Sometimes, heretics are more hateful than pagans. But, the technology of heretics is still very attractive. However, at this stage, the Mingyang sect is still mainly talking. If they really want to fight, they are still a little timid, and can only say that they are willing to send a small number of troops. After all, they have not yet recovered from the Greenskin disaster. The Titan Legion and the Scutarii may have a good combat capability, but the most important thing is the Mechanicus fleet, which is not very good now. The starship production capacity of Jindy Star has been allocated to the Alliance, and they have not accumulated many ships of their own. Moreover, they have changed their view of the Alliance and become actively cooperative. But they are still skeptical about whether the Alliance can really defeat the Iron Armor army and the Guardian army of a powerful sect like Alfonso. Although the Alliance is now unstoppable, who knows what will happen after the main force arrives? Of course, Gu Heng actually looks down on the combat effectiveness of the Mingyang sect. The Mingyang sect's navy is now in a mess and has not recovered yet. As for the army, the Guardian army and the Titan Legion are not bad. But the Alliance does not lack the army. If they honestly engage in production in the rear, it will be a great achievement. If there are some spoils, they will consider leaving some for them. Paulson's visit was just a small episode and did not affect the pace of the Alliance march. When the Fury fleet was forced to act cautiously by the Blood Shark fleet and 3 Alliance battlecruisers, and was heading all the way to Haeong 8, the main fleet of the Alliance had already arrived at the Haeong 8 galaxy. As soon as they arrived, the Alliance ships arrested the industrial ships that were mining in the surrounding asteroid belts on the spot. Afterwards, all Alfonso ships that were operating outside the planet were quickly seized, and those that were running fast were also blocked into the orbit of the planet Haeong 8. Then, the Alliance issued an ultimatum to Haeong 8. The conditions were the same as those discussed with Todd Paulson, the main sage. Full surrender. Then, the Alliance could open a channel, so that the so-called Knight families on the ground could take their own equipment, and a certain number of servants, and board a certain number of ships, and leave Haeong 8. The Alliance attitude is actually very clear. The military action against Haeong 8 is not to attack the living force. The Alliance can also, as Alfonso wishes, temporarily not regard them as enemies. But this planet, you must give it up to me. The deadline given by the Alliance is 3 days. On the 3rd day, Haeong 8 gave a reply. They agreed to the Alliance request. However, they hope that the Alliance can give them more time. After all, countless knights scattered across the planet need to gather together, and everyone has assets to move. It involves an entire planet. So many people, so many materials, and they all need to be transported from a few space elevators or a small number of spaceships. It will take a long time. You can't just agree today and let us all go tomorrow. Right? It's not realistic. The Alliance fully understands this and agrees to give us some time. 1 month, is that okay? The Surface quickly responded, not really, can it be longer? The Alliance generously extended the time by 2 times, and said considerately, if moving is inconvenient, the Alliance can still help. For example, the Alliance can now send a large number of troops to the surface, to help the various Knight families move for free. The Knights don't need to assemble, the Alliance can also send transport ships into the planet's atmosphere, to help everyone transport. In addition, the Alliance engineers can now enter the starport of Haeong 8, optimize the efficiency of the space elevator, and help build 1 or 2 new simple space elevators that can be used temporarily. This statement was once again rejected by the ground. They proposed a new statement, no need to help with the relocation, and the starport cannot be taken over. They asked the Alliance to give them 3 months, and they would be able to solve the problem themselves, and then hand over such a clean Haeong 8 to the Alliance. It sounds good. However, after hearing the news, Yi Lixia immediately found Gu Heng. They are fooling a fool. The Admiral pointed out the problem bluntly. They have no sincerity. They are just stalling for time. Who knows? The main fleet of the Alfonso sect is almost at Vinci Star. The Vinci star she was talking about was the planet close to Alfonso, in the star tunnel connecting the Alfonso star region and the Proud Claw star region. Gu Hang laughed. I agree with you. He looked at the beautiful planet in the distance and said, so, we should do something. Sage, the Alliance attacked our starport without any warning. Got it. I can see it. On the rooftop of the tower. Paulson, covered in a red and black robe, raised his head and looked at the starry sky. His body looked like a hunched old man, however, compared to the guard who came to report, he was as big as a mountain. This was his true body. Hidden under the red and black robe was a mechanical body that had been transformed beyond recognition. His scarlet eyes, which were looking up at the stars at this moment, were of course also modified. He did not need any equipment to directly observe the current battle situation in the near-Earth orbit. The Alliance attack came too suddenly. As the Alliance guessed, they were indeed stalling for time. Agreeing to move was purely fooling the Alliance. Of course, they also considered the possibility that the Alliance would not be fooled. Whether it was on the planet, or the starports and space stations in orbit, they were all loose on the outside and tight on the inside, always ready to be hit directly in the face by the Alliance. However, the speed of this slap in the face was really too fast. The moment before, the Alliance ships were still at the outermost periphery, quietly staying outside the range of the orbital defense firepower, just like the past few days. The next moment, all the ships suddenly started at full power and rushed to the orbital system. The orbital defense system of Haon 8 is not bad, with a star fortress and a fortified starport. If you really want to fight hard, you will have to pay a heavy price. However, the star fortress and starport failed to open fire to stop the Alliance ships in the first place. They were boarded. The Phoenix used teleportation technology to directly jump to these two places. The Alliance teleportation technology really made Paulson feel outrageous. Normally, most psychic teleportation requires a coordinate. For short distances, tens of hundreds of kilometers may not be a problem, and direct transmission is not a big problem. But in interstellar combat, a teleportation is thousands or tens of thousands of kilometers. Generally, to teleport over such a long distance, the ship needs to first launch a torpedo with the teleportation coordinates to the target location. Because it only needs to hit the target, it does not need to cause damage, so the teleportation torpedo can be made very small and not easily intercepted. But there must be such a thing. However, the Alliance teleportation shamelessly does not need these. The real world was directly torn open, and then the red-armored Phoenix rushed out from it. There are two ways to do this. Either there is some advanced teleportation device that can skip this step. Some rare devices unearthed in archaeological excavations that cannot be mass-produced can do this. It is said that Blood Shark has this method. Another way is that the psychic who presides over the teleportation has a special talent and a very strong psychic power. Which kind of alliance is it? Paulson was thinking carefully. He did not think about the battle situation, which was not his business. In fact, both the starport and the star fortress are heavily guarded. There are many elite knights of the Haon Knights on them, with the direct support of a powerful mechanical sect like Alfonso. The Haon Knights are not just a bunch of small garbage sentinel mechas. Those who drive sentinel mechas can only be regarded as servants, and they are not worthy of the title of knights at all. Above the sentinel mechas, there are also servant mechas, which are much smaller than regular knight mechas, but only slightly smaller than the dreadnought mechas of the Space Marines. The Ranger Knights are the main force, and there are many of them. Above the Ranger, there are higher-level knights such as the Revenge class and the Dominance class. These big guys are serious heavy units, but because they are humanoid, unlike heavy armored vehicles such as tanks, they cannot enter many complex terrains. For the Knight mech, unless the place is too small, they can still go even if the terrain is complex. As for the starports and star fortresses on Haon 8, since they are for guarding the home of the Night world, they are naturally specially designed. Many key places are made larger in size to facilitate the movement of the Knight mech. Even if the Space Marines want to deal with it, it is definitely not easy. Perhaps the people of the Phoenix, with the help of the special means of transmission of the Alliance, caused the Star Fortress and the Starport to fall into chaos for a while. But Paulson believed that the number of Space Marines that could be transmitted over was always limited. Right? Could the Space Marines alone kill all the Knights deployed above? He didn't think so. Not to mention that the surface had already reacted and reinforcements were on the way. As long as the Phoenix cannot kill the Knights stationed on the Star Forts and Starports above, then a steady stream of reinforcements will come up. Paulson continued to think about the Alliance means of transmission, how it was achieved, and calculated in his mind whether there were suitable countermeasures. In the future, the number of times to deal with the Alliance, I am afraid it will not be less. If the right means are not found, those Space Marines who can safely, quickly, and make people unable to react are really a group of very difficult things. The Mechanicus also has some very powerful elite units that can fight, such as Knights, and the Armed Priest Corps composed of many Mechanicus members above the level of Mechanicus. After all, if a Mechanicus is willing to make an effort to modify his body on a large scale, then according to his technical ability and the resources he has at his disposal, his combat effectiveness should not be underestimated. It would be best to cut off the source of technology. While thinking, the scene in front of him interrupted his thoughts. In the sky, the only star fortress of Haon 8 exploded into a huge fireball. The star fortress was destroyed? This was indeed a bit beyond Paulson's expectations. His mechanical brain began to calculate quickly, deducing the possibility of the next war. Under his robe, a nerve cord stretched out and connected to a machine in front of him. Commands, one by one, without oral instructions, became electrical signals and were transmitted to various places. Moreover, he directly connected several ground-based orbital artillery arrays. With his powerful computing ability, he directly controlled at least hundreds of artillery pieces to launch attacks into the sky. With the support of this senior master, the artillery fire seemed to come alive instantly, and its accuracy and coordination were greatly improved. The star fortress had been destroyed, so the remaining star ports had to be saved. With his efforts, the suddenly increased ground firepower brought greater damage to the Alliance, not to mention the loss of the small boats. At least there were 3 cruisers, whose void shields were destroyed in just a short while, and even the hulls were damaged to a certain extent, so they had to leave the orbital system and withdraw from the battle. However, according to his calculations, the starport that could hold out for more than 2 days under the fierce attack of the Alliance lost the protection of the void shield in the 3rd hour. It was obviously shut down from the inside. After losing protection, the starport would be destroyed in 2 hours at most. Paulson's mechanical brain paused for a moment again. What should we do? If we can hold out for 2 days, then with the ground firepower, the price the Alliance has to pay will become very significant. We may lose 2 battlecruisers or a battleship here. If the Alliance does not want to bear such losses, it must withdraw, and the orbital defense system of Haon 8 will be saved. If we really want to fight hard, we can exchange the orbital system for a battleship, which is also a profit. Moreover, the next ground battle will also drag the Alliance into a quagmire. But now, there is no way. Of course, Paulson did not stop operating the ground railgun, but invested more computing power to optimize the trajectory calculation as much as possible. It is not time to give up yet. However, the Alliance retreated. A few days later, the Alliance came back again. This time, they destroyed all the space stations in orbit. Half of the ships that were too late to land in orbit or could not land on the ground were destroyed, and the other half were boarded, and the control of the ships was seized from the inside, becoming the spoils of the Alliance. Afterwards, the Alliance did not deploy any more troops on the ground, although Haon 8 had not been lost yet. After losing all the orbital systems and ships, the Alliance could leave with a swagger. This planet no longer had any ability to take the initiative to attack. Paulson remained silent. He really did not understand how his starport and star fortress were lost. Even if the Phoenix Regiment came out in full force, could 1,000 Space Marines break through the defense of the Haon Knights stationed in the starport and the star fortress in a few hours and shut down the void shield? Why? Even if the Iron Armor Regiment came, it would not be able to do it. Right? It would take at least 2,000. Or even 3,000 Space Marines to do it. Right? Paulson was confused. Chapter 559, How to Save My Regiment. 1,000 Space Marines want to break through the starport of Haon 8, the protection of the Haon Knights guarding the Star Fortress, and quickly conquer the key areas. That is indeed very difficult. But in fact, there are less than 1,000 Space Marines in action. The Phoenix did not attack in full force. After all, there are still 300 Phoenixes on the 3 battlecruisers of Baichifan, and among the 700 Phoenixes following Gu Heng, 200 of them stayed on the ship and did not board. There were only 500 Phoenixes who actually went up to fight. However, among these 500 Phoenixes, All of them were elites with the level of sergeant major or above, and half of them had reached the level of company champions. This cannot be viewed at the level of a regular battle group, especially among them. 120 company champions equipped with Iron Cavalry Terminator power armor, and 19 Dreadnought mechas. Each of these Dreadnought mechas, in terms of size, may be slightly smaller than the Ranger Knight. In terms of strength, firepower, and armor, they are even better than the others. Moreover, in order to make up for the lack of numbers, there are many other personnel in the troops that are teleporting and boarding. Battle Sisters, and the Alliance National Knights. The Battle Sisters wearing regular attendant power armor, in terms of combat strength, are not much different from the Alliance Glory Guards. They may be slightly stronger, but it is actually limited. After all, the hardware conditions of both sides are actually similar. Power armor is for the gods, unless the Honor Guards use the Commander type, which may be a little weaker. The warriors themselves, whether they are Battle Sisters or Honor Guards, are not above the level of mortals. It is true that Battle Sisters will undergo strict training in the Sisters Order from childhood, but the Honor Guards of the Alliance are also trained through the Soldier Card system, and are eliminated in the process of selecting Space Marines, so they are not bad in terms of training. The only difference is that Battle Sisters are constantly studying the Emperor Bible during their training from childhood, and daily prayer is essential. Faith has power. These female warriors, who call themselves daughters of the Emperor, do possess some kind of supernatural power. In the eyes of top psychics like Gu Hang, they are always surrounded by a mysterious power from the subspace. They cannot actively use this power, like psychics can form psychic spells. But this power firmly exists in the Battle Sisters. The blessing from the Emperor of God, in addition to the most direct enhancement of the basic attributes of the Battle Sisters, such as strength, agility, and mental will, has at least two characteristics. It will make the Battle Sisters' luck better, less likely to be hit / easier to hit the opponent, and it will allow the Battle Sisters to passively expel the psychic power denied by them, which will be suppressed around them. Counting all these, the Battle Sisters are indeed stronger than the mortals like the Honor Guards, who really have no special features. Taking the most common Space Marines as a unit, 10 Glory Guards together may be able to defeat an ordinary Space Marine, and Battle Sisters, maybe 6 or 7 can defeat one. Not to mention, Gu Hang had previously extracted a technology, Valkyrie Terminator Power Armor. This is a Terminator Power Armor used by non-Space Marines. In theory, mortals who have undergone special training can use it. However, the Alliance did not put this armor into mass production on a large scale. It only built a production line, maintained the minimum level of production, and produced the finished product directly in the black box, which was enough for use. The reason why it is not mass-produced is mainly because it is too expensive. The cost is 4 times the price of the Iron Cavalry power armor, but the performance is only slightly better than the Iron Cavalry. It is said that mortals can use it, but if it is really an ordinary mortal, the effect of wearing it is not very good. Only some people with very firm faith among the combat nuns can wear it to make some magical parts in the Valkyrie armor work as they should. Among the nuns of the Holy Lily, only 72 people are qualified. However, this combination also brings significant results after the Valkyrie's performance is fully utilized. Coupled with a greatly enhanced Imperial blessing, the combined combat power has even exceeded the strength of regular Space Marines wearing Terminator power armor. Of course, it is still not as strong as the Phoenix Company champion with the Iron Knight Terminator. In addition to the Battle Sisters, there is another strong helper, the Knight Mechs of the Alliance National Knights. The Alliance was not that concerned about the manufacture of Knight Mechs, and did not expand the production line much. But after all, after so many years, they had accumulated a lot of wealth. Space Marines, Valkyries among the Battle Sisters, Knight Mechs, together formed the main force of the Alliance to attack the Starport and Star Fortress. A large number of Glory Guards served as supplementary forces. Before they began their attack, the Starport and Star Fortress of Haeong 8 had already suffered a round of attacks. A group of ghosts suddenly descended on various key locations, seriously disrupting the defense of the Haeong Knights. Then, the main landing force of the Alliance appeared in the light of psychic transmission. They did indeed defeat the defenders on the Haeong 8 orbit in a very short time. Of course, they could not eliminate all the defenders on the Star Fortress and Starport in just a few hours. But as long as they took down the control center and key positions such as the Void Shield, that would be enough. Later, the firepower of the ships was enough to destroy the starport and the Star Fortress. Of course, the Alliance would not let the elite troops who landed die with them. Before launching the attack, they had all evacuated through psychic teleportation. Along with them, a team of storm wizards was teleported to the starport. These psychics, who were also equipped with power armor, could not only provide some help in the battle, but were also the key to the team's evacuation. They directly activated long-distance transmission to send so many people back to their own starships, which was not easy. But it was much easier to activate short-distance transmission and send people to several small boats approaching, or even transport planes. That is, after the basic evacuation of personnel, the bombs placed inside the starport, combined with the fleet firepower ready to go, would destroy the starport that had lost its protection and interception capability. After losing its orbital defense force, Haeong 8 was like the end of the world. Whether it was the members of the Knights of the Ocean or the high-ranking officials of the Alfonso sect, they were all in a state of panic. They were doing their best to prepare for the final resistance. The fortress artillery in various places was fully prepared, and the legions in various places were ready for battle, waiting for the arrival of the Alliance Legion. However, the Alliance ignored them and turned away. The significance of a planet that lost its orbital defense system in an interstellar naval battle was greatly reduced. Although they still had ground artillery groups, they could still provide some cover if their own ships came over. However, without the starport, the ships cannot get supplies, maintenance, repairs, and the slightest cover is of little use. This is still the premise that there are ships of our own. If there are no ships, then Haeong 8 is as good as dead. No matter how powerful the Haeong Knights on the surface are, they can't get out. In fact, the defenders on the surface are most afraid that the Alliance will drop an extinction weapon at this time. Then there is really no need to fight. The burning sky torpedo will fall, and it will be over. This risk exists, and for the defenders of Haeong 8, there is no solution. If the Alliance really wants to do this, then they have no choice, and their lives and deaths are all in the hands of the Alliance. But precisely because of this, they don't care whether the Alliance will do this. What's the point of caring? It can't be stopped. In the absence of the orbital system, if the Alliance wants to launch the extermination order, it only needs to simply find a place on the surface of the planet with the worst air defense, clear the surrounding air defense firepower, and the burning sky torpedo will come down and explode 2 or 3 kilometers away from the ground. And then the world can be destroyed. There is no need to think too much about being powerless. Besides, they do not think that the Alliance will be so cruel. In the past history of the Alliance, there have indeed been records of releasing extermination weapons, and more than once. But those were extermination orders against planets completely occupied by aliens. Placing an extermination order in the human civil war, which would wipe out billions of civilians on Haeong 8, that would be too cruel. They do not believe that the Alliance would do this. In fact, Gu Heng did not have such an idea. The war had not reached this point. Gu Heng would not do such a cruel thing. Moreover, if he did such a thing, the political and public opinion pressure would become unprecedentedly great. Just put Haeong 8 here. Paulson, who was on the surface of the planet, observed the direction of the Alliance fleet's departure through his modified mechanical eyes. After the Alliance fleet let Haeong 8 go, where did it go? In fact, there are 2 directions, Wuchi Star, or the Fury Fleet. The former, together with Winchi Star, constitutes the 2 ends from the Ao Claw Star region to the Alfonso Star region. Winchi is on the Alfonso side, and Wuchi is on the Ao Claw section. The Alliance launched such an aggressive attack on Haeong 8, completely ignoring their delaying tactics. So Paulson can basically be sure that the Alliance should have obtained clear intelligence, and knew that Alfonso main fleet was on the way. Even if the intelligence is unclear, at least there is a relatively certain guess. In this way, it will be of great strategic value to quickly fight for Wuchi Star, and even take down Winchi Star on the opposite side. After all, there is only this one passage from the Proud Claw Star region to the Alfonso Star region. After taking it down, if the Alfonso sect wants to come in, they can only turn around and attack Winchi and Wuchi. The other destination is naturally to block the Fury Flame fleet. It is better to cut off 1 finger than to hurt 5 fingers. Seeing that there is a high possibility of a big fight with the Alfonso sect later, it is quite necessary to get rid of the Raging Flame fleet that is roaming behind. Otherwise, not to mention whether the Raging Flame fleet will cause any trouble in the back, just to keep an eye on them, it is necessary to send out 3 battle cruisers and a blood shark fleet, which is also a strong force. After getting rid of them, this batch of troops can all be withdrawn. Paulson closely observed the direction of the Alliance fleet's departure. Soon, from the chosen jump point, he could basically judge that it should be to find Fury. Of course, it is not ruled out that this is a trick of the Alliance. But in any case, the relevant information still has to be passed on. Paulson went to the bottom of the mechanical tower where he was. There was a huge life support capsule-like device. He laid down in it, and his consciousness instantly left his original body. The next moment, on the triumphal fire battle barge, a mechanical body opened its eyes. He left the room, and outside stood a few members of the Alfonso sect wearing red and black robes. Seeing him, they all saluted. He waved his hand and said, "I'm going to see Paulitos. Please follow me." Sage Paulson. Captain Paulitos has said that if you want to find him, you don't need to inform him. Just go there as soon as possible. Then let's go. Not long after, Paulson met Paulitos. The commander of the Fury chapter had the kind of determination and indifference that was characteristic of the Space Marines. However, Paulson could clearly see his fatigue from his face. Obviously, Paulitos was under tremendous pressure from the pursuit of the blood shark. But Paulson had no time to pay attention to Paulitos' emotional problems. He quickly told Paulitos the information he had observed. Gu Heng came for him, and Paulitos did not pay attention to whether the main fleet of the Alliance might be a sleight of hand, and actually went to block the key passage of Wenchi and Wuchi. For him, if that was the case, of course it was good. If they were coming to block him, there was the blood shark fleet behind him, and the Alliance fleet in front of him. If they were blocked, his regiment, and the New World Torch regiment, would probably be destroyed here. The New World Torch left 50 people in their home world, and the Fury left 100 people in the back. Of course, not all members of the 2 regiments were fighting in the Proud Claw Star region, but most of them were. If they were wiped out here, the regiment would not be completely destroyed, but it would take many years for them to return to their peak. Moreover, if they lost this war, the regiment would probably never have a chance, and would be directly expelled, and their bloodline would be cut off. But how to deal with it? Paulitos could hardly think of any other way he could do. In the past, he was able to play hide-and-seek with the Alliance because he had a huge strategic depth. Now, several core areas of the Proud Claw Star region have been captured by the Alliance, and the activity area has been compressed. Previously, the consequences of him constantly giving up strategic locations one after another were highlighted at this time. More importantly, the blood shark was still following him, which made him lose the opportunity to turn from light to darkness. So what should he do? The only way Paulitos could think of to save his regiment was just one. Paulitos stared at Paulson and asked, "How long will it take for Alfonso mechanical fleet to arrive?" 2 months. No. It must be faster. Chapter 560. Herding sheep? No. It must be faster. Hearing this, Paulson shook his head and said, "The actions of the mechanical arc fleet have their own will. Paulitos, we came here because we were commissioned by Captain Paul. The sect did not intend to raise the banner of rebellion now, but it was purely because your performance in the Proud Claw Starfield was too bad. So our sect had to come out to clean up the mess. Captain Paul did ask us to save your 2 regiments if we had the chance. But if there is no chance, it cannot be forced. Our most important task is to eliminate the main force of the Alliance here, or at least prevent them from entering the Nepeta Starfield and the Alfonso Starfield." Paulitos nodded and said, "I fully understand this, but I hope Sage Paulson can help." While speaking, Paulitos' tall body bowed deeply. I beg you, to save my regiment. If you can help us, then the Fury Corps and the New World Torch Corps will do their best to repay you in the future. No matter what you want, or the Alfonso sect, we will fight for you." Paulitos' words were very sincere, and Paulson's mechanical heart beat twice because of it. Of course, the most fundamental reason for his mechanical heart to beat was the promise of the 2 chapters to help with all their strength. The Space Marines, 2 of them, and under the mechanism of the Iron Rage Stone, they can be reborn at will. Their friendship is of great value. The Mechanicus always needs to attack a planet with ancient relics, explore, defend certain achievements, or hunt down certain traitors. Space Marines are good at doing these jobs. Much more efficient than the Mechanicus sending people to do it themselves. The 2 regiments can help with the work at any time, which is also a very important help for the Alfonso sect. Not to mention, for Paulson personally, If there are some private jobs that need people, Space Marines are also very useful. As for if we lose the war, 2 regiments will be wiped out, and we won't be able to fulfill our future promises. That won't be a big loss. These thoughts went through his mind, and Paulson's voice became gentle. Alas, Captain Paulitos, we are allies, and I sympathize with you and care about your situation. Since you said that, Captain Paulitos, I will do my best to persuade the Ark fleet to speed up and come as soon as possible. At this point, Paulson felt a little hesitant again. He hesitated for a moment, and then said, however, you must also be prepared. Even if you speed up, it will take at least a month to reach the Aujwa Star region. When I say arrive, I mean through the star tunnel of Winchy Star to reach Winchy Star. The specific time required to rush to you and meet up with you depends on the distance between the 2 sides and the movement of the Alliance fleet. No one can guarantee this for you. I am grateful for this, Paulson said. Then please hold on. And don't be destroyed before we arrive. After all, I personally still look forward to the future when we win. You, and the new world torch you represent, can fulfill your promise just now. I am also looking forward to that day. After talking with Paulson and getting the assurance that the Ark fleet of the Alfonso sect will speed up, the action became more cautious. Just as Paulson said at the end, Paulitos knew that external help was only one aspect. Whether he could save his regiment in the end still depended on himself. On the one hand, he was carefully dealing with the blood shark, and he would never let any flaws of being hit quickly. Paulitos had seen the fighting power of this group of barbarians from the outside world when he fought side by side with them 130 years ago. And he had also seen it when the New World Torch was beaten up before. Given the opportunity by these guys who are good at rapid assault, their fleet might really be in trouble before the main force of the Alliance arrives. But no matter what, there are still more than 1,500 Furies present, and the New World Torch still has 700 people after experiencing a painful defeat. More than 2,000 Space Marines, gathered together, and always on standby on the main ships, are still difficult to conquer easily. Paulitos basically gave up deploying Space Marines in warships below cruisers, and instead gathered all these people on large ships. However, stable teleportation beacons are placed on every warship. Both regiments have think tank teams, and they also have the ability of psychic teleportation. However, they only have the most simple teleportation technology. They are not like the Alliance, which has a powerful team of psychic mages and a top psychic Gu Hang himself, who can use hard power to force teleportation. Nor are they like the blood sharks, which have lost technology from an unknown era or even an unknown race. If they want to use the means of transmission for attack, they must first send stable transmission beacons to the target ship through transmission torpedoes, so that they can stably and accurately transmit over long distances. Or, they can let the ships carrying space warriors and think tanks approach the enemy within 1,000 kilometers. In space combat, this distance is not much different from being close to the enemy. However, if it is used for defense, it will be much easier. There is no need to transmit torpedoes. It is enough to place stable transmission beacons on each ship. When those small warships, after being attacked by the blood sharks, they can also react quickly. But to be honest, if the small boats are lost, they are lost. The most important thing is to save the large ships above the cruiser, especially the 2 large ships, the Wings of Spark and the Triumphal Fire. However, later, the blood sharks did not try the boarding tactic much. Their rapid assault on the Torchlight achieved brilliant results. At the cost of less than 100 people, they got more than 200 torch warriors, and also destroyed the Torchlight battle barge. However, the cost of 100 people, although compared to the results of the battle, is a completely acceptable loss. However, the total number of blood sharks is not more than 1,000. If there are more attacks, the blood sharks themselves will not be able to withstand it. Moreover, now that Fury and New World Torch are on high alert, it is not easy to replicate the previous results. The approach taken by the blood shark fleet is more like intimidation. They use special technology to hide their ships in the dark. On the surface, only 3 battlecruisers of the Alliance were chasing them. But from time to time, their ships would suddenly appear in the detection range of the Fury fleet, which would often scare them. Through this intimidation and expulsion, the accumulated fatigue of the Fury fleet was secondary. The most important thing was that during the escape, they basically had no way to freely choose the escape route. They could only be forced to act like a flock of sheep driven by a sheepdog. This was not good. and a huge sense of uneasiness enveloped Polito's heart. Driving sheep? Then as a sheep, where would they be driven? Slaughterhouse? Chapter 561, I have no choice. The Fury Flame fleet is like a flock of sheep, wanting to go to Wuchi Star. The Blood Sharks don't care much about the general direction, but when it comes to the route selection, they are extremely intimidating. As long as the direction the Fury Flame fleet wants to go is not to the Blood Sharks' liking, they will appear, make an attacking gesture, block the direction the Fury Flame fleet wants to go, and force them to go in another direction. Being herded like sheep, of course. This feeling is very bad. He also tried to change the status quo. But it was difficult. Ignore the threats and force your way out? That's not a threat. The Blood Shark will really attack. Then the question arises, is the Blood Shark applying extreme pressure? Should we just hold on? Does the Fury Fleet have the will to fight to the death? Obviously. No. If Politos had the courage to fight to the death, he wouldn't be in this situation now. Back in Upper East, couldn't we fight on the Guangfeng line? The planetary defense conditions there are so perfect. In the three major worlds of the Aojia Star region, Mentis 2, Aoya Star, and Haeong 8, can't we fight? The former is the core transportation hub, the middle is the capital of the Star region, and the latter is the territory of the Mechanicus. They all have relatively good defense conditions, and they are all strategic points. When the Alliance attacked these places, he chose to give up. How could he make a decision to fight to the death at this moment? But under the huge sense of uneasiness, he was obviously anxious. He began to doubt whether the decisions he had made were correct. He even discussed this issue with Wang Mengsong, who had always disagreed with him. You want to discuss this issue with me? Wang Mengsong smiled sadly. Discuss it with a loser like me who even lost the flagship of the regiment? Since the Torchlight battle barge was destroyed, Wang Mengsong has become different from before. He is no longer so ostentatious, and no longer opposes Politos on various matters. He became silent, focusing on the affairs of the regiment itself, and directly acquiesced to Politos' order of unified command, and from then on, he executed any order from Politos without compromise. But beyond that, he had no other subjective initiative. Politos was still able to keep his face calm. You are indeed a loser. But you haven't lost everything. You still have 700 soldiers, and the fleet that lost its flagship. And I am also a loser. I led the defeat of the Proud Claw Star region, led a failed war, and destroyed your flagship. And Su? The two of us will lose everything together. Wang Mengsong was silent for a moment. And then he said with difficulty, didn't you convince Alfonso group of oil men? They have promised to speed up and come to rescue us? Yes, Politos said. But I'm not sure if we can hold on until then. I can't figure out the movement of the Alliance fleet. And I don't know what they want to do. In the past, Politos always said this. Every time Wang Mengsong heard Politos treat the Alliance as a scourge, an enemy that could not be resisted at all, he would feel unhappy and angry from the bottom of his heart. But now he doesn't think so. Although he was educated by the Blood Shark. But why did the Blood Shark suddenly appear in such a huge universe? Is there such a coincidence? Not likely. He could also imagine that this was what Gu Hang and the Alliance did. After thinking for a moment, Wang Mengsong could only give his answer with a wry smile. I can't guess it either. Then do we have to retreat all the way like this? Polito's voice finally became confused. Wang Mengsong took a breath and shook his head. I don't know. I really don't know. Before, I looked down on you for retreating again and thought that you could fight in this game. And you could fight in that game. Although the probability of winning is limited. It is not reasonable to fight a war only when it is 100% safe. There is always a risk. Obviously. This time, taking the initiative, ambushing, and encircling the three Alliance battlecruisers with superior forces is a battle with the highest probability, the greatest certainty, and the greatest reward. I was excited at that time, thinking that I could finally stop being a coward and fight a good battle. In fact, I was still laughing at you in my heart, saying that you had to wait for this opportunity to take action. But it was this proactive attack that caused the bitter consequences we are facing today. I have been wondering for some time if before this, we were facing a more complete and more powerful main fleet of the Alliance. If we really had to fight according to my ideas, I am afraid we would lose more miserably and more thoroughly. Right? Now, although the situation is very bad, at least, we still have a glimmer of hope to grasp. At this point, Wang Mengsong sighed. He stood up and patted Politos on the shoulder. This action was unlikely to happen in their previous relationship. When their relationship was at its worst, they were like fire and water. But in the current situation, Wang Mensong couldn't help but want to do it. You are the commander-in-chief. I listen to you. After saying this, he turned and left. He also believed that Paulitos could understand the meaning behind this sentence. I have no choice. You can do it. Paulitos sat there motionless. And after a long while he finally let out a bitter laugh. I can't help it. He always felt that. He was really too bad. In the past, he never thought that he would become the captain of the war band. In his opinion, Captain Urso was wise and brave, not only the best warrior in the entire war band, but also a great leader. Under his leadership, the war band developed more and more prosperous, with nearly 3,000 warriors at its peak, ranking second in the Iron Rage Stone Triangle. The captain of the first company, Chao Boyang, was also very outstanding. He was the second person in the regiment, and was also able to take charge of his own affairs. There were also many elites with the titles of captain and champion. But they were all dead. When did the regiment start to have bad luck? It was when they went to the Dragon Eagle Star region and encountered the Alliance. Originally, they thought that they were just going to fight a group of green-skinned aliens and expand their influence in the Dragon Eagle Star region, just like what they had done in the Menghe Star region. However, they did not expect that the strength of the green-skinned aliens exceeded their imagination. Secondly, they did not expect that the old enemy Phoenix War Group, which should have been almost destroyed, would be in its heyday again. Thirdly, they did not expect that a freak like the Alliance could be born from a place like the Dragon Eagle Star region. The prosperous war band lost hundreds of battle brothers in the war. In that nightmare-like bloody battle, suddenly lost its leader, and lost countless war band elites. Only he, who thought he was of average ability, was forced to take over the war band. Since then, he has been trembling with fear, walking on thin ice. The Alliance, the nightmare brought by the Phoenix, lingered in his mind, became a deep shadow, never dissipated. When the war between the two sides broke out again, this time it evolved from the previous Cold War, political conflict, into a full-scale war. He never dared to underestimate the Alliance. Every time he made a decision, he was so cautious, careful, and even willing to be questioned by his colleagues. Even for this proactive attack, he had discussed it many times with the think tank and many advisors, and cautiously believed that the probability of success was really high. So he came out to fight. But why? He clearly regarded the Alliance as so powerful and treated it so carefully. But why did the situation still go to the present? He fell into deep confusion. He couldn't see where the road was. Chapter 562, Alfonso Arc Fleet. Paulitos is a capable man, Gu Heng said with emotion. At this moment, he was chatting with his wife Yilixia. The relationship between the two of them is naturally very different from that of normal people. The two of them are together less and apart more, and they have very little time to spend together in a year. Gu Heng is very busy, Yilixia is also very busy. But despite this, the relationship between the two has not been affected. Their union was not driven by emotions, but by an inseparable union of interests. The two of them originally admired each other at most, and were not opposed to being together. But emotions can also be cultivated, especially when the goals and ambitions are the same, and many aspects are strongly bound together. The emotions become more stable, especially when the alliance that Gu Heng completely controlled became stronger and stronger. And he actually became the most powerful person in the entire Eastern universe. Yilixia could not leave Gu Heng. At the same time, as an admiral, Yilixia is also helping Gu Heng to better control the navy, which is crucial to a space power. And Gu Heng can't leave her. Then the relationship can't be bad. Because of political interests, the relationship is stable. Conversely, the same is true. Because the relationship is stable, the interests are stable. The two may be separate at the beginning, but now, they are more and more entangled. Or in other words, if they were not in a good relationship, Gu Heng would never hand over the important navy to Yilixia. As high-ranking figures in the human empire, they had considered creating a human being together to leave a bloodline. It was just that they were busy on the one hand, and on the other hand, they had time. Although, they were both about 50 years old. However, with the advanced human technology, Yilixia, who had undergone life extension surgery, had at least hundreds of years of life and remained young forever. Gu Heng, on the other hand, had not undergone surgery. But since he became the governor of the Angry Owl Star, his face has hardly changed in the past 30 years. He is 50 years old. but he still looks like a young man. The power of psychic energy plays a big role in this. High-level psychics do not actually prolong their lives. Instead, they will be very short-lived because of the erosion of their bodies by this supernatural power. But with the help of the system, Gu Heng can fully master psychic energy. That is a different concept. His current life form is still that of a mortal. But his life essence is not easy to say how similar it is to that of a normal person. Both of them can be considered immortals. 50 or 60 years of life. For ordinary people, it is already the end of life, but for them, the long life has only taken a few steps forward. The concept of life is very different, and the concept of future generations will also be different. Right now, it is considered a period of interval between wars. It is at this time that they have time to get together and communicate with each other. The content of the communication is not important. The main thing is the communication itself. The main force of the Alliance fleet that ended the Battle of Haeong, at a not-so-fast speed, in a silent manner, reached the Baoang planet. This planet itself, there is nothing much to say, an ordinary world of level 1 development, a population of 5 to 6 billion, and a technological development level in the electrical age. There are no special resources, nor is it located on any major transportation routes, and the defense capability of the planetary orbit is very average. They even lack the means to observe the situation in deep space, which is quite scarce. The main force of the Alliance came here for only one reason, according to the news from the front. The Fury Flame fleet was taking a star road that would pass through Baoang, heading to Wuchi Star. It should be noted that Baoang Star was by no means the only way to Wuchi Star. It could only be considered one of the options at most. And it was a long detour. The reason why the Fury Flame fleet chose this road was, of course, not their own will. They were eager to get to Wuchi Star as soon as possible, and use the planet's complete defense system as an important channel connecting the two star regions to wait until the arrival of Alfonso fleet. This would be much safer. The reason for this is purely because of being forced by the Blood Shark. The Bowen Galaxy is the slaughterhouse that Gu Heng prepared for them. During the period of waiting for the sheep to come, Gu Heng was relatively free and had time to have a rare exchange with his wife. It was inevitable that they would talk about the next target to be slaughtered, and about Politis, the new leader of the Fury Flame. Gu Heng once again repeated his evaluation of Politis. Politis is a capable person. He is capable? Is he worthy of being tormented by you like this? You don't seem to take him seriously at all. Even if the war is destined to happen on Baoang Star, you don't care. It's not the key at all. It's just part of your plan. You don't take him seriously, or even as an opponent, but you say he is quite capable. There is no conflict. Gu Heng waved his hand, said with a smile. He did everything right. Every choice, of course he should be praised. He did everything right. But ended up in this situation? Yes. Gu Heng sighed. This is the difference in strength between the two sides. He could not compete with us in any of the previous battlefields. Defend Shandong, Guangfeng? Hold on to Mentis 2, Aoya Star Haeong 8? His winning rate will not exceed 30%, and that's without taking me into account. If he loses, he will lose everything. And he made the right choice every time. Objectively speaking, as the weaker party, his strategic idea of keeping the fleet is correct. As long as his fleet exists, we have to find a way to deploy military forces to guard against it, thereby weakening our control over the entire Proud Claw star field and our attack speed. He did this, and the trouble it brought us actually far exceeded the extent of him fighting a decisive battle and losing. He also successfully split our fleet, forcing us to deploy 3 battlecruisers in the rear to guard against them. And then, he used the Wing, the Furious Owl, and the Kuroga as prey, which was also a smart choice. Tactically, he did successfully complete the ambush and almost defeated our precious battlecruisers. Being able to do this is enough for me to appreciate him. He lost because of the information gap. The Blood Shark Regiment is very special. Even I am a little surprised by their ability to appear and disappear at will, without the information about Blood Shark in advance. He certainly couldn't make the right decision. At this point, Gu Heng added, I think he is a little stronger and more difficult to deal with than his predecessor, the former leader of the Fury named Urso. Yi Lixiao smiled and said, but he still lost. Are you praising your opponent to show that you are stronger? That's not the case. I'm just giving an objective evaluation, Gu Heng said. Of course, he can do better. For example, if you were in his place, what would you do? Yelisa asked curiously. If possible, I would continue to implement the retreat strategy, not only giving up the Proud Claw, but also giving up the Thorn Star field. The power of the Alliance is rapidly expanding, and controlling a star field is already the limit. If you dare to pursue into the Thorn star field, then the chance of tearing up the Alliance later will become greater. But there may be political factors, and he can't do this? Yi Lixia pointed this out. Military affairs can never be independent of politics. Just like us, launching an active attack at this time is not necessarily a good choice. Yes, every commander wants to simply consider how to defeat the enemy. But that is often unrealistic. What if you can't retreat? What will you do? Decisive battle, Gu Hang said. Yi Lixia said in surprise. Don't you think that retreating is the best option? The winning rate of the decisive battle is no more than 30%. Gu Hang thought for a while, and said, as the weaker party, if you want to reverse the disadvantage and create a miracle, you have to take a difficult road, and then find in the difficulty. Do something, and turn the impossible into possible. Yi Lixia stared at Gu Hang's face. Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. I just feel that. Others say this as if it's arrogant. You say, it seems a bit perverse. Ha ha. A standard month of Terra passed quickly. The Alfonso Arc fleet arrived at the Proud Claw Star region. This was news that shocked all quarters. The entire Proud Claw Star region became uneasy. The worlds that had already sided with the Alliance were worried that the arrival of the Alfonso Arc fleet would bring them a reckoning, while the worlds that had not sided with the Alliance were jubilant. This news, which marked the official participation of the Alfonso cult in the war, even spread quickly to Holy Terra. The great civil war in the eastern border of the Empire, which involves several universes and more than 20,000 space warriors, has greatly touched the hearts of the masters on Holy Terra. Although most people can realize that the Alfonso sect is definitely an enemy, and should not have any illusions about them. But after all, they have never officially participated in the war, and everyone seems to be able to be an ostrich with its head buried in the ground. Now, this illusion has been completely punctured, and the panic that should not have existed will still spread, especially after receiving further intelligence. They saw the specific strength of the Alfonso Arc fleet, and were even more dumbfounded. 2 Retribution-class battleships, 1 Juga-class aircraft carrier, 9 Dragon Snake-class battlecruisers. This is already a very powerful configuration. The naval forces and a conventional space domain of the Empire, combined, are not as strong as this. Moreover, these can only be regarded as conventional ships. In this Arc fleet, there are 2 warships that make people tremble at the mere mention of them. First, it is the mechanical arc itself. According to the intelligence from the front line, it is not an ordinary mechanical arc. After all, although the Mechanicus arc is powerful in combat, it is mainly used as the base of the Mechanicus in space travel. It also integrates a large number of production, industry, scientific research and other functions, which is equivalent to a Mechanicus forging world that can move freely in space. However, this arc can be called a war arc, which is a special arc ship for war. Its combat power must be above that of a normal battleship. The Alfonso sect is quite wealthy, and the configuration of the war arc they built is probably so high that it will make people tremble. The other warship is also a battleship, the Emperor-class battleship. This is the most powerful battleship model in the human empire. If the Retribution class is the mass-produced model of the battleship, the standard version, then the Emperor class is the luxury model of the battleship, the flagship version. Its cost is more than 3 times that of the Retribution class. The cost and construction period are one aspect, but the rare and difficult technology is the more important factor for its rarity. And its combat effectiveness is also worthy of the price and rarity. Such a fleet configuration, which is extremely powerful in terms of scale and the strength of top ships, is a heavy weight that can change the situation when placed on the north front and the west front. What's more, the power held by the Alliance on the south front is actually weaker than that on the north front and the west front. Now the public opinion has changed instantly. Before, there were many voices in Holy Terra, asking why the Alliance did not speed up its actions, why did not quickly destroy the Fury fleet, why did not push the front line to the more hinterland areas of the Iron Armored Corps earlier, posing a greater threat to them. Now, some voices began to emerge, saying why the Alliance was so aggressive, why did it cause trouble for the Alfonso sect, why did it not guard well, and just ensure that the South did not collapse. Now, if they fight in waves and provoke Alfonso, now it's good if the main force of the Alliance is lost, not to mention the Pride Claw Star region that has been taken over. I'm afraid that Alfonso Arc fleet will take this force all the way south and penetrate the eastern universe. The most optimistic people don't think that the Alliance is a match for such a fleet. The Alliance hasn't even destroyed the Fury fleet yet. This news is terrible. Chapter 563, Where is the Alliance? Some people are worried, some are afraid, and naturally some are ecstatic. The happiest, without a doubt, is the Fury fleet. Although they have been driven like sheep, making people feel very uneasy. But after all, the strong reinforcements that they have been thinking about finally came, and arrived as promised. Although it is unknown what price they paid for this request, and where will it lead the war group in the future, at least there is a greater hope at present, and the fate of the war group can be saved. They could not wait to use Paulson, the Sage, as a transit point to contact the Ark fleet that had crossed the Winchi and Wuchi channels and entered the Proud Claw Star region. According to the current location of the Fury fleet, they calculated a rendezvous point. Then, they began to rush in both directions. But the Blood Shark was like a villain who wanted to break them up. It brought 3 Alliance battle cruisers, constantly appeared, and constantly influenced. Paulito showed resoluteness several times. To be firm in his mind, he had to act according to his goals. However, at the last moment, he would still compromise. The closer he got to the moment when he saw hope, and even when hope was coming towards him, the less courage he had to fight to the death. They were about to meet successfully, and the Fury and Ark fleet would not only be far stronger than the Alliance in fleet strength, but the 2 regiments with a total of 2,500 Space Marines would also be able to play their best role. The 2 combined forces could do more than just protect the Proud Claw Star region, and could even launch a large-scale counterattack, directly opening up the 3rd front of the Iron Fury Stone against the Empire. It was even possible that this front would be the place where the most results would be achieved. Dawn is coming. How can we fall before dawn? They resolutely admitted defeat. If you don't let me go, I will change the way. At the same time, they will also pass this message to the Ark fleet of the Mechanicus, so that the mechanical fleet can adjust the route at any time, to ensure that the 2 sides can meet as soon as possible. During the whole process, the entire Fury fleet was also very well prepared. Paulidus did not ignore the biggest problem, the main fleet of the Alliance. Since it cleared the orbital defense system of Haon 8, it disappeared. According to the information Paulson passed on to him, the main fleet of the Alliance was judged to be coming to find them. This was actually what Paulitos had been most worried about. In theory, the main fleet of the Alliance should have arrived long ago, coming from Haon 8 to find them. With the Blood Sharks chasing behind, there was no problem of not being able to find them. The main force of the Alliance fleet wanted to beat them, and there would be no problem, and they would definitely come faster than the Mechanicus. After all, according to what was said at the time, it would take a month for the mechanical fleet to enter the Proud Claw Star region, and it was not known how long it would take for the 2 sides to reunite. Before that, the Alliance fleet would definitely find Fury, and that would be the most dangerous time. Paulidus made a lot of preparations, all of which were to think of ways to survive after encountering the attack of the Alliance main fleet. He had even considered the worst-case scenario. When necessary, the 2 giant ships, Triumph Fire and Spark Wing, could be abandoned. It's not that he was willing to give up, but that he had no other choice. He had some plans, for example, to find a planet with a relatively good defense system. The Fury fleet could use the planet's orbital defense system to defend, or to disperse immediately after encountering the Alliance main fleet. The 2 giant ships are definitely the ones being watched the most closely, so they will be given to the Alliance. As long as they fight to the death, they can delay as much as possible. The manpower of the 2 regiments can be dispersed in some small boats, escape quickly, and try to escape the pursuit of the Alliance, and then join the Mechanicus. These 2 directions each have their own problems. For the former, it is not so easy to find a place with a complete defense system. Even if they try their best to find one, they may not be able to hold on until the reinforcements of the Alfonso sector arrive. If they fail to hold on, it will be a catastrophe, and everything will be gone. For the latter, if they are destined to lose 2 flagships, the scattered ships may not all be able to escape the hunt. Blood Sharks are very skilled hunters, and the Alliance will probably not lack relevant means. Moreover, the Alliance main fleet plus Blood Sharks also have an absolute advantage in the number of ships, and the separate actions may not help many people escape. If too few people escape, then what is the difference between this and the entire battle group being wiped out? As for leaving behind a bloodline, the regiment still has people in the home world of the Queen Star region, so the bloodline will not be cut off. After struggling, Paulitos decided to try both methods. He would take the fleet, go around the star, or choose to pass through dangerous areas such as the asteroid belt. He hoped to temporarily get rid of the blood shark surveillance, and then quickly send out 1 or 2 small ships, allowing them to slip away without anyone noticing. But the effect was very poor. Often the connection between the two sides can only last for a few days, and then the ship will suddenly lose all contact. Is the signal disconnected? Paulitos doesn't think so. I'm afraid that the ships that act separately will not end up well. He has to pay more attention to the first option. When the uneasiness in his heart became more and more serious, to the point of extreme anxiety, he made a decision not to move forward. Coincidentally, the galaxy they are currently passing by, called Huanyue, is a pretty good place. The main habitable world here is not a single planet. It is a satellite orbiting the largest gas giant in the galaxy, called Huanyue. First of all, Huanyue is a relatively developed place, with good industrial capacity and a relatively complete orbital defense system built around Huanyue. Moreover, with a giant planet blocking one side, the attack methods that the attacker can choose will become more limited. In general, Huanyue is a relatively good defense location that the Fury fleet has been able to find along the way. Paulitos decided to take the entire fleet and stay here. At the same time, he also contacted the Mechanicus's Ark fleet, informed them of his decision, and hoped that the Ark fleet would join them as soon as possible. Alfonso fleet quickly responded to them. Okay. Pay attention to defense. We are about to arrive at the Bovin Galaxy. It is estimated that there are still 6 jumps to your location. It is estimated that it will take 21 days to arrive. No problem. We will definitely hold on for 21 days. Then, the Alfonso Ark fleet sent the last communication signal to the Fury fleet. Good luck to you. After Paulson confirmed that the last message had been sent, he left the communication cabin and returned to the conference room. The 7 main sages gathered on the mechanical Ark Alfonso II. At this moment, here was Paulson's real body. When the Ark fleet entered the Proud Claw Star region, a squadron went to Haong 8. Not only did they bring back Paulson, the main sage, but they also brought back a considerable number of the Haong Knights from Haong 8. The Knights whose hometown's orbital defense system was dismantled by the Alliance had a certain degree of hatred for the Alliance. Having suffered losses, they hoped to teach the Alliance a painful lesson in the next war. Seeing Paulson coming back, Anton Dubois, the leader of the sages, said, "Have you appeased that regiment?" "Yes." "Haha, very good," Dubois said. "Soon, we will have a deep friendship between the 2 regiments. War, there are also benefits of war, otherwise, how can it be so easy to make those proud angels lower their heads?" "You are right." Paulson remained respectful, although he and Anton Dubois are both sages of the main business. However, sages of the main business also have their superiors and inferiors. He is about to be promoted to the level of a true great sage. The Alfonso sect has a total of 36 main sages, and 1 great sage. The great sage Martin Varick is the leader of the sect. Under him are the 3 forging generals who control the 3 Alfonso forging worlds. Although the 3 forging generals are only main sages, their status is quite high. In addition to these 4, the first of the remaining main sages is Anton Dubois. He is an absolute hawk in the Alfonso sect. In the cooperation between Alfonso and the Iron Armored Corps, he has always been the most active one. And he is also the one who vigorously promotes the sect to participate in the Iron Armored War. He succeeded, and his status in the sect also rose. With the support of Humphrey Paul, his current status even has a slight meaning of surpassing the 3 forging generals. And this time, the Alfonso sect officially joined the war, and Dubois personally led the powerful Ark fleet to the south to open up the battlefield. If he succeeds, destroys the Alliance fleet, takes over the entire Pride Claw Star region, and even expands the entire sect's sphere of influence to the south, to the eastern universe, then he will surely become a great sage. Although, this so-called great sage will definitely not be recognized by the Mechanicus Mars headquarters. But what does it matter? In the future, it is not certain whether the main sect of the Mechanicus will still be on Mars. Paulson has decided to keep this thigh. Although he is also a master sage, he ranks quite low among the 36. If Dubois can take off in one go, he can also benefit greatly from it. After carefully and seriously reporting about the Fury fleet, he sat in his seat and listened quietly to the reports of other sages. After the Ark fleet arrived in the Proud Claw Star region, it joined the Fury fleet and brought the 2 regiments under its command. This was only the first step. It was important, but not that important. The most important thing is to destroy the main fleet of the Alliance. But the problem is, where is the main fleet of the Alliance? I thought that they would seize the time to destroy Fury before the Ark fleet arrived, to prevent the 2 from merging and strengthen their strength. However, this expected thing did not happen at all. The Alliance did not fight Fury at all. At least, except for the Blood Shark that was always tracking Fury. There was no signal from the Alliance ships. So where did they go? The Ark fleet has been searching for intelligence on the Alliance fleet through various means. The detection and search system has expanded to multiple surrounding star systems, keeping vigilance around at all times. The dispatched reconnaissance fleet has explored several star regions in the more than 1 month since entering the Proud Claw star field, but has not found the Alliance. The Star Language Tower on the starship has contacted more than 100 worlds that are still on its side, asking whether they have observed any traces of the Alliance fleet, but has not been able to obtain any valuable information. It seems that, after leaving Haon 8, the main fleet of the Alliance has become a ghost. This makes people feel a little uneasy, but not too strong. Because, there is another guess. The Alliance will not run away. Right? After seeing such a powerful lineup of their own fleet, they knew that they could never fight with them in the Aljoa star field. So they simply abandoned this star field that did not belong to them, and evacuated directly to the south. This is not impossible. On the contrary, this is a very rational choice. After all, if we run to the south, to Shandong star in Menghe star region, and rely on Shandong's quite good planetary defense system to block the only passage from Aljoa to the eastern universe, that would be pretty good, even if the Alliance has some special ideas. The huge difference in strength between the 2 sides is here. What is the use of conspiracy? Could it be that, with the scale and strength of the Alliance fleet, they dare to ambush us? Boom. Report. We are under attack. Chapter 564, Fleet Decisive Battle. War Arc Alfonso II, the meeting of the sages ended urgently. There was no need to continue. The core theme of their meeting was to summarize the information and try to determine the location of the main fleet of the Alliance. But now, it is not necessary. The main fleet of the Alliance has appeared in front of them and launched a strong attack on them. In the conference hall where the sages were, the screens around them lit up immediately, and the observation signals of the outside of the starship were received one by one. Part of it is processed images, and the other part is pure data flow. On conventional human ships, these data flows require specialized technical experts to access the information, and after processing and translation, they can be reported to the captain and commander. But on the fleet of the Mechanicus, this is not necessary. The sages are both commanders and superb technicians. The information is connected to the core processor of the brain, and they can quickly understand what is happening. They were ambushed by the main fleet of the Alliance. 7 of the 8 giant ships mentioned in the intelligence were present, except for the winged ship, which was seriously damaged by the raging flame attack. However, in the absence of the winged ship, a Ghost Shark battle barge was added. This was the flagship of the Blood Shark Regiment, a battle barge specialized in rapid strikes. The overall combat power was definitely improved. But in any case, the strength of the Ark fleet was far superior to that of the Alliance. This made the 7 mechanical sages on Alfonso II feel a huge sense of disbelief. How dare they? This was not only what they thought in their hearts. One sage even said it directly. No matter how hard they thought, they couldn't figure it out. Ambush? This was indeed an ambush. After entering the Baoang galaxy, they contacted the local planet. Baoang should not have sided with the Alliance so far, and they also said that they had never observed any trace of the Alliance fleet. Now it seems that it might be a deception, or the Alliance used some means to cover up their whereabouts, so that the people on Baoang Star could not observe the Alliance actions in space. The latter possibility is more likely, because before the Alliance fleet took the initiative to show up and take action, the Ark fleet could not find any traces of the Alliance. So naturally it could not demand too much from the people on Baoang Star. Of course, this is not important. The Alliance has already appeared, and investigating the cause is not what we should do now. Ambush naturally has advantages for the attacker, but in interstellar naval battles, the advantages that an ambush can bring are very limited. It is not an accurate ambush at the jump point. There will be a situation where the void shield and firepower system need to be restarted. During normal navigation, although the ship will not fully activate the void shield, but according to the standards of safe navigation, these defense systems must still maintain a minimum level of operation. The first time they are hit, they can immediately increase the operating power and enter combat status. The same goes for the firepower system. When the Alliance ships opened fire, the Mechanicus fleet was able to use the fire control system to lock the Alliance ships as targets, and quickly fire back. The Alliance only gained a preliminary advantage through the ambush. It was indeed useful. In the early stage of the surprise attack, the Mechanicus fleet was hit by a wave of firepower when the shield was not fully activated. Then, with the shield fully activated, it was hit by another round of salvos, and then began to counterattack. But in general, the damage was not great. It was already quite extreme for the Alliance to launch an attack without being discovered by the mechanical arc fleet. No matter how powerful the lurking means were, it was impossible for them to be discovered only when they were very close to the arc fleet. The distance between the two sides when they started the battle was quite far. The farther the distance, the lower the hit rate of various weapons. In addition to missile-type weapons, the power of macro cannons and light spears would also be attenuated to a certain extent. In this way, the threat caused by the 2 rounds of firepower that the Alliance could launch first was relatively limited. The Arc fleet suffered some damage as a result, but it was mainly concentrated on some small ships. Their destruction had little impact on the strength of the entire fleet. When the Arc fleet launched a counterattack, the Alliance was naturally damaged, and some small ships were destroyed. In general, the Arc fleet must have suffered more losses, but it was completely within an acceptable range. Next, the two sides set up their positions and engaged in a head-on battle. At this stage, the first mover advantage gained by the Alliance through the ambush has been fully realized, and the two sides will eventually have to compete in fleet strength. In this regard, the Alliance fleet will not have any advantage. So, why did the Alliance fleet take the initiative to fight this battle? I originally thought that the Alliance, which was so well hidden, had some great conspiracy, and the sages had held more than 1 or 2 meetings for this. As a result, that's it? That Gu Hang has gone crazy? The sages of Alfonso really couldn't figure this out. It's not a bad thing. At least, now we know exactly where the main fleet of the Alliance is. Right? They are right in front of us. Destroy them. Victory to Alfonso. Since then, a naval battle that has been the largest in the entire Proud Claw Star region for hundreds of years has broken out. The total number of ships above the battlecruiser level that participated in the war on both sides has reached 22. Added together, the value may exceed 1 trillion tax coins. The outcome of this war will directly determine the trend of the entire southern battlefield. In an instant, the ships of both sides that launched a fleet-decisive battle bombarded each other frantically. The brilliance of countless light spears, macro cannons, and missiles covered this large area of airspace. In the starry sky, the fire and explosion intertwined into a spectacular war picture. The Alfonso fleet's macro cannons and light spears bombarded the Alliance ships. Every bombardment made the space tremble, as if it was going to tear the void apart. Although the Alliance fleet fought back vigorously, it was clearly at a disadvantage in terms of firepower. Their ship shields gradually weakened under continuous attacks, and some had begun to crack. The sages of the Alfonso fleet exchanged battlefield information through the internal communication network. We have the advantage in firepower, keep suppressing. The voice of a sage sounded on the network, and his words were immediately recognized by others. In this contest of power, the Alfonso fleet is determined to make a concerted effort and completely defeat the opponent. A Dragon Snake-class battlecruiser of the Arc fleet, Iron Will, is at the forefront of the battle line. Its main gun is like a deadly sickle, reaping the lives of enemy ships again and again. Its captain, a ruling bishop, who is on the bridge of the ship and has almost become one with the ship's command structure, is understanding the battlefield situation through countless information directly transmitted to his mind. At the same time, countless messages were sent out from his mind, and with the help of many service goals and engine profits, they were transformed into action commands to drive the functional units of the ship. The overall strength of the Alliance fleet still needs to be affirmed. 8 giant ships are a force that cannot be underestimated. However, in the current head-on confrontation, the Arc fleet, which has an absolute advantage in firepower, still quickly suppressed the opponent, especially the Emperor-class battleship and the War Arc. These two are 2 huge core firepower platforms of the Star Wars. One is stronger than 3. Under their cover, the Iron Will is like a fish in water on the battlefield, and several Alliance ships have been destroyed by it. And now, It has set its sights on an Alliance Moon-class cruiser. The shield of that ship has already seen blood, and it is being forced to burn out by the artillery fire from all sides. It is moving in the formation of the Alliance fleet, hiding behind it, and buying time to restore the Void Shield. However, the Iron Will did not intend to give the other party this opportunity. The Moon-class ship did not realize that it was being targeted, and the Iron Will only needed to use the X-class main gun destruction judgment to fire a shot at it at this time. And there was a high probability that it would be destroyed directly. A Moon-class ship, although not one of the 8 giant ships of the Alliance, was by no means an unimportant thing. If one was destroyed, the firepower of the Alliance fleet would be reduced. Victory is accumulated little by little like this. However, at this moment, the Void Shield of the Iron Will suddenly became abnormal, and the shield surface fluctuated, as if it was torn by some unknown force. In the bridge, the alarm sounded suddenly, and the captain immediately issued an order: do your best to stabilize the Void Shield. Adjust the course, avoid the focus of firepower. But it was too late. In the next moment, the Void Shield of the Iron Will completely collapsed. Then, as if premeditated, the Alliance fleet launched a series of missiles and light spears at the shieldless ship. The armor of the battlecruiser is not an advantage. Without the Void Shield, the speed advantage is not very effective in this decisive battle. The battlecruiser that was under concentrated fire has a survivability that is not much better than the Moon-class ship that they just targeted. In the fierce artillery fire, the huge explosion tore the once mighty battlecruiser into pieces, and the wreckage and flames drifted in space. This scene was captured by other Alfonso ships, and immediately caused a commotion. The loss of the Iron Will was a huge blow to the Alfonso fleet. It was not only a loss of strength, but also a heavy blow to morale. The sages quickly adjusted their tactics, trying to make up for this sudden gap. Find out the cause immediately. We can't let this happen again. The voices of the sages were transmitted nervously and quickly in the communication network. The situation on the battlefield changed in an instant. The offensive of the Alfonso fleet was slightly chaotic because of this sudden situation. The balance of the war seemed to begin to swing at this moment. But they still have powerful firepower and indestructible will. The sages of Alfonso fleet know that the victory of this battle is still in their hands. However, the loss of a battlecruiser is still painful. Alfonso is indeed impressive, but there are only 9 battlecruisers in their fleet. Moreover, the way the Iron Will died is a bit too bizarre. We must find out the reason, and further find a solution, otherwise the trouble will be too big. The reason was soon confirmed by them: psychic energy. It was the power of psychic energy that tore the Void Shield of the Iron Will, Gu Heng, and the Storm Mage Corps of the Alliance. The psychic power they possess is stronger than what was mentioned in the intelligence. Du Bo made such a judgment. Paulson said, Sage Du Bo, we can't let Gu Heng continue to do this. Otherwise, even if we can achieve the final victory, the loss will become unacceptable. Now, only you have the ability to fight his psychic power. You don't have to tell me. Sage Du Bo said this and left the bridge. His body, with the help of the mechanical structure, floated passed through the corridor inside the ship at a very fast speed, and came to a hidden cabin. Here, there is a huge machine. Its surface is covered with complex patterns and symbols, emitting a faint blue light, as if whispering the oldest secrets of the universe. At the center of the machine, there is a sphere made of energy fields, which imprisoned a huge and strange creature. Its appearance was terrifying, like a long worm. Its body was dark purple, and its surface was covered with wriggling blood vessels and tendons, which looked twisted and disgusting. Its head was abnormally large, and was covered with a layer of chitinous shell. The gaps in the shell were filled with dense eyes, each of which emitted a faint green light, revealing its psychic power. Its tentacles kept rubbing in the energy field, making an unsettling buzzing sound. People who have a deep understanding of the Void Zerg can quickly determine that this is a very rare thing among the Void Zerg, a neurozoan, or a brain tyrant. The brain worm may be the latest type of Void Zerg beast to evolve. In a few historical records of the Void Zerg 1,000 years ago, there is no such worm. The earliest report occurred 1,000 years ago. Especially in the last few hundred years, they have become more numerous. Some reports believe that this is a new war machine that has evolved after the Void Zerg successfully cracked and transformed the genes of some psychics, or even a powerful psychic race. They are powerful psychics who can use the psychic power gathered by the Hive Mastermind. These creatures have evolved to the extreme, and their shrunken bodies and swollen heads rely entirely on psychic power. They can only rely on psychic power to float themselves. hovering above the battlefield, launching psychic attacks on the enemies below, or conveying orders from the hive mastermind to the smaller tyrants. Tyrant is the name for some powerful individuals in the Void Zerg. Combining the two, the Neurozoan known as the Brainworm Tyrant is very powerful. This one is particularly large even among the Brainworm Tyrants recorded in the Empire. Sage Dubois stretched out his hands, and countless nerve cords came out from his arms and his back, connecting to the device in front of him. As he operated, the Brainworm's eyes began to flash more frequently, and its tentacles also accelerated the frequency of rubbing. Suddenly, a strong psychic wave was released from the Brainworm's body, penetrating the energy field and spreading into space. It was like a huge net, capturing the psychic forces wandering in space. These forces were originally under Gu Hang control, acting recklessly, but now they have encountered unprecedented opponents. In the void of space, the two psychic forces began a fierce confrontation. Psychic energy is invisible and intangible, but when the two collide with each other, they will emit substantial light waves. The psychic storms collided, emitting a deafening roar. This sound was not transmitted through vibrating sound waves, but more like it resounded directly in the minds of every creature. The visible light waves intertwined with the storms. Sometimes the psychic waves of the Brainworms prevailed, suppressing the storms, and sometimes the storms fought back, tearing the light waves apart. This silent battle took place in the starry sky, like two invisible beasts fighting. Every collision distorted the surrounding space, directly affecting all the starships present. The information exchange between starships, and even within starships, was greatly interfered. Even if the anti-interference equipment was fully activated, it could not be completely blocked. The decisive battle between the two ships became chaotic and unrestrained. Gu Hang was in his own bridge, and the azure light in his eyes was extremely bright. Countless psychics of the Storm Mage Corps, their power was connected with him. But in the confrontation just now, several Storm Mage couldn't stand it. Those who were in good condition only had blood coming out of their mouths and noses, and looked listless. But they were still able to disconnect the psychic connection, and then crawl to the side to rest. Those who were in poor condition, their brains exploded into a blood mist. Gu Hang frowned. The psychic power that suddenly appeared on the battlefield was stronger than he expected. Gu Hang certainly would not be naive to think that the Alfonso Arc fleet, with such a large scale, would not have the means to resist psychic energy. But in general, the Mechanicus was not a force that was good at using psychic energy. They may have some unique technology to protect themselves. It is not common to use psychic power to do something actively. However, the current situation is beyond his expectation. If Alfonso also raises powerful psychics, it is not impossible. However, the psychic strength of the psychic that appeared on the battlefield is a bit excessive. This is definitely at the level of alpha-level psychics. This means that this is definitely not a power that mortals can master. Where did Alfonso get a stable alpha class for them to use? What was even stranger was that Gu Hang could still feel that the psychic power that was fighting against him had a very strange smell. It didn't look like a human psychic, nor did it look like the psychic power used by the Abyss demons that Gu Hang had dealt with many times. What the hell was this? Chapter 565. Original psychic energy. Gu Hang quickly figured out what was so special about the power that was fighting against him. It behaved differently in the subspace. Human psychics are essentially souls that have become a channel connecting the real universe and the subspace. Demons that come to the real world are simply the shadows of the subspace power projected into the real world. The difference in power between the two is that the former, as a human soul, can filter and shape the original subspace power after training, and present a relatively safe, controllable, and precise energy according to the characteristics and thoughts of the psychic. The latter strongly expresses the characteristics of the demon, as a single subspace demon is an extreme, polluted power. Scholars make a distinction between them. The former is called psychic power, the latter is called evil power. But in essence, they are all expressions of the infinite, omnipotent power in the subspace, just in different ways of expression. This one now is also the same. The only difference is that its expression method makes Gu Hang feel too strange. The power of the warp, under its urging, is not simply applied, but more like stolen, suppressed, and tamed, forcibly used. This surprised Gu Hang. He was not sure where this power came from. Was it some specific technology possessed by the Alfonso sect? It was quite powerful. The power of both sides collided in space. The main job of this strange warp power controlled by the Alfonso sect was to constantly block Gu Heng, preventing him from using his own psychic power and directly affecting his own ships. Gu Heng was indeed very annoyed by the entanglement, and he had no time to tear the enemy ship's void shield easily. Once he tried to get rid of it, this tamed subspace force would soon bite him again. Its power would not try to attack the Alliance ships. This performance also confirmed Gu Heng's conjecture. After realizing the special features of this psychic power that was fighting against him, Gu Heng felt that this relatively primitive way of using psychic power was not suitable for attacking the void shield. The original power of the subspace can only be used in a crude and direct way of energy impact to attack the ship's shield and void shield. It's not impossible. It's not completely ineffective. But it's very limited. It's a waste of time. Gu Heng deliberately let it go, pretending that his psychic power was slightly inferior, and temporarily extinguished his own psychic power. The psychic power of the brainworm tyrant under the control of Sage Du Bo hesitated for a moment in space, and could not find a target to defend. An idea flashed through his mind. Is that what Gu Heng is? The strength is quite high, but the endurance is not good. Is there any conspiracy? But he can't care so much. The psychic power of the brainworm tyrant has been projected. It can't be put away now that Gu Heng can't be sensed. So, he tried to mobilize the power, just like Gu Heng tore the iron will just now, cast the power of the brainworm tyrant onto the Alliance ship. He caught a cruiser, and used the power of the subspace to bombard it, but it took a long time to tear the shield apart. 2 heavy artillery shells working in conjunction with psychic power fired at it. Only then did they turn the Moon-class void shield red. This was a bit embarrassing. Gu Heng realized that this kind of taming and enslavement of the power of the subspace, although the power that can be controlled is very powerful, there is almost no skill, and it is impossible to derive the necessary changes. Tearing the void shield, that is not simply rushing the energy upwards. This strange power is doing that. But if you do this, the effect is equivalent to treating psychic power as a cannonball, evolving it into concrete energy in the real world, and bombarding the void shield. But if that's the case, why bother using psychic power so much? Can't you just use macro cannons and light spears to bombard it? Of course, even with such a primitive and simple way of using psychic power, the threat is actually quite big. After all, there is no need to worry about the hit rate of psychic power. If you give him more time, he can really create a good effect. However, after Gu Heng got the answer he wanted, he no longer hesitated and took action directly, taking advantage of the opportunity when the brainworm tyrant was competing with a Moon-class void shield of the Alliance. Gu Heng once again manifested his psychic power and targeted a cruiser and 2 frigates of the Ark fleet. The psychic power directly acted on their void shields with a special wave frequency, disrupting the effectiveness of the interior of the energy shield, and quickly tore the void shield and the energy shield apart. Yi Lixiao and Gu Heng had already cooperated well. When she received Gu Heng's notice, she coordinated several warships and made preparations. As soon as the void shield was broken, the firepower immediately followed up and quickly turned it into space junk. At the same time, Gu Heng also locked on the next target, the second largest ship among the enemies, the Ascension Machine Soul Emperor-class battleship. At this time, the psychic power of the brainworm tyrant controlled by Du Bo turned around and entangled with Gu Heng's psychic power again. This once again shows the difference in flexibility and technicality of the spiritual power mastered by the Alfonso sect. Du Bo certainly did not just react. He noticed when Gu Heng's spiritual power reappeared on the battlefield and tried to redirect his strength to resist. He knew that his efficiency in dealing with the shields of the Alliance ships was not comparable to Gu Heng. If the two sides had such an exchange, they would definitely lose. However, if the spiritual powers of both sides collided directly, skills and flexibility would certainly play a role. But Du Bo could rely on brute force to mess with Gu Heng. If you can't accomplish your goal, it's still easy to make things worse for you. But on the other hand, Gu Heng is absolutely unwilling to engage in psychic confrontation and entanglement with this inexplicable force. Its strength is very high. In the confrontation, it is inevitable that some storm mages will be sacrificed. Sacrifices are fine. But if you want to win by force, let alone whether you can win, it will at least be very laborious and time-consuming. Alfonso fleet can do without psychic support. They have an advantage in strength. But the Alliance fleet, which is obviously at a disadvantage in terms of conventional fleet strength. The key to victory lies in Gu Heng's cheat. No, it is Gu Heng's psychic power. Being restricted like this, the Alliance fleet is really looking for death. However, Since Gu Hang did not order the fleet to withdraw after discovering that something was wrong, and continued to fight, it was naturally because he found a way to crack it. Let me see what you are. Okay, I found it. Located on the War Arc Alfonso II, Gu Hang saw Sage Dubois, and also saw the giant brain worm tyrant imprisoned in a machine. Chapter 566, Cerebral Worm Tyrant. Gu Hang certainly knew what a cerebral worm was. Although the Alliance had not yet dealt with the Void Zerg, there was a lot of research information widely circulated about these powerful enemies that the Empire had recently encountered. It must be pointed out that in this universe, various intelligent races and civilizations emerged one after another. But most of the ones encountered by the Empire were not worth mentioning. The worst ones are just civilizations that have developed on their own planets and have not yet entered space. The stronger ones are just civilizations that are active in a few galaxies or at most multiple star regions. People call this level of civilization a pocket empire. Compared with the huge size of the human empire, these civilizations are really like a pocket. In the historical records of the Empire, there have been alien civilizations that are much stronger than the pocket empire. But most of them were wiped out in the founding war led by the Emperor himself when he was still alive. The alien civilizations that can be encountered now are all pockets for the Empire, and it is not difficult to exterminate them. When expanding territory, encountering such things is at most a minor problem. By the way, in the Sun Expedition, most of the targets of the Sun Lord's expansion are actually this kind of enemies. However, among the many new enemies discovered by the human empire, only the Void Zerg is the most terrifying. No one knows where they come from. They are locusts in the universe, devouring one vibrant planet after another. They are the ultimate predators. Human records of them are always centered around words such as plunder, devour, and evolution. They can not only tear the enemy apart with their claws, but also use biochemical guns for long-range shooting, including biochemical artillery and biochemical Terra Zerg. The biological warship clusters rampaging in space are the end of the Imperial Navy. And it is not just the enemy of mankind. Other space forces have all been attacked cruelly and ruthlessly by this monster. The Void Zerg is the pinnacle of biological evolution, and exists for a simple purpose: reproduction. And reproduction. By digesting and absorbing the organic matter of the entire planet, these monsters grow more and more, and they will continue to absorb genes to transform themselves, turning themselves into more deadly killing machines. Only fools would regard the cruelty and bloodthirstiness of the Tyranids as a manifestation of their lack of intelligence. The hive mind controls the activities of all Zerg colonies with cold precision to ensure the survival of the entire colony. The hive mind is an abstract existence without actual individuals. It is a collection of super-information concepts condensed in the real world and the subspace, a collection of extremely powerful energy. As a high-dimensional life, the operating instructions of the hive mind are transmitted through nodes, and can even interfere with the brains of nearby creatures, making them fearful and uneasy, and amplifying the fear of psychics. In Gu Hang opinion, this thing called Zerg Shadow and Subspace Shadow that came with the Zerg Swarm is a reverse influence of real creatures on the subspace. Subspace is a non-material world, a sea of souls. Void Zerg, seemingly monsters without souls and emotions. However, they are still creatures existing in the real universe. A single Zerg may not have individual will, but the will of the Zerg hive combined with the Zerg Swarm is extremely huge. It will naturally be reflected in the subspace, becoming a ruthless subspace monster. When the swarm passes by, a part of the hive mind descends with the swarm, and it will suppress the subspace in the corresponding area. In other words, it is a kind of cold characteristic of the swarm. The hive mind is cold, without emotion, only survival, plunder, devouring, and reproduction. When it occupies the mainstream in this subspace, all psychic activities in this area will be suppressed naturally. Human psychics are better, just have a headache, just cut off the connection with the warp. Demons, Chaos believers are more affected. In the few wars between the Void Zerg and Chaos demons observed by the Empire, the latter never gained any advantage. And correspondingly, when the Void Zerg devoured some races that are good at using psychic energy, such as the Space Eldar, such as Chaos demons, they not only further mastered the countermeasure of using the shadow of the warp to suppress psychic energy reaction, but also evolved things like brain worms in the cluster. Neurozoa, the king of brain worms, are the top psychic control units. It is generally believed that Neurozoa have the strength of alpha-level psychics. The Alfonso sect is really brave. They dared to try to enslave something of this level? The key is, they really succeeded? However, The huge hidden dangers contained in this must still exist. After Gu Heng learned that the northern battlefield of the Spider Web universe, the battle jointly led by the Infinite Core, the Bat Core, and the Anti-Foreign Inquisition, was blocked by the Void Zerg. He strongly suspected that the Iron Armor Core might have some unclear relationship with the Zerg. Otherwise, when the Iron Armor on the northern battlefield was powerless to block it, a plague of insects suddenly broke out on the route of advance. That would be too much of a coincidence. Therefore, Gu Heng conducted research on the psychic power of the Void Zerg, just to prepare for the rainy day and avoid being helpless after encountering such an enemy. The opponent in the scene now seems to be different from what was expected. But some of the methods prepared by Gu Heng can still be used. However, before using those methods, Gu Heng thought that there was a simpler, more direct, and more destructive method that could be tried first. Since this psychic power is not from the Alfonso sect, then, can it be made out of control? If a Neurozoan with alpha-level psychic power loses control and goes berserk in the enemy war arc, what will be the result? Will the several sages of the main profession in that ship be able to suppress it? Gu Heng is not sure. The Mechanicus is also capable, and should not be underestimated. But even if they can, huge chaos in the ship is inevitable. This is almost equivalent to destroying the most powerful war arc among the enemy. While thinking, Gu Heng never stopped moving. His psychic energy continued to entangle with the psychic energy of the Neurozoa, but the entanglement was very careless. Du Bo felt that Gu Heng's psychic energy had become easier to deal with. Although he was doubtful, this was good news. Anyway, he had given up the idea of using the psychic energy of the Neurozoa to attack the Alliance ships. Entangling Gu Heng's psychic energy, so that he could not destroy his own warships, would be enough. Even if Gu Heng suddenly withdrew his power later, he was determined not to be fooled. He would just guard his main warships, and wait for Gu Heng power to emerge again. And then, he would immediately attack him. As long as Gu Heng's psychic power could not affect his own ships, the firepower of the Mechanicus fleet would be enough to destroy the Alliance fleet. Du Bo had no doubt about this. But in the next moment, Gu Heng's psychic power suddenly condensed into a very tough and penetrating force, which pierced a large hole in the subspace primitive energy group of the Neurozoan. Chapter 567. Gu Heng with thick eyebrows and big eyes is also a traitor. Du Bo is not a psychic, but it does not prevent him from using the machine to clearly see from a high-dimensional perspective that the power of the Neurozoa under his control has been penetrated. To be honest, when he saw that the psychic group that represented his control had a big hole penetrated, which led directly to the Alfonso II he was riding, his mechanical heart trembled fiercely. The more he studied the power of psychic energy, the more he felt in awe. It can do so many things. And it is too scary. In an instant, he issued a series of orders. The ship's void shield must be prepared for impact. The maintenance team must be ready at all times. And the second backup void shield must be ready to go. Once the current void shield system has a problem, it must be activated immediately. This series of orders is all for fear of any danger, causing problems with the most important core ship in the entire fleet. However, none of the things he was worried about happened. Alfonso II's void shield was fine, and it was not under any pressure. The calculation unit in his mind was rapidly analyzing the situation, intercepting information from the spiritual energy collision between the two sides, trying to know what Gu Heng was going to do. This time, Gu Heng was not going for the void shield. Then, he was going for boom. When his calculation was almost finished, there was a sound of explosion. His calculations were meaningless. The consequences had already happened. We were invaded. The information was reported. Du Bo did not issue any special orders. When ships were fighting against boarding and enemy invasion, they had a complete and mature response mechanism. He needed to see with his own eyes what was going on. Then, he was a little dumbfounded. The enemy was indeed an enemy, but the type of this enemy was really something he had not expected, even never seen before. They have light blue, translucent bodies. Each of them looks like a person, wearing various military uniforms, such as the plastic steel combat armor of ordinary soldiers, and a small amount of power armor. However, these equipments should only be appearance, and have no meaning in actual combat. Their essence is still an entity composed of energy. This nature is somewhat similar to chaos demons. They are all entities condensed in the real world by the power of the subspace. Du Bo once thought that he was facing the power of some chaos believers. Gu Heng, you are a traitor too? But the direction of your betrayal is different. But he soon felt something different. The power displayed by those Heroes is not as extreme as that of the Abyss Demons. This is not about strength. In fact, the sources of power used by these heroes are also diverse, namely storms, strong winds and thunder. But in another aspect, they are not like those Abyss Demons, who have particularly extreme emotional expressions. There are good and bad. Based on the experience of the Alfonso sect in fighting against the Abyss Demons, they are very disgusting opponents. If the demons invade the ship, then even the machines may be infected by the subspace power represented by such extreme emotions and become possessed. Machines can also be possessed. But these heroes do not have these characteristics. They seem very rational, as if they are living people. Or, they seem to have the soul of a living person. In any case, it is good news that they cannot let the machines be possessed. Compared with those normal Chaos Abyss Demons, they are much more disciplined. This is bad news for the defenders on the ship. Du Bo felt extremely disgusted. When the war is about to end, I must expose Gu Hang's evil deeds to the public. You say we are traitors? He is also a traitor. He can actually summon demons. Although Du Bo knew that this kind of heroic spirit was definitely different from a demon. It was also a creature composed of pure subspace power, which was definitely not a power that humans should normally master. And even the most powerful psychic master could not do it. Even if he didn't use the power of the 4 most powerful evil gods in the warp. He was looking for the power of the secondary evil gods in the warp. It was still a taboo. But he soon realized that he had to survive with his fleet first. Otherwise, if all the people on his ship were destroyed in space, it would be impossible for him to go out and say anything to Gu Hang. On the war arc, the elite crusaders had already taken action. The heroes that appeared were being rapidly eliminated. These heroes were very powerful and elite. However, according to the information sent back by Sage Paulson, who led the Skitarii, their combat power was almost equivalent to the top fighters in the Imperial Star Army. Is it strong? Of course, it is very strong. However, the troops that can serve as Skitarii on Alfonso II are undoubtedly the absolute elite in the entire sect's armed forces. The huge night mechas are not easy to move and fight in the ship. But some of the small units are very difficult to deal with. Not only the Sentinel mech, but also some Squire-class night mechs. They are much smaller than the regular Ranger-class night mechs, but still slightly larger than the Sentinel mechs. Their firepower is not much stronger than the Sentinel mechs. After all, this size means that some heavy firepower cannot be equipped, but their flexibility, armor, and a small shield generator make their actual combat capabilities much stronger than the Sentinel mechs. In addition to the attendant knights from multiple knight orders, the more powerful ones are the automatic robots on the ship. These automatic robots, to those who do not understand the differences in details, have some similarities with the intelligent Iron Men, but their cores are completely different. The intelligent Iron Men are pure machines from beginning to end, without souls, without any flesh and blood brains, and completely rely on one or more core machine chips to work together to drive the body of the machine to fight. But the automatic robots of the Mechanicus are different. Although they are called automatic, in fact, these things are essentially still people, or they are servitors. People who have undergone servitor surgery after having part of their brain removed, and whose body is modified to the highest degree possible, become automatic robots. This is an important force in the Mechanicus. Some of them are very fully configured, and are even custom units handcrafted by high-level Mechanicus members, which are ridiculously elite. When the Crusaders and the Knights were mobilized, it was natural that the heroic spirits that invaded the ship were eliminated. No one was worse than the other. But the number of heroic spirits that appeared at the same location in the ship at the same time was, after all, at a disadvantage. However, before Sage Paulson, who was responsible for the safety of the ship, could rest assured, a new report came out immediately. A large number of heroic spirits appeared in more than a dozen other areas of the ship. Paulson and several other sages who were asked for help and led the team personally formed a command system together, assigned teams, and put out fires everywhere inside the ship. These heroes, it seems impossible to kill them all. After destroying all the heroes stationed in one place, there are still heroes emerging from the warp cracks. Then they pray to the god of all machines, using the blessed machines, to shut down the warp cracks, but there are often 2 places where warp cracks have opened, and they have to put out the fire again. The entire Alfonso II is extremely large, like a nest in space. Not only has a body that is larger than the Retribution-class battleship, as long as 40 kilometers, but also has areas with hundreds of floors. Even if there are more than 15 million Mechanicus units active in the ship, it is difficult to cover every place. But in general, the Mechanicus still protects the entire ship well. The important areas have also received their key protection, and there have been no problems. But we must add some qualifiers to this no problem, temporarily, and important areas. Some unimportant areas cannot be protected very well. For example, a subspace rift opened in the lower cabin area. There were not many Mechanicus units active in this area, and it was not an important area. It was just a dormitory area for slaves. The heroic spirits that appeared quickly killed the few slave units active in this area and blocked the transmission of information. While the upper area was in chaos, they silently protected the subspace rift from becoming larger and larger. Then more and more heroic spirits came out from the rift and from the storm kingdom inside. Soon, here, without the Mechanicus discovering, divisions formed by the heroic spirits appeared in formation, until the number of heroic spirits gathered here exceeded 160,000, and they were organized into 4 large infantry divisions according to the Alliance military organization. They had to continue to expand the occupied area to accommodate more and more people. At this time, a patrol team that was killed by them, under their strong blockade, still spread the news. Since they were discovered, they no longer hid. Under the command of the division commander and officers, the heroes who had sacrificed for the Alliance on battlefield after battlefield, and now rested in Gu Hang Kingdom of God awakened again, and continued to fight for the Alliance. In fact, they enjoyed it very much. They had been eager to do so. The heroes who rushed out frantically quickly rushed the Crusaders, who had never expected to make such a big fuss in the bottom cabin area to pieces. Judging from this ship, the Crusaders still have an absolute numerical advantage. But from a local perspective, the Crusaders, who were not mobilized in time, became the numerically disadvantaged side in the battle. Moreover, they also had some problems in command. Due to the underestimation of the number of heroic spirits, they were too eager to destroy them. They mistakenly launched active attacks again and again, and the Crusaders mobilized from the surrounding areas often did not merge with other friendly forces, but followed the signals and requests for help from the friendly units fighting in the front, and went directly to the most intense battle. This became a refueling tactic. Chapter 568, all members arrived. In the bottom cabin area, the tactics of the heroes were quite insidious. They deliberately kept a group of chaplains alive, and kept them to pass on information, saying that they were holding on, saying that they were about to lose. Then, the chaplains who came in continuously added fuel to the fire. They could not reach the reserve position in the inner layer at all, and would be ambushed and raided by the heroes, who far outnumbered them on the way, and then be quickly eliminated. After defeating a large number of Crusaders in succession, and almost clearing the surrounding area, the heroic spirits did not continue the tactic of besieging and attacking the reinforcements, but decisively killed the enemies in the original positions, and then marched forward in great strides. The heroic spirits did not forget the order from the governor of the Alliance they believed in. Attacking the enemy living forces was determined to achieve the mission goal. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to kill all 15 million Crusaders on the ship here. Gu Hang would also consume his strength to support so many heroes fighting continuously. Not to mention in space, in the battle between the two ships, his psychic power was still entangled with the power of the Neurozoan. The most important thing is, even if Gu Hang did this, if he wanted to rely purely on heroes to kill all the 15 million elite guardsmen on the ship, how long would it take? It was impossible to kill them all. He still had to go to the place where Du Bo imprisoned and controlled the Neurozoan. It was quite far from the bottom cabin. However, after the few defenders in the surrounding area were eliminated by the heroic spirits using the siege tactics, the road became smooth for a long distance. In fact, they once fought to a place only 15 kilometers away from Du Bo. Although, they still needed to climb up more than 10 floors, and they still had to deal with the complicated internal routes of the ship. But this still made Du Bo feel a little anxious. He received a message from Paulson, who was in charge of the defense work inside the starship, and scolded him. Paulson, who was scolded, led the team to plug the hole in person. The previous refueling tactics were no longer used. He originally wanted to let those heroes rush further and mobilize his own troops to be more abundant before going up. But now, being scolded by Du Bo, he could only go to plug the hole in advance. The troops were not enough. What should he do? Then rely on sufficient eliteness. As a fully modified sage, he naturally needs no further explanation. At the same time, He also brought a combat team composed of the most elite top-level automatic soldiers. As soon as he led the team to the scene, the effect was immediate. The momentum of the heroes' continued attack was immediately blocked. They tried to find other paths to expand the breadth and depth of the battlefield. On the three-dimensional battlefield of about 10 kilometers on more than a dozen floors in the ship, due to the special terrain of the ship, it was divided into small, local, but interconnected and mutually influential battlefields. This brought a lot of pressure to Paulson. But at the same time, it also stimulated the ability of this sage. The calculation unit in his mind took into account the complex situation of the entire battlefield, and dispatched the troops at hand one by one to the most needed places, with relatively scarce troops, and blocked the attack of the heroes. Moreover, as time went on, the problem of insufficient troops was also rapidly alleviated. After all, Alfonso II still had plenty of manpower. The troops that were constantly gathering together were alleviating the problem of troops every moment. Even after the heroes occupied the bottom cabin area, the subspace cracks became larger and larger, and the heroes that emerged from it continued to emerge. However, gradually, the number of the Crusader army on the battlefield gradually equalized, and even slightly exceeded. Here, the two sides formed a major battlefield, and the war situation that spread out was like a brutal street battle against a small nest city on the surface. Moreover, it was a street fight where neither side could use heavy weapons. In contrast, although there were still some subspace cracks, which would appear in various places on the ship, but with the help of several other sages, and the huge reserve force left behind, they were still able to eliminate the heroes emerging from a subspace crack before they could become powerful, and before they could open up a second battlefield. Dubose contacted several sages in succession, and also watched the scenes of the battle on the ship, directly through accessing the information stream, and roughly grasped the overall situation. At present, it seems that it is still relatively stable. It seems that the whole ship is boiling, and fighting is going on everywhere. But at present, the core areas of the ship are not in danger of being conquered. At the same time, he can also feel that the spiritual power belonging to Gu Hang, which is constantly fighting against him in the universe, has become much weaker. Although, this may be a pretense by Gu Hang. After all, Gu Hang has done this before, pretending to be scattered, and then launching a sneak attack. But this time, Dubose judged that it should be true. To take advantage of his weakness, he increased the intensity of the siege on Gu Hang's spiritual energy. This would inevitably bring greater pressure to Gu Hang, not only making it impossible for him to have the leisure time to attack his own ships, but also distracting Gu Hang energy, making him reduce his investment in the heroic spirits inside the war Arkansas. Dubose's strategy was correct. Gu Hang did feel a lot of pressure now. This was the most powerful opponent Gu Hang had ever faced since the Great Unclean One, Galaga. Moreover, the difference is that the decisive battle with Galaga took place in the Kingdom of Storm God, which was his home ground, and his strength would be greatly increased. At present, although he was much stronger than when he fought against Galaga, he also lacked the home advantage. Instead, he had to fight in the opponent's home ground and support so many heroic warriors fighting at the same time. The pressure was indeed very great. The most direct manifestation was that the Storm Mage Corps of the Alliance, with more than 10,000 psychics, had lost nearly 1,000 so far. 7% casualties. The impact is not small. Although not everyone died, only 300 or 400 were shot in the head, the remaining 600 are injuries that can be recovered in the future. But it is still heartbreaking enough. The Storm Mage Corps is not cheap. It is one of the assets that Gu Hang has worked hard to accumulate over the years. A considerable number of people in it are cultivated by Gu Hang at the cost of gift points. One psychic is 100 gift points, which can be exchanged for a gene seed. Of course, the training of Space Marines mainly involves the early personnel screening and later training. The training of psychic mages is basically a one-time deal, and Gu Hang usually does not bother to increase the grace points for subsequent upgrades. But in any case, the death of more than 300 people means the loss of 30,000 grace points. Not to mention, people with psychic talents are rare in themselves, and it takes a very large population base and a long time of screening to create this 10,000-person mage group. It is not easy to accumulate them. Moreover, the loss of personnel will not have any impact on the overall strength. After all, in the current psychic confrontation, the core of exerting power is still Gu Hang. However, in the pressure and consumption of the confrontation, Gu Hang needs the 10,000-person psychic group to share it with him. when the number of his Storm Mage group is reduced. The time for Gu Heng to support so many heroic spirit units to fight in the enemy ships, and to contend with the power of the Nurizoa in space will be shortened. At present, it is not obvious. But when the number of mage groups decreases by 20%, 30%, the pressure on each remaining Storm Mage will increase significantly to the point where they cannot bear it. This will further trigger a chain reaction, and the whole situation may collapse. Without the support of the entire mage group, Gu Heng endurance will be greatly reduced. At this point, it is almost equivalent to Gu Heng failure. At that time, he would probably not consider how to defeat Alfonso mechanical fleet, but how to evacuate as many of his own ships as possible. Of course, it's not that time yet. Although the heroes who materialized into the enemy ships, the battle reached a stalemate. But that doesn't mean that Gu Heng has used all his means. What is the means to break the stalemate? Of course, there is no way to directly send a burning sky torpedo. If possible, Gu Heng would of course like to, let alone the burning sky torpedo. Even if dozens of DF-level missiles could be sent in and exploded inside the ship, the effect would be devastating. Unfortunately, psychic teleportation cannot do this. At the moment, the heroes fighting in the enemy ships are essentially all Gu Heng's psychic power, the embodiment of the subspace energy in the Kingdom of Storms. They seem to be holding guns and wearing power armor. But in fact, these things are all just appearances. Whether it was the bullets fired, or the slashes of the power sword, it was essentially the power of the storm at work. The heroes were just manifestations, a way to display the concept of the power of the storm in the real universe. They were not material. Unless he could board the enemy ship, spend a few days, and establish a stable exit there. Like the secret research institute he built on the Wrathful Owl Star to transmit black box creations. But that was obviously impossible. The temporarily torn subspace rift cannot transmit physical matter. What about the ability to teleport with psychic energy? It doesn't work either. In essence, psychic teleportation is to resonate with the target, and send the soul, and the life represented by the soul, to the target location. This means that psychic teleportation can only allow living beings with souls to pass through. The equipment and weapons carried by each living being are essentially the life itself, and the weight is relatively limited, and it emphasizes the binding of the equipment's machine soul to the life. As extraordinary individuals, Space Marines have extremely strong vitality in both soul and body. They can carry stronger, more, and larger equipment. However, sending a dreadnought and a full set of combat ammunition is almost the limit. However, any weapon with super destructive power, such as DF missiles, has a larger and heavier warhead, and does not have armor. The machine soul of the gun and the long-term binding effect with the user cannot be sent together. But Gu Heng couldn't directly send bombs into the enemy ship. He still had Space Marines to send. Space Marines boarding is an excellent way to solve this kind of problem. It cost a lot of money to raise the Phoenix Warband, just to play a key role at the moment. In fact, Gu Heng has another choice at the moment, that is Blood Shark. As a stingy warlord, if he can take the Blood Shark, a warband that does not belong to him now, to take on the difficult task without sacrificing his own strength, it seems to be a good thing. Especially since the Blood Sharks are so good at fighting. However, after thinking it over again and again, Gu Heng still did not do so. Firstly, the Blood Sharks might not be willing to invest much strength. Would they be willing to follow Gu Heng's order and smash the entire battle group into the enemy ship? The Phoenix could. Secondly, the heroic spirits fighting on the enemy ship are quite sensitive. If the Blood Sharks saw them, it was hard to say what their reaction would be. Third, and most importantly, Blood Sharks are strong, good at fighting, good at rapid assaults. All of these are true. However, they are still not as good as the Phoenixes trained by Gu Heng himself. After all, Gu Heng pulled 1/3 of the Phoenixes to become the company champions, and the remaining 2/3 were all elite sergeants. This gap in individual soldier quality is something that a regular regiment cannot make up for. The conditions for psychic teleportation have long been in place. But Gu Heng also considered that the enemy defense on the top battleship Alfonso II must be quite strict. So he did not immediately put the Space Marines into battle, but waited for the opportunity. At present, Gu Heng thought that the time was almost here. Before starting the transmission, Gu Heng asked Martins, "Are you ready?" "No problem." "Okay. Then go." The light flashed, and the bizarre picture in Sereth Martin's eyes kept distorting in front of him. At the same time, He also felt a violent pulling sensation, as if his body was being torn apart. But these sensations were already somewhat familiar, even though, for some unknown reason, this time it was more intense. It was still within the tolerable range. These sensations seemed to last for a long time. But that was just an illusion during the teleportation. In fact, everything was completed in just a moment. After feeling a push from behind, he took a step forward. The next moment, the commander of the regiment, wearing a fine iron cavalry terminator, stepped heavily on the steel ground. With a thud, he completed the transmission. The sound of the power boots contacting the ground came densely afterwards. Without Martin's order, the sergeants of each company and each tactical group began to count the number of people in the team. After a while, the company commanders reported, all 8 companies of the Phoenix Regiment have arrived. Chapter 569, Actions in the Ship. During the process of assembling, Martins looked around and analyzed the environment he was in. The location they were in was like a restaurant, and there were certainly no enemies here at the moment. Next to them, there were many spirits made of storm power. Each of them was wearing the uniform of the Alliance Army, and they looked at him with reverence. When his eyes swept over, many heroic spirits would spontaneously salute him. A little uncomfortable, but he nodded. A heroic officer came up to report that the estimated straight-line distance from here to the mission target was 11 kilometers. Of course, this was the straight-line distance, which was calculated by Gu Heng after he observed the location of the neuroprotozoa through his psychic power. In the middle, it might take 7 floors to go up, and there were many twists and turns in the middle. I don't know how many roads I have to walk. Gu Heng provided the Phoenix with a specific route through the heroic officer, but it can only serve as a reference at best. Gu Heng couldn't get a complete internal structure diagram of the Alfonso II under great pressure from all sides. Not to mention that the enemy force composition is also involved, and the enemy force deployment is still changing with the frontal battle situation. The next thing, the 8 companies of the Phoenix Regiment will have to find a way to solve it themselves. But the only good news is that this heroic officer named Edward Lafort assured Martins that the team he led would act together with the Space Marines. Of course, this action does not mean fighting. This is natural. 800 Space Marines are here. No matter what kind of battle they encounter, they don't need a dozen heroes to help. Their main task is to act as information transfer and provide intelligence support. The intelligence here is not provided by themselves. In fact, Gu Heng will allocate some psychic power to do this. These heroes are essentially the embodiment of Gu Heng's psychic power, which is equivalent to small psychic nodes. The power he extended, with the help of these heroes, could explore the situation in a relatively large area around him, and provide the Space Marines with real-time mapping, navigation, and enemy unit detection functions. However, most of Gu Heng power was still fighting against the Neurozoa, supporting hundreds of thousands of heroes, and fighting with the Scutarii on the main battlefield inside the ship. He did not have enough energy to take care of such a delicate matter as battlefield perception. At the same time, if too much power was divided, it would be easy for Sage Dubois to detect it. Therefore, the intelligence support that Gu Heng can provide is not too strong. The scope of exploration is not large enough, and the foreseeable situation of the enemy will also be limited. But Martin said that this is already a great surprise. The 800 Space Warriors officially began to act. They were divided into many independent, but closely connected action teams, and they moved quickly towards the target in the ship with complex terrain. Martins felt that there was a very familiar feeling, and he was back again in his past war career, especially in the 100 Years of Atonement expedition. They had dealt with similar situations too many times, going deep into the enemy territory alone, raiding key targets. Isn't this what they do most? What's more, they are not completely alone now. The voice of the heroic officer Lafort often sounded, guiding their actions. As they moved, the surrounding situation became clearer and clearer. This place is not the focus of the battlefield, and it is also a certain distance away from the core areas guarded by the Crusaders. As long as you don't run into the enemy reinforcement route to the front battlefield, you won't encounter a large number of enemies. At most, there will be some small patrols. If you encounter such a situation, avoid it if you can. If you can't avoid it, take action. The think tanks in the regiment and the technical sergeants will be the first to go, with psychic power or the jamming equipment carried by the technical sergeants. Temporarily block the patrol team's communication facilities. At the same time, the fiery red angels rushed out from the back. the side, and even the blind spots at the corners with an irresistible posture. Often, the patrols could not even fire their guns before being attacked by the phoenixes. Power swords and combat blades became the ultimate weapons at this moment. With superior numbers, the patrols of the Scutarii under attack did not even have the ability to send a message before being killed. The attempts to send a message to warn other teammates would also be intercepted by the think tanks or technical sergeants in their own ways. In general, the Space Marines' actions were very fast. Gu Heng also found time to navigate in his busy schedule. So they didn't take any detours and rushed a long distance in a very short time. Of course, it was impossible for everything to go smoothly. Putting aside other things, the disappearance of a large number of patrols was a very dangerous signal in itself, and no one would easily ignore it. In this regard, Gu Heng was also prepared. The coordinates left in the officer's mess were not wasted. Gu Heng's psychic power was revealed, and a group of heroic warriors were deployed. After the Phoenix Space Marines left the area, they also began to act, deliberately exposing themselves to the patrol team, and pretending that the patrol team that had disappeared before was killed by this group of heroic spirits, who suddenly opened up a battlefield. The Crusaders on the ship quickly responded and began to eliminate the heroic spirits in this area. They certainly couldn't hold out for long. But when Alfonso Crusaders looked at them and attacked them, their goal had actually been achieved. However, the Crusaders' commanders were not fools. They would probably react quickly. The few heroes they had wiped out were not enough to destroy so many patrols in terms of combat power and quantity. Not only did they kill all the patrols, but they couldn't even get any news out. Moreover, the Phoenix's actions have not stopped. In areas far from here, there must be patrols that must be eliminated. Their disappearance will also further alert the enemy. The Crusaders will sooner or later become suspicious and guess that a powerful force must have arrived. By expanding the area where the patrol disappeared, they can roughly judge what this force wants to do. However, we can't just not do it because the enemy will find out sooner or later. The longer the time of discovery can be delayed, the better. In fact, the commander of the Scutarii army could not wait to find the Phoenixes through the problem of the missing patrol. Before that, the Phoenixes faced a problem that they had to actively show up to solve. The heroic officer Lafort reported to Martins that the stairs leading to the next level were the only way around. If they wanted to go up again and reach the level where the mission location was named the Protozoan Room in their operation, this was the fastest way. If we don't go here, it will take a long time to take a detour, and the risks are unknown. After all, they are getting closer and closer to the Protozoan Room. This is a huge and magnificent staircase with a width of about 40 meters. It is more than 30 meters high and has many sculptures. At the end of the stairs, there are 3 arches with all kinds of reliefs on them, which is quite impressive. This is not only an important note across multiple layers, but also, it should have some religious and ritual functions on the ship. The recessed part of the arch stone is equipped with a fire basin. On both sides of the staircase, there are steel pillars about 1 meter high, with fire basins on them. In these fire basins, some special incense seems to be burning, which smells like motor oil. Ordinary people don't think this smell is good, but the motor oil guys must like it. And here, the enemy is heavily guarded, no matter how much movement there is in other areas. The defenders of this arch have never been mobilized. To be honest, the number of garrisons is not particularly large. Behind the arch, on the stairs, and in the small square in front of the stairs, they all look quite large. But after all, it is just a single area, and there are about 200 guards. But they are all elite mechas. Each one is over 2.5 meters tall. And the black and red paint is the usual color of the Alfonso sect. This kind of thing called the Death Slave Mecha should not be underestimated. According to the design specifications, the strength level of the entire set of automated machines outside this thing is designed and produced to match the Space Marine power armor. Although after mass production, it is estimated that it will not reach the level of the original version. And the operator inside is just a modified robot servant with only half a brain and spine left. But they have indeed reached a level similar to that of Space Marines, driving the machine according to consciousness and instinct. At least, they have a strength level equivalent to the honor guards of the Alliance army. This cannot be taken lightly. What's more, among this group of dead slaves, there are some big guys. For example, the upgraded version of the Death Slave robot. The Iron Hero robot made to match the Terminator power armor. The 4-meter tall, Slender Dragoon, whose driver is an elite warrior among the Skitarii. And the laser spear in his hand is powerful enough to break the power armor with one shot. The most outrageous one is the 20 basilisk robots. Their heads are like mechanical skulls, and their whole bodies really look like giant steel snakes, half standing up. The 7 or 8 arms extending from the torso are each equipped with different weapons. The first company to arrive here did not act rashly, but hid at the corner of the passage a little further away, waiting for the company led by Martins to arrive. Martins checked the situation on the scene through Lefort, and thought there was no need to wait any longer. It would take time for more troops to gather here, and even if there were more people, the battlefield environment was so small that it would be difficult to deploy troops. So let's just do it. The first to go were still the think tanks and technical sergeants. They tried to block the information, but this time they failed. Behind the triple arch, there seemed to be a signal device with a very strong power. When the Phoenixes started, the signal device was interfered with, becoming unstable, but it was enough to attract the attention of the guards. Several mechanical priests immediately started to repair it, and began to report the situation here. At the same time, the entire guard group began to be alert. Henrik Larsson, the director of the Phoenix think tank, reported to Martins rather awkwardly that they only needed 1 minute at most to cut off the communication between here and the outside world. But Martins was determined not to wait even a minute. It was meaningless. The enemy was already alert, and had even reported the abnormal situation. If we waited any longer, we might just get reinforcements from the enemy. We had to fight as soon as possible. At the command, the Phoenixes rushed out from the corner where they were hiding. Of course, they would not rush out all at once otherwise. In a narrow environment, a dense charge would be a blast. The first wave of people who rushed out were only 12 iron cavalry terminators. They were 2 people in a row, more than 6 meters apart. The first 3 rows were not only equipped with micro-shield generators, but also held 2-meter-high heavy shields in their hands. There was a hole in the upper right corner of the shield, which was convenient for the muzzle of the grenade gun to extend out. The observation window could also protect the head, while allowing them to see the situation clearly. The 6 Terminator warriors charged with giant shields, which of course attracted the attention of the defenders at the first time, and were attacked by concentrated fire. The enemy firepower was quite fierce, especially the beams fired from the laser lances in the hands of the dragon riders, and the lightning beams from the hands of the basilisk mechas, which were particularly threatening. Not to mention, the bolters in the hands of the death slave mechas were not weak either. Without cover and nowhere to hide, they could only rely on giant shields and energy shields to withstand such dense and intense fire. Even the space marines wearing the heaviest armor, carrying the heaviest shields, and energy shields could not withstand such dense and intense fire. 3 heavy shield warriors fell one after another. But during this process, the 3 rows of Phoenix warriors carrying rocket nests on their shoulders also quickly used up all their stored rockets, not seeking a high hit rate, but only covering the enemy. The rockets' covering attack was not enough to destroy the enemy, and even the number of injured was not particularly large. But it also slightly disrupted the enemy's concentrated fire, causing the remaining 3 heavy shield warriors to crash into the enemy formation. The heavy shield warriors dropped their bolters, held their shields in one hand, and pulled out their one-handed power hammers with the other, smashing at the enemies in front of them. Under their cover, the 6 Terminators, who had dropped their rocket nests and charged forward, also joined the battle with their power swords. The next moment, there was a flash of light in the enemy formation, and more than 10 Terminators, with the power of the Phoenix think tank, teleported a short distance of about 200 meters and sent them to the rear of the enemy. The Terminators holding power swords started killing, setting off a massacre frenzy among a bunch of cold mechs. Hundreds of space marines took advantage of the chaos in the formation of the mechs, and were unable to block the firepower in a strict manner, and charged fiercely. Chapter 570, right before our eyes. As a chapter leader, Martins is not the type to stand behind and command. When necessary, he will certainly lead the way, rush to the front line, and even take on the most difficult offensive tasks. At this moment, he is one of the dozen or so Terminators teleported into the enemy camp. The green sword light flashes in the enemy camp. No unit of the Mechanicus is his match. As a chapter leader, Martins, who has already reached the level of a chapter champion after experiencing the duel with the Fury chapter leader Urso, has gone through a life and death experience, and his strength has been further improved. Moreover, not only was his personal strength strong, his equipment was also pulled to the extreme, Almost all the advanced technologies of the Alliance were used. He dodged a laser spear attack from the Dragon Rider, and slashed with the green giant sword, cutting off the Dragon Rider's long legs at the knees, and then stepped on the operator, who fell to the ground, and killed him. During this process, the phase sword kept moving, and one sword fought with the chainsaw axe and the power sword held by the multiple arms of a basilisk, and cut off these high-quality weapons that were also made by Alfonso Mechanicus in a moment. By the way, he also cut off the barrels of the two guns that the opponent tried to aim at him, and then stabbed the sword into the head of the basilisk mecha. The basilisk twitched a few times, and then it was completely motionless. There is no doubt that Martins himself is the most efficient one among the killing machines of the Phoenix. Not only does he have the strength and experience that are the best in the whole group, but also the green glowing phase sword in his hand is also indispensable. Phase weapons are the most advanced among the many technologies that Gu Heng has used to make close combat weapons. Its source may not even be human technology. Since Gu Heng extracted the technology of such weapons, the Alliance has not been able to achieve mass production of such equipment until now, and can only rely on finished black boxes, and produce them at a very slow speed. In addition, the energy and materials required are also unexpectedly much. To date, the Alliance has only made less than 50 phase weapons. Most of them are equipped in the Phoenix Regiment. When it is wielded by a champion master like Martins, the effect it brings is amazing. This was not the first time Martins used this weapon, but it was the first time he used it in actual combat. It was more useful than expected. With a sharp weapon in hand, his killing intent could not be stopped. He slashed at all the enemies in front of him with one sword after another. When the troops of both sides were caught in a melee of close combat, there was no need for command. Martin's greatest role was to show his strength as much as possible and kill as many enemies as possible as quickly as possible. By the time he killed the 24th enemy, the battle was over. The elite guardsmen of the Triple Arch had all been wiped out. Even the enemies who tried to escape were caught up and killed by the Phoenix. The Phoenix paid a heavy price for this. Among the 200 soldiers who participated in the battle, more than 20 were killed or wounded. This is actually a high number. So far, no one can expect that the road ahead will be smooth. Their whereabouts should have been discovered, and they will be blocked by the guardsmen who are ready to fight. They can't even choose a more stable style of play. Otherwise, they might be able to reduce casualties in one battle. But the offensive pressure is there after all. If there is a delay in time, the number of opponents to be faced later may increase several times, which will hinder the entire action plan and even fail completely. This makes the Phoenixes have to choose a high-risk fast attack style. And there will definitely be casualties in the future. But if they continue to fight at this rate, they will lose 20 people in one battle. So how many games will they have to fight later? Can they afford such casualties? How many people can successfully reach the mission site? This is a shadow hanging over Martin's heart. But we can also think about things in a positive way. First of all, the more than 20 casualties of the Phoenix are not all dead, or even not all of them have lost their mobility. The ability of Space Marines to withstand damage is much stronger than that of mortals. The same deep puncture wounds in the chest and abdomen, even the puncture of important organs, for normal mortals, it is definitely fatal. Even if it is not fatal immediately, medical intervention is necessary. But if it is Space Marines, they will not lose their ability to move. And even after a simple treatment by the pharmacist, they can keep up with the troops and continue to fight. At most, their combat effectiveness will be slightly affected. Such people account for half of the casualties. The remaining half, about 10 people, are the real losses. 6 people died, and 5 were seriously injured and unable to move. But even with such a casualty ratio, it is unknown what will happen in the end. As for the seriously injured, neither the Alliance nor the Phoenix had the habit of executing seriously injured teammates. Although it was to reduce pain, it also reduced the burden on the team, especially in an independent raid like the Phoenix. It was even more inappropriate to bring a burden, but they still brought it. At least, Martins judged that the situation was not so bad. In their team, the pharmacist could quickly treat and stabilize the injuries. And there were also towing and carrying equipment for seriously injured people who could not move. Just arrange a team to do this. The facts seemed to confirm Martin's judgment. For example, the Crusaders who just guarded the Triple Arches are already the elite among them. Whether it is the smallest Death Slave robot or the most expensive Basilisk robot, the number is still small in general. Although the actions of the Phoenixes have been discovered, enemies have begun to appear on the road behind them and block them, But those who have been hastily mobilized can only be the nearest ones, not the strongest ones. In fact, the speed of the Phoenix attack was much faster than expected. Many of the defenders, who were temporarily deployed, did not even have time to build their positions. They were often attacked by the Phoenix in narrow passages or in wide cabins. There were no bunkers, no vehicles, and no heavy firepower. Such defense was useless to the Space Marines. They attacked as if they were walking on flat ground, with multiple Terminator teams as the spearheads of the attack, and penetrated the enemy formation all the way. Martins always fights on the front line. The strength he shows is one of the biggest reasons why Phoenix can move forward unwaveringly. The number of elites of the various Crusaders killed by Martin's phase sword is already countless. Led by the team, they have successfully reached the target location of the mission. The protozoan room is right in front of us. Chapter 571, Death 1000 meters. We are now, still, 1,000 meters away from the protozoan chamber. Lafort, who had been following Martins, had a broken voice. Martins, who had just retreated from the front line, stared at the heroic officer. Facing his gaze, Lafort's face was a little anxious. We were interfered. The governor's information transmission cannot act as soon as possible. At this point, he seemed to be electrified, and his whole body twitched. After a few seconds, he returned to normal and gave Martins a bitter smile. The line is disconnected, and I can no longer receive information. I'm sorry. I understand. Martins nodded slightly. He looked back to the front. His fighting brothers just slaughtered a group of enemies who took the initiative to attack them. And this has been the norm for a long time. It is impossible to count how many enemies the regiment has eliminated on the road. But the enemies are like a tide, and they can't be killed at all. Instead, they are increasing, and they are getting more and more elite. After passing the Triple Arch, at first they were just ordinary elites of the Crusader army, and the transformed mechanical servants came to stop them. But as they got closer to the protozoan room, the troops that came to stop the Phoenix not only had a large number, but also had a higher and higher proportion of elites. Until the latest wave, in terms of the quality of the troops, it has not only reached the level of the battle at the Triple Arch, but also has a much larger number, with a large number of conventional troops coordinating, making the Phoenixes have a hard time. So far, of the 800 warriors who participated in the battle, less than 600 remained. Moreover, there were nearly 100 seriously injured soldiers who could not move. This was a big burden, but they still persisted. 50 combat brothers were specially assigned to protect and carry the seriously injured in the midst of the fierce fighting, using a small automatic personnel carrier to tow them. But in any case, they had arrived at the mission site. The protozoan chamber was only 1,000 meters away from them in a straight line, and they were on the same floor at the moment. Even looking over, you can see the tightly closed steel door. However, blocking in front of them is also a most elite force. As the leader of the entire Ark fleet, Sage Dubois is of course extremely concerned about his own safety. Not to mention, the cabin where the Nurizo are placed and imprisoned is also a key part of the ship. The combination of the two makes the Crusaders on the ship definitely do their best to defend this place. The venue is not big, and we can't cram tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of troops here. If we can't stack them in quantity, we can stack them in quality. The Basilisk mechas are all fragile little characters here. The most eye-catching ones are the more than dozens of Colossus mechas arranged around the protozoan room. Each of them is about the same size as the Space Marines dreadnought, holding a thunder hammer and a large shield. And their combat capabilities should not be underestimated. Under the powerful body power, even the Space Marines Terminator Heavy Shield Warrior may not be able to withstand the heavy hammer of the Colossus. These Colossus mechas are just big and eye-catching. In this group of defenders, the most powerful ones are the smaller ones. Battle Priests, Lightning Priests, Iron Hero mechas, handmade super elite versions. When Martins led the team here, the enemy took the initiative to attack them. There was no probing, no entanglement or hesitation. They just confronted each other with absolute strength. Fancy things won't work at this time. The space is narrow, the mission is urgent, this is a strategic problem. The firepower carried by the Space Marines, no matter how strong, however fierce, cannot be as strong as the top configuration of the oil men. A long-range bombardment is bound to lose. The only way to achieve the effect is to bear casualties and shorten the battle distance to close combat. The Phoenixes hope to use psychic teleportation, like the previous attack on the Triple Arch, to directly send the most elite Terminators into the enemy camp. But this time, the teleportation failed. It was not unexpected. The teleportation was disrupted. And the teleportation was disturbed. They could only charge. The price was painful. Even Martins himself rushed into the enemy camp only after the small shield generator was broken. However, when the two sides closed the distance, the battle finally turned to the Space Marines. Hundreds of Space Marines, especially the absolute elite among the Space Marines, launched a collective charge, which still disrupted the positions of the defenders. Most of the long-range firepower cannot play an effect. Those Iron Hero mechas, the mass-produced version is just for show, and will be beaten in a real fight. The fine-crafted version can at best fight against normal Terminator Space Marines. But what they are facing now are not just ordinary Space Marines. The speed of the elite Phoenixes, who slaughter these Iron Hero mechas, is still quite fast. And the Colossus mechas, which can form a fatal blow to the Phoenixes, cannot get rid of the characteristic of lack of flexibility anyway. On the battlefield, many Colossi have fallen. The ones that fell the fastest were all targeted by the Phoenixes holding phase swords. Their extremely heavy armor was like nothing under the phase swords. Only the combat priests were in more trouble. Combat priests were at least above the level of mechanical priests, or even senior members of the Mechanicum at the level of engine prophet. They used all their technical capabilities to completely transform their bodies for combat. This group of real-world men, none of them is mass-produced. There is no template, each one is very personalized, and the abilities they use are also varied. Some of them use their modified bodies to full firepower, and will not care about their own safety at close range, and will not care about friendly injuries, and will bombard desperately. Some have transformed themselves into almost pure energy bodies. High-energy arcs flash violently. Some have transformed themselves into super close-range killing machines. They lack skills, but make up for it with technology. The 8 legs allow them to move flexibly in any direction, encircle multiple cuts, hammer. Weapons, no need for any skills. As long as they get close enough, they can cause damage. Some even have multiple abilities at the same time. That is, energy shields are not very effective in close combat, otherwise they would not be lacking at all. To be honest, these things are what really caused the biggest trouble. The Phoenix was in a tough fight. But Martins, the chapter master, could not take care of the overall battle situation. An elite team, led by him, rushed straight towards the steel gate. Chapter 572, Kill the Bishop. The enemy is elite, and there are a large number of them, and even reinforcements are coming continuously. It is unrealistic to kill all the enemies guarding the gate, and then try to enter the protozoan room. Martins decided that when the fighting brothers were fighting with the enemy, he would personally lead the most elite team, and directly break into the interior to complete the mission. It's not that no one noticed the actions of their team. It's just that, after many Space Marines rushed into the formation, there were not many who could come to stop them. Moreover, the team led by Martins was very strong. Not only him, but also Larson, the think tank director of the warband, and Rizzo, the chief priest, were all there. Besides, the rest of the people were also at the level of the company champion. When they charged, they were really unstoppable. With several phase swords, they waved continuously, and anyone who blocked them would die. It was not until 2 Colossus mechas blocked them that the situation changed a little. They themselves were nothing. The hammers in their hands were as slow as a snail in the eyes of the top masters of the Space Marines. The big shield could not stop their swords, and the heavy armor would be easily cut. Previously, there were Colossi trying to block the way, but they were dealt with by Martins himself. However, at this moment, an orange-red beam of light shot out from behind the 2 Colossi. A company champion was hit by surprise. The shield generator was immediately overloaded. And then the heavy shoulder armor of the Iron Knight Terminator was melted with a hole. And the arm of the Phoenix was directly disabled. The power of this shot was enough to make even Martins look at it. But it was just the beginning. A barrage of bullets was fired from behind. Not every shot was so powerful, but the barrage was accurate enough, and there were enough of them to try to suppress the Space Marines' advance. From the barrage, Martins saw a huge body that was showing off. He was wearing the red and black robes that were the symbol of the Alfonso sect, and he looked like a ruling bishop. This level is already considered a high-ranking figure in the Mechanicus. One step up is the Sage. Letting a ruling bishop guard the gate in person is indeed quite powerful. But this is still just a small setback. On the left and right of Martins, the 2 high-ranking members of the chapter also exerted their strength. Reverend Rizzo raised his scepter, and surging power burst out from it. The gravity scepter directly opened a force field that was not too large, but enough to cover all of them in front of him. The bullets that entered the force field, even the energy beams, were twisted and deflected. The power of the gravity field was released by Rizzo's scepter, which was only the power of the equipment. But if it only relied on the power of the equipment, it would be impossible to completely intercept the firepower of a combat-oriented ruling bishop. If we really want to talk about the value of the equipment, how can this old scepter that has been used for who knows how many years compare to the equipment that a ruling bishop equipped his transformed body with, using all the resources he can allocate in the sect? I'm afraid it's not even as good as a hair. But in Rizzo's hands, it just happened. According to the priests, this is the power of faith, the blessing of the Emperor of God. No matter how unscientific it is, this is the reality. On the other side of Martins, Henrik Larsson was also using his ability. The psychic staff in his hand, which was specially customized from the Mingyang sect, the precious gem on the top, burst into a brilliant blue light. A blue light, formed from the void, passed through the ceiling, formed a thunderbolt, and slammed hard on the ruling bishop. Henrik Larsson could almost be regarded as the first batch of new blood cultivated by Phoenix after joining the Alliance, and discovered his psychic talent when Governor Gu was building a psychic team. In the regiment, there are more than 10 people like him who have psychic talents, and they together form the think tank team of Phoenix. At the beginning, the position of think tank director was vacant in Phoenix, and there was competition among think tanks. Larsson, as the most experienced one, became the first and only psychic who broke through to the A-level level in terms of pure psychic power. He took over the position of think tank director and became the leader of think tanks. As an A-level psychic, the key is that he is a space marine. His body and soul are much stronger than mortals, which will obviously reflect on his psychic power, making him stronger than ordinary A-level psychics. Under the interference of the Neurozoa, he cannot perform accurate psychic transmission. If he tries hard, the transmission will fail, and half of the people will be lost. The loss is too great, and he cannot bear it. But if he attacks with the power of psychic power, as a space marine A-level psychic, he will not be suppressed to the point where he cannot even emit a little psychic power. This lightning blasted the ruling bishop to a crispy outside and tender inside. He didn't die on the spot, but several weapons on his body were damaged, and the conduction of nerve electrical signals was also disrupted. His internal self-repair mechanism was already operating urgently, and it should be able to complete the initial repair work within seconds. But Martins would not give him this opportunity, knowing that the grenade launcher in his hand would have no effect on an enemy of the level of the ruling bishop. Martin simply abandoned the long-range weapon. He held the phase sword in his hand, and at the moment of the thunder, he launched himself and rushed straight towards the ruling bishop. The two Colossus robots that acted as bodyguards reacted immediately. One stood in front of the ruling bishop and raised his shield. The other swung a giant hammer and swept it towards Martins. Wearing a heavy iron cavalry terminator, Martins was able to avoid the heavy hammer with a jump that looked even light. Then, with a sweep of the phase sword, he cut off the Colossus's hammer-holding hand at the wrist. Without stopping, he jumped high again, jumping to a position half a body higher than the Colossus, bypassing the big shield, and inserting the phase sword vertically into its head. With the impact force, the dead Colossus was knocked back. Martin stood up, drew his sword, and looked at the ruling bishop who had just recovered. There was no emotion in those red mechanical eyes, but he was panicked. Multiple weapons on its body were flashing, and Martins was about to be overwhelmed by a raging fire. But before that happened, the dark green phase sword slashed the entire body of the ruling bishop diagonally. Through the body separated into two halves, Martins was finally able to face the steel door directly. The four company champions turned around and formed a small defense line, with Rizzo and Larsson to prevent other enemies from approaching. Another technical sergeant of the regiment stepped forward quickly to deal with the heavy pure alloy door in front of them. Some special means were needed. They were prepared. Prepare for blasting. Open! Chapter 573, I'm tired of red tape. Sage Dubois heard the sound of the door of the protozoan room being blown up. Although he was very concerned about safety and guarding from the beginning to the end, he still didn't expect that someone could actually kill him at his door. There were tens of millions of elite crusaders on the ship, and the most elite core troops were guarding outside, and he even directly drove a ruling bishop to guard the door. But he was still broken into. Why? Because they are space marines? Dubois has seen many space marines. So what if there are 800 of them? Can 800 Space Marines kill his mechanical arc? That is impossible. No regiment can do it. With so many heroes, it is useless to open up a frontal battlefield to attract the attention of the Skitarii on the ship. The troops he left behind to guard can withstand the boarding assault of an entire regiment. It should even be said that it is more than enough. However, the reality is that they broke through all the barriers Dubois arranged and rushed to his door. At this moment, the sound of the explosion at the door came from those space warriors. The door of the protozoan room was made of a high-strength alloy and was extremely heavy. It would be very difficult to open it. The completely locked door would be impossible to open with technical means in a short time. If it was to be broken violently, the craftsman who built the door even guaranteed that even if the entire war arc was destroyed, this door would survive, even if it became a piece of space junk at that time. But at least the door would be intact. Paw. That's just talk. They have the ability to come here, but can they be stopped by a useless door? That's exactly the truth. Dubois could even distinguish the sound of explosions outside. They were using the most primitive method, hot melt bombs. Why is everyone using this method? Isn't it because it works well? Hot melt bombs will definitely not burn through his alloy door once, but twice? What about 3 times? Just burn one spot. The characteristics of hot melt are enough to burn through the door. As for the bragging of the construction craftsman, just listen to it. It's not bragging or criticism. But it means that no matter what the data indicators are, they are not there for people to burn for fun. Everything must be broken. If the group of space warriors cannot be eliminated and driven away, then no matter how strong the door is, it will be broken in the end. At this moment, there is no armed force in the protozoan room, except for the neurozoan in the center that is as big as a war dog titan. Imprisoned by countless energy beams, the remaining living things are only him, and the 6 ruling bishops who assist him. What else can we do? Can we count on the guards outside to drive away the Phoenix before the gate is broken? During the whole process before, he had urged Paulson to send people over countless times, and he did so. Even he himself, and several other sages of the main business on the ship, are on their way. If they arrive, there should still be hope. Right? Thinking of this, he heard the sound of sizzling again. This time, it was clearer than any previous time. It's over. Just as this thought came to his mind, he saw that the gate that was said to be intact even if the ship was destroyed had an area of about 1.5 meters in diameter, turned red, and then was penetrated uncontrollably. Then, a big foot kicked over, and a hole was broken in the door. The size of the hole, compared to the size of the entire gate, was actually very small. But it was enough for a space marine to come in, even if that space marine had to bend over. Ah, Sage Dubois sighed. He walked down from the console, and took off his red and black robe, revealing his stretched body, which was actually no smaller than the Warhound Titan. This was his war form. He stared at Martins, the Phoenix chapter master, who came in, and said slowly, "I'm really surprised, and I can't understand how you got here. I have to say, you are very strong, really strong. Humphrey Paul let you Phoenix go, and sentenced you to the Expedition of Atonement. That was a huge mistake. They should have wiped you out 130 years ago, and there wouldn't be the problem today. You did succeed. Let me get off the console. This way, the powerful psychic power of the Neurozoa, Canthus, can be controlled by no one, and your Gu Hang, who is known as the most powerful psychic in the East, may have a chance to destroy a few of our warships during this time. But it doesn't matter. The final outcome is that we will have to pay a higher price to completely destroy your fleet. It won't make any difference. And you? That's the end of it." Martin's hand tightly grasped the hilt of the sword. He felt his whole body trembling. The most powerful enemy he had ever encountered in his life was undoubtedly the former commander of the Fury, Casimir Urso. Regardless of the force field, he had to admit that Urso was a great warrior. He still clearly remembered the vigilance he felt when fighting with Urso. As a space warrior, his sense of danger told him almost without reservation that Urso was an extremely powerful enemy. However, the feeling at that time could not be compared with the current one. Looking at this main sage who stretched out his body, like a titan, with countless steel limbs, flexible structure, and could float in the air and twist his body, Martins could clearly feel that he was no match for him. This guy has far exceeded the scope of human, even Superman. Even though Martins has reached a level that is considered superior among the warband champions, there is still no hope of defeating the opponent. Just like a champion, no matter how strong he is, It is impossible for him to fight against a warlord-level titan head-on independently. That is not a concept. However, this is definitely not a reason for Martins to admit defeat. The only thing he considers is the task assigned to him by Governor Gu Hang. Even if he could not defeat this powerful enemy, he would die here. And he should have died in the battle. However, at this moment, Martin's eyes widened slightly. He saw an unbelievable scene. Du Bo was still unaware. I'm tired of red tape. I haven't enjoyed fighting for a long time. I hope you won't let me down. As he was speaking, he suddenly felt that his body could no longer move. How could this happen? The only reason he could think of was the Neurozoa behind him. But how could it be possible? Chapter 574. Protozoan Riot. Anton Dubois didn't need to observe to know that forcibly controlling himself, making him unable to move in this kind of existence that can almost reach the Titan level with single-handed power, must be done by Neurozoa with the strength of an alpha-level psychic. But why? Neurozoa, weren't they well controlled? How could they suddenly break free? He did walk off the console, but that was just him temporarily giving up the operation and use of the power of Neurozoa, which meant that he lost the conditions for psychic confrontation with Gu Hang in the space environment and would let Gu Hang do whatever he wanted. But it does not mean that the Neuron Protozoan is free from restraint. Before the war he, the commander-in-chief of the fleet, the most senior of the 7 main sages, certainly would not stay in the Protozoan room all the time, accompanying this worm. During the non-war period, he came here a few times, which was very rare. In the past, the Neuron Protozoan was well controlled here. The Protozoan room, which was built with the technical capabilities of the Alfonso sect, was built to keep this Neuron Protozoan firmly under control. Theoretically, even if there was no one here, and only the equipment was running, he should not be able to escape. Moreover, there was still no one here. He had left the control console, but there were still 6 ruling bishops operating the restraint and control equipment. How could it be? Wait a minute. When he stopped controlling the power of the Protozoa, there was no one to stop Gu Hang. It was Gu Hang? But how could he accurately deliver his psychic power here? The distance between the two sides now, even if calculated in units of 10,000 kilometers, is more than the diameter of several planets. Being able to use psychic power to tear apart the void shield of a ship is still within the scope of understanding. After all, there are precedents. But to accurately locate a cabin in a ship, to inject power into it through the void shield, and to accurately remove the restraints of the Neurozoa, rather than simply destroying and destroying. Is this something a psychic can do? Is this something a human can do? Is the one I am fighting against really a demon? The doubts in Du Bo's heart can no longer be answered. Martins will not miss this opportunity. Although, he was also shaken by the Neurozoan that broke free from its restraints behind Du Bo, but he did not feel that his body was restrained. That Neurozoan did not target him. I don't know why, but taking this opportunity, the key is to quickly kill the person. But just as he was about to go up, Gu Hang's voice rang in his mind. Your mission has been completed. Gather your fighting brothers and prepare to evacuate. Martins was stunned for a moment, and then reacted. The Neurozoan would not let go of the mechanical sage in front of him, although it seemed to be controlled by some kind of power. Its mechanical body was very strong. He might still have a chance to break free, and there might be a fierce battle between the two. But for Martins, these two were enemies, and it would be best if they beat the pigs out of their brains. If he didn't retreat quickly, what were he waiting for? So, Martins silently crawled out from the dog hole on the alloy door that was burned through by 7 or 8 hot melt bombs. No one stopped him. The Neurozoan obviously didn't target him, and he withdrew smoothly. Outside, the few people who were fighting with the Crusaders and guarding the dog hole couldn't help but turn their heads. The way the chapter master crawled back was a little funny. But that's not the point. Larson couldn't help but say, Chapter Master, what happened inside? I feel a very terrifying psychic power. The Neurozoan broke free, our mission is complete. Assemble the team, and prepare to evacuate. You must also be prepared to teleport psychically, and return to the Hippogriff. You are worthy of being the Chapter Master. Larson praised. You could even unseal that Neurozoan. Martins was a little embarrassed, thinking that I didn't do anything, I just went in and out through a dog hole. But I just thought about it in my mind. I don't have time to talk about it now. Larson reported another situation. The distance is too far, and the psychic interference is very serious. When they said this, they felt the alloy door behind them shook violently. The door was not broken, but there was a fire that could be seen from the dog hole. That's why, Larson added. I can't complete the positioning. It doesn't matter. Just prepare yourself. The governor will take care of it. At this point, Larson felt relieved. The team that rushed to the alloy gate took action again. This time, they just wanted to gather the fighting brothers who were caught in the battle. A Terminator who followed Martins raised a battle flag high. This is a significant sign, which can facilitate the gathering of the fighting brothers. The time left for them to gather is not too much. Gu Heng, who has completely let go of his hands and feet, has already started to tear open the void shield on Alfonso II. Once the void shield is broken, the fleet will bombard it with a salvo. The armor of the War Ark is of course very thick, but relying solely on the protection of the armor is obviously not enough. This War Ark will probably be destroyed soon. Martins didn't want his regiment to be buried with him. Moreover, as time went by, it shouldn't take too much time for the Neurozoan behind the alloy door to kill Anton Dubois. The alloy door probably couldn't hold this top-level Zerd tyrant for long. It would probably rush out soon. By then, how much damage this powerful insect beast would cause, and whether the phoenixes would be affected, was something that could not be determined. So, about 10 minutes later, the Space Marines had to evacuate. There were only less than 500 warriors gathered in this wave. However, they successfully joined the team guarding the seriously injured. Larson led a group of people and performed a wave of psychic teleportation. The target was located on the Alliance aircraft carrier Hippogriff, which had been left in advance, but the distance was too far. Even Larson could only sense it vaguely. Such strength is not enough for teleportation. If it is carried out by force, it will only send the 500 people to an unknown place. However, out of trust in the governor, Larson gritted his teeth and started the teleportation. The feeling of weightlessness during the teleportation came quickly, and when the senses recovered, many Phoenix warriors opened their eyes nervously. This is where they set out. The teleportation was successful, and they returned to the Hippogriff. It was safe. Chapter 575 exploded into 5 sections. After the Phoenix retreated, Gu Heng just took a quick look and didn't care about it anymore. The loss was still painful. 800 went, and only 500 came back. Everyone was injured, and there were dozens of seriously injured. Although these seriously injured could not be saved according to mortal standards, this was not the case for Space Marines. Those who really could not be saved could be stuffed into the Dreadnought Iron Coffin, and continue to serve the Chapter and the Alliance in the future. Of course, the Alliance also supports those who retire due to serious injuries. It can provide strong life support, allowing people to enjoy life after retirement. Speaking of which, Space Marines have such a long lifespan, and there are plenty of good days to live in the future. After all, being stuffed into a Dreadnought Iron Coffin is not a comfortable experience. Not to mention that once you are stuffed in, you will never get out in this life. However, so far, no Phoenix Space Marine has chosen to retire after being seriously injured. They all chose to enter the Iron Coffin. The 300 lost Space Marines may not all have died in the battle. Perhaps, there are still some surviving Phoenixes who are actually scattered and fighting in various places on Alfonso II. Since the time for assembly was too short, they didn't have time to rush over. But this is really out of control. The moment Martins broke into the door, Gu Heng Power, with the help of this Space Marine who had a very deep connection with him, can quietly enter the protozoan room. Dubo, who was not at the control console, was not so sensitive to psychic power. He failed to notice Gu Heng Power infiltrating. Then, precisely released the restraints and control of the neuron protozoa, help it escape, which is also a difficult point in itself, requiring Gu Heng to be very careful, very accurately detect the weaknesses of the energy beams tied to the neuron protozoa, and cut them off one by one. In this process, Gu Heng needs to use his power accurately and silently across such a long distance in space, which is quite difficult. If there is a mistake in the middle, it will be noticed, making Dubo feel something is wrong, and then he will go back to the console, which will be troublesome. But in this whole process, Gu Heng did a good job. Without mistakes, without hesitation, Gu Heng completed what he should do. But it is not over yet. Releasing the Neurozoa only eliminated the existence that had been fighting against Gu Heng with psychic energy. Dubo, the commander-in-chief, should be dead. On the War Ark, there are out-of-control Neurozoa killing people, and at the same time, the heroic legion that Gu Heng threw in has not evacuated, so the entire War Ark is now in a semi-wasted state. As the flagship of the entire mechanical fleet, It can neither play the role of a command ship nor issue effective command orders to other ships in the fleet. At the same time, as the most powerful warship in the entire fleet, it is almost completely silent due to internal strife, and cannot play the role of a mainstay. On the contrary, since the ship is almost stationary, even with a void shield, it is still a very dangerous thing. It cannot move or maneuver to avoid a certain amount of firepower, and is just a target. Even with a void shield, it cannot withstand the attack. In order to protect the fleet flagship, many frigates, even a Retribution-class battleship, came over to try to help cover. They could intercept some of the Alliance artillery fire through their firepower systems. Even, when necessary, they could use their own hulls to block the gunfire for Alfonso II. This really helped Alfonso II a lot. But in the overall environment of the fleet decisive battle, the combat effectiveness of the mechanical fleet was greatly affected. The ships of the mechanical fleet that went to help the flagship are equivalent to no threat to the Alliance fleet. With this calculation, the Alliance suffered much less firepower pressure. The value lies in the boarding operation carried out by the Phoenix with great sacrifices and the heroic spirits. Moreover, this is only the help brought to the Alliance fleet at the moment. More importantly, is the subsequent development. The sacrifice of the Space Marines has created such a great opportunity. How can Gu Hang waste it? He originally wanted to deal with the war arc first to avoid any more trouble. But since there was a ship that dared to block it, he could kill the others first. After there was no obstruction, Gu Hang's psychic power became unbridled. The Retribution-class battleship that dared to block Alfonso II directly became Gu Hang's target. The void shield could not hold out for long, and was soon torn apart. Then, the Alliance fleet, whose combat coordination was much stronger than the mechanical fleet, launched a concentrated fire attack on it the next moment. Numerous artillery fire was secondary. The main attack this time was carried out by the Juga-class aircraft carrier Eagle Horse. 3 patrol ships were ejected, and in a flash, at a speed only slightly slower than the speed of artillery shells, they were sent to the face of the enemy ship. Generally speaking, the Blackfish-class patrol ships of the Alliance would be equipped with about 1,200 crew members. The 3 specialized Blackfish sent to the face of the enemy ship were not fully equipped, but only had about 400 people. This number of people can only meet the basic needs of ship operators, and is even slightly insufficient. If you want to sail for a long time, some positions that must be manned all the time cannot be guaranteed to be manned. After all, people need to rest. However, in the current battle situation, there is no need to consider so much. Even the operation of the ship itself is not that important. As long as the weapon system is complete, it will be fine. It is also worth mentioning that all the crew members on the ship have the identity of a death soldier. Everyone was prepared to not come back. The small boat was ejected face to face with a battleship, which was an extremely dangerous task. Even if the Juga-class aircraft carrier was equipped with a traction system that could pull back the ejected small ships, there was a high probability that they would not come back. Their mission was actually very simple: to blast away all the missiles loaded on the special Blackfish before they were destroyed. The problem with missile weapons is that they are much easier to intercept than artillery shells and light spears. The aircraft carrier sends fighters and patrol ships to the enemy face to solve this difficulty. When they are close to the enemy, the launch distance becomes very short, and the difficulty of interception increases greatly. Moreover, patrol ships are much larger than the largest Dragon Elephant fighters. The Blackfish class, which is doing this kind of suicide mission, has all been specially modified to increase the ammunition load as much as possible, and nothing else can be ignored. The 3 Blackfish are each equipped with 18 DS, and only 2 rounds are needed to fire them all, and the total time will not exceed 6 minutes. This means that, as long as the 3 Blackfish survive for 6 minutes, they will be successful. The first round of missiles, 27 DS, were all launched successfully. Among them, 6 were intercepted, and the other 21 hit the Retribution-class battleship, whose void shield was torn. 21 huge explosions appeared on the ship. The entire battleship was severely damaged. Then, 1 Blackfish was destroyed, and the remaining 2 sent out all the 18 DS in the second round. The Retribution-class battleship was blown into 5 sections. Chapter 576, Ship Seizure. After 2 rounds of fighting, the 2 Blackfishes, after firing all their missiles, have completed their mission. The strike effect is very good, and all the ammunition has been used up, so there is no need to stay any longer. The carrier's traction system begins to work, and the two blackfishes start to evacuate at a starting speed that is absolutely impossible for conventional ships. It only takes a short while for them to be towed away. However, before completing the evacuation, another blackfish was destroyed. In the end, only one blackfish was successfully withdrawn. The sacrifice was worth it. It was absolutely worthwhile to exchange two blackfish, plus the thousands of people on board, for a battleship. After the destruction of the Retribution-class ship, the door in front of Alfonso II was wide open. The next target was it. After several frigates blocking the way were cleared, the most powerful war ark of the Alfonso sect was no longer protected. All it can rely on is its heavy armor. But armor alone is not enough. A warship survives in a space battle by relying on 4 ways to reduce damage: maneuvering and evading, fire interception, void shield/energy shield, and armor. Without one, the survivability of the ship will be greatly reduced. And now, Alfonso II has lost 3, because of the attack of the heroic spirits in the ship. After Dubois was eliminated, the psychic power almost covered the entire ship. In the face of the crazy killing of the Nurazoa, the maneuvering and evading and fire interception capabilities of Alfonso II were largely paralyzed. After all, for these 2 items to work, they need people to control them. If all the people are killed, or the control room and command center are destroyed, how can they operate? The void shield was also torn apart by Gu Heng. Only one armor is left. No matter how thick it is useless. After the previous Retribution-class battleship was destroyed, it was not long before Alfonso II was also blown into countless pieces under the uninterrupted firepower. The next target is the only Juga-class aircraft carrier in Alfonso fleet. After dealing with it, the next target was a Dragon Snake-class battlecruiser. At this point, the Alfonso fleet showed a trend of collapse. Up to this moment, the flagship Alfonso II war ark, an aircraft carrier, a battleship, and 2 battlecruisers, a total of 5 main battleships were destroyed. The price paid by the Alliance for this, so far, is mainly various small and medium-sized ships. 6 Moon-class cruisers, which are large ships, were also lost. A real giant ship, a battlecruiser, was also destroyed. That is, the Kuroga. This is definitely a huge loss, especially the destruction of the Kuroga, which is very painful for the Alliance, which only has 8 giant ships in total. Along with these ships, at least 1 million sailors and marines died. This is the fleet-decisive battle. At this scale, both sides must decide the winner and fight to the death. That's it. Not to mention, the Alliance fleet strength is at least 1 level lower than Alfonso fleet. It was only thanks to Gu Heng and the Space Marines boarding that the situation was turned around. But even if it was turned around, losses were still inevitable. This was not even the end. The decisive battle was not over yet, especially since Gu Heng had issued an order requiring the fleet to press forward as a whole. When the distance between the 2 sides was further reduced, the accuracy of the firepower would increase, and the difficulty of avoiding firepower attacks through maneuvers would also increase, and the overall intensity of the naval battle would further increase. Of course, with Gu Heng, the Alliance fleet will gain a greater advantage in the whole process. After all, the entire tactics of the Alliance fleet are essentially centered on the use of Gu Heng's powerful psychic power. His action of tearing the void shield of the enemy important warships is like a sign. The fleet will then coordinate and concentrate fire, which will directly and effectively destroy the enemy main combat power. Gu Heng is ready to bear greater damage, such as losing 1 or 2 more battlecruisers, or even destroying one of the Eagle Horse or the Fire Nova. He was determined to completely annihilate the Alfonso fleet here. And the Alfonso fleet on the opposite side obviously also felt Gu Heng's firm determination. They had the same determination, at the cost of annihilation, to fight the Alliance fleet to the end. They dared to bear the total destruction here, just to make the Alliance feel pain? Their performance, obviously, was not the case. The entire Alfonso fleet had lost its brain, and its backbone. Although, there was another main business sage, who was on that Emperor-class battleship, he should have taken over the command of the entire fleet, but in fact, he was unable to do so. The performance of the entire fleet did not get any better. Even, under the pressure of the Alliance fleet, he did one thing: ordered the fleet to evacuate. This caused an uproar, and also showed that the only remaining main business sage after the war arc was destroyed had a very weak control over the entire fleet. Some captains of ships did not agree with his order. After all, No matter how great the losses were, they still had the Emperor-class battleships and a Retribution-class battleship, so they were not without the ability to fight. Even if they could not win, they could not just turn around and leave. Their considerations were not unreasonable. If they withdrew from the battle completely, they would inevitably be chased by the Alliance fleet. How many ships would be lost in the process? Where could they retreat to? In the entire Alshwastar region, there are very limited places to choose from. Go to Haon 8? It is true that it is their base, but it was swept by the Alliance once, and the entire orbital defense system was destroyed. Going there is not much different from being in deep space. Go to Winchi. Wuchi Line. That is a good place. If you can reach it, then with the help of the complete defense system on this traffic route between Alshwastar region and Alfonso Star region, you can not only get a chance to breathe, but also contact Alfonso Star region and get help directly from your own base camp. But that's too far. How many ships can survive and return to the Winchi and Wuchi lines after being chased by the Alliance fleet? No one can tell for sure. There is another place, which might be a good place. Huanyue. That's where the Fury fleet was chased and had nowhere to go, and stayed in the galaxy. They were originally there, waiting for the powerful Alfonso fleet to join them, and they found Huanyue, a place with a relatively complete orbital defense system to defend. At that time, they thought that they only needed to hold on and not be destroyed before the main force of Alfonso fleet arrived. And then, they would be successful. Unexpectedly, the Alliance ignored them and turned their attention to Alfonso, the reinforcement. Now, they may not have received the news of the super-large fleet decisive battle in the Bowen Galaxy. But in any case, there are Space Marines there, and 2 regiments at that, which gives the Alfonso sect a better way to deal with the boarding battle. Although Fury was beaten by the Phoenix in the Dragon Eagle starfield, it is still a Space Marine after all. What's more, they still have a battleship and a battle barge. With the addition of 2 large ships, the overall strength of the fleet can also be improved. However, going to Huanyue means going deeper into the Proud Claw Star region, and the retreat will become even more slim. After joining the 2 war groups of Fury and New World Torch, which have been driven into a lost dog, can they regain the upper hand in the confrontation with the Alliance? I'm afraid not. How about a battle barge plus a retribution class compared to a war arc plus a retribution? A Juga and 2 dragon snakes? Didn't the Alfonso fleet get beaten up in its heyday? If the psychic pressure brought by Gu Heng cannot be resolved, there is little point in strengthening the fleet. Now the captains of the Alfonso fleet are fully aware that Gu Heng power is enough to level the strength of the fleets of both sides. Unless the fleet can be strengthened by 2 levels, even without the Void Shield, it can crush the Alliance fleet, otherwise it will not win. Each choice is difficult, the captain's ideas are not completely consistent, and the only remaining main business sage does not have enough prestige to be able to immediately and quickly unify all different opinions after the destruction of Dubois and the war arc, and let everyone follow his orders. These factors add up, making the chaos of the entire Alfonso fleet not only show no signs of improvement, but become worse. The fleet's will was split. A small part wanted to continue fighting to the death, while the other part could accept retreat, but they could not agree on the direction of retreat. During this process, the Alliance fleet did not rest at all, pressing closer and closer. Gu Heng did not rest either. The void shields of one ship after another were torn apart and then destroyed. At this time, the Emperor-class battleship of the Alfonso sect no longer had the patience to continue arguing with his colleagues. The sage on the ship gave the last order to all the ships, requiring all the ships to follow him to break through, aiming at Winchi and Wuchi. Rather than an order, it was more like a notice. The other captains in the fleet continued to quarrel, argue, and try to put forward their own opinions. But the Emperor-class battleship did not care about anything else and withdrew on its own. Some warships followed him, but the remaining ships were more shaken, and even in chaos. At this point, no one knew that they could not stay and resist any longer. When the Emperor-class battleship left, it was destined that the strategy of fighting to the death would be completely bankrupt. Some captains who wanted to fight to the end, while cursing, could only turn around and run away faster. The entire Alfonso sect thus fell into a total collapse. They split into many directions, formed many large and small groups, and tried to escape from the battlefield. At this point, the Alliance was already an absolute winner. This battle, it can be considered a win. But the war is not over yet. Victory is only one aspect. After the victory, The sweet results of the battle are the most coveted. After spending so much effort and paying a high price, how could the Alliance fleet be content to just stop at winning? Taking advantage of this opportunity, it is very necessary to destroy the Alfonso fleet's manpower as much as possible. After the Alliance lost the Corrosia, the Steel Wing also exploded. There are only 6 giant ships left. If you really count them, they are not as strong as the Alfonso fleet. Let them catch their breath again. Who knows what changes will happen in the future? Of course, there may not be a complete Alfonso fleet now. The fleet has been torn apart after fleeing in all directions. But despite this, the defeated Alfonso fleet actually still retains very strong strength. After all, they still have 1 Emperor class, 1 Retribution class, and 6 Dragon Snake class battlecruisers still alive. Facing such an enemy, the Alliance cannot pursue them separately. Otherwise, any fleet that dares to act separately, without Gu Heng assistance, may not be able to withstand the counterattack of the Alfonso fleet. It is estimated that, eventually, there will be quite a few Mechanicus fleets that successfully escape. If you are destined to not catch all the fish, then you must try to catch the big ones. You don't care about those small and medium-sized ships. Even the battlecruisers, Gu Heng doesn't think much of them. After all, battlecruisers are relatively low in value, and they run fast and are hard to catch. At the same time, you have to consider the sustainability of catching fish. Those running to 1 UA will be caught first, because it is closed there. If these Mechanicus people really meet up with Fury and New World Torch, it's not impossible to deal with them, but it will become troublesome. As for those heading to Wuchi and Winchi, such as the Emperor, they can be put aside for a while. After all, the journey is long and there is still a long way to go. Under the guidance of this idea, the first thing Gu Heng targeted was the largest fleet heading to the Fantasy Moon Galaxy. This group of mechanical ships was led by the only remaining Retribution-class battleship, and followed by 3 Dragon Snake-class battlecruisers. The fate of those targeted by Gu Heng was miserable. One of the 3 Dragon Snakes was dealt with first, and the other 2 saw that the situation was not good, abandoned their teammates and sped away. The battlecruiser was still fast, and it was a bit hard to catch up for a while. However, the remaining Retribution-class ship was too short to run. After eliminating the surrounding frigates one by one, there was only 1 lonely Retribution-class ship left. Its void shield had been torn open. If the Alliance fleet wanted it to die, it would have to die despite its heavy armor and powerful firepower. However, Gu Heng was greedy. How did the Alliance only Retribution-class battleship, the Fire Star, come from? It was stolen. How could it be justified if it didn't steal such a good opportunity? In fact, not only this Retribution-class ship, but also the Emperor-class ship that fled to Winchi and Wuchi. Gu Heng also thought so. Chapter 577. Blood Shark? Cute. Silently retracting his axe, Alma Ewing couldn't help looking to the side. Fighting alongside him, in addition to the Blood Shark's gray-armored warriors, there were also some space marines in red helmets and red armor. To be honest, this was not the first time the 2 sides had dealt with each other. In the Bohemia Rebellion, it was the first battle for the Blood Shark Regiment to return to the Empire. This was exactly what Ewing decided. The regiment had been fighting in the Outer Realm for a very long time. Most people in the chapter, including himself, only knew that they belonged to the Empire and fought for the Emperor from the chapter's history books and the word of mouth of some old predecessors. But, what is the Empire? They only have historical records, and only occasionally enter the Empire's territory, cooperate with some Forge worlds that have limited cooperation with them, exchange some resources, but will soon return to the Outer Realm. After such a long time, when Ewing had been a Blood Shark for 400 years and a chapter master for 80 years, he made a decision that went against his ancestors, forcefully enter the Empire, and announce the return of the Blood Sharks. He did not want to overturn the survival method of the regiment since its establishment. He just wanted to lead his fighting brothers to take a good look at what the Empire they were fighting for was like. He wanted to bring the regiment back into the public eye and let people recognize them again as a group of sharks that roamed outside the Empire and fought silently for the Empire. So, the opportunity he chose was the Bohemia Rebellion 130 years ago. When he heard the call of the Empire to suppress the rebellion, he brought the Blood Sharks to the Empire's territory, responded to the call of the Empire, and participated in the suppression of the rebellion. It was also during this war that they got to know the Phoenix. To be honest, Ewing and his sharks did not care whether the Phoenix and the other 2 regiments were real traitors. If the central government of the empire said yes, then it was just a matter of fighting. But at the same time, to be honest, he did not think that the regiments he encountered in the empire were that powerful. They were not even as powerful as the real traitors they occasionally encountered in the dark outer lands. In the eyes of the Blood Shark, these space marines, who grew up in a greenhouse, are different from them. Whether it was iron armor, fury, or the red bud on the opposite side, they all looked more glamorous than them, and were particular about various techniques and tactics. However, when they really fought, how could they compare with the sharp teeth of the sharks? The same goes for the Phoenix. This is their impression of the Phoenix. But today, he has to update his impression of this group of red-armored warriors. The Blood Sharks are friendly forces in the Alliance battle sequence. They recognize the authority of the Empire, and naturally recognize Gu Heng's identity as the commander-in-chief of the Southern Line appointed by the Empire, and are willing to cooperate in the battle. But they still stick to the identity of friendly forces, not subordinates. If there is a battle order, they will obey it, and secretly make a note of it to receive rewards in the future. If the order is unreasonable, then they will also have the right to decide whether to do it according to their own situation. Helping the 3 battlecruisers of the Alliance escape danger, and attacking the Fury Corps at the same time. They were happy to do so. And they did it. However, they were against this fleet-decisive battle. Although their opposition was ineffective, they also joined the battle. In fact, they always stayed on the edge of the battlefield, ready to evacuate immediately after the Alliance was killed. They also heard that the Phoenix Corps was going to board the War Ark flagship of the Mechanicus, which made them feel even more unrealistic. Ewing's understanding of the Phoenix is still stuck in the past. Judging from his own experience, even Blood Shark is not sure that he can complete the order given by Gu Heng. It is impossible for a few hundred people to board a ship and attack a core flagship of the Mechanicus with tens of millions of crew members and a very high level of elite. In Ewing's view, this is a suicidal act. Then, if even Blood Shark can't do it, isn't it even more impossible for the Phoenix to do it? Boarding a ship through psychic teleportation, isn't that just suicide? Then, the development of the battle greatly exceeded Ewing's expectations. He didn't know what happened on the Alfonso II. But the final result was clear. The War Ark was destroyed from the inside. Before it was destroyed, it had already lost most of its combat capabilities and was paralyzed. Ewing was very familiar with this state of the ship. In his past combat experience, every warship that was boarded by the Blood Shark and disintegrated from the inside was like this. It was precisely because of this that Ewing was so surprised. Did the group of Phoenixes really do it? What the Blood Sharks couldn't do, could the Phoenixes do? Ewing was a little skeptical about this belief, because the facts were right in front of him, and he couldn't deny it even if he lied with his eyes open. Suspicion, because he felt that there was no other hidden story about this matter. For example, those oil guys on the War Ark, and they were already in internal strife. He couldn't figure it out, but he soon had a chance to verify it with his own eyes. The enemy fleet was defeated and shattered. The battleship targeted by the Alliance fleet must be seized. The Phoenix seemed to have suffered some losses in the previous boarding battle, and did not have enough manpower in this boarding battle. So, Gu Heng personally called the communication, hoping that the Blood Sharks would also take action. Ewing agreed. He personally led 200 Blood Sharks, and entered the Retribution-class battleship through a special psychic transmission device a few minutes earlier than the scheduled time. Then, he followed the instructions, and began to seize some key target positions. Blood Shark, including Phoenix. The main task of these space marines is to lead the charge. They need to build a landing site to facilitate the subsequent landing of the real large force. After all, it is impossible to really expect that only a few hundred space marines can wipe out the crew of the Mechanicus and the Skitarii troops on the entire ship, which is at least hundreds of thousands. Let's not talk about whether it can be done, whether it is necessary, and whether it is worth it are more critical issues. There is an important mission that requires a small, but cutting-edge combat force to complete. That is a good time to send out space marines. Just because space marines are stronger, it is a disease to let them fight against enemies that are hundreds or thousands of times stronger. For this reason, it is completely unnecessary to sacrifice a large number of space marines. Ewing would never accept such an irresponsible mission. Their goal at the moment is mainly to ensure the safety of an area, to destroy a certain amount of enemy interception firepower, and even to directly cut off the coordinated command capability of the interception system. to create conditions for the subsequent landing of large forces. They did a good job. The Blood Sharks are good at this kind of assault. Under their rapid attack, although there are many elites in the Skitarii, some units are even not weaker than ordinary Space Marines. But under the bloody axe of the Blood Sharks, they were still quickly solved. Of course, if there were only 200 warriors of the Blood Sharks, the development of the war would not be so easy. After all, they are few in number, and there are too many targets to conquer. If they were too dispersed, some places might not be taken, or even the entire team might be destroyed. However, with the addition of more than 300 Phoenix soldiers, things were different. Not only did they greatly make up for the shortage of Blood Shark soldiers in terms of numbers, but they also gave Ewing, the chapter master, the opportunity to observe carefully what was so special about these Phoenix Space Marines. Well, nothing special. There are no special tactics, nor any special weapons that are incomprehensible. Everything is normal. They are just very good at fighting. In the 130 years after the Purple Flower Rebellion, although Ewing's main activity area is still in the Dark Outer Domain, the number of times and time he entered the Empire are much more than in the past. During this period, he also met many different Space Marine regiments. From then on, he also had a more comprehensive understanding of the strength level of his Blood Shark regiment. They are very strong. Much stronger than most regiments. Maybe it's a problem with the gene seed? Maybe it's because they have been in the Dark Outer Land for many years, and have experienced more and more brutal battles than those war bands guarding one side in the Empire? These may be the reasons. Ewing is often proud of this, and even has a faint disdain for those war bands in the Empire. They are just SOSO. However, the Phoenix he saw today completely overturned his cognition. The average strength level of this group of Phoenixes is very strong. The 200 Blood Sharks that he had selected were all very elite veterans in the regiment. If we look at the level of the New World Torch regiment that was beaten by them before, it would not be a problem for these 200 Blood Sharks to defeat 500 torches. However, even if he didn't want to admit it, the warriors in red helmets and red armor that appeared in front of Ewing were stronger than the Blood Sharks. In terms of average strength, 200 against 200, his winning rate might not exceed 20%. This was the result of his calculation that slightly weighted his own regiment. This was not only seen by Ewing himself, but also by almost every one of the 200 soldiers of the Blood Shark regiment. The Blood Sharks were not used to cooperating with friendly forces, and were better at fighting alone. At the same time, because they had been wandering in foreign lands for many years, they had very little contact with other forces in the Empire, and they had relatively strong strength. So the Blood Sharks gradually developed a sense of arrogance, and did not care much about, and did not look down on anyone else. However, they had to change their mind now. If they couldn't win, why were they still arrogant? Moreover, there was more to it than that. The alliance was strong. Was it just the Phoenix? No. After they had completed the construction of the landing site, and significantly weakened the fire interception system of the Retribution-class battleship, a large number of Alliance landing ships arrived with a large number of Alliance troops. The Battle Sisters of the Holy Lily, the Alliance Marines, the airborne troops of the Army, the Independent Glory Guards, a series of military forces that were more numerous and more suitable for large-scale operations, all arrived. These are all mortal troops. However, even these mortal troops made the Blood Sharks look at them with new eyes, putting aside the Battle Sisters. After all, these female warriors blessed by divine magic are often compared with Space Marines. But even those other serious mortal armies are very strong, especially the Glory Guards. All members wear feedback power armor, which is not a big deal. It's not like the Blood Sharks haven't seen some wealthy mortal troops before. Even if a fool puts on power armor, it doesn't change his nature as a fool. But the key is that these Glory Guards are not much worse than ordinary Space Marines in some characteristics, such as psychological quality, technical and tactical level. At most, they don't have extraordinary physiques, and nerves that can control power armor like an arm. If there are more than 10 of those Glory Guards, a Blood Shark will feel troubled. If there are 20 or 30 of them, it is hard to say whether the Blood Shark or the Glory Guard will win. However, the total combat power that the Blood Shark Corps can bring out now is only less than 700, and their core is rarely at full strength. At this moment, the number of Glory Guards that Ewing saw landing on the enemy ship was more than 15,000. Is this the entire Glory Guards of the Alliance? I'm afraid not. Not to mention those airborne corps subordinate to the Army and the elite Marines of the Navy, although not so exaggerated, are still inferior to the Blood Shark Auxiliary Army selected by the Blood Sharks from one cruel trial after another, and in actual combat. The equipment rate of feedback power armor for this level of troops also exceeded 20%, which was something that the poor Blood Sharks could not even covet. The Blood Sharks finished their work in silence, and then silently moved with the Alliance troops. Silence was their style. The Alliance troops that boarded the ship, including the Phoenix, were informed of this in advance. Moreover, the Alliance troops were also warned to stay away from these vicious sharks. In the few battles of the Blood Shark Regiment, they all showed extreme indifference to friendly forces, especially mortal friendly forces. If there are friendly troops blocking their guns, they will shoot without hesitation. If there are friendly troops delaying their rapid march, they will really step over without hesitation, not caring about the lives of ordinary people. The Alliance soldiers who boarded the ship were more or less scared, and followed their superiors' instructions carefully. But after all, they were fighting in the same place, and they would definitely fight side by side. After contact, the Alliance soldiers soon became less nervous. They felt that these Blood Sharks, apart from not being talkative and liking to make the scene bloody, seemed nothing special. Looking at the dark gray helmet and the blood red on the forehead, why do they feel a little cute? Chapter 578. Then, what is the price? Ewing has already quietly readjusted his judgment of the Alliance strength in his heart. It cannot be taken lightly. He must consider how to deal with the relationship with the Alliance in the future, since Blood Shark has accepted the call to participate in the rebellion launched by the Iron Armored Corps, and to avenge the Iron Armored Corps who had caused the Corps to suffer a loss 130 years ago. It is obvious that they still need to cooperate with the Alliance for a relatively long period of time. This counterinsurgency war doesn't look like it will end in a short time. Gu Heng, a powerful psychic, a ruler of the Alliance, who cannot be underestimated, the commander-in-chief of the Southern Theater of the counterinsurgency war, is a person who needs to be dealt with for a long time. As the head of the Blood Shark, Ewing, of course, must deal with it carefully. Ewing, who was quite worried, completed the task of capturing the entire battleship together with the Phoenix and the Alliance army. The Alliance advocated a policy of accepting prisoners, and even treating prisoners well. The Space Marines led, the Battle Sisters cooperated, and the Glory Guards took the lead, and repeatedly disintegrated some of Alfonso diehards in the ship, who tried to cause damage to the ship at the moment of death. Finally, the Retribution-class battleship was completely controlled by the Alliance. The crew and even the entire command system entered the ship and began debugging. Soon, the Retribution-class battleship, which originally belonged to the Alfonso fleet, was restarted. However, now it belongs to the Alliance. According to convention, the Alliance named this class of giant ship after a star region in the Dragon Eagle star region, Iron Horse. Its condition was not very good. The previous space naval battle caused some damage to it. The boarding operation launched by the Blood Shark Phoenix and the Alliance army was not too gentle, causing some damage from the inside. The Alliance engineers and the Ming Yang cult technical priests accompanying the army have been thoroughly checking all aspects of the ship. At present, the situation is still optimistic. The Iron Horse does not need to be returned to the factory for overhaul. It should take a few months to drive the ship to a relatively better starport and restore its normal combat effectiveness. At this point, the mission of the Space Marines is completely over. Ewing is planning to take his battle brothers back to his flagship Ghost Shark. But at this moment, he saw a red-armored warrior wearing an iron cavalry Terminator walking towards him. Ewing knew him. His name was Carduso, and he was the captain of the Phoenix Regiment and the commander of the 300 Phoenixes operating on the ship. This fierce-looking Space Marine actually left a deep impression on Ewing. He would always subconsciously evaluate the gap between others' strength and his own through their performance. In his opinion, Carduso was still a little worse than himself, but he was almost as good as Blood Shark's own captain. It's rare. Some leaders of war groups with low reputation and average strength may not have this strength. Criticizing the New World Torch by name. However, the captain of the Phoenix looked unhappy and looked at him with a bit of hatred. Why? Ewing quickly figured it out. They didn't have much hatred for the Phoenix, but the Phoenix didn't hate them. In the Balhenia Rebellion 130 years ago, although their main target was the Balhenia War Group, they also killed quite a few Phoenixes. But he had no guilt or regret for it. Back then, the two sides were at war, and the Phoenix was labeled a traitor by the Empire, so it was natural and reasonable for Blood Shark to suppress the rebellion and kill the Phoenix. Fighting on the battlefield was like this, a fight to the death, nothing else. If the Phoenix had hatred, they should go to the people who labeled them traitors to the Empire, not to him. Even if it was a blood feud, the number of Phoenixes killed by Blood Shark that year was definitely not as many as those killed by Fury and Iron Armor. But no matter what, if the Phoenix insisted on treating them with hatred, he would have nothing to say. If, further, Governor Gu Heng made some choices because of his closer relationship with the Phoenix, then it would be regrettable to declare that both sides had become enemies. With this mentality, Ewing met Carduso calmly. Carduso stood in front of him, looked him up and down. His expression was still not good, and he even snorted coldly. But in the end, he did not do anything radical, and said in a muffled voice, "The governor invites you to meet him." Ewing did not hesitate, and boarded the spaceship as soon as he received the invitation, and arrived at the Alliance aircraft carrier Eagle Horse where Gu Heng was, and met the governor. Gu Heng was not like Carduso, who only had a stinky face. He smiled and greeted the Ewing war captain with a gentle attitude. A simple snack for just the two of them was brought up by the attendant, and Gu Heng invited Captain Ewing to taste it. Ewing was unmoved by this, and even showed some discomfort with the environment, the etiquette, and the words of greeting from Gu Heng. To be honest, Ewing had no experience in dealing with such a scene, and he was neither good at it nor liked it. Gu Heng soon realized this. He chuckled, and it was really as expected. Because of the advance estimate, Gu Heng did not ask anyone to make a big fuss, and he himself, after the initial greetings, quickly mentioned the business. "I hope that the Blood Shark Regiment and the Alliance can become a closer alliance. Not only this war, but also the future after the war. I know the tradition of the Blood Shark, and I also know the existence of the Grey Tax and the Blood Tax. There is no problem with these. I fully agree. But I want to say that the Alliance cannot allow the Blood Sharks to collect the Grey Tax and Blood Tax directly by violent and unnegotiable means. At the same time, I also think that this is a very inefficient and wasteful thing." At this point, Gu Heng paused for a moment and observed the expression of Ewing, who was not wearing a helmet. He had no expression. Space Marines have always been like this. Not to mention the Blood Sharks, who are relatively taciturn and do not show their emotions in various battle groups. But Ewing did not leave the table in anger when Gu Heng said that, which was a very good result. After all, Blood Shark had a criminal record. The conflict between them and Iron Armor happened here. Even if it might anger Blood Shark, Gu Heng had to make this bottom line clear first. Very good. It seems that we have reached a consensus on this most basic principle. I agree that Blood Shark has the right to collect Blood Tax and Grey Tax, which is what you deserve after fighting side by side with the Alliance and winning the battle. You also agree that the Blood Tax and Ash Tax need to be provided by the Alliance, rather than directly obtained by violence. Mutual respect. We will have a basis for cooperation, according to the results of the Blood Sharks. The Blood Sharks have the right to put forward a series of material and personnel requirements to us, according to the tradition of the Blood Sharks. Let's talk about the Ash Tax first. In the past, when you traded with those mechanical cults, what was the price? The price that the Alliance paid for the technology and equipment recovered from the Blood Sharks will definitely exceed theirs by more than 20%. In terms of Blood Tax, it can be divided into two parts. The Blood Sharks need excellent backup personnel to serve as a new source of blood for the development of the war band. I promise that when the Blood Sharks are in need, there is no need for any military merits or results. As long as you need to add new blood, you only need to tell the Alliance a number, and the Alliance will provide this number of outstanding young people. The second aspect of Blood Tax is that the Blood Sharks need ordinary mortals to serve as personnel supplements for the Blood Shark Auxiliary Army, the Warband Fleet Crew, and the Warband Servants. The Alliance can also provide it, and it is completely free of charge. But on this basis, Blood Shark needs to agree to a series of conditions. The mortals provided by the Alliance have service years, basic treatment, and the right to basic protection. Their lives should not be trampled on at will, and they should be given basic respect. Wait. At this point, Ewing had to interrupt Gu Heng's speech. He stared at Gu Heng, and did not even ask his own questions. He believed that Gu Heng understood what he meant. Blood Sharks never treated mortals as human beings. Not only enemies, not only friendly forces, but also their own auxiliary forces and mortal servants. This is not only a matter of tradition, but also a matter of concept. They don't care. And they also believe that only those who survive the trials of blood and fire are worthy of being their auxiliary forces. That is, to be high-level cannon fodder. If they fail to survive the trials, then it's just right. And their sacrifice in the glorious cannon fodder work is their best destination. Then now Gu Heng said, you want him to respect these mortals? And pay them? And the service period, when it is up? Can he retire? Ewing wanted to tell Gu Heng with his eyes how ridiculous this matter was. But Gu Heng did not back down on this matter. The traditional blood tax you want, it's not impossible. I can give it to you from the prisoner of war camp, but every world declared as a territory by the Alliance will not provide such slaves without rights. But please listen to me. This also has its benefits. You don't have to pay for them. The Alliance will pay for them. But because of this, they are still part of the Alliance. So you can't trample on their lives and dignity. At the same time, I believe that during this period of time, you have also seen the heroic spirit of the Alliance mortal warriors. Let me say without shame that many of them are elites. Except that they don't have the opportunity to be implanted with gene seeds and don't have superhuman bodies. But in terms of technology, in terms of spiritual will, they are no worse than any space marine. Like your honor guards? Yes, of course. I can't guarantee that when I provide you with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of manpower, every one of them will be of this level. However, I will guarantee that there will be such elites among them. And at the same time, their average level is not inferior to the Imperial Star Army. You should know what kind of value this is. Ewing fell silent again. This time, he was thinking. Of course, he knew what such value meant. The Blood Shark Corps had been collecting blood taxes for so many years, and had also gained a lot of experience. Those slaves they had forcibly taken, in what they called the blood and fire training, had to be trained to the level of auxiliary troops that they recognized. Not to mention that only 1 out of 10 would survive. I'm afraid that only 1 out of 100 would be a good thing. Therefore, they needed to continuously collect blood taxes. On the one hand, they did need a considerable number of cannon fodder, but at the same time, they also needed a considerable number of cannon fodder to wash out a sufficient number of auxiliary troops. But if the Alliance directly provides it, then why do they need so many cannon fodder? What's more, in fact, the low-level cannon fodder does not match their fighting style. They are a regiment that is good at rapid response and rapid assault. Why do they need cannon fodder? Will they consume each other in a frontal battle? More elite auxiliary troops will obviously assist them in fighting better, even if they sometimes need some ordinary troops to help attract the enemy attention on the front battlefield, so as to create opportunities and space for them to quickly assault the rear. Then using cannon fodder is not as good as using elite auxiliary troops to hold the enemy at the front. It sounds like it is very beneficial. The only problem is that the war band needs to change their traditions, their cognition, and their concepts. This is a bit challenging. Let's put these aside for now. Ewing put aside the controversy and said, your terms sound good from beginning to end. There are more transactions for gray tax, and the blood tax is provided to me by the Alliance for nothing. So, what's the price? What does the Alliance want from the blood shark? Gu Heng smiled widely, and almost said all this, but he held back. He said, allies? We need a long-term, reliable ally. An ally that can establish a unified command system and act for a unified goal. Just an ally. Gu Heng's smile remained on his face, of course. Just an ally. These are all the conditions for the Alliance. Do you have any more questions after listening to this? Chapter 579, Capturing the Protozoa. Ewing did not give Gu Heng a direct reply, claiming that he needed to go back and discuss with his fighting brothers. In fact, this was not the case. Ewing had a high prestige in the regiment, and the Blood Shark did not have any elder council, veteran regiment, secret meeting, inner circle, and the like, so he had his say. However, he had not thought clearly about many aspects of this matter, and he needed some veterans, the opinions of the company commanders for reference, and more time to think clearly about Gu Heng's proposal. The rich experiences in his long life made him not believe that there is such a thing as a free lunch in this world. The conditions proposed by Gu Heng, even if the part that challenges the tradition of the war group is also taken into account, are still generous. He also believes that with the strength shown by the Alliance, it can fulfill Gu Heng's promise. But it is precisely because of this that he is very cautious. However, he can't think of too many pitfalls in these conditions. After becoming a close ally of the Alliance, Will he be controlled by the Alliance? Probably not. They are not involved in the command position within the chapter. No matter what kind of life experience those new bloods have had, it is only 10 years. Compared to the long and almost infinite life of Space Marines, they will be influenced by the culture of the chapter for at least several decades. What does it matter if they have had those little life experiences? Aren't all Space Marines like this? After accepting the transformation of gene seeds, after a long time, they will gradually forget their short experiences as mortals, and eventually become loyal warriors of the Emperor. After becoming allies, will the Alliance force them to assign tasks? Probably not, since the conditions are equal, and they are allies. What comes from the Alliance is a request, not a task. Of course, they can refuse. As for intentional harm, that is malicious behavior. Bloodshark is not a bunch of rookies, and will definitely investigate intelligence before doing anything. It is impossible for them to believe everything the Alliance says. At least not before building enough trust. So where is the problem? Ewing couldn't think of it. He decided to give a limited, preliminary agreement first. This matter is not about concluding an eternal covenant all at once. At present, both parties are in the same battlefield. Gu Heng is still the nominal commander of the theater, and to a certain extent, they have to obey Gu Heng orders and commands. Why not give it a try in this war first? See the effect, and then decide whether to conclude a longer-term agreement after the war. Ewing's decision was soon verified. In the large-scale naval battle not long ago, the Bloodshark fleet participated and played a role in the battle according to the unified command and order. In the ship capture operation of the Retribution-class battleship, which has now been named Iron Horse, they also participated and played a very important role. Their achievements were slightly inferior to those of the Phoenix, but not much worse. Going back further, the Bloodshark saved 3 battlecruisers of the Alliance and destroyed the Torchlight, the flagship of the New World Torch Corps. In general, they have played a big role in this war, and the losses are not small, especially in the battle to destroy the Torchlight. They fought head-on with the New World Torch and lost more than 100 Space Marines. For the Bloodshark, this is the biggest loss in the past 20 years. If Gu Heng really wants to fulfill his promise, he should give benefits. Right? Of course there is no problem. But not now. Gu Heng suggested that it would be more convenient to wait until the battle was over before calculating them together. After cleaning up the main part of the Alfonso fleet heading to the Fantasy Moon Galaxy, another group still needed attention. The only remaining sage of the main occupation, with the Emperor-class battleship, was running all the way to Wuchi and Winchi. He was running quite fast. Gu Heng would certainly not let them go. He was very envious of the Emperor-class battleship. If conditions allowed, he would definitely find a way to seize it by seizing the ship. In terms of value, the Emperor-class may not be as good as the War Ark destroyed by the Alliance. However, the positioning of the two is completely different. The War Ark, to put it bluntly, is still the Mechanicus's Arc-type ship. In essence, it is still a core base for space warfare. A normal Ark is almost a mobile factory. Although the War Ark has abandoned many production, living, and scientific research functions, and has been transformed into a combat-oriented one as much as possible, it is still the foundation of an Ark after all. It is naturally large. With a complex structure, it can accommodate dozens of times more people than the Emperor class, which is equivalent to a specialized giant transport ship like the Giant Belly. At the same time, due to the characteristics of its mechanical arc, a large number of operations must be carried out by the Mechanicus. Of course, it is also very valuable to rob it. At least the Mingyang sect can smash their heads and beg Gu Heng to sell the ship to them. However, it cannot directly enhance the combat effectiveness of the Alliance. And there are tens of millions of Guardian Army combat troops inside. And there is also a neuroprotozoan. It is too difficult to seize the ship. But the Emperor class is different. There are at most 700,000 people inside? 800,000 people? And it is highly versatile, not a ship exclusive to the Mechanicus. If it is seized and repaired, it will really make the strength of the Alliance Navy fleet take a big step up. It must be seized. However, before seizing the ship, Gu Heng has one more thing to do. In the Baum Galaxy, in the battlefield of the previous space battle with Alfonso, the Alliance work ships floating in the wreckage of the Void, which were responsible for cleaning the battlefield, sent a message that Gu Heng was very concerned about. They found the Neurozoan. It didn't die. Gu Heng was a little surprised. My goodness, this thing, is its vitality so strong? It was on Alfonso too. This war arc was destroyed by the concentrated fire of the Alliance fleet in a naval battle, without any additional defense. When a ship explodes in a naval battle, there is almost no possibility for the life on the ship to survive. Even if it didn't die for a while, after the ship disintegrated into a pile of debris, the life support system was gone. In the cold space without air and food, how could the life survive? Unless you are very lucky, you can survive in a relatively intact cabin. But you can't live long. Gu Heng asked himself if it were him, although he had some ways to survive, such as hiding in the subspace, but the Neurozoan certainly didn't have such conditions. Under normal circumstances, it's quite difficult to survive. The Neurozoan was certainly not lucky to survive. Its strong vitality, especially its strong psychic energy, allowed it to survive the most dangerous process of the ship being bombed, exploded, and disintegrated, and survive in the void. In fact, according to the latest report, this Neurozoan even broke away from the wreckage of the ship, and in the void of space, it used psychic energy to drive its body, moving in an unknown direction. The Alliance ships were following. The Neurozoan should have been seriously injured, or it might have simply relied on psychic energy to boost its speed, so it was not flying fast, and the ships could keep up. But they dared not get too close. 2 Blackfish patrol ships had already been caught by the psychic power of the Neurozoan after they accidentally got too close. First, the energy shield was torn apart. Then the engine was possessed and could not run. And then the crew inside began to go crazy and attack each other. Someone broke into the energy cabin and detonated it. 2 ships were lost inexplicably. And a total of thousands of crew members. With a lesson learned, the ships of the Alliance that were cleaning up the battlefield wreckage did not dare to be careless. The only 2 remaining patrol ships could only track the Neurozoa from a distance. Due to the lack of main battleships, and the lack of clear orders from their superiors, these patrol ships did not take the initiative to launch attacks. This is not quite accurate. In fact, they tried to open fire, but it is obvious that conventional patrol ships are not the special disposable Blackfish ejected by the Juga class. They will not give up everything and use full firepower. And the conventional weapons of patrol ships are too low to pose a threat to the Neurozoan. So, they reported the information. The original intention was to obtain a higher level of military support, such as a few larger ships, to bomb this thing to death. As a result, unexpectedly, the superiors gave them the order to continue tracking, not to get close, just make sure not to lose the target. After asking again how to deal with it, the superiors did not hide it, informing them that the governor would come to deal with this problem personally. Gu Heng took the angry owl, and quickly arrived at the Balam Galaxy, and found the Neurozoan that had been followed by the Alliance ship. In fact, the distance was very far. Even if the Neurozoan was huge, it was still a living creature, and it was difficult to observe it with the naked eye. The warship was located by a radar that was constantly locked. The Neurozoan tried to interfere, but was soon locked again. Gu Heng's situation was even simpler. He could sense it directly through psychic power. The Neurozoan was very sensitive to the psychic power displayed by Gu Heng. It immediately activated its psychic power to fight against Gu Heng. It was still very strong, reaching the S-level psychic power. However, although it was comparable to the top psychic users among humans, how could it fight against Gu Heng? In the previous battle of Boven, the Mechanicus could exert alpha level or even higher power by controlling and enslaving its power. Even if Gu Heng was in a state of tearing open the subspace rift with all his strength, which was almost the strongest power he could use in the real universe, he could only achieve a draw in a head-on confrontation. Of course, he was distracted by manifesting a large number of heroic spirits. But the Neurozoan was also in a state of imprisonment at the time, and its power was transferred in a different direction. And it was not itself that was fighting Gu Heng with all its strength. The two should be equally matched. They should never be as weak as they are now. Gu Heng ordered the ship to continue approaching. With him, a Neurozoan that is now showing strength that is not up to the alpha level cannot threaten the angry owl. As the distance gets closer and closer, even when it is close, the Neurozoan is still obedient, being suppressed by Gu Heng's psychic power. How can it not be obedient? When Gu Heng was on the bridge and could see the appearance of the Neurozoan through the visual screen, he probably knew the reason why its strength was so poor at the moment. It was crippled. When the ship disintegrated, this Neurozoan was definitely not lucky enough to be in a safe area. It might even have been directly bombarded, or suffered a secondary attack during the disintegration. With psychic power as a means of self-protection, its body was severely damaged. Gu Heng judged that it might have used psychic power to hold on until the last moment. But the psychic shield was finally broken. The explosion, the impact of the wreckage, the violent energy, the aftermath of these things hurt its body. But its physical strength is also strong enough, let it survive, or have time to put up a new shield. It didn't die in the explosion, and now it fell into Gu Heng's hands. As for how to deal with it, Gu Heng was a little hesitant. If you want to use it, think about the fate of Alfonso Fleet first. The War Ark was originally the most powerful warship in Alfonso Fleet, but if Gu Heng hadn't detonated the Neurozoan bomb from the inside, even if Gu Heng did his best, it would take a lot of effort to deal with it. Although Gu Heng is confident that he can suppress this monster, can he guarantee that he will be in full condition at all times? Moreover, even if he can suppress it, he will have to worry about it when facing a strong enemy one day, which is pretty fucked up. However, it is almost the top single creature among the Void Zerg, and there is no record of its capture in the entire Empire, which may be kept secret. Its research value, as well as its utilization value after finding a method, are very great. Benefits. Risks. These two heavyweights made Gu Heng's heart constantly sway. Somewhat troubled. But fortunately, there was no need to make a decision right now. They could be captured first, and then placed in a safe place. For most forces, it would be too difficult to create a cage that could absolutely safely imprison the Neurozoa. The Alfonso sect could only do this with very mature research results. So how could the Alliance do it? But the Alliance can't do it. But Gu Heng can. He really has a very safe place. His Storm Kingdom. After putting this Neurozoan in there, he will study it in the future. Use it. Although he still needs to let it out. But at least, just talking about the safety of detention and transportation, there is absolutely no problem. The power of the Kingdom of God can constantly torture this Neurozoan. And the millions of heroes inside are not just for show. If they are immortal, they can help Gu Heng take care of it. If there is a real riot, it will be convenient for Gu Heng to suppress it personally. In the Kingdom of God, his power is much stronger than in the real universe. He can find a way to kill even the big demon. And the Neurozoan is no exception. Chapter 580, Eat. Putting the Neurozoan into the Kingdom of Storms was originally just a temporary method for Gu Heng to transport and imprison this dangerous beast. However, he made an unexpected discovery. After completing the imprisonment, he boarded the Angry Owl and continued his journey. But just one day later, he felt that some unexpected changes had occurred in his Kingdom of Storms. He immediately interrupted a meeting he was holding, hid in his secret room, and then opened the subspace rift and entered the Kingdom of Storms. Today, his Storm Kingdom is no longer the same as it was in the hands of the original god, the original Angry Owl. Although the dark, low-pressure space with clouds is still the same. The gray, blue and black mixed land also gives people a heavy sense of oppression. However, the appearance of the entire Storm Kingdom is not too desolate. The main credit is still the continuous work of many heroes in these years. They have profoundly transformed this barren land and built many man-made buildings. In Gu Heng's Storm Kingdom, a city has been built. The two core areas of this city are, one is where Gu Heng killed the Great Unclean One, Galaga, and spent a long time digesting it. There, it was made into an altar. It has little practical significance. But for the heroes, it has a strong symbolic meaning. The second important area is the Black Box Factory. This place has a strong practical significance. Before, when the Neurozoan was captured by Gu Heng, it was thrown on the altar. It was the most suitable place to imprison this monster. A total of 23 huge steel nails were driven into its body, nailing it firmly to the ground. Thick chains connected these nails, completely binding its body. In this state, even if the Neurozoan can still exert its spiritual power normally, it is not easy to deal with it. Not to mention that its spiritual power is completely suppressed. These chains, also connected to the terrible thunder and lightning power, suppressed its spiritual power in its body, making it impossible to break free. It was basically foolproof. However, the current situation was a little different. On the bound protozoan, light spots kept coming out, floating in the air, and then gradually dissipating. This protozoan was being dissolved. Gu Heng felt a little surprised. How did all this happen? He did not take any initiative at all. However, what happened to the Neurozoan at this moment was very similar to the scene when Galaga was defeated by him in the Kingdom of God, and the Great Unclean One was absorbed by the Kingdom of Storm God. Its body was disintegrating, that's right, the disintegrated part, turned into pure power, and was absorbed by the Kingdom of God. Then, Gu Heng could feel that the power of the entire Kingdom of Storm God was indeed growing rapidly. To be honest, this kind of growth is something Gu Heng hasn't felt for a long time. The Kingdom of Storms has actually been growing, that's right. It mainly relies on the expansion of the Alliance, system, and Gu Heng image as the governor, which is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. At least in some of the core ruling areas of the Alliance. Faith will have an impact on the subspace. Gu Heng is the owner of the Kingdom of Storms, and the faith of hundreds of billions of people, under the rule of the Alliance in him, has become the source of power for the growth of the Kingdom of Storms. However, after all, the people who were ruled in the Alliance, their emotions towards Gu Heng were not true beliefs. At the same time, Gu Heng was not willing to really promote his beliefs. The state religion was not for nothing, this was tantamount to treason. And it would greatly shake the foundation of his rule, and set off a large-scale internal rebellion. The Iron Fury Stone rebelled, and the slogan he shouted was also "Purge the Court," which said that the officials on Holy Terra were all idlers, and they were not able to properly carry out the will of the Emperor. Humphrey Paul, such an ambitious man, did not dare to shout slogans like "False Emperor" like those chaos traitors. Not to mention Gu Heng. Apart from this realistic factor, according to Gu Heng's understanding of the subspace, being worshipped on a large scale in a religious way is not a good thing. It will certainly greatly enhance the power of the Kingdom of Storm God, which is equivalent to strengthening the strength of the psychic power that Gu Heng can control and use. But the problem is that these beliefs will not only bring power, but also influence the will of the believers. Their thoughts and wishes, their negative emotions, will infect Gu Heng, the master of the Kingdom of God. This infection will be a long-term, slow process. Gu Heng's way of thinking will change, and then his personal will be gradually eliminated and replaced in the whole process. When the whole process is completed, what exists in this world will not be the current Gu Heng, but a pure Gu Heng who only has the role of the governor of the Alliance. In other words, he will evolve into a subspace creature. He is wary of this. Therefore, although the strength of the Alliance is expanding, the faith of the Alliance citizens in him is increasing, but the overall magnitude is still not large. Compared with the large wave of growth after absorbing Galaga, the growth of the power of the Storm Kingdom so far may be only about 5% at most. In short, the increase is not large. However, if the current situation continues, after completely absorbing this Neurozoan, the growth of the Storm Kingdom may not be less than that of absorbing the Great Unclean One, Galaga. That means, Gu Heng Kingdom of Storms will get a substantial increase of more than 30%. Gu Heng estimated that by then, he would be able to control psychic power equivalent to alpha level, if he tried his best to tear open the gap in the subspace and let the power of the Kingdom of Storms descend. Then, in the previous battle of Bowen, he would not need any other means, and would be able to defeat the psychic power of the Neurozoa controlled by Du Bo in the initial psychic confrontation. The Kingdom of Storms was strengthened, and the psychic power was strengthened. This was undoubtedly a very surprising thing. After all, since his personal level was raised to LV9 on his personal panel in the system, he could not rise any further. His power growth had reached a bottleneck. For further improvement, he could only rely on absorbing the Great Unclean One, Galaga. That time, the power of the Kingdom of Storm God almost doubled. And this time, eating the Neurozoan, he increased his power by more than 30%. Although the Neurozoan was definitely finished, there was no way to talk about further use and research. However, if Gu Heng really had to choose, he would definitely choose to strengthen himself. In his opinion, the value of being eaten by himself is definitely far greater than simply being a research material. In addition to the obvious improvement in strength, Gu Heng couldn't help but be curious. How did all this happen? Why? Gu Heng couldn't figure it out at the first time. The big demon would be absorbed because it has the essence of the subspace. Pure psychic energy, subspace energy, is not very meaningful to the Kingdom of Storm God. The energy in the subspace is infinite. But to use this power, one lacks authority. The reason why the Kingdom of Storm God exists is because a primitive god was born after accidentally transforming into the subspace. It can eat Galaga because that big demon has the essence of the subspace. Or to put it in a metaphor, it has a higher level of authority. Swallowing Galaga is the merger of two authorities. Is it the same for the Neurozoa? If so, it is not impossible. To the level of a Neurozoan, if it does not have the essence of the subspace, it is impossible to call upon such a huge psychic power. However, how did the Void Zerg do this? Their use of the power of the subspace is a bit curious. However, this also gave Gu Heng inspiration. From this perspective, if Gu Heng wants his own personal power to grow safely in the future, rather than being replaced by faith in this way, then actively hunting for the existence of powerful psychic power is an effective thing? After all, psychics below the alpha level, or other units that use psychic power, are essentially pipelines, but as it stands, those above the alpha level may have some kind of subspace essence. This is a way, but it's difficult to think about it. Big demon? Neuron protozoa? Alpha level psychics? Hunting them? It's hard to find a living one. In terms of improving personal strength, Gu Heng didn't think about it anymore. Another important thing in front of him was to quickly grab the Emperor-class battleship of the Alfonso sect that had escaped. There were not many small and medium-sized ships that followed the Emperor-class battleship to Winchi and Wuchi. But the main target was the other 3 Dragon Snake-class battlecruisers besides the Emperor-class. The Emperor-class was not as short-legged as the Retribution-class, although its speed could not reach the speed of the battlecruisers. It was definitely fast among the battleships. In other words, any indicator of the Emperor-class is almost excellent among all types of battleships. Moreover, the Alliance came to deal with the predecessor of the Iron Horse first, which gave the Emperor-class more time to escape. But there is still plenty of time for pursuit. After all, the line between Winchi and Wuchi is far away. Normally, it is normal to run for 2 or 3 months. The pursuit fleet has been streamlined. The Retribution-class battleships cannot be relied on. Not to mention the Iron Horse, which was just captured and still needs maintenance. The Fire Star, which fully played the role of the battleship in the previous naval battle, actually had some damage and also needed to be repaired. Then just go and repair it. No need to participate in the pursuit mission. Anyway, it can't run. The speed of the Shuga class is okay, slower than the Emperor class. Just follow behind. The main force of the pursuit, still 3 battlecruisers in relatively good condition, especially the Angry Owl. The only remaining Holy Grail class battlecruiser that can still be used. Its speed is faster than the 2 Dragon Snake class battlecruisers of Yunluo and Ronglin. The only ones who can keep up with the speed of this Holy Grail class are the few strike cruisers built by the Alliance and the entire Blood Shark fleet. Overall, this group of Blood Sharks really can't be considered poor. They are just poor in conventional equipment, but they have plenty of good stuff. Otherwise, how could they get this battle barge that can keep up with the Holy Grail class? In terms of overall quality, Gu Heng thinks that the flagship of the Blood Sharks, the Ghost Shark, may be as good as the Emperor class. It's really tempting. No, it's really enviable. After 23 standard Terra days, the fastest pursuit team, composed of the Wrath Owl and the Ghost Shark, caught up with the enemy fleet. The enemy fleet's frontal combat capability is far stronger than that of the Alliance and the Blood Shark. The firepower of just one Emperor-class ship is equal to that of the Angry Owl and the Ghost Shark combined. However, after they discovered the Alliance ships, they only wanted to run. The Angry Owl and the Ghost Shark, who were clearly completely at a disadvantage, launched an active attack. Of course, it was not a full-scale offensive, but just hoping to have a delaying effect, especially after chasing them to the jump point. They continued to harass and attack, slowing down their progress in the Star Tunnel jump, relying on their high flexibility and fast running speed. Alfonso's remaining fleet really had no way to deal with them, even if they gritted their teeth and wanted to fight desperately before the main ships of the Alliance arrived. They would not have the chance. The 2 speedboats would not have any chance to confront the Emperor class head-on. If they turned around and chased, not only would the Emperor not be able to catch up, but the 3 Dragon Snakes would not be able to catch up. As a battle cruiser, the Holy Grail was more expensive than the Dragon Snake, and its skin was a little thinner, but it was faster. What's more, if they really want to break away from the Emperor class's cover and catch up, they don't have the courage. Gu Heng showed his strength, showed his presence, and made people feel scared. In fact, in the Battle of Baoang, Gu Heng's consumption was very large. He supported hundreds of thousands of heroes, fought on enemy ships across the Star Sea, and fought against the Neurozoa with psychic energy. He then continued to tear apart the enemy ship's void shield, and even included ships such as the War Ark and the Retribution-class battleship. However, after eating the Neurozoan, Gu Heng had a big boost. If the enemy Dragon Snake class had the guts to break away from the Emperor class, it would have been much easier. Then, under the harassment of the Alliance speedboats, the speed of Alfonso's escape fleet was greatly slowed down. This allowed the Alliance follow-up ships to finally catch up. Chapter 581, after the war. The main force of the Alliance, to put it bluntly, is actually only the 2 Dragon Snake-class battlecruisers, Romelin and Yunluo. Of the 6 battlecruisers of the Alliance, Flying Wing is under repair, Steel Wing and Kuroga were lost in the Battle of Baoang. Now the fast ships that can be mobilized are these 2 Dragon Snakes, plus the Angry Owl that has already arrived, a total of 3 ships. With just such combat power, it is not capable of confronting the opponent's fleet head-on. Even with Gu Heng, it was no exception. An Emperor with 3 Dragon Snakes could already blow up 3 battlecruisers without shields. Only with the Blood Shark's Ghost Shark could the frontal combat capability be barely able to compete. Moreover, this battle also has its points. First, the Alliance fleet, which rushed forward with all its might, would not actually pull the distance to a very close point to fight against the opponent's fleet. Fighting at a relatively long distance, the more agile and flexible advantage of one's own ships can be brought into play to a greater extent, and try to rely on mobility to avoid damage. Of course, it is not easy to be hit, and it is not easy to hit the enemy. But it does not matter. The firepower of the fleet is not the key to the victory of the Alliance. During the battle, 2 enemy warships suddenly stopped firing. One of them was the Emperor-class battleship, and the other was a Dragon Snake. These 2 ships were attacked fiercely at almost the same time. Or to be more precise, the Dragon Snake was the main target of the boarding attack. Blood Shark and some Phoenixes, through psychic teleportation, broke through the enemy transmission interference and started killing. 300 warriors of Blood Shark entered, and 200 of Phoenixes entered. It was still difficult to capture the entire battleship with only 500 warriors. However, it was enough to turn the interior of a Dragon Snake-class battleship upside down. That's why it went silent. On the other side, on the Emperor-class battleship, Gu Heng nominally ordered 400 Phoenixes to board the ship under the leadership of Martins. But in fact, they did not board the ship immediately. It was the heroic spirits who messed up the Emperor-class battleship. The reason for covering it up is that if heroic spirits are shown to the eyes of thousands of people, it is really hard to justify. It looks too much like an alien, a heretical behavior. In fact, so far, the only ones who have really fought side by side with these heroic spirits in the Alliance are the Phoenixes. If the heroic spirits are shown to them, the risk is relatively controllable. After all, the Phoenix and Gu Heng share weal and woe, and every member has been trained by the political commissar, and is trustworthy in terms of loyalty and will. Gu Heng will definitely not let those Blood Sharks see the heroic spirit with their own eyes. As for the Blood Sharks, they will find it incredible when they know that only 400 Phoenixes can suppress the fire of the Emperor-class battleship, which is much larger than a battlecruiser. By raiding it, then let them think whatever they want. When the enemy 2 main warships, especially the Emperor-class, were silenced, Gu Heng gave an order, and the 3 battlecruisers and the battle barge of Blood Shark all pulled their engines to full speed and charged at full speed. The distance was shortened in an instant, making the firepower of both sides more threatening. When the firepower of Alfonso's fleet was strong, it was cruising on the periphery and fighting guerrilla warfare. Now that the 2 main battlecruisers were silenced, the Alliance fleet began to become fierce. As for Alfonso's remaining 2 battlecruisers, not only did they not get support from the side for a while, but the void shield of one of them was torn apart and disappeared after a flash. It was, of course, the main target of the Alliance fleet. Under the concentrated fire of 3 battlecruisers and a Ghost Shark, the Dragon Snake-class battlecruiser was struggling with almost all its might. It used full mobility and fire interception systems to try to survive. However, all these efforts only slightly extended the survival time and could not play a key role. It was finally completely destroyed under the fierce concentrated fire. Next, the only remaining battlecruiser soon followed suit. Then, the Alliance fleet began to clear out the other small and medium-sized ships. A random cruiser or large destroyer would be hit by luck, and then the void shield would be gone. Then, at least 2 or 3 X-class heavy artillery would be aimed at them and fired fiercely. 1 or 2 misses would not be a big problem, as long as one was hit. Without the protection of the void shield, they would be blown up in midair. While these external threats were being quickly dealt with by the fleet's artillery fire, landing ships on 3 battlecruisers and several Moon-class cruisers left the starship and flew towards the Mechanicus battlecruisers attacked by Blood Sharks and Phoenixes. This was a very crude way of boarding the ship, purely a brute force. The starships that launched the landing ships were quite far away from the target. which meant that the landing ships had to be exposed in space for a long time before they could reach their destination. Under normal circumstances, doing this is tantamount to murdering lives. The landing ships will be continuously intercepted during the flight. If one explodes, it will not only be a landing ship that is lost, but also the thousands of soldiers and war equipment on board will become victims. However, the Alliance is also helpless to do this. If the Eagle Horse is here, with the capabilities of the Juga-class aircraft carrier, on the one hand, the internal loading space is large, and there is no need to disperse the boarding troops to so many different starships. On the other hand, the ejection technology can also send these landing ships to the enemy ships more safely and quickly, greatly reducing the time that the landing ships full of soldiers are exposed in space. Unfortunately, the Hippogriff was too slow to catch up with the battle, so we had to resort to this crude method. However, the actual situation was not that dangerous. The main reason was that the enemy ships had been invaded by Space Marines, and the interception system was not working well. And those cruisers, destroyers, and frigates that were supposed to provide cover for it when it was in trouble were also dealt with. During the long flight, the Alliance landing force encountered very few artillery interceptions, although about 10% of the Alliance spacecraft were intercepted halfway through the flight. That meant that more than 5,000 elite soldiers were killed. But in general, the loss was still within an acceptable range. The remaining more than 50,000 Alliance elites landed on the Dragon Snake-class battlecruiser. The Blood Shark and the Phoenix had already established a landing site in advance. The Skitarii and the ships had tried for hours, but were unable to recapture these places. Now, landing ships arrived one after another, crashed into the gap, dropped off soldiers, and then quickly evacuated, making way for the next ship to release people. With a large number of conventional troops, the Space Marines no longer needed to use a small number of inferior troops to fight against the Skitarii on the ships. After the two regiments lost a total of about 70 people, their first phase of the mission was completed. The second phase of the mission was relatively easy. As long as the Alliance regular forces were accompanied, the entire Dragon Snake-class battlecruiser was fully attacked, and the enemy was prevented from destroying the ship. As for the capture of the entire ship, the Alliance troops, which gradually increased in number to more than 100,000, were responsible. When the Dragon Snake-class battlecruiser was controlled by the Alliance, there was only one Alfonso ship floating in space, the half-paralyzed Emperor class. The rest of the warships were all destroyed, and this Emperor class was badly damaged by the heroic spirits. The 400 Phoenixes led by Martins only boarded the ship at this time. The Phoenix war captain personally led the team, according to the clues found by the heroic spirits in the previous battle, and raided the master of the main business. Martins killed him personally. Then, the landing ships of the Alliance Army and the Marine Corps began to fly towards this Emperor class. In fact, the most important task of seizing the ship had already been completed by the heroic spirits and Phoenixes. The army came here only to do the final occupation work. Before the army and the Marines boarded the ship, the heroic spirits withdrew first. Gu Heng did not let the Blood Shark board the Emperor-class battleship. Although Captain Ewing volunteered, he was rejected by Gu Heng. What he said to Ewing in a joking manner was actually the truth. If the task of seizing this Emperor-class battleship is also given to you, it will be difficult for me to pay you later. Ewing was embarrassed. So far, the Battle of Bowen has finally come to an end. In this battle, the Alliance lost more than 200 small and medium-sized ships of all kinds, and lost 2 battlecruisers. The ships of all levels involved in the battle also suffered varying degrees of damage, especially as the main force in the array battle line, the Fire Star. Despite the support of various aspects, the damage to the ship was still very serious, and had to be repaired in the shipyard. The Phoenix Regiment, with a full strength of 1,000 men, made great contributions in the various battles of seizing ships, boarding, and teleporting. But at the same time, their losses were also not small. Nearly 300 soldiers closed their eyes forever, and another 100 men were barely surviving in the life support cabin, waiting for the arrival of the Dreadnought Mecha. In the future, they will have to live in the Dreadnought Iron Coffin for the rest of their lives. The loss of 400 men caused the Phoenix Regiment to suffer heavy losses. The brilliant results were achieved with great sacrifices. It is worth emphasizing that these 400 casualties were not ordinary Space Marines, but all Space Marine veterans, sergeants, and even company champions trained by Gu Heng at great cost. Gu Heng remembered the sacrifice and dedication of the Phoenixes. if an ordinary regiment came, let alone 400 deaths. Even if the entire regiment was wiped out, it would not be able to achieve the same effect as the Phoenixes. In the final analysis, the gap in strength between the Alliance fleet and the Alfonso Arc fleet was still too big. Moreover, among the other side, there was an unexpected existence called the Neurozoa, which limited Gu Heng's spiritual power to a certain extent at the beginning of the battle. In order to make up for all these gaps, the powerful Phoenixes had to sacrifice. Without them, victory would probably be difficult to achieve. From the perspective of losses, the Alliance victory was barely won thanks to Gu Heng cheating and the great sacrifice of the Phoenixes. It was probably just a bitter victory. However, from the perspective of benefits, the value of this bitter victory was also extremely great. The Alliance lost 2 battlecruisers, but recovered 2 battleships and a battlecruiser. Let's put aside the Dragon Snake-class battlecruisers and the extraordinary value of the Retribution-class battleships. The most important thing is the Emperor-class battleship that Gu Heng has named the Pegasus. With their participation, the Alliance Navy's frontal combat capability can actually be considered to have been completely upgraded to a higher level. At this point, the main fleet of the Alliance Navy has become 3 battleships, 1 aircraft carrier, and 5 battlecruisers. Moreover, as time goes by, in the rear of the Alliance, the 2 places with the ability to manufacture giant ships, such as the Flying Wing Star, the shipbuilding center of the Wrathful Owl Star, and the forging world of the Golden D Star, will send a new batch of ships. In another year or 2, there will be 2 Holy Grail-class ships and 2 Dragon Snake-class ships. If this time is extended a little longer, the first product of the Retribution-class battleship technology that Gu Heng had drawn before, which was built by building the main body in the dock and pulling the core components with a black box, can also be sent to the front line. If we work harder, we can build another Judah-class ship. In the next 3 years, the Alliance will add 6 more giant ships. However, before that, the Alliance is in its weakest state. After the Battle of Bowen, a large number of warships, including the main battleships, suffered varying degrees of damage, but all needed repair. In the military meeting of the Alliance, some people mentioned whether to pursue the victory. After the destruction of the Alfonso Arc fleet, the enemy base camp was empty. So they simply rushed into the Alfonso Star Field and entered the base camp of the oil men who had been jointly declared as the degenerate sect by the Imperial Central and the Mechanicus Mars headquarters. But this proposal was rejected by Gu Heng. The current state of the Alliance fleet does not have the ability to take the initiative to attack. It will take at least half a year to rest and recuperate. If another strong enemy appears at this time, it may be a big trouble. How to get through this most dangerous time is actually something that needs to be carefully considered. First of all, the problem to be solved is the Fantasy Moon Galaxy. The 2 war groups, Fury Flame and New World Torch, are still hiding in Fantasy Moon. They must have received the news about the Battle of Boven now. And they also know that the Alfonso fleet, which they originally expected to be the biggest savior, has perished. The only surviving battlecruiser in Alfonso fleet also went to Huanyue and joined the 2 regiments. If they set off to escape, that would be what Gu Heng expected. Although the Alliance fleet was in poor condition, Nguyen and his men were in even worse condition. They had to be dealt with their last bit of strength. At that point, the Aojua Star region would be basically calm, and the Alliance fleet could really repair without worrying too much. However, their choice disappointed Gu Heng a little. They stayed in the Huanyue Galaxy and did not move. Chapter 582, Raging Flames Destroyed. The 2 regiments in the Fantasy Moon Galaxy were in a state of panic. They knew very well that, no matter what the Alliance's next move was, they would be the first to be eliminated. Whether they were strong or not, they could be eliminated quickly. Whether they were weak or not, including Alfonso battlecruiser that escaped here, they also had 3 giant ships, less than 2,000 space marines, and their fleet also contained a total of millions of mortal auxiliary troops, and the Royal Princess Legion, all of which could be considered equivalent to the level of the Astra Militarum. Theoretically, this is a force that can conquer a star region. If they are not dealt with, the backyard will catch fire at any time. In panic, the former ruling class on Fantasy Moon Star had some ideas. They found someone to test the 2 war groups, wanting to explore the possibility of surrender. No, it is to restore order. We are all human beings, not aliens, and we all believe in the Emperor, not heretics. It's just that because Humphrey Paul, that ambitious man, fooled everyone into thinking that everyone on Holy Terra is a bad person. So they followed the independents. Recognize Humphrey Paul as a traitor, re-recognize Holy Terra, recognize the Alliance dominance. In this way, can it return to the Empire? Of course, it is impossible without paying a price. The price of betrayal must always be paid. But no matter how high the price is, can it be so high that it is enough to fight a war with the Alliance with a very small chance of winning, after paying huge sacrifices and casualties, and then be liquidated by the Alliance again? If that is the case, on Fantasy Moon Star, maybe every member of the ruling class will not be able to continue to stay in their current position. Even, there may not be many who can survive. If they want to surrender, even if it is unconditional surrender, they will accept it. But they obviously cannot make the decision on this matter, and they must discuss it with Adler Politos. After Fury and New World Torch came to this world, the military power of this planet was completely taken over by them. This is as it should be. In other words, the military power of Huan Star itself, the local defense force of less than 100 million people, can be saved for the time being. The value of Huan Star itself lies in its relatively complete planetary defense system. Regardless of how strong they are, it is good enough that they have everything they need. In comparison, the most reliable ones are the two regiments themselves, as well as the armies and fleets they bring. If these local dignitaries want to surrender, they can't make their own decisions. They have to persuade the Space Marines. And the result of this persuasion is that Politos killed them all. After realizing that these moon phantoms were unreliable, Politos launched a purge. He cleaned out the upper echelons, promoted some of the middle echelons, and then selected trustworthy people from the Princess Legion and the regiment's auxiliary forces to fill key positions. With a powerful military force as a backing, and the residual power left by the Great Purge, they were able to firmly grasp the entire world in their hands. Anyway, he did not need to consider the issue of long-term governance, as long as he could control it with force in the short term. Then, he withdrew a large number of land forces from starports, star fortresses, and ships to the surface. After unloading the land forces, the Light Fury fleet left the orbit of the Fantasy Moon galaxy and sailed into deep space. They will not leave this galaxy, but the void of a galaxy is very large. Hide, when the Alliance attacks Huan. Support from the outside, when the Alliance tries to pursue, run away. Although there will be great risks, for example, the Retribution-class battleship does not have the mobility to perform such operations. It will not be dispatched at will. One by one, fast destroyers and cruisers will take on this task to harass the Alliance offensive fleet. As long as the Alliance ships show a tendency to turn around and deal with them, these small speedboats will run away. If they don't chase, they will turn around and continue to harass. If they chase, how can the scattered Fury Flame ships chase? As long as they are separated, they will always worry about the existence of a battle cruiser, a battle barge, or a battleship among the enemies. They may come out of the void at any time and attack the Alliance ships that act alone rashly. Of course, all this sounds good, but in fact, it is all helpless. To put it bluntly, Politos has already recognized the situation. He can't escape, and normal defense is hopeless. Although it is difficult for the Alliance to draw out all its strength to deal with him at the moment. As long as they wait for a few months. Let the Alliance repair their ship. Cooperate with Gu Heng exaggerated. Incredible psychic power. And the powerful combat power displayed by the Phoenix and the Blood Shark. Even if Huan has a complete orbital defense system, it is impossible to defend it. He actually thought about surrendering. Just like the local dignitaries on Huan thought, the two sides were not in a life-and-death relationship. They were not aliens, nor had they fallen into chaos. However, after careful consideration, Politos gave up the idea. It was not for any other reason. If he could save the regiment, he would give everything and do anything. But he believed that surrender would not save his regiment. He could swear that if he surrendered, he would never be an enemy of the Alliance in the future. However, he did not dare to believe any promises made by the Alliance to him. The hatred between the two sides was too great and too much. And it was mutual. Fury had killed the Phoenix before, and had fought against the Alliance and Dragonhawk. The Alliance and the Phoenix had also beaten Fury. The previous commander Urso was loved by his fighting brothers, but died at the hands of the Phoenix. Politos could only guarantee that he was rational and could endure all the humiliation. But he could not guarantee that everyone in the regiment thought so. Once they surrender, if one of them cannot swallow his anger and does something, it will be easy for the Alliance to start a massacre. If you put yourself in their shoes, the Alliance will not trust Nguyen just because Nguyen surrendered. At that time, how dare they send them to fight a key battle? What if they turn against their side again? If Politis were in Gu Hang's position, he thought that he would accept all the surrender conditions of Nguyen, and then imprison all the members of the regiment and execute them secretly. Because of this, he dared not surrender. He was determined to continue to hold on the ground. Even in the dug bunkers, and in the very deep tunnels, all he could see was darkness. No future. But even so, he had to hold on in the darkness. Even if the final result would not be any different. As Politis expected, the Alliance attack on Huanyue began soon. The only ones participating in the battle were the Chuga-class aircraft carrier, 3 battle cruisers, and the Blood Shark fleet. The other ships were all repaired. There were not many ships, but the most important one, Gu Hang, was here. All the preparations and efforts made by Nguyen were destroyed in a short time. First, the outer defense system of the planet was attacked. The Nguyen fleet that escaped first, according to the arrangement, dispatched some small ships to harass. The Alliance decisively pursued. The Nguyen fleet fled in different directions, and the Alliance also dispersed to pursue the 3 giant ships that were hiding in the dark, hoping that the Alliance would be cautious, are now in trouble. You don't play by the rules. If you don't show up, you will just sit back and watch the Alliance capture all the small and medium-sized ships that attack. Although these ships are not that valuable, if they come 2 or 3 times, the fleet will be exhausted. But if they show up, the Alliance knows that they have big ships, and they dare to disperse and pursue them. They must be prepared. Right? After some discussion, they finally showed up. 3 huge ships appeared at the same time, blocking the face of an Alliance battlecruiser, Romelin. This was a good opportunity. But the 3 large ships were still very cautious. They did not rush up rashly when they saw that the enemy was small in number, but chose to support their own ships from a distance, with the original intention of forcing Romelin away. But even with such caution, they still had problems. Romelin was not afraid at all. It did not continue to chase those small boats, but it did not run away either. Instead, it relied on the speed and flexibility of the battlecruiser to cruise at the edge of the firepower threat range. This was clearly a move, which meant following, chasing, keeping an eye on them, and not letting them run away until other ships came to join them, and then together they would destroy the only traitorous naval force left outside. The Fury fleet was forced to no other choice, and could only go all out, and move towards the Romelin, to destroy it or drive it away. The Romelin began to flee. The tug of war between the 2 sides began. When the distance between the 2 sides reached a certain extent, and when the battleship Sparkwings could not catch up in a short time, the Romelin suddenly attacked. It turned around and fired fiercely at the ship that originally belonged to the Alfonso sect. At the same time, the void shield of the ship suddenly disappeared. At the same time, another Raging Flame flagship, Triumphal Flame, went silent. There was no doubt that Gu Hang and the Phoenixes had taken action. The only 200 Raging Flame warriors left in Triumphal Flame were unable to stop it. The think tank could not stop Gu Hang from tearing the void shield, and was shot in the head by Gu Hang. The Space Marines could not beat the Phoenix. There were only 300 Phoenixes teleported in. Although the number was only 50% more, the quality of the individual soldiers was much stronger. There were not many auxiliary soldiers left on the ship. Compared with the endless and fearless heroic spirits, they were no match. When the battleship Wings of Spark finally arrived at the battlefield, the only remaining battlecruiser of Alfonso was already full of flames on the hull, and it was obviously seriously damaged. The firepower of the Triumphal Fire battle barge had become very weak, which meant that the Alliance had already gained the upper hand in the battle on the ship. In this situation, Sparkwing did not retreat. It also knew that it could not escape because of its short legs, so it could only attack desperately. Its attack was effective. The Romelin, which was charging, was directly hit off the target. Earlier, the counterattack of the Alfonso battlecruiser and the attack of the Triumphant Flame before its firepower system was completely destroyed had both hit targets. The void shield of the Romelin had been hit to the point of turning red. If the time was delayed for a while, by the time the battleship entered the field, the situation would have been very dangerous. Multiple cannons fired continuously and hit the Romelin. First, 3 Doomsday Light Spears, which turned the void shield from red to red, which was a sign of overload, followed by an X-level Sky Punishment Light Spear array, which directly broke the shield, and melted a hole in the armor of the Romulan. The gap between the battlecruiser and the battleship in frontal combat strength was clearly reflected at this moment. Afterwards, many shells were dodged and intercepted by the Romulan, which made an emergency maneuver. However, there was still an X-class macro cannon, which hit the stern hard. The armor was not able to withstand it, and the hull was severely damaged. The whole ship was shaking, and it was even difficult to maintain a maneuvering posture for a while. However, just when the Wings of Sparks was about to make another effort to destroy the Alliance ship directly, its side was suddenly hit by a cannon. It was a blow from the triumphant fire. The captain of the Wings of Sparks was quite surprised. He didn't understand why this happened. Phoenix is powerful. Fury cannot defeat it. Now everyone knows that it is a bit outrageous to be passed so quickly. But it is barely acceptable. However, taking over a ship is not easy, and it requires a large number of crew members. When you boarded, did you bring technicians with you? And you were able to board so many ships, and you took over the warship before the battle was over? I have never heard of such a thing in my life. However, the captain of the Wing of Sparks soon remembered another thing. Triumphant Flame was not an ordinary warship. It was a battle barge exclusively for Space Marines. It has quite a lot of positions that can only be filled by Space Marines. They connect the black carapace through nerve cords, and can directly control many key parts of the ship, just like Space Marines are connected to their power armor through nerves. This is a direction of explanation, although some details are not clear. For example, if they are also connected by the nervous system, don't they have password locks, genetic recognition, and other things? In addition to the key positions occupied by Space Marines, the remaining non-critical positions also require a large number of crew members. Where do they come from? These questions have never been answered. But Spark Wings has lost the best opportunity to destroy Romulan. Many frigates have caught up, and even a Moon class is launching a fierce charge towards Spark Wings. These small and medium-sized ships, on the one hand, intercepted their own destroyers, and the cruisers took the opportunity to attack Romulan, and on the other hand, also blocked the next 2 rounds of fire from Spark Wings. Although they paid 2 Moon class more than 10 silver shield, silver sword, but Romulan was saved. At the same time, they were also invaded. Heroic spirits with lightning appeared from all over the ships, and hundreds of phoenixes were teleported into their ships. Soon, the Wings of Sparks also fell into the hands of the Alliance. When the outer fleet was lost, the destruction of the Fury had entered the countdown. Chapter 583, The Fruit of Victory is so sweet. Boarding is never an easy task. At least Martin thought so before he got involved with Gu Hang. In his combat experience, whether in the heyday of the Phoenix or in the later Atonement expedition, he participated in many boarding operations. Each time, it was quite dangerous. The reason is very simple. On the way of boarding, no matter how strong the individual combat power of the Space Marines is, the risk of boarding cannot be avoided. Whether it is the failure of psychic transmission due to interference, or the boarding torpedoes, the boarding ship was shot down halfway. As long as it happens, the soldiers who are jumping on board can only die helplessly. Even if they jump on board, the danger is very great. The number of soldiers who can survive the dangerous boarding process, especially the leading ones, must be small. Generally speaking, the current starships are equipped with a large number of poorly equipped Marines and Army elites. The troops that boarded the ship could only fight the enemy with limited equipment and limited numbers. To stand firm, they had to complete tasks such as shutting down the enemy ship's interception system, artillery, creating a landing site, and waiting for the follow-up troops to reinforce. The follow-up troops often did not arrive in large numbers, and they did not arrive in waves, so they were quite scattered. When the enemy occupied the home ground and often had advantages in equipment and numbers, the difficulty of boarding the ship could be imagined. Often, the battlefield would be turned into a meat grinder. The boarding party would bear huge losses in deploying troops, and then bear huge losses in fighting under unfavorable conditions. Only by overcoming various crises could a successful boarding operation be completed. However, after starting to work for Gu Hang, he found that boarding and fighting was so easy. It was not that it was really easy. After all, since the battle with the Alfonso fleet in the Bovan Galaxy, the continuous battles had caused the Phoenix to lose more than 400 soldiers. This loss of nearly half of the personnel is very heavy in any case. However, compared with their achievements, they captured one giant ship after another, destroyed countless elite crusaders, and rebellious space marines. This loss is simply too worthwhile. if it weren't for Governor Gu almost undisturbed, 100% successful psychic teleportation. It would be unknown how many people would die in the middle of the many boarding trips. And many operations would not even be established. If it weren't for those magical heroes leading the way, relying on only a few hundred phoenixes, they would be trapped in the vast ocean of the enemy elite. It would be a fantasy to complete the mission. Just these two items made the phoenixes' boarding battles invincible. So much so that it seemed like a miracle to the blood shark next door. In the capture of the few remaining ships of the Fury fleet, the phoenixes knew clearly that Governor Gu played the greatest role in this matter. At the beginning, Gu Heng was not on the Rongling ship that was targeted, but on the Eagle Horse. The Alliance deployed the main force of the Phoenix, a total of 600 warriors, on the Eagle Horse, Rongling, Angry Owl, and Yunluo ships. In addition to the Eagle Horse with 300 people, the other three ships had only 100 people each. When the news of Rongling being besieged came, Gu Heng set off, bringing 200 phoenixes, and teleported to the Rongling. This was actually another thing beyond Martin's cognition. The distance between the Eagle Horse and the Rongling was so far away. That was not even within the scope of a normal space naval battle. Even if there was no interference and there were coordinates. This matter was too incredible. But Martin's was numb. He had seen it so many times. So it didn't matter. After the naval battle, Rongling was seriously injured. The damage management team tried their best, but they could only make the battlecruiser barely recover its mobility. And the situation would not continue to deteriorate. It was impossible to fight. They could only be fixed targets, and could not play any role. However, the attack on Huanyua's star still started as scheduled. The loss of a battlecruiser did not hinder the Alliance offensive. In fact, this was a relatively traditional fight for the orbital defense system. At the same time, after clearing a relatively safe airspace, they dispatched troops to land on the surface on a large scale to fight for the seedlings. During this process, the Alliance even drove the two captured ships, Wings of Spark and Triumphal Fire, to the orbit of the Phantom Moon star. These two warships have not yet completed their overhaul, and there may even be surviving original crew members, living in a remote corner of the ship. After all, these two ships are giant ships that can fight hundreds of thousands of people, and there is no problem in treating them as a city in space. They are basically not used for Alliance battles, and many systems in the ship still need to be cracked, or simply replaced, but it did not prevent the Alliance from starting them up first, and then putting them in the orbit of the Fantasy Moon star to show them to the enemy. This is a kind of show of force, while boosting their own morale. It will also greatly undermine the morale of the enemy, which is equivalent to telling the defenders of the planet clearly that you have no hope and surrender is the only way out. The effect is also surprisingly good. Multiple orbital space stations sent signals of surrender to the Alliance. They let the Alliance boats land without resistance, then laid down their weapons, and were taken away by the Alliance. The space station does not need to be blown up. It only needs to be temporarily abandoned, and it can be reused later. While the orbital defense system was rapidly disintegrating, the ground attack was becoming more and more smooth. Without the interference of the orbital defense system, the Alliance fleet began to support the surface attack more smoothly. The orbital guns on the surface were still resisting in vain, but when facing attacks from the sky and the ground at the same time, defense became difficult. Even, the Alliance did not send space warriors to attack the surface. The main force, this time, was the Battle Sisters of the Holy Lily. Sister Grit is the highest person in charge. The Battle Sister she leads, although they do not have the individual combat strength of the Space Marines, but with the assistance of 1,000 Battle Sisters, and more than 6,000 honor guards, they can ensure that they will not be broken through by the Fury and the New World Torch in the surface combat. At the same time, the enemy does not dare to gather a large number of Space Marines. In a battle for an important hub city on the surface, the enemy showed up with 100 Space Marines gathered, and defeated the Alliance army's attack on the city. Then, the Alliance did not act rashly, but surrounded the city, opened a humanitarian corridor, and gave the residents 3 days to evacuate. The Space Marines would definitely not be able to escape, as they were too conspicuous to escape among the people on foot. They tried to break through several times, but in the battle on the Great Plains, they would not face the simple Battle Sisters and the Glory Guards. There were a large number of tanks and heavy artillery, and they could not break through by charging head-on. Only a few people managed to break through, and the rest were forced back into the city. Afterwards, the Alliance could no longer care about how many civilians were still in the city. and the orbital bombardment began. After 3 days and 3 nights of bombing, the entire city was physically razed to the ground. According to subsequent estimates, there should be no living organisms left. After this battle, the Fury and the New World Torch almost no longer gathered on a large scale, unless they attacked at night or in complex environments. But they often had to evacuate quickly after quickly gaining the upper hand, fighting guerrilla warfare, and did not dare to try to expand the results of the battle. At the same time, they also abandoned almost all important strongholds, fortresses, and moved the battle line to the city's underground passages, bunkers they had previously dug, and low-lying areas such as mountains. This place is not suitable for large-scale military operations, and the scattered layout also makes it difficult for orbital bombing to be effective. This certainly made them almost completely give up control of the fantasy moon star. If the Space Marines are determined to survive and want to defend to the death, it is really difficult to kill them. Even the burning sky torpedo may not be able to completely kill them. If they prepare enough supplies, oxygen, hide in the excavated mountains, underground and other places, they may be able to survive the hot period of several years and emerge again after cooling down. As for how to escape from a dead planet, that is another topic. But at least, they can survive. Unless they use a higher level extinction weapon such as the Earth-blasting planet destroyer, which directly explodes the planet into countless space fragments. Perhaps they will reunite due to the effect of gravity after thousands of years. Or they may form countless asteroids and meteors. But after all, this is the only way to truly exterminate a planet and all life on it without omission. Not really, not yet. But in this case, the war situation is still quite awkward. The Alliance basically controls the entire fantasy moon. However, their military advantage is mainly based on the Holy Mercy Lily, the Glory Guards, which have a total of several thousand top elites, plus at least 2 battle cruisers in the sky, and 10 Moon-class ships in cruise support. In this case, the Fury and the New World Torch really dare not show up, and can only hide in the gutter like rats. However, with less than 2,000 Space Marines, they have tied up a considerable part of the Alliance forces, and are now stationed in Fantasy Moon. If the starships withdraw, even if only the big ones are withdrawn, there will be fewer starships left, and it will be difficult to achieve global coverage. Then I'm afraid that Fury and his men will increase their number of activities. Once the Nuns and the Glory Guards also withdraw, they can establish bases more unscrupulously, and even regain control of the planet. But if we don't withdraw, we can't wipe out these 2 regiments quickly. It's really a headache. Gu Heng knew about Huan Yue's affairs, but he didn't spend too much time on it. There's nothing to worry about. Perhaps the war there was quite brutal, and the guerrilla warfare of the 2 remaining regiments gave Grit a headache. However, in general, the output value of Huan Yue in all aspects is being rebuilt. Under the current global military control, the output is taken by the Alliance at 20%, and Grit, as an army, obtains about 10% of the output from the local area as military supplies, mainly food and other basic supplies, as well as equipment maintenance. The rest will be distributed among the interest groups on the original planet. That's all. As for the Fury and New World Torch in the mountains and the ground, let Grit handle them. Withdraw some of the starships above the Fantasy Moon and keep some. 3 cruisers are enough. It's impossible to cover the whole world. But when Grit orders to detect and suppress the rebellious space warriors, there will be firepower support at any time. As for the frequent attacks on some production sites in the Fantasy Moon, just attack them. That little output is not important. The cleanup of the 2 regiments can be done slowly. Anyway, Gu Heng is no longer in a hurry. As for himself, he has more important things to deal with. In the Battle of Bao'an, and the derivative battle of this war, the Battle of Fantasy Moon, the Alliance won an unprecedented victory, and also achieved unprecedented results. After counting, 2 battle cruisers were replaced by an Emperor class, 2 Retribution class, a battle barge, and a Dragon Snake class. Good guy, after the battle, it's like having 1 more Alliance fleet. Just robbing the ships, it's already a huge profit. And in the war situation, there have also been major changes. The main force of the Alfonso sect collapsed, the Fury Flame and the New World Torch collapsed, and once these 2 major problems are solved, it means that the 2 threats that the Alliance may suffer in the Proud Claw star field are all eliminated. In the Princess star field, the main force of the Iron Armored Regiment is fighting a desperate battle with the Phoenix Lord in the west, and the scale of the battle there is even larger than that of the Alliance here. Can Humphrey Paul spare more forces to go on the expedition to the Proud Claw? I'm afraid not. The Alfonso sect lost a war arc and an emperor. Will they still be able to organize another fleet to go south? I'm afraid not. The alliance will indeed be weak for a period of time after the Battle of Boven. It will take at least half a year to repair all their ships. But in fact, Gu Heng is not too worried about any military threats during this period of weakness. On the contrary, it is his enemies who should be afraid of his military threats. It is true that he is in the weak stage, but it is estimated that whether he goes from Proud Claw to the Nepeta Star region, or from Proud Claw to the Alfonso Star region, it is unobstructed and the defense is empty. As the winner of the war, is it possible that he will be more uncomfortable than those who lost the war? It doesn't make sense. Even if Paul of Iron Armor, or Martin Varick, the great sage of Alfonso, insists on making trouble for Gu Heng, and even shakes the foundation. It is not easy to withdraw forces across several star regions. It is unknown how long it will take to assemble, dispatch, and march the troops. Even with the most conservative estimate, Gu Heng felt that there would be 2 years or more of breathing time. Oh, it's not him who needs to breathe, but Paul and Varick. It's still too weak. If the fleet's strength is intact, they won't even have a chance to breathe. Gu Heng sighed, and turned around to do some things to digest the results of the battle. The fruits of victory are so sweet. The victory of the Proud Claw battle, in addition to seizing a batch of ships, eating a Neurozoan, and gaining an advantage in the overall strategy. There is another result that cannot be ignored: the gift points. Chapter 584, Military Upgrade. The number of grace points in Gu Heng hand has now exceeded 30 million. The monthly income from grace points is still a small amount, after all. It has only been a year since he used up all his grace points. His monthly fixed income has surged to 400,000, but in a year, it is only 4 million. The other scattered battles are not much in comparison. The largest amount is still the Battle of Boven, the income from annihilating Alfonso fleet. The gift points earned from that battle were more than 20 million. If these 30 million gift points were used for lottery, Gu Heng held back. Drawing out key technologies can significantly enhance the alliance war potential. That's right. Moreover, according to Gu Heng estimation, the alliance should have a 2-year period of stability. This does not mean that the war has subsided. For example, there are still some scattered wars in Huanyue, Wuxi, Wenchi, Kalat, Kaisedo, and even in the entire Aojua star field. The war will never stop. But in general, the alliance in the Aojua star field can already enjoy a period of general peace. This means that the alliance has a certain amount of time to digest the extracted technology. However, Gu Heng still has to make up for the damage in the war first. It can be predicted that there will be many wars in the future. A large number of troops need to be replenished. The productivity of weapons and equipment also needs to be pulled up as much as possible. Both directions require a large amount of gift points. Of course, it is definitely not all spent. 30 million grace points are enough to replenish 3 billion trained troops. There is no need for so many. In wars outside the homeland, the number of troops is often not the key. Limited by the delivery capability, it is impossible to release hundreds of millions of troops to the battlefield. And the risk is huge. A giant ship with a large number of troops and equipment. If something goes wrong on the way, it will be a huge loss. What's more, it is not easy to get so many ships. In terms of personnel replenishment, Gu Heng gave priority to seafarers. Those captured large ships were all big eaters of people. If the Emperor-class battleship is to be fully staffed with crew, marines, and servants, it should be able to accommodate 800,000 people. The Retribution-class battleship should be able to accommodate 500,000 people. And the battle barge should be able to accommodate at least 400,000 people. The Dragon Snake-class cruiser is a little less, but 250,000 is also required. After that, the Alliance has a considerable number of ships, which are expected to be completed. These ships also need a large number of qualified crew members. To meet these seafarer needs, a large number of more mature personnel will be transferred from other ships to serve as backbone positions. The Alliance Navy is a good place to join the army. It is not just the Alliance, but the entire Empire. The working environment of the Navy Masters is good, and it is quite stable on the ship. They don't have to endure the harsh environment like the hard-working army. You never know when you will have to endure it. Even the bottom servants of the Navy, compared with the bottom servants of the army, have an advantage. they are not easily used as cannon fodder, and the mortality rate is greatly reduced. As for the disadvantage, there is nowhere to run when the ship explodes, and one person dies, But even when it comes to death, the bottom servants of the Navy are equal to the upper officers. If the starship explodes, everyone will die. The death is relatively less painful. It is better than the Army in all aspects. Moreover, the Navy of the Alliance is different from the Navy of the Empire. There is a very obvious advantage. There is a lot of room for promotion. Normally, the Imperial Navy needs to gain experience. The positions on the ships are fixed one by one. The construction of ships is a very long process. The fleet has not been replenished with new ships for a long time, so there is no room for seamen to move up. The difference of the Alliance is that several major shipbuilding centers are all working at full capacity. The shipbuilding industry of the Alliance is not only developed, but the entire Alliance society has concentrated all kinds of resources to ensure the continued development of the shipbuilding industry. This actually consumes a huge amount of resources. The labor cost of the shipbuilding industry is very high, and the resource consumption is even higher. For ordinary places, there is not enough shipbuilding technology on the one hand. Even if there is, most places actually have no way to start work at full capacity. They can't bear the consumption. The Alliance has sufficient technical capabilities. The Alliance ruling power is sufficient. It can integrate the power of multiple existing star fields, and the economic foundation of the Alliance's various industrial chains is also strong enough. In addition, during this period of time, the Alliance can get the full support of the entire Eastern universe, and even the surrounding universes, and in the trade of raw materials, it can get enough. In addition, the black box has handled some of the most difficult parts of shipbuilding. The huge energy consumption includes the energy crystals produced by the Rathal Owl star, and the gradually expanding stellar energy plant, which continuously collects stellar energy and compresses it into energy crystals. This allows the Alliance shipbuilding industry to work at full capacity. Because of this, there are new ships constantly, and there are also captured enemy ships. The size of the Alliance fleet is constantly expanding, and there are enough positions to provide to seafarers, so that they have enough room for promotion. Sailors have the opportunity to become leaders, become officers, junior officers can move up, colonels have the opportunity to serve as captains of new ships. Officers transferred from existing ships can basically be promoted to new ships, and vacant positions can also be promoted. With a large number of promotion opportunities, the Navy system is excited. As for lower-level officers, the missing parts of the bottom-level sailors, they still need to make up. Earlier, when the size of the Alliance Navy reached a certain level, the soldier card interface quietly unlocked the branch of seaman training. After the soldiers reach the T5 level, then spend 1 point of grace/10 people to train qualified seamen. The shortage of less than 3 million seamen is calculated as 300,000 points of grace consumption. For the 30 million that Gu Hang currently has, this is a small expense. But in fact, Gu Hang does not intend to really use grace points to solve all problems. There is no need. The education system he vigorously developed throughout the Alliance should be effective. The Naval Academy of Faye Star trains middle and upper-level officers. And under his Alliance system, military academies are everywhere, not only in the Tianma Star region, but also in the entire Alliance. The education system is a very important expense in the Alliance. Gu Hang has always known that the talent problem can be solved in part by the various capabilities of the system. Even a key part. But it can never be all. When his ruling scale expands to more than 2-star regions, the population scale is hundreds of billions, trillions, a huge army, a huge number of engineers, a huge number of skilled workers, management talents. All of these cannot be solved entirely by grace points. No matter how many grace points he obtained in the war, it is impossible to cope with such a large territory and such a large population. Fortunately, Gu Hang had considered these problems a long time ago. In the past, he attached great importance to the education system of the Alliance. On the one hand, a large amount of grace points were exchanged for one academy building after another, which was located in various worlds within the Alliance territory. On the other hand, no matter how tight the budget of the Alliance was in various aspects, the investment in education was always squeezed out from the gaps. The education system, which is used with Gu Hang to use the hero interface to inspire talents, and to use the soldier card interface to train backbones, is one of the important factors for the Alliance to develop strongly. It not only ensures that the Alliance is thriving in economic development, manufacturing, and overall management, but also reserves a large number of backbone talents in the military. The Navy is just one of them. A large number of qualified crew members, enough to fill the millions of Navy gaps. What Gu Heng really needs to spend grace points to solve is only part of it. He only planned about 60,000 grace points to train 600,000 seamen. For the rest, the old ones can bring up the new ones, and the effect will not be too bad. On the other hand, the Marine Corps needs more investment. Although, in the past naval battles, it was always the Alliance that boarded others. However, when fighting with iron armor later, the issue of being boarded by others must be considered in advance. The reason why he had to spend so frugally was that there was another big part of the grace points, strengthening the frontline combat troops. Of the 2 million plus seafarer shortages, almost half are reserved for the Marine Corps. Gu Heng plans to raise the level of this force to a very high level, in addition to a large number of sophisticated equipment suitable for shipboard operations. The eliteness of the personnel cannot be ignored. Gu Heng expects that these troops will be raised to a general T3 level of combat effectiveness. The same treatment will be given to the Marine Corps currently in the fleet. Their main task is to carry out anti-boarding combat, when necessary. They can also serve as a boarding force or as airborne troops to provide ground support. The total planned size of the Alliance Marine Corps, including new and old ships, is about 3 million people. This is the cost of 3 million grace points. But this is only part of it. There are two other huge expenses, which are on the Army and the Space Warriors. In terms of the Army, the formal forces of the Alliance Army are about 1.5 billion in size. In the Alliance system, these are equivalent to the Star Army under the Empire system, and can go out to fight, which is different from the Allied forces on the native planets. For a long time, Gu Heng had stopped training every soldier of the Alliance Army with gift points, because he could not afford the cost. The proportion of soldiers who have been trained with gift points is now only about 30%. In fact, this number is already quite exaggerated. The training cost of almost 500 million soldiers is more than 5 million gift points. In terms of proportion, it is actually not bad. The Alliance Military Academy does not only train naval officers, but also the Army accounts for a larger proportion. Moreover, the training system of the Alliance Army has already been established, which is basically similar to the system of the Empire. The elite are selected from the Planetary Defense Force. Their quality is already very high, although not all of them can reach the T5 level. The difference is not so big that it cannot be compensated. A considerable number of them have reached this level. Adding the 30% gift point training ratio, the overall proportion of soldiers above T5 also exceeds 60%. The quality of the entire Alliance Army can still reach the level of ordinary Star Army Corps, even higher. After all, in many Star Army Corps, only 30% can meet the standard. Such an Alliance Army can even match the level of some well-known Star Army Corps. Not to mention, the scale of 1.5 billion is even more terrifying. And now, more than 1 billion armies are fighting in various places in the Proud Claw Star domain. They are working hard to quell the wars in various places, ensure that hundreds of worlds in the Proud Claw Star domain can also be controlled, and then provide war resources to support this war. The temporary government of the Alliance, with wartime strategies and the support of the Army, controls these hundreds of worlds. When the wars in these worlds are basically settled and new planetary defense forces are established, they will leave the planets. In the future, it is estimated that the demand for the Army will not decrease. Even considering the long-term confrontation with the Iron Armor War, more may be needed. Gu Heng plans to expand the size of the Alliance Army by another 500 million. The new soldiers will be recruited from the defense forces in the two major star regions of Menghe and Dragon Eagle. Gu Heng prepared 2 million grace points for this purpose, and trained 200 million of them to ensure the quality rate of the new troops. At the same time, Gu Heng had to increase the proportion of elite troops due to the limited number of troops deployed. He planned to raise the 1 or 2 skeleton divisions equipped by each army group to the T4 level as the main force of each army. The Alliance now has 2,000 army groups, a total of 2,600 skeleton divisions, and a scale of 130 million, all trained to T4, minus those who grew up in training and war, and had already reached this level. Gu Heng had to train 100 million of them to the T4 level. This is the cost of 10 million grace points. But it is worth it. The skeleton division that has grown to this point will crush the Princess Legion of the same size, or the auxiliary corps of the War Corps. The core troops of some well-known Star Army are only at this level. In addition, There is the Alliance Glory Guards, which Gu Heng directly expanded from the current level of 10,000 people to a scale of 50,000 people. They will all be composed of at least T2 and a considerable number of T1 soldiers. With such a size and average strength level of the Glory Guard, it is estimated that it can wipe out 2 full-strength ordinary regiments in a head-on battle. Space Marines are expensive and limited in number, so Gu Heng can only do this. This is probably another 1.5 million grace points. So far, Gu Heng has spent a total of 16.5 million grace points on the personnel of the Navy and the Army. Half of the family wealth accumulated from the previous war was gone. Gu Heng estimated that the demand for the Army in the subsequent war would not be small. But if you put it together like this, it should be enough to cope with it. The overall strength of the Alliance Army, after this, will be significantly improved. Even if it is a most ordinary army group, it can fight against the enemy elite troops, and even gain an advantage. Then, Gu Heng turned his attention to the Space Marines. He wants to raise both the Phoenix and the Blood Shark. Chapter 585. The Alliance is so good. The Alliance has achieved brilliant results recently, but there are also people who are carrying heavy loads. Let's not talk about Gu Heng himself. He was almost drained in the Battle of Bowen, but he ate a Neurozoan, which was a great tonic. And the Space Marines are another unit that is carrying heavy loads. In the battle to seize the ship, the Phoenix always relied on the key parts to bite off the hard parts. Without these top Space Marines, many victories would not be established. And after such continuous fighting, including those who had to be stuffed into the dreadnought, the Phoenix lost nearly 500 people. Half of the regiment was killed. For ordinary regiments, they would definitely not be so cruel. Unless it was a battle of great significance, like they could destroy the ship but refused, and had to take the lives of Space Marines to seize the ship, the regiment would definitely not do it. Even if there were orders behind the scenes, it would not work. Phoenix obeyed the order and did it. On the one hand, Gu Heng had a great influence on them, and on the other hand, Martins knew that his losses would be made up soon. Unlike ordinary regiments, if half of the combat brothers are lost, then it will take many years to select talents, implantation surgery, and wait for growth to recover. Not to mention, it will take decades for the new recruits to become veterans or even backbones again. For the unlucky regiments, after such a battle, it may take hundreds of years to fully recover. The Phoenix is different. Martins knew that. He had lost 500 people, and within a few months, Gu Heng would be able to get 500 new recruits who had received gene seeds to report to him. Now, even the gene seed transplantation operation does not need to be performed by the pharmacist of the regiment. The source of new soldiers is also from many different planets in the Dragon Eagle Star region. Then, these new soldiers will soon become brave and good at fighting, and will not be inferior to veterans. What else can Martin say? In this case, the choices that the regiment can make will be very different from those of ordinary regiments. Phoenix is now strong in individual soldiers, well equipped, and even things like phase swords are equipped in batches. Not to mention that almost all of them are now using the majestic power armor, which is better than ordinary power armor. The Iron Cavalry Terminator is also better than the General Unyielding Terminator. In addition to these 2 points, they are not afraid of death, not afraid of consumption, and have super fast replenishment characteristics. Martins feels that his war band is invincible. General war bands? No, he thinks that even if they fight with their own mother group, the Phoenix war band, there will be no problem. The Phoenix does have more champion swordsmen, and the whole war band is tactically, especially in close combat, the inherited swordsmanship level is still stronger than the Phoenix. At the same time, as a newly founded warband, the individual combat power of Phoenix is probably still a little stronger than that of the Phoenix, or at the same level. Sword skills inheritance, cutting-edge combat power, more technical equipment inherited from the era of the establishment of the greater empire of mankind. The newly founded warband is the combat power ceiling from the warband level, and Phoenix is the best among them. They may have a poor degree of adaptability of their gene seeds, which makes it difficult to recruit new soldiers. And the number of sub-warbands is small, and the population is not prosperous, which in turn triggers political influence on the entire empire level, which is slightly insufficient compared to those larger warbands. However, the pursuit of perfection and superb swordsmanship inherited from their gene seeds make their combat capabilities second to none among all the founding warbands. However, with all these advantages, what can the Phoenix do if it faces the Phoenix, who is not afraid of sacrifice and replenishes its members at an extremely fast speed? It will be exhausted to death sooner or later. With Gu Heng blessing, The Phoenix is really as its name suggests. Immortal? Of course. The premise is that they always maintain this state of integration with the Alliance. In fact, this will not be cancelled. As the commander of the regiment, Martins is fully aware of this. If he said today that he wanted to rebel against the Alliance, I am afraid that the whole regiment would immediately think he was crazy and tie him up and send him to the governor. The only people who would follow him in the rebellion are probably the other 3 veterans who survived the Atonement expedition. Oh, they may not follow him. At least Reverend Rizzo will definitely not follow him. Besides, Martins himself has no such idea. Under the Alliance system, he lived a comfortable life, and only thought of leaving when he was crazy. For Gu Hang, adding 500 new blood to the Phoenix mainly consumed the grace points. To train an elite veteran, that is, in his battle group interface, it would cost about 1,000 grace points / person in total. This is when seed exchange, personnel training, personnel screening are all taken into account. But in this wave, it actually doesn't cost that much. When training the extra 40,000 honor guards, the screening task was actually completed. The 40,000 honor guards were carefully selected using the training mechanism of the soldier card. The best of them, those who are around 16 years old and can reach the T1 training level, can be considered to have the potential to become Space Marines, and the success rate of implantation surgery is quite high. In addition, many people in the Phoenix Regiment have spent 5 years fighting until now, which means that they can also produce a batch of gene seeds. Most of the gene seeds of the 400 people who died in the battle were successfully recovered by the regiment pharmacists. Here, the cost of Gu Hang replenishing new blood for the regiment can be reduced by 300 to 400 points of grace. It is quite cost-effective. And the Space Marines that Gu Hang has brought out this time, on the surface, but in fact, there are as many as 1,800 people. 500 of them were added to the Phoenix. The other 300 were added to the Blood Shark. The Blood Shark Regiment helped the Alliance save 3 battle cruisers, and in the subsequent series of battles, they also lost 2 of their strike cruisers. This time, the Blood Shark Regiment that followed Ewing back has a total of more than 700 people, and has lost more than 200 so far. This loss is huge for the Blood Sharks, and it is hard to bear. They are not like the Phoenix, who knows that they have an invincible and tough backing. Gu Hang cannot show these things to the Blood Shark group, which he does not trust enough and is not close enough. But this does not mean that Gu Hang cannot do so. The gene seed of the Blood Shark does not need to be exchanged by Gu Hang, although it is estimated that he can exchange it in the near future. In his event interface, an event related to the Blood Shark has popped up. Event activated, Blood Shark Regiment. A Space Marine regiment returned from the Dark Outer Domain. They have decided to end their long wandering and return to the Empire. They are eager to establish their reputation and power in the Empire, and gain a brighter future in the Empire. The Alliance is their first stop, but can it be their last stop? Please decide your actions carefully. Your behavior determines the next development of the event. Event reward. When the Blood Shark is determined to pledge allegiance to you, unlock and exchange the Blood Shark gene seed. Gu Hang didn't care much about the reward for this event before, but a recent discovery of his made him care. He discovered a limitation problem in the battle group interface. The number of gene seeds that the Phoenix can exchange is actually limited. The number of Phoenix gene seeds that exist at the same time, whether in a person or as a spare, cannot exceed 2,000. When the upper limit is reached, unless the seeds are out of the control of the Alliance, such as not being recovered, inactivated and damaged, or paying gene seed taxes to the Empire. Otherwise, Gu Hang cannot exchange for new seeds. He didn't find it before because he wouldn't be so idle as to exchange so many seeds for storage when he couldn't afford to support them. But this time, when he wanted to break through the lower limit a little bit and produce more Space Marines, he encountered this upper limit and was stuck. After Gu Hang's idea of using Phoenix seeds to produce hundreds of thousands of Space Marines and establish a Phoenix Legion was shattered, it seemed that he had to collect different war groups and expand the number of seeds that could be exchanged. In this case, the gene seeds from the Blood Shark, which Gu Hang didn't care much about, became popular. How to achieve this goal? The Blood Shark is not like the Phoenix of the past, which is half dead and can be manipulated at will. On the contrary, the Blood Shark is very strong. That requires more thought. The move that Gu Hang intends to take is to change the cage and replace the bird. The Blood Shark has a tradition of collecting blood tax, and Gu Hang has agreed to it. This time, The Blood Shark follows the Alliance to fight, which does not involve much ground combat, so it does not consume a lot of cannon fodder, and the number of war group servants that need to be replenished is not large. The blood tax they propose to the Alliance this time requires very strong, firm-willed, devoted in faith, and outstanding military skills of the young men. This is actually the core of the blood tax, to select enough new seedlings that can satisfy the blood sharks, and become the new blood of the war group. In theory, this is a very demanding requirement. Just being physically strong, outstanding military skills, devoted in faith, firm-willed, these conditions are actually easy to say, but the key is to limit it to young people, which is quite troublesome. How can a boy of about 16 possess all these qualities at the same time? According to Blood Shark's past experience, it would be necessary to find thousands of people, and screen them in rounds after rounds in the bloody and cruel selection and baptism of battle. This is like raising a goo, and the ones who survive are always the best of the batch, whether they are excellent in themselves, or have grown to excellence in the process. As long as they achieve the goal, it's fine. But for Gu Heng, selecting qualified new blood roots is not a difficult task. After replenishing the Phoenix with personnel, he still had plenty of young men he trained. 300 young men were sent to the Blood Sharks. Before that, Gu Heng not only trained them to the T1 level, which could greatly improve the success rate of the gene seed implantation surgery, but also all of them had undergone the gift point training of the political commissar. The Blood Sharks would certainly not accept it all. But soon, Captain Ewing would find that the 300 people sent by the Alliance would perfectly meet their requirements. Even with their extremely cruel selection mechanism, the candidates they picked out were not comparable to these 300. As for their loyalty to the Alliance, not to mention whether there was such an item in the Blood Sharks assessment. For normal warbands, they rarely considered such things. The lifespan of Space Marines is almost eternal, compared with the future life in the warband, fighting for decades or even hundreds of years. The mortal experience of a 16-year-old boy is not worth mentioning. It is normal for them to have some attachment to their hometown, but it will soon be gradually forgotten under the influence of the culture of the war group. This is just the effect of the passage of time and the war group culture. Not to mention, after the gene seed is implanted, the body structure of the teenagers will undergo a particularly large change in a short period of time, evolving from mortals to supermen. This process is also accompanied by great physical pain and temperament changes caused by hormone secretion. In short, almost no regiment would worry about such things. Could Ewing foresee that after the training of the Alliance political commissar, the young men would remain loyal to the governor for a very long time? That was probably unthinkable. Moreover, Gu Heng did not intend to let these young men do anything, just be a blood shark. For the training of these new blood sharks, Gu Heng did not even have to pay for the gene seeds. Moreover, after they were implanted with the gene seeds, Gu Heng could see that they still belonged to the Alliance in the system recognition. This further reassured him about the loyalty of the new blood sharks, and also allowed him to proceed to the next step. He generously trained these new blood sharks, using the training function exclusive to Space Marines, to the highest level. Not everyone is qualified, and only 18 people out of 300 can reach this level. But everyone can be trained to become a veteran, and even half of them can be trained to the level of non-commissioned officers. In Ewing's opinion, this is all a surprise. These seedlings sent by the Alliance not only have a very high success rate in implantation surgery, but also greatly reduce the loss of the regiment's gene seed bank. At the same time, after going through the superhuman organ growth period, they also perform very well in training and grow very quickly to the level that a blood shark should have. This is quite rare. The excellent combat effectiveness of the old blood sharks was cultivated by wandering in the darkness of the outer domain and in countless cruel battles. It is so exciting that these new talents can reach the same level, or even slightly higher. The strength of the regiment, which was originally expected to take many years to recover, was restored in a short time. Ewing wanted to adjust the strategy of continuing to fight with the Alliance in the future. He might not send too many people to some battles, but now, he still needs to adjust. But the direction of adjustment is to send more people to fight. The blood tax given by the Alliance is too good. Chapter 586, Spend the gift points cleanly. The Alliance provides Blood Shark with more than just the blood tax. There is also a great tax, which Gu Heng will not forget. When you should be generous, you should be generous. Blood Shark saved 3 of its own battlecruisers, also made a lot of efforts in the Battle of Baoang, and participated in boarding and seizing ships, Gu Hang remembers all these achievements. What does Bloodshark want? Consumables? Ammunition, medical supplies and equipment, starship repairs and spare parts. Here, this is all small money. Equipment? Bloodsharks themselves are a bit disdainful of the Alliance vehicles. They have a lot of good stuff from the Dark Outer Realm, as well as some elite equipment exchanged with other Mechanicus. However, quantity is a problem, and the Alliance production can be supplemented with a lot of equipment, which can greatly improve the combat strength of Bloodshark servants and auxiliary forces. From exoskeletons to feedback power armor, from armored vehicles to sentinel mechas, the Bloodshark auxiliary forces used to be cannon fodder. How could they have received such treatment? With these equipment, we can last longer when we are sent out as cannon fodder in the future. However, the Alliance also has some cutting-edge equipment that the Bloodsharks need. The Iron Knight Terminator, the Great Power Armor, are all good stuff. They do have some very powerful stuff, and the regiment even has 2 Hades-type Terminators. This is almost the most advanced Terminator armor, and it is quite rare in the entire Empire. However, after all, these things are few in number. Bloodsharks generally still use the most common Skyhawk power armor and Indomitable Terminator. Now that the Alliance has supplies, they will definitely be happy to get a new batch. In addition, there are good things like phase weapons. According to the style of Bloodsharks, it can be made into a battle axe or a long-handled weapon. There is no problem with that. Phase weapons, the Alliance has not yet been able to mass-produce them. They only rely on black box output. The number is relatively limited. Even the Phoenix does not have many. But because of this, the price of this thing can be set at a crazy high price. It is indeed worth the money. This top-notch weapon is even more important than the upgrade of power armor for a close combat group like the Bloodsharks. A few phase axes are enough for them to pay a very high price in exchange. Among the equipment, the most expensive one is not these. It is the starship. What the Bloodsharks want most is, of course, the battle barge. However, their merits and sacrifices were not enough to exchange this battle barge originally belonging to the Fury Corps from the Alliance. After all, in the entire Battle of Baong, the person who played the greatest role was Gu Hang himself, followed by the Phoenix Corps. The Bloodsharks helped a little, but not much, and not even as much as the contributions of the Alliance's own Glory Guards and Battle Sisters. In terms of starship naval battles, the role played by the Alliance Navy was also higher than that of the Bloodshark fleet. After all, at first, Bloodshark did not think that it was the right decision to fight the powerful Alfonso fleet in the Bowen system. And Ewing would naturally not hand over the entire fleet to the Alliance and fight with them. It was not until the Alfonso II, the most powerful war arc, was destroyed that they put aside their hesitation and fought seriously. Bloodshark himself did not have the face to say that their contribution was so great that he could ask for the best ship. However, they saved 3 battle cruisers of the Alliance after all, and sacrificed 200 people in the ongoing war. The Alliance is willing to build them a Holy Grail-class battle cruiser and 3 Space Marine strike cruisers. They mainly want ordinary ships. And the Bloodsharks don't want them either. They just want fast ships that can keep up with their actions. Combined with the excellent blood tax, the gray tax provided by the Alliance, and the increase in fleet strength, the Bloodsharks are generally quite satisfied with the gains from fighting with the Alliance this time. This is much more generous than the rewards for doing business with some Mechanicus sects in the history of the chapter. Gu Hang's promise of a higher price than usual was verified. They were also willing to continue in this war, to continue fighting side by side with the Alliance, and to follow the orders of Gu Hang, the commander-in-chief of the Southern Empire. Of course, their independence was still very high, and the two sides were more like allies. Ewing would listen to Gu Hang orders, but how to do it, and to what extent, Ewing would judge for himself. Gu Hang had no problem with this, as it should be. This does not affect the Alliance provision of blood tax and gray tax to them. They deserve it. And, what's yours is mine. Why do we need to distinguish them so clearly? Gu Hang exchanged 1,800 Space Marines, 300 of which were given to Bloodsharks, not only to make up for their losses, but also to make up for their losses, and to slightly increase their military strength, and 500 Phoenixes were given, bringing the military strength to 1,000, although there were nearly 100 dreadnoughts among them. And some were waiting for dreadnoughts to be delivered in the life support cabin, but in any case, their military strength was also supplemented to the upper limit that a regiment should have. What about the other 1,000 people? Gu Hang built a shadow regiment. They all used the gene seeds of the Phoenix, And in terms of training speed, that is, the consumption of Gu Hang gift points, they were also on par with the Phoenix. But Gu Hang didn't intend to let too many people know about their existence. Just like the name, they were a shadow. Gu Hang wanted them to be used, first of all, to replenish the Phoenix more quickly. Normally, even if there were means to speed up the consumption of gift points, after a teenager was implanted with gene seeds, it would take several months for the superhuman organs in his body to grow completely. At present, it is estimated that there will be a relatively long period of recuperation, which is not bad. But if the war is fierce, and the Phoenix suffers heavy casualties, it will need to be replenished quickly. With this group of members of the Shadow Corps, it will not even take several months to replenish, and it can be seamless. Another point is that the Shadow Corps can give Gu Hang some other work. When the Phoenix can't spare the time, when there are some things that even the Phoenix is not suitable for, they can be used. Space Marines are not only in the Empire. Those lost traitors, or even the fallen ones who fell into chaos, are all good identities. They are suitable for doing dirty work. Some people died at the hands of traitorous Space Marines, and some things were done by traitors or fallen ones, so it can't be blamed on the Alliance. Right? At present, Gu Hang has no room to use this trick. But in the future, it's hard to say. While the gift points on hand are quite sufficient, you can prepare first. Even if the time is right in the future, Gu Hang can also go public through a backdoor listing. In the Empire, there are many war groups that have disappeared in the long river of history. Those war groups that were clearly expelled from the Empire and whose members were all killed in battle are not easy to use names. But it doesn't matter. In the history of the Empire, there are war groups whose whereabouts are unknown. Although some people suddenly appear, there is a risk of returning, such as the Blood Shark. However, the kind that has no news for hundreds of years, the risk is not that big after all. As for the incomplete procedures and the difficulty in getting approval, these are also real problems. But Gu Hang felt that he would not be afraid of such problems gradually. I am willing to borrow a shell, and others can be happy secretly. It is obvious that the regiment has expanded to a certain scale. And how many people can do anything to Gu Hang? Of course, if it comes to that, it will be a bit embarrassing. Gu Hang is not so powerful at this moment that he can completely ignore what Holy Terra will think. All I can say is that everything needs to be prepared in advance. Otherwise, when the opportunity comes, it will be difficult to deal with it if you are not well prepared. The various expenses for the Space Marines are very expensive, but they are mainly in the consumption of resources and funds. The gift points are actually not bad. It only costs 1.5 million. Although they are very strong, expensive and good at fighting. They are not large in scale after all, with only 1,000 people. So the cost is not much. What's more, Gu Hang's idea of setting up a Space Marine Corps was shattered because of the restrictions on gene seed exchange. Then there is even less money to spend. So far, Gu Hang has spent more than 18 million of the 30 million grace points he received. There is still a little over 10 million left. Gu Hang is a little hesitant, mainly thinking, should I do a technology lottery? It is really a bit expensive to do a technology lottery now. The previous prize pool has basically been drained, and if he does a 10 draw in the million level file, he can spend all his remaining grace points. But he still has a lot of places to use his grace points, especially in terms of productivity. Gu Hang has an idea to exchange countless factories, academies and other buildings to cover the entire alliance. In war, you can't just focus on the military issues at hand. In war, you are competing for your family's wealth. Especially from the perspective of the Navy, building a starship costs tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars. In the current shipbuilding cycle of the Alliance, 1 Retribution class, 1 Juga class, for battlecruisers, the total cost is more than 200 billion. What does this mean? That doesn't mean the Alliance has to spend so much tax money to buy it, at least not completely. The 2 Dragon Snake class battlecruisers that the Mingyang sect needs to order continuously in a cycle will have to be purchased with money. The other ships will be built by the Alliance itself, without spending real money. However, the actual cost is not bad. A starship is so huge. To build a nest that can sail and fight in space, it requires too many supporting industries. Countless people work for it. Not only the skilled workers in the shipbuilding industry. That is already a huge number. And if we take into account the treatment given to them by the Alliance, the houses they build, the food, medical care, various consumer goods, and even spiritual entertainment expenses required to maintain a relatively superior life, The amount is not small. In this matter, oppression and exploitation are even dead ends. Those who can participate in the shipbuilding industry, not to mention the core senior engineers, even the lower-level skilled workers, can be classified as talents. Relying on oppression is not good for workers' morale, and may even reduce efficiency. Building various parts, shells, and supporting raw materials processing and production. This series of matters is very expensive. In other words, it takes up productivity. A large part of the Alliance finances has been put into the shipbuilding industry. But even so, it is not enough. In fact, according to the national strength of the two-star regions of Menghe and Longying, maintaining the current shipbuilding efficiency has reached its limit, or even overdrawn. Fortunately, after the war, the empire no longer has to pay taxes, otherwise it would not be able to bear it. And, as the alliance advances deeper, the results are good, and the support from the empire is also increasing. Some of them are direct military support. More than 50 warships were mobilized from all over the surrounding areas, became friendly forces, and were united under the command of Commander-in-Chief Gu Hang. Although they are all small and medium-sized ships, even a frigate, it will cost hundreds of millions of tax coins. 50 ships, it's a lot of money anyway. In the army, there are also 6-star Army Corps, a total of about 40 million people, which have been sent to the front line one after another, and become the troops that Gu Hang can call upon. After the war, these will be returned. Gu Hang has no intention of harming friendly forces, or deliberately letting people go in the cruel war. There is no need, they are just embellishments, do not affect the overall situation, don't destroy your reputation. But anyway, these are all good supplements. The war support provided by the empire is not just the exemption of the imperial tax. To be more precise, the imperial tax is used exclusively for the Iron Armor War. In addition, the empire also directly gives money. The latest batch of funds paid by the Eastern Universe government is actually from 2 or 3 surrounding universes. The funds are given according to the requirements of the Imperial Center, which is as much as 150 billion. After the Alfonso sect joined the war, the money came. In any case, 150 billion is a very large number. Gu Hang wants money, but it is definitely useless to ask for pieces of paper. He does not need these tax payment certificates to offset taxes. However, these pieces of paper can be used to purchase all the materials needed by the Alliance in the surrounding star fields, and even in the universe. Shells, energy, weapons and equipment, food, even purchase ships. Some things cannot be bought even if you have money, but now they can be purchased at a reasonable price. Gu Hang directly bought a Retribution-class battleship from the Duanshan sect in the neighboring Gushan universe for 60 billion. This thing costs 50 billion, and add the crew, the fuel, and the shells, 60 billion is no different from not making any money. What's more, the 7-star regions of the entire Lonely Mountain universe can be regarded as the places where the greenskins are making the most trouble within the empire. The faction of Duanshan can produce a battleship and sell it to Gu Hang, instead of using it for the defense of this universe. That's already a big deal. This phase is definitely not for the Alliance. The two families don't have much friendship, and it's purely based on the influence of the central government of the empire. The money was given by the central government, and the purchasing authority was obtained by the central government. With the backing of Holy Terra, there are still great benefits. That's good. I, Gu Hang, have always been a loyal subject of the empire. In short, without the local use of imperial taxes, without the external economic support of the empire, the war machine of the Alliance would not be able to run at full power as it is now. But this is not a long-term solution after all. A good iron must be made strong. After thinking for a long time, Gu Hang decided to put off the lottery for a while. He spent almost all of the remaining 10 million gift points on improving productivity. This was achieved mainly through two means. First, in Longying and even Menghe Galaxy, he built a lot of college buildings. The Comprehensive College, Shongxi College, and Military College all exchanged some, but the most were still technical colleges. After improving the efficiency of talent training in this area, the number of engineers and technical workers in the Alliance in the future will be greatly improved. The two-star regions have a combined population of more than 1 trillion. If the professional skills are raised to a high level, human resources can be fully tapped and utilized, and the overall productivity level will be greatly improved. The exchange price of one academy is 1,000 points of grace. Gu Hang exchanged 3,000 points. For example, on Phase Star, there are at least thousands of universities now. Gu Heng directly used these exchanged grace points to cover 500 of them, further strengthening the responsibilities of the education center of this planet. Kuroja also exchanged 100 nest worlds, densely populated areas, as it should be. Angry Owl Star covered 100, directly exported a large number of shipbuilding talents on the spot. Other worlds, also covered. He wanted to ensure that the 2-star regions that he had regarded as his own territory, a total of 774 worlds, each planet had at least one, some with a large population, or more developed industries, there would be more. This is the consumption of 3 million points of grace. There were still 9 million points of grace left. And Gu Heng spent all of them on exchanging for another building, factories. Whether it was a civilian factory or a military factory. This exchange, covering the existing built factories, could directly improve the efficiency, which was a simpler and cruder but more practical method. Gu Heng exchanged 50,000 factories, covering almost every planet and every industry: food processing, material processing, construction industry, consumer goods production, civil engineering, machinery manufacturing. These civilian industries cannot be ignored, even from a military perspective. They are also the backing of the military industry. But the bulk of it is still in the military industry, especially the production of various parts related to the shipbuilding industry. The dock assembly plant on the starport. That is not just a first-level factory with 100 grace points. How can it be enough? Gu Heng directly uses the 5th-level factory to exchange the level of the factory building. The exchange price increases by 10 for each level. But the effect of the 5th-level factory can almost double the work efficiency. Of course, this only greatly improves the efficiency of machinery and personnel, and it cannot really reduce the time required for shipbuilding by half. It may be reflected in the number of ships that can be built at the same time, the reduction of resources and energy, and the reduction of manpower. But it can save resources, save manpower, and speed up the construction of ships by 50%, which is already very good. Gu Heng is willing to spend 1 million gift points on the 2 major shipyards of Angry Owl Star and Flying Wing Star. At the same time, Gu Heng was willing to give the shipbuilding center in Yunluo and the Grania shipbuilding center in Menghe Star Field a 100,000 point 4th level factory. The Holy Grail class construction technology was also distributed to these 2 places. The Alliance squeezed resources from its teeth and built 2 more Holy Grail class battleship production lines in these 2 places. So far, Gu Heng had just received the 30 million gift, which had not even been warmed up for a short time, and spent it all. In exchange, he got an alliance that would become stronger from military to economy. Chapter 587, Supreme Mother. Spider Web Universe, Millennium Star Domain, Iron Armored Core Flagship, Steel Body. Humphrey Paul is talking to the great sage Varric in the Alfonso Star Domain. Alfonso, is the situation already boiling? Varric mechanical face, without any emotion. Basically true. After the fleet led by Dubois was destroyed in the Proud Claw Star Domain, the Imperial faction within the sect began to regain the upper hand. They strongly questioned the sect's strategy of joining the war, attributed the destruction of the fleet to the sect's decision to go to war, and began to question the sect's cooperation with the Ironclad. To others, this might be exerting pressure. But Paul did not think so. His expression did not change, and he did not even doubt Varric's position. He just said with emotion, I have never underestimated the Alliance. Back then, when Ursa was still alive, I advised him not to act rashly, and that the Alliance needed to be taken seriously. He didn't listen to me completely, and he lost his life in the south. I also tried to win them over. Even if they didn't want to stand on our side, I hoped to persuade them not to stand on the opposite side. But unfortunately, they also failed to listen to my enticement. I had too few chips to pay. I was mentally prepared for a long time, and I had to go to war with the Alliance. So, I let Paulitos lead all the Furies, and added a new world torch, and let them defend the Alliance attack in the south. But their performance still exceeded my expectations. A few years ago, they were only promising. But after just a few years, they not only fulfilled their potential, but also became stronger than we imagined. Paulitos is a very capable person, but he failed to do what I expected. It's not his fault. Even though I asked for your help, Sage Dubois led the team in person and encountered a greater failure. I really didn't expect that your participation in the war was one of the trump cards I prepared. Alfonso fleet was originally a force that could change the entire war. The Alliance not only forced this force out, which forced me to let you leave early, but also destroyed your fleet in the south. I am very angry, and even a little scared. Sometimes I can't help but wonder whether the original strategy should have been to attack in the south. That may not have shocked the Empire, but it could have eliminated a major enemy before their strength was as strong as it is now, and it wouldn't be so difficult now. The great sage Varric, who had been listening silently, spoke calmly. That is unrealistic. If you do that, the current situation may be even worse. Humphrey Paul was silent for a moment, and finally sighed. Indeed, as you said, the result is likely to be worse. I can't abandon the core area that was not completely settled at the time and rush straight to the south, when I have time to decide the main direction of attack. If I choose the south, the Alliance may be destroyed by me, and their war potential will never be realized. But they may also hold me back in the ruins. At that time, the princess may still be able to resist on the north side, but on the west side, we will be killed by the Phoenix. Varric said, Yes, we have talked about this topic in the past. There is no need to talk about it again. It is meaningless to lament how powerful the Alliance is. We need to think about how to fight against them, and the way to deal with them. At least we need to stabilize the southern front. As you said, I think I need to talk to the princess again. Varric reminded, communicating with the princess may not be enough. You may need to have this conversation with the queen. Now, it was Paul who hesitated. If that happens, things may become irreversible. We may not be ready yet. You need to make up your mind. Paul. Valuk's voice was still emotionless. There is no such thing as preparation or not. And this matter should not be decided by you. Pray to the queen. Let her make the decision. And we just need to obey. Humphrey Paul waved his hand and said, Let me think about it. Let me think about it again. As he spoke, his eyes began to turn purple, and purple blood vessels suddenly appeared on his skin, which then disappeared, leaving only the fangs that appeared when his mouth opened and closed. Varric gave a final warning, Hurry up. As soon as possible. You are preparing. Our enemies are also preparing. And the Queen's patience is limited. What's more, the Imperial faction within Alfonso has been boiling after Dubois' failure. I will do my best to control the situation. But no one can guarantee what will happen in the Alfonso star field in the future. I understand. After the call was disconnected, Humphrey Paul stood there and thought for a long time. He seemed to have made a decision in the end. He blocked everyone, and was alone in the throne room of the battleship. He took out something that was hard to describe. It looked like a piece of meat, about the size of a palm, but it was always squirming, as if you could see the purple blood flowing inside. He swallowed it in one gulp, and a moment later, purple light bloomed from his eyes. In an instant, he seemed to have communicated with the Supreme Will. There was a voice that was so majestic that it made people kneel down, and so gentle that it soothed people's hearts like a mother. At this moment, Humphrey Paul erased all struggles and resistance, and communicated with this will in the most respectful, humble, and fanatical manner. In the mode of high-energy information, they may have communicated a lot of content, but in fact the whole process only took a moment. When Humphrey Paul opened his eyes again, he seemed to have lost most of his strength. He could not help but step back several steps. But he still could not hold on and knelt down, gasping for air. Paul felt dizzy and had a strong urge to vomit. He forced himself to suppress the discomfort. He opened his eyes again and stood up again. He returned to being the leader of the Iron Armored Regiment, the ambitious man who had set off a great rebellion that affected the entire eastern border of the Empire, and the hero. Sitting back on his throne, Paul methodically passed out orders one after another. Soon, his army set out. Some of the eagerness even made many people below feel uneasy, not knowing what was going on. But Paul knew it himself. The Supreme Mother kindly granted his request and gave him one last chance. He needed to seize it. Chapter 588. Phoenix defeated. Holy Terra. Imperial Palace District. An important meeting is underway. 13 High Lords gathered together to discuss the war in the east. Gu Hang victory on the southern front has been reported to Holy Terra. The high officials here have a clear ups and downs in their emotions. Although everyone knows that the Alfonso sect next to the Princess Star region has a very good relationship with the Iron Armored Corps. During the war, this mechanical sect, whose power spread across the entire star field, must be a strong supporter behind Iron Armor. Iron Armor was able to obtain and maintain so many warships for a long time, and their army was well equipped, all of which were inseparable from the support of the Alfonso sect. Even on the battlefield, the soldiers of the Empire found equipment of the Alfonso sect that might have been transported in a hurry, and had no time to erase the marks. This is an enemy, and everyone knows it. But for political reasons, no one wanted to force Alfonso's sect out of the game. They would rather make some equipment than let Alfonso go. As a result, they still went out of the game. At that time, Holy Terra was quite panicked when it heard the news. Of course, there were sober people, but it is not ruled out that there were also those who were not clear-headed, blaming the Alliance for attacking too hard and bringing Alfonso down. It is worth mentioning that this group of people may have a high degree of overlap with those who urged the Alliance to attack and criticize the Alliance for being afraid of war. But even apart from these people who are not clear-headed, the rest of them, who can realize that Alfonso will inevitably end up. But it is only sooner or later. And sooner is better than later. And it is better to go south than west or north. Are actually quite pessimistic. They recognize the achievements of the Alliance. Otherwise, when Alfonso fleet suddenly appears on the Western Front, the Western Front led by the Phoenix Regiment and Su Lai will probably collapse immediately. From this perspective, the Alliance rapid advance in the Proud Claw Star region, chasing the two regiments of Fury and New World Torch, has created a great strategic advantage for the entire Empire. But while acknowledging the Alliance achievements, it does not prevent anyone from being optimistic about the Alliance prospects. It's just because the enemy the Alliance has to face is too powerful. According to the intelligence from the front line, the strength of the Alfonso fleet is terrifying. War Ark, Emperor-class battleship. These are all powerful weapons. Even if the Holy Terra central government now fully dispatched a fleet to fight in the eastern frontier, considering that the capital city must retain sufficient defense forces, it is likely that such a fleet would not be able to be squeezed out. Mars is definitely unwilling to take a War Ark to fight in the eastern frontier defense war. After the Sun fleet strongly supported the battle in Solaria in the southern frontier, it really could not spare one Emperor-class and two Retribution-class ships to fight. How should the Alliance deal with this situation? The Supreme Grand Marshal of the Imperial Navy, one of the 13 Terran Council Lords, summoned the Imperial Navy staff under his command to analyze the war situation. They pessimistically believed that the best way for the Alliance to deal with this was to retreat completely, block the enemy at every level, and give up the entire Alijwa star field when necessary, and even give up the Mingha star field. They traded space for time and waited for changes. Perhaps if the situation was delayed for too long, the Empire could draw some forces from somewhere else to support the southern front. They even joined forces with the Grand Marshal of the Star Army to make a comprehensive strategic plan from the Navy to the Army, which was issued to the Alliance as the guiding ideology for the war on the southern front. Although this is just a suggestion, generally speaking, this kind of suggestion sent from Holy Terra is no different from an order or request. The commanders on the front line of the battlefield generally do not violate the guidelines from Holy Terra. Otherwise, if they do not follow the advice of the Supreme Will, if they lose the battle, it will be the full responsibility of the commander of the frontline theater. Even before the battle is lost, the commander will be dismissed. Of course, Gu Hang is an exception. The so-called Southern Theater, although the Empire provided a lot of support, it was mainly focused on materials and funds. Although there were tens of millions of Star Army and dozens of small and medium-sized warships, there were not even many Moon-class warships, mainly frigates, patrol ships, and even armed merchant ships. Money is also valuable, but on a battlefield of this level, the role they can play is quite limited. The Southern Theater, to put it bluntly, is the Alliance fighting alone. It was impossible to remove Gu Hang command, but they still strongly suggested that Marshal Gu fight this battle according to their guidelines. They could not win, but at least they should not lose so quickly. However, the Alliance did not listen to their opinions at all. They also did not know what the Alliance was going to do. The Alliance ambushed Alfonso fleet in the Battle of Boven. Before that, Gu Hang could not inform Holy Terra of the battle plan to avoid the news leaking out and causing trouble. However, the Alliance had not contacted them all along, and even if they responded, their attitude was quite perfunctory, which made the two Supreme Marshals on Holy Terra quite dissatisfied. They were quite uneasy, fearing that the Alliance would act impulsively, and urged the Alliance to submit their war plan again and again. The Alliance ambassador to the Holy Terra office was respectful, but he didn't say anything useful. He just said that Marshal Gu was confident, that Marshal Gu knew how to fight this battle, and that he would help convey the leader's opinions. After perfunctory talk, the results of the Battle of Bowen came. The dissatisfaction in the hearts of the two Supreme Marshals disappeared in an instant after confirming the accuracy of the news. There was only shock, confusion, and ecstasy. Shock and confusion, because they really couldn't figure out how the Alliance won this big victory. The strength between the two sides was not 4-6, not 3-7, but the difference was 2 levels, and they couldn't be compared on the same level at all. How could they win? How could they win? And it wasn't just a small victory, repelling the enemy, but an unquestionable annihilation victory. It was incredible. What made them ecstatic was that, after the destruction of Alfonso's fleet, the situation suddenly became clear. At this moment, they were discussing the common strategy for the north, west, and south. If the connection between the 3 fronts could be opened up, and they could cooperate more perfectly, then the pressure on the iron armor would be greater, and they would be one step closer to victory. At this moment, the doorbell of the Supreme Council rang. A guard reported that the Prime Minister of the Ministry of Military Affairs, Mr. Gallardo, urgently requested a meeting. Gallardo was not the Supreme Lord, and had no right to participate in the Supreme Council. But after all, he claimed that there was an emergency, and after a few discussions, he was allowed to come in to report. The heavy and magnificent door of the Parliament Hall was opened, and Gallardo strode in. His demeanor, as if he was a member of the group. He held a piece of parchment high in his hand, and shouted loudly, "Urgent news from the east frontier and the west front. Phoenix was defeated, and our front line collapsed." Chapter 589, The Western Front Collapses. What Gallardo proclaimed in the sacred hall of the Supreme Council shocked everyone. The High Lords sat on their seats, with different expressions. Some had serious faces, some clenched their teeth, some could not help but lean forward. "Speak carefully, I need to know the details." The one who asked the question was the Prime Minister of the Empire, Chief Bodu. No matter what his mood was, the expression on Gallardo's face was at least very serious. He recounted the entire intelligence. Among the 3 fronts of the entire iron armor war, if they are ranked according to importance, then the order will undoubtedly be west, north, south. The sudden joining of the Alfonso fleet in the war has caused the importance of the southern front to soar. But despite this, it is at most similar to the northern front. These 2 fronts are not as good as the western front. Let's not talk about the alliance on the southern front. On the northern front, it seems to be a lively battle, with the 2 founding regiments of Infinity and Bat, and the Black Crusaders also participating in the battle. In addition, several other regiments sent troops. After being blocked by the Zerg aliens, they received help from the Inquisition. The Special Regiment of the Silver Watch joined the battlefield. However, the 3 most important pillars, Infinity and Bats, each only sent 1 company. A total of 200 people. The Black Crusaders came in large numbers. An entire squadron. Marshal Matthew Leroy led 1,000 Black Crusaders, and became the backbone of the force. But this only adds up to 1,200 people. Other chapters, including the Silver Watch, sent only 500 Space Marines. No one was mobilized in full force, but only came to support. In addition to sending out the Silver Watch, the number of troops sent by the Inquisition was relatively small. After all, they had too many other aliens to deal with. In fact, the regular Imperial Navy, the main force of the Imperial Astra Militarum, was mainly provided by the Devouring Star region behind the northern battle. Is the power of one universe enough? A little bit not enough. The Devouring Star's universe is one of the 2 largest and richest universes in the northern border of the Empire. But like all other universes in the Empire, they also need to face some internal problems. In the Devouring Star's universe, there is a rebel force spanning 2 star regions, which has never been resolved. They are a group of traitors who believe in chaos. While indulging in pleasure, they have a particularly strong attraction, which has always been a headache for the universe government. Several times they sent large armies to suppress the rebellion. Not only did they fail to solve the problem, but some troops were corrupted and defected. Some of the surrounding worlds also always have internal rebellions. If the Devouring Star realm was not just to the north of the Spiderweb realm, close to it, and had already suffered from the Iron Armor's attack, they would not even have sent such a high intensity of troops, supplies, and fleets to the south to fight. But even so, due to internal problems, they still could not go all out to fight the war in the south. Unless, Infinity, battle groups like Bats show more determination, send more people, or Black Cross calls for another squadron. Otherwise, there is really no possibility of much improvement on the northern battlefield. On the contrary, it is different on the western front. Phoenix called on multiple subgroups to join the battle, and after they gradually increased their forces, their own group has reached 700 people. Even Black Feather and Devil Bird groups, They have all been dispatched. Although they were not fully staffed, they still had a total of 1,600 people, counting the 7 sub-regiments, each with 2 to 4 companies of support. The number of Space Marines fighting on the Western Front exceeded 4,500. More importantly, the Inquisition, one of the 3 major tribunals, was the most angry one. After they continued to increase their troops, there were at least 20,000 combat sisters from the Blood Rose fighting here. At the same time, they also recruited the state religion sects with which they had a good relationship. Not only did they have a fleet, but also combat sisters. The total number of combat sisters from various orders exceeds 30,000, including the elite stormtroopers and judges of the Inquisition. The Inquisition has invested a lot of troops, and is determined to quell the largest internal rebellion in the Empire in nearly 1,000 years. In fact, the main force of the Ironclad Legion is also in the west, fully responding to the joint attack from the Phoenix and the Inquisition on the western battlefield. Not only responding to the attack, but even pushing back. The Western Front is also the main attack direction of the Ironclad Legion. Moreover, the military strength of Phoenix Lord Su Lai was gradually increased, and there were not so many people all at once. At the worst time, the Empire was even pushed out of the Spider Web universe by Iron Armor and pushed to the Mager universe. It was not until reinforcements from all parties arrived and the Alliance launched an offensive from the south that Phoenix regained its foothold and began to push back. Recently, Phoenix has returned to the Spider Web universe. Although not fast enough, it is steady enough. It is precisely because of this situation that the Masters of Holy Terra are thinking about how to open up all 3 displays, so that they can reinforce each other, cooperate in combat, and even mobilize troops to change the main attack direction. As a result, Phoenix has collapsed now. The process of collapse is actually not complicated. The Iron Armor on the opposite side suddenly gathered its troops and launched a fierce attack. In the naval battle, more than 20 giant ships fought a fierce battle with Su Lai fleet. Su Lai had no intention of a decisive battle, seeing that the enemy was so fierce. He also fought and retreated, mainly delaying, and sent out troops to attack the rear and flanks of Iron Armor. Iron Armor must have drawn forces from other places to gather troops and fleets like this. Through this strategy, there should be a chance to disintegrate Iron Armor's fierce attack. However, this time the situation was different. Iron Armor, with a stone shield, launched a very fierce boarding battle. Even among the enemies, there were some very strange enemies. Those guys seemed to be just some ordinary mortal legions, boarding with the Space Marines. But their physical strength is much stronger than that of normal mortals, and they look different from ordinary people. But how exactly they are different is unknown, and there is no further information. After that war, the flagship of the Phoenix Regiment, the Phoenix Crown, the Queen of Glory, also disappeared, after losing the ship, which humans have completely lost the ability to build, which was designed by the Emperor himself and built by Mars with all their strength. The situation on the Western Front collapsed. A large number of ships were destroyed, and the surviving ships had to flee in all directions. The transport fleet following behind had to deliver the troops and supplies on board to the surface of the planet as soon as possible before being destroyed, and then quickly escape. After the tragic war, due to the lack of intelligence on the front line, it is difficult to estimate the enemy losses, but it should not be light. The Imperial side that retreated and regrouped lost the regiment leader Su Lai and the Queen of Glory battleship. There were only 200 Phoenix warriors left, led by a company commander. The other regiments together may have about 1,000 people to regroup. The losses of the Sisters of Battle were even more severe, with more than 10,000 killed or missing. And of the remaining 20,000, only 10,000 regrouped in the rear. The remaining Sisters of Battle, as well as an estimated 1,000 Space Marines, were scattered across the surface of various planets, with no certainty of their future fate. Chapter 590. I want to impeach. The news brought by Gallardo made the entire Parliament Hall fall into silence. The High Lords all kept silent. They were all thinking. The collapse of the Western Front, the disappearance of Phoenix Crown Feather, and the Commander Su Lai was certainly a huge shock. However, the High Lords quickly recovered from the shock. What they had to think about now was, what should the Empire do next? The impact of the collapse of the Western Front is huge. That is the main battlefield among the 3 fronts. The meeting before Gallardo came to report the situation on the Western Front discussed how to open up the 3 fronts. How to focus on the Western Front. and launch a general attack on iron armor. Well, there is no need to discuss this matter now. The main attacking force is gone. What we need to consider now is that Phoenix is gone. After the Western Front collapses, what should we do? It is unknown how much damage iron armor's main force has suffered. According to current assessments, it should be considerable. However, after all, without specific information, it is impossible to judge whether iron armor still has the ability to attack. We should be lenient with the enemy and think of the worst situation. Judging from the fact that iron armor still has the ability to attack, after the Western Front battlefield collapses, the situation will become very bad. If iron armor continues to go west, the entire Mager universe will be wide open. If iron armor fights north and south, the situation will be slightly better if he goes south, and the Alliance may have a chance to stop the enemy. If he goes to the north to join the group of Void Zerg, Marshal Leroy will not be able to resist, and can only retreat. In the past, people didn't worry too much about this problem. The Void Zerg weren't easy to communicate with, so they just merged? However, from the few words that came out of the battle of the collapse of the Western Front, although no one said it explicitly, everyone had some guesses. Did iron armor defect to the Zerg? This is a bit of a fantasy. Is there any benefit in defecting to the Zerg? The Zerg is different from Chaos traders. After defecting to Chaos, although people may look very twisted and their wills may be corrupted, they may be quite happy and gain power, or even move up a level. The Empire has also sealed up some intelligence, involving records of space marines and even mortals becoming demon leaders. Researchers call them ascending demons. These may have been great heroes among humans, who fell and became demon princes. From this perspective, although the Zerg are very depraved, disgusting, and twisted, they still have room for promotion. What room for promotion does the Zerg have? The Zerg will only devour everything. Throwing bugs? Waiting to be eaten? No one would. That's not right. Such things do exist in this world. There are those corrupted by the Zerg, but they are often floating eggs, parasitizing on mortals, and giving birth to a new race. They often hide in human society, in the form of religion, gangs, etc., in the lower hives, and in the lower society. They will spread the infection everywhere, whether it is physical parasitism of eggs, or ideological control. In short, they will continue to grow and develop until they have the ability to overthrow the regime, or at least to stir up unrest. When their activities on the planet become more and more intense, one day, the invincible Zerg army will arrive, and then devour the entire planet. From this perspective, iron armor is suspected to be like this. But there are many unsolved mysteries. In the past records, there is no record of space marines being infected. Moreover, if the ruling class of iron armor is infected, then these greedy Zerg monsters, who only have the biological instinct of eating, will be able to resist eating? They now roughly control the entire universe. After thinking about it, people couldn't help but speak. They must pay more attention to the situation in the East Frontier. Some people are saying that it's time to consider forming an expeditionary force from the solar universe to suppress the rebellion with the core strength of the Empire, and not to let the situation continue to deteriorate. Some people are saying that the Inquisition and the Assassin Court must work hard, not to mention killing Humphrey Paul, but at least to get as much intelligence as possible to know what happened in the Princess Star region. During the discussion, someone discovered that Gallardo had been there all along. The Prime Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Ojurin, said, "Please ask Prime Minister Gallardo to leave. The Supreme Council will continue." His words sounded superior, and even a little disgusting. They were once a group and belonged to the same political faction. In fact, Ojurin was Gallardo's boss before. When Gallardo went to Holy Terra and sold out his former colleagues of the War Apostles, he went to Ojurin to sell them out. It was Ojurin who accepted him, made him join his faction, and gradually gained a firm foothold, and even grew stronger. Unfortunately, when his wings are strong, he will fly away. Has Gallardo ever been a person who is willing to stay in the same place? Obviously not. What's more, he has a good brother, who is on the southern front. When the Alliance had not participated in the war before, it was him in Holy Terra, who withstood the pressure for Gu Hang. For this reason, he often quarreled with Ojurin. At first, it was just perfunctory and procrastinating. But it could not be delayed any longer. Quite a lot of quarrels broke out between the two sides, and the entire faction gradually began to split. Gallardo was not in vain. Ojurin, who thought he had the final say, was shocked to find that after the split, Quite a lot of people actually stood on Gallardo's side. A prime minister of the Ministry of Military Affairs, even if he did not get a seat in the Supreme Council, was still a top official in the central government of the empire. Of course, he was qualified to win over a group of marginalized people in the original political faction, who were not valued enough, and twisted them together. Ojurin originally thought that, after Gallardo rebelled, he could easily remove him from the position of Prime Minister of the Ministry of Military Affairs. After all, according to him, Gallardo's position was entirely due to him. If he could help Gallardo to the position, he could naturally slap him down. However, after the alliance began to take the initiative and won a series of beautiful results in the proud Claw Star region, Ojurin found that Gallardo was a bit difficult to deal with. In the Supreme Council, his attack on Gallardo actually attracted criticism from Prime Minister Chibodu. This made him realize that he could not handle Gallardo. On the one hand, Gu Hang's victory outside greatly increased his prestige as the Prime Minister of the Ministry of Military Affairs. On the other hand, he turned around and hugged the Prime Minister's leg. This leg was thicker than Ojurin's. The relationship between the two officially turned hostile. At this moment, it was natural for him to drive Gallardo out of disgust. Besides, there was nothing wrong with what he said. Gallardo was not qualified to participate in the discussion of the Supreme Council. But Gallardo was not panicked at all. He just smiled and looked at Ojurin. Sure enough, someone spoke up. Let the Prime Minister of the Military Affairs Department stay. We will inform him of the final result of our discussion. There is no need to do anything unnecessary. Thank you for your tolerance, Prime Minister. Without waiting for Ojurin to speak, Gallardo leaned over and replied. After raising his head, he smiled and said, however, to be honest, I do have one thing to discuss at the conference. I want to impeach the Prime Minister of the Ministry of Justice. Ojurin. I have evidence of Prime Minister Ojurin's illegal and disorderly conduct, and I solemnly accuse him of being responsible for the collapse of the Western Front. Chapter 591. Please call me Lord High Lord. Ojurin's face turned very ugly. What nonsense are you talking about? You have no right to speak here. Guards, get him out. There are loyal guards in the conference room. According to the rules, he should obey the Lord High Lord. Prime Minister of Justice Ojurin is the Lord High Lord. If he gives an order to drive out a non-Lord High Lord, even if the other party is the Prime Minister of Military Affairs, he should obey the order. But there is more than one Lord High Lord present. The guards looked at each other, and no one moved first. They were quite embarrassed, and looked at the seats of the High Lords again. It was not the first time that Ojurin wanted to drive Gallardo away. He had asked Gallardo to leave before, but didn't the Prime Minister ask him to stay? Maybe this was the Prime Minister's intention? The fights between the High Lords, we small guards should not get involved. We will drive them away after the big guys above have a clear statement. As for who will be kicked out at that time, it depends on what the order is. After serving as guards for so many years, they deeply understand one truth, in the hall of the highest power in the empire. Any changes in the situation are normal. Don't jump to conclusions until the last moment. At least, these soldiers can't understand it. Just wait for the news. Now, only Ojurin spoke, and the guards planned to hesitate for 10 seconds. If no one speaks up, then everyone will assume that they agree with Prime Minister Ojurin's statement, and they will take action. Ojurin also knows the ins and outs of it. He panted and waited. Gallardo was not polite. 10 seconds was enough to say a lot. It was actually meaningless to say that Ojurin violated laws and disciplines. The High Lords did not care about this. The evidence of those violations of laws and disciplines would be the public evidence of Ojurin's crimes when he stepped down in the future. But it would not be the reason. If you want to say something, you have to say something really explosive. Something that affects all. At least the interests of most High Lords. And you have to show enough value. And let the High Lords know that to overthrow Ojurin, they only need to express their attitude. And Gallardo can get the job done, without them having to spend any effort. Of course, there must be benefits. Gallardo coughed lightly and said, I have reached an agreement with my colleagues in the Ministry of Military Affairs. We have made suggestions on the Western Front. A solar fleet and a Martian fleet should have set off. But the order from Prime Minister Ojurin prevented the fleet from setting off. At this point, Gallardo had already heard footsteps behind him. The guards were approaching. And at this moment, Prime Minister Chiboda spoke. Let him finish. The High Lord should be able to withstand all doubts. The guard stopped. The High Lord who spoke now is 1:1, and the one who did not allow Gallardo to be dragged away is still the Prime Minister. Then we can't act rashly. The guards also breathed a sigh of relief. And now we just have to wait for the result of the argument. Gallardo was relieved. His words seemed simple. But they actually pointed out a problem. I have integrated the military affairs department. I am not a puppet when I was promoted a few years ago. Gu Heng must be thanked for his victory. Otherwise, it would be difficult to establish his prestige. In contrast, Jiren's face became very ugly. At this point, he could basically confirm that Gallardo did not suddenly turn against him and intend to overthrow him in this meeting. But Prime Minister Chibodu had his intention. Chibodu wants me to fall? Why? Do we have a grudge? Or did Gallardo make some promise, and then he will follow the Prime Minister? The Prime Minister wants to centralize power to a greater extent, and let the Supreme Council only speak his voice? If Gallardo follows him, and replaces himself as the Prime Minister of the Military Affairs Department as the High Lord, then add the seats of the two Prime Ministers of the Taxation Department and the Administration Department, and Chibodu's own, that's 4 seats. Clement, the Grand Master of the Assassin Court, was able to take the position a few years ago because of his own efforts and the Prime Minister's efforts. If he is included, then there are 5 seats, occupying 5 seats among the 13 High Lords. It is undoubtedly the greatest strength. What do the other High Lords think? They will not agree. Right? Who can win it? In a flash, many thoughts flashed through Jiren's mind. There were too many thoughts and too many things to analyze. Jiren's mind was a little confused for a while. So he couldn't speak. He couldn't speak casually, because if he said something wrong at this moment, it would be fatal. But Gallardo would not shut up. On the contrary, he seemed to be encouraged, and began to continue speaking at a fast speed. This is a document with the signatures of the Deputy Prime Minister of the Ministry of Justice, the Second Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister of the Ministry of Military Affairs, the First Minister, the Second Minister of Taxation. He read out several positions in a row, and took out a long scroll, a document signed by many people, which records the details of this incident, the reorganization of the troops, the promotion of work. The Ministry of Military Affairs contacted all parties, and worked hard to promote it. This is also the implementation of the resolution of the Supreme Council, preparing to strengthen the war on the Western Front. According to our estimates, the Sun Fleet can allocate at least 3 Retribution-class battleships, and Mars is also preparing more than 10 Dragon Snake-class battlecruisers. This force could have also cooperated with a fleet of the Ministry of Justice to reinforce the Western Front. If it had been done with the reinforcement of the elite Western Front, Captain Su Lai would most likely not have lost this decisive battle. However, Prime Minister Jiren's delay has resulted in the fleet not being able to set off yet. If anyone in Holy Terra needs to be held responsible for this failure, it must be Jiren. Fraudulent arguments. Jiren growled. He knew he had to speak up. He had to defend himself. The fleet's preparation is not as simple as you think. The Navy, Mars, and the Ministry of Justice are 3 completely unrelated forces. There is a lot of work to be done. Is it enough to just need a fleet to go on the expedition? The troops accompanying the ship are also very important. The negotiations with the Star Army have not been completed. The Ministry of Justice has no way to gather too many troops accompanying the ship. What's more, up to now, the commander of the Joint Fleet has not been determined. At this point in his defense, he suddenly stopped talking. Cold sweat ran down his forehead. Was he defending himself? Of course he was. Supporting the fleet, strengthening the Western Front, were resolutions discussed in the Supreme Council. Who could not do it? It was just that the troops had to be assembled, and there was a subordinate relationship between them. Who would contribute more? And who would be the commander of the fleet? Aren't these problems? There were so many different sources of troops, and if they wanted to be combined together, as Jiren himself said, there were all kinds of problems that needed to be solved. These are not his fault, or at least not only his fault. However, this defense is not appropriate at this moment. There are 3 other people in the Supreme Council, the 2 Supreme Marshals of the Imperial Navy and the Star Army, and the representative of Mars. When the 3 fleets join forces, and the Star Army sends troops to accompany them, there are conflicts, which is normal. To be fair, the troops were slow to form and set off, and despite Su Lai urgent and continuous requests for help, they still failed to arrive at the battlefield in time. The biggest responsibility should be on the Imperial system, followed by the Navy, the Ministry of Justice, Mars, and the Star Army, all of which were dragging their feet. Everyone's responsibility is almost the same. Moreover, if you really want to talk about it, does the Military Affairs Department, as the role of uniting the three forces, have no responsibilities? They all have. However, should I say these words at this time? It may be okay to shirk responsibility at this moment, but it would be a big problem to shift the blame to the two opponents. If the Prime Minister wants to deal with him, then he has to count on other High Lords, who are not in the same mind with the Prime Minister to speak for him. What he should do is to arouse everyone's fear of the Prime Minister, rather than throwing dirty water on the other two families in order to whitewash himself. But the words were out. What to do? He'd break suddenly, preparing to say something else. But one of the High Lords, who rarely spoke at this moment. It was from the Death Angels chapter. Representing the chapter master, Grand Master Organgron, the messenger who performed the duties of the High Lord, and also a chapter champion of the Death Angels chapter, named Jean Rousseau. Grand Master Organgron is very concerned about the war on the Western Front, the whereabouts of Chapter Master Su Lai, and the fate of the Phoenix. Every chapter, no matter where the bloodline is inherited, will be extremely concerned. The slow response of the Imperial Center prevented the support that should have arrived quickly from arriving, causing the Phoenix Lord to be defeated. This is unacceptable to every regiment. Someone must be held responsible for this. Gallardo's smile became even brighter. Jean Rousseau's words seemed to be just a comprehensive pursuit of responsibility, venting his dissatisfaction as a representative of the Space Marines, and sympathy for the Phoenix experience. But in fact it was a great assist. Someone must be held responsible. So who is it? Navy? Astra Militarum? Mars? That's definitely not possible. These three High Lords are not willing to take the blame. The dissatisfaction of all Space Marines may be a little exaggerated, but the grief of the rabbit's death is inevitable. Phoenix is a new chapter, with a great reputation. They are in such a miserable state, or is it because of the delay of reinforcements? Wouldn't the Space Marines who know about this be dissatisfied? No one wants to be blamed by the Space Marines. Coincidentally, there is a ready-made Prime Minister of the Ministry of Justice, High Lord. Isn't he being fired at? The Prime Minister wanted to kill him, and his own faction had a big problem. Not only did Gallardo, a traitor, appear, but many people signed the document signed by Gallardo, and many of them were originally working with Ojiran. There was a big enemy in front, a fire in the backyard, and the scapegoat for the dissatisfaction of the Space Marines, the Navy, the Astra Militarum, and the scapegoat for Mars. All these factors added together, and Ojiran suddenly found himself in a very bad situation. The quarrel at the meeting would not end easily, but after the three High Lords, the Navy, the Star Army, and Mars, said that the slow integration of reinforcements was not our problem, but had other reasons. The votes that Ojiran could win were in jeopardy. He had to personally go to the battlefield and confront Gallardo, Prime Minister Chibodu, as well as the tax Prime Minister and Administrative Prime Minister who followed him. Did not speak, but Gallardo was their mouthpiece. And it was precisely because of Chibodu's support that Gallardo was able to speak aggressively, like a fighting cock. Both of them are good at talking. Gallardo is right to speak, and Ojiran is not bad either. But the verbal battle was evenly matched, which essentially meant that Ojiran was defeated. As a High Lord, it was quite disgraceful to argue with someone who had not yet become a High Lord in the Parliament Hall, and it showed his decline. In the end, the meeting still came to the voting stage. The topic was proposed by the Space Marine representative, Jean Rousseau, who should be held responsible for the poor support this time. It didn't say to what extent he would be held responsible, but the meaning was clear. Gallardo had no right to vote, nor even to watch. He was asked to leave the scene. When he walked out of the scene, he looked like a victorious rooster. Do you know what the final result was? You definitely won. Gu Heng gave a straightforward judgment. Ha ha ha. Gallardo laughed. That's right. I won. Now, you should call me Lord High. Greetings to the High Lord, Mr. Gallardo. Gu Heng satisfied his good friend. At this moment, it was already the 13th day of the meeting. The result was already determined at that time. The Supreme Council voted in favor with 7 votes in favor, 3 abstentions, and 3 votes against, confirming that Ojiran should be held responsible for the slow attack of the Joint Fleet and the lack of support. It was because of him, the Prime Minister of the Ministry of Justice, who delayed, struggled for power, and was selfish when dispatching the fleet and troops of the Ministry of Justice. That the joint fleet could not be put together for a long time. There was no direct resolution on the spot. But the subsequent series of results were all predetermined. And it was nothing more than a process. A series of stains during Ojuran's administration were all uncovered, forming charges of crimes. Ojuran tried to resist, but was quickly subdued. After a series of exchanges of interests, Ojuran admitted defeat and decided to be more decent. The Supreme Council voted for the second time, with 9 votes in favor, 4 abstentions, and 0 votes against, confirming the deprivation of Ojuran's seat in the Supreme Council and his position as Prime Minister of the Ministry of Justice. Ojuran himself also participated in the vote, and cast an abstention vote. Then, the third vote, with 6 votes in favor, 3 abstentions, and 3 votes against, barely approved Gallardo as the Prime Minister of the Ministry of Military Affairs, becoming the High Lord. Thus, the political faction in the center of the empire represented by Ojuran came to an end. Half of the political power that was dismantled was inherited by Gallardo and put under the Prime Minister Chibodu, and the other half was divided among various parties. After the appointment was passed, Gallardo, who was in a good mood, immediately communicated with his close friend Gu Hang through star language and told him the good news. Chapter 592, Everyone has a bright future. Gallardo became one of the High Lords and entered the highest decision-making level of the empire. That was of course a very happy thing for Gu Hang. Although, the last time he went to Holy Terra in person, Gu Hang felt that the psychic seeds he planted in this close friend had disappeared. But he was more inclined to think that it was digested naturally. The seeds that were originally very subtle, and only played a role in some influence, have completely become a part of Gallardo's personality. There are pros and cons. The con is that the coercive force formed by the psychic power is gone. If the relationship is not maintained carefully, then the two sides may fall out. The pro is that there is no future trouble. If no one has discovered it until now, then no one can say in the future that Gallardo was once controlled by Gu Hang. Gu Hang prefers the current situation. He is not worried about falling out with Gallardo. At least not in the short term. On the contrary, their relationship is getting closer and closer now. Personal friendship is still aside, what is more important is the extremely close political alliance between them. When one prospers, all prosper. When one suffers, all suffer. Gallardo's promotion to the position is a huge help to Gu Hang, especially with his status as the Prime Minister of the Ministry of Military Affairs, even more so. What does the Ministry of Military Affairs do? Armament and logistics, military construction, military plan formulation and execution. In addition to directly commanding troops in combat, their work covers almost all military work of the empire. Of course, speaking of great authority, there are also checks and balances in many areas. Because there are also quite independent Star Army and Navy, and more independent war groups. They are actually very limited in mobilizing troops and issuing orders. Because of the existence of the tax department, financial appropriations and expenditures also need to be paid by others, and they must be approved. But despite so many restrictions, they are still a powerful department. If the Alliance approves more Star Army and Imperial Navy quotas, a lot of military expenses can be deducted from the Imperial tax. These troops upgraded to Star Army and Navy can not only be used for local defense, but also attack everywhere, according to Gu Hang wishes, to interfere with the military situation of the surrounding star field and space field. As long as Gu Hang can find a way to get the transfer order from the Military Affairs Department, it will be legal. In addition, there is another very important point. As a High Lord, Gallardo's political role in Holy Terra is a strong endorsement of the legitimacy of Gu Hang Alliance regime. Without a powerful political spokesperson in the central government, a local political entity like the Alliance that spans multiple star fields, or even across the universe in the future, cannot exist, and will definitely be vigilant and eliminated by the central government of the empire. Refer to the Iron Fury Stone after the fall of the former Prime Minister of the Ministry of Military Affairs Norberto. Gu Hang is also very important to Gallardo. His support for the southern battlefield finally paid off. Gallardo has been under pressure since he took office. His position was once precarious, and he even had a conflict with Ojuran because of the timing of the Alliance attack, when the Alliance was advancing rapidly in the Alshwa star field. The political pressure he faced was greatly relieved. Although no key battles were won, the continuous advancement of the front line was very inspiring and helped Gallardo win the hearts of the people in the military department. If not, He would not be able to keep his position, let alone become a High Lord. Internal turmoil could overthrow him, not to mention clinging to the Prime Minister. Can he cling to the Prime Minister just because he wants to? When the news of the destruction of Alfonso fleet came, and was confirmed, his prestige also rose to the peak. He no longer needed to cling to Zibadu. But Zibada came to win him over. This also made him fully realize that the victory of the Alliance was his victory, and the prestige of the Alliance was his prestige. The two sides are now so strongly bound by interests that is much more reliable than mental control through psychic power. After all, strong mental control is easy to be discovered, and weak mental control is easy to break free. Once any of the above situations occurs, it will be a complete fallout, and the enemies will never give up, which can even be said to be a taboo in the political arena, and will be despised and hostile by the entire empire. But a close alliance relationship, there are no such problems. Although there is a possibility that the alliance will break up due to interests, the consequences are significantly less severe than mind control. Gu Heng is very satisfied with the current relationship between them. Then, the two of them discuss the war on the front line. When it comes to this topic, the laughter and joy can't continue. Of course, the collapse of the Western Front gave Gallardo an opportunity to overthrow Ojiran in one fell swoop. Not only did he solve a political enemy, but he also secured a seat as a High Lord for himself. But no matter what, this is just taking advantage of the chaos. The collapse of the war itself will not change. From the perspective of the entire empire, turning to the Southern Front, turning to the Alliance, the impact of this matter will also be great. Gu Heng said that he would also send people to the Western Front to try to find out what happened and what the current situation is. At the same time, the Alliance must also be prepared to face huge challenges. It is now February 10328. It has been 8 years since the outbreak of the Princess Rebellion, and 2.5 years since the Alliance officially joined the war. Gu Heng originally planned to wait for about 1.5 years before continuing the attack. The reason for this time was that the shipbuilding cycle was taken into consideration. The ships obtained from Alfonso fleet had generally been repaired, and the relevant seamen were also in place quickly under Gu Heng attention. The combat effectiveness of the Alliance Navy has reached a higher level, but it is not enough. In another 1.5 years, a new shipbuilding cycle of the Alliance will be over. By then, the Alliance will be able to directly obtain 4 more battlecruisers, 1 Juga class, and 1 Retribution class. With the addition of these 6 giant ships, the strength of the Alliance fleet will become even stronger. By then, there will be 16 giant ships in total, which is a force that cannot be ignored. With the addition of Gu Heng's psychic power, the Alliance may be able to fight against the main battleships of Taikai. In this case, Gu Heng is really unwilling to start a war too early. He originally planned to use the Proud Claw Star region as the battlefield. If Iron Armor wanted to move south with its main force, he would just delay here. Delay for 1.5 years, and wait until the fleet was further formed, and then fight desperately. However, things did not go as one wished. Gu Heng had to accept the sudden change in the strategic situation. But this matter was not really that bad. Would Iron Armor really go south with all his strength? That might not be the case. However, Gallardo also asked, could the Alliance take the initiative to attack? After all, compared to the threat of the main force of Iron Armor moving south, what the central government of the Empire is actually most worried about is that they will continue to move west regardless of anything. The Empire has almost no strong enough defense force in the Mager Star region. If the military strength of Iron Armor is still relatively strong, and the losses in the previous bloody battle with Phoenix are not so great, then they will most likely replicate the results of their war in the Spider Web Star region at the beginning of the war in the Mager Star region. That kind of blitzkrieg, that kind of aggressive attitude, is frightening. You know, when Iron Armor launched the rebellion, it took them only 10 months to break through the Spider Web universe. Even, according to the star map, they can directly enter the 9 universes in the central territory of the Empire. This is a problem of star map differentiation. The 2 worlds drawn together by the star map must be connected by a star tunnel. Based on this, star regions are divided. And based on star regions are divided. The reason why a star field is called a star field is that, in addition to the fact that similar star regions can be gathered together, the most important thing is that there are often hundreds of worlds in this area, and there are very few connections between star fields, often only 1 to 3 channels connecting them. This means that each star field is a relatively isolated star cluster. So far, it is still relatively intuitive. Although there is no concept of east, south, west and north in the universe, there are on the star map, which is centered on Holy Terra and is divided into east, south, west and north by 4 star tunnels from the solar system to the outside, thus evolving layer by layer. From these 4 directions, according to this rule, the 4 cosmic domains closest to the solar cosmic domain are formed. Adding the adjacent cosmic domains of these 4 cosmic domains, and the solar cosmic domain itself, the 9 cosmic domains of the central territory are formed. These 9 cosmic domains, that is, the central territory, are the core ruling areas of the empire. Except for the 9 central cosmic domains, the other cosmic domains are called frontier cosmic domains. The division rules of the frontier cosmic domains become less in line with the principle of proximity. In addition to ensuring that the star fields within a universe can be connected to each other, it also ensures that the universes that can be connected are placed together, and each universe has at least one planet that can directly connect to one of the 9 universes in the central territory. The original intention of this division is to ensure that starting from Holy Terra, it will not exceed the scope of crossing 4 universes to any universe, and the journey will be controlled within 2 years, and the control of the Imperial Center over the Imperial borders will be strengthened as much as possible. It did work. But then again, from every cosmic domain on the Empire's border, you can directly attack the central cosmic domain. The 13 cosmic domains on the Empire's eastern border, which are connected to the cosmic domain in the central border, are all Tianwan cosmic domains. The reason why the western battlefield is the main battlefield, in addition to the fact that the major cosmic domain backed by the Phoenix Lord is to the west of the Spider cosmic domain, is also because they control the Jinshur star, which is connected to the Xiushur star in the Tianwan cosmic domain. The masters on Holy Terra now fear the most that iron armor will take away the Jinshur star, and then attack the Tianwan cosmic domain. That was extremely shocking. Is Holy Terra afraid that Taikai will go south now? No, they are afraid that Taikai will not go south. Now they are trying to get Gu Hang to take the initiative, which means they hope that Gu Hang can show more presence, show the knife, and tell Humphrey Paul, if you dare to enter the central territory, be careful of getting your ass chopped off. But Gu Hang thought about it and decided to brush it off. Of course, he was not being perfunctory to Gallardo. To this good friend, he was still very frank. Iron armor has the ability to enter the Tianwan universe. But can it enter the Sun universe? Can it enter Holy Terra? Gallardo was stunned and shook his head hesitantly. It is indeed unrealistic. Do you really dare to push the Imperial Center into a corner? Matters in the border universe are always limited to the border universe. If you really fight to the Tianwan universe, the various forces that are directly threatened will not be so easy to deal with. On the one hand, the defense facilities along the way are complete. And if you want to fight here, it will be a tough fight. On the other hand, the anxious Imperial Center requires the king to come to the rescue. And there will be a lot of forces to gather here. The Empire said that they were fighting everywhere, deploying troops everywhere, and that the military strength in various places was very tense. However, after all, with such a large size, if they insisted on withdrawing troops regardless of the consequences, they would definitely be able to squeeze out the troops. That's fine. There's no need to worry so much, Gu Hang said. Attracting Humphrey Paul attention will do us no good. If we can't win, we won't benefit from it. On the contrary, if we let Taikai enter the Tianwan universe, what will happen? They can't really affect Holy Terra, can't shake the rule of the Central Empire, but they can greatly hit the masters of the central government, making them feel fearful and uneasy. The more this happens, the more precious our victory will be. The person responsible for the collapse of the Western Front has already been found. There is no need to worry that the responsibility for this will fall on us. The reason why the Alliance cannot take the initiative to attack is also very realistic. If we rush out without sufficient strength and are annihilated, what will happen then? When Gu Hang said this, Gallardo really thought about what he said. By then, the entire spiderweb universe, the North Line group was entangled by the Zerg and could not escape. And there would no longer be a military force that could balance the main force of the iron armor. The trouble would be even greater. For him, a High Lord who relied on the Alliance military exploits to secure his position, or even to a higher level, it would be the real doomsday. Becoming a High Lord is not a matter of sitting back and relaxing. After thinking about it, he replied, "You are right. We really can't act rashly." Then, the two talked about the support and supplies that the southern battlefield should receive. In this regard, Gallardo patted his chest and gave a guarantee. In the next 2 years, the alliance will not only continue to be exempt from the imperial tax in the controlled areas, but will also receive a total of 500 billion in military aid. This includes the army, weapons and equipment, ships, energy, materials, almost all categories. The money will come from Holy Terra, from other star regions in the Eastern Universe, and even the neighboring Adon universe will be unlucky and have to pay a little at the request of the central government of the Empire. Gu Heng is basically satisfied with this number. 250 billion in aid per year, which is higher than the annual fiscal revenue of the Alliance. And Gallardo will also receive stronger support from the Alliance. Those who make money make money. Those who seize power. And those who develop. Everyone has a bright future. Chapter 593, Surrendering the War Group. After finishing the call with Gallardo, Gu Heng also basically confirmed the next policy. If Taikai wants to continue the attack, let them attack. No matter where he goes, as long as he doesn't come to the south, Gu Heng has made up his mind to hold back for another year and a half, waiting for the ship to be built. Oh, even if he goes south, the strategy of the Alliance is the same, still delaying and waiting for the ship. Of course, there are actually risks here. As time goes by, I will become stronger. Wouldn't Taikai be stronger? The Alfonso sect only lost one of its main fleets. But they are not dead. As a branch of the Mechanicus, their strongest point will never be their combat capability, but their manufacturing capability. After a year and a half, the Alliance will certainly be able to add 6 giant ships. And Iron Armor or Alfonso will also likely become stronger with new ships. However, after thinking about it, Gu Heng decided to do so. He did not believe that the Iron Armor and Alfonso combination would become stronger as fast as himself. The shipbuilding industry of the Alliance can have such a tight shipbuilding cycle. In addition to the various shipbuilding-related raw materials that Gu Heng specifically requested with the military assistance of the Empire, there is also a core element, which is the black box system. Not only can the black box directly pull out some core components with long construction cycles and high technical difficulty, but also the shipyards of the Alliance, which are all mother machine black boxes with relevant technology, have produced some key equipment for the production of ship components. Whether it is the direct output of the black box, or the production line of the black box output, it means fast, high quality, and stable output. These points are not available in the worlds directly controlled by the Alfonso sect and the Iron Armored Corps. Under the same objective conditions, the ships built by Iron Armor and Alfonso will only be slower than those of the Alliance. What's more, the conditions are not the same now. The Alliance territory is not as large as Iron Armor and Alfonso. But it is not like Iron Armor that has to fight on 3 fronts. And a large number of territories are threatened by war. Moreover, Iron Armor, Alfonso war potential, relies on his own health bar and the wealth accumulated over the past years to start a rebellion. The Alliance not only has its own base, but also has strong blood transfusion from the Empire. These conditions are beyond Iron Armor, Alfonso reach. In terms of war potential, they cannot be greater than the Alliance. In other words, their war potential has been almost fully tapped, while the Alliance still has a lot of room for realization. There is another point that cannot be ignored. That is, the battle line of the Iron Armor War is not just the southern line. The northern line was entangled by the Zerg. But that was also the Black Crusaders plus the 2 founding groups of Infinity and Bats, plus the top combat power of the Silver Watch, which gathered veterans from various regiments. The Iron Armor could not be unprepared. Although the western line collapsed, the Empire obviously could not ignore it. The fleet that was originally going to be sent out to reinforce the Phoenix, after Gallardo made a fuss and took down an Ogeron, must have been further accelerated. The fleet commander was quickly selected, led by a marshal of the Navy, and the expeditionary force was formed by drawing some local defense forces from various cosmic domains in the Central Territory. It is worth mentioning that the expeditionary force has a full-strength regiment, the most famous of which is the Ortopus Regiment. This is the direct regiment of the High Lords of Holy Terra, and it can be said to be the private soldiers of the High Lords. It completely obeys the orders of the Lords of the Supreme Council, or to be more precise, it obeys the orders of Prime Minister Chibodu. Even decades ago, when the Sun King was in his prime, Ortopus only listened to the Prime Minister, and was one of the core forces that Chibodu was able to turn the tables in the end. This regiment, all information is kept secret, from what gene seed is used, where the soldiers come from, where the weapons and equipment are supplied from, the deployment of the regiment, All are highly confidential. Even the military affairs department does not know. They will not be used easily. They are the darlings of Prime Minister Zibadu's faction. And when they are all transferred out, it can be seen that the masters on Holy Terra are really anxious. In addition to Ortopus, there are 8 other regiments, which have sent some soldiers to varying degrees. Among them, the Phoenix Daughter group is the main one. We have to save the Mother group. In addition to the Revenge Phoenix lineage, the feud with Iron Armor is getting bigger and bigger. Including some remnants after the collapse of the Western Front, it is not a problem for the Space Marines to gather 2,500 people. This number is less than the peak of the Western Front before. Not only the Space Marines, after the collapse of the Western Front, another main force on the battlefield, the Inquisition, is also seriously injured. They have lost 30,000 combat sisters, and the Blood Rose Convent is almost drained. Of course, not all of these troops were lost. There are still many scattered on some planets in the east of Mager, and the west of the Spider-Web universe. They are all troops that fled to the surface of various planets to fight after the collapse of the battle line. If the subsequent war goes relatively smoothly, these troops can be gathered again. Now, this army with ships, soldiers and elites is gathering in the Tianwang universe. Give them more time, and they will be able to regroup. Whether the Iron Armor wants to attack the Tianwang universe, or wait for the troops to gather and then take the initiative to attack, the Iron Armor Corps will have to deal with it. In general, the Alliance never has to face the Iron Armor alone. If the 3 fronts and the forces invested by the entire Empire are taken into account, then the Iron Armor is even more powerful. The Empire is just slow, but it is under great pressure to deploy troops in various places. Not really weak. If it really drags on, the Empire's slow nerves will be aroused, and the Empire will take it seriously and ignore the threats from other places, and will also draw troops from various places to solve them. Then the Iron Armor will have to compete with the Empire in terms of war potential. Size is the key to success. Anxious attack only satisfies some political interests. But from a military perspective, delaying, waiting for one's own strength to become stronger and stronger, so that a more indisputable victory can be achieved, is the most critical. Real political interests can only be achieved by winning battles, and everything else is useless. It is precisely because of the consideration of many factors that Gu Heng is never in a hurry. Not only is he not in a hurry, but he also needs to solve some small problems in his own territory first. On the Fantasy Moon Star, the Alliance worked to eliminate the remnants of the 2 war groups. Fury and New World Torch has yielded results. Since arriving at the Fantasy Moon Star and starting to eliminate Fury and New World Torch, Grid rarely smiles. As the head nun of the Holy Mercy Lily, she has now become the highest commander of the entire Holy Mercy Lily Sisterhood in terms of war. It is undeniable that a very important factor is the support of Gu Heng. After all, she and Gu Heng are old acquaintances. When Gu Heng started from humble beginnings, she provided help. After the Alliance became the major sponsor of the Holy Mercy Lily, and the Holy Mercy Lily became a part of the Alliance, her status naturally rose. The Holy Mercy Lily became a part of the Alliance, which was inevitable and natural. They were just a small branch of the Sisters, and they only had their own organization in Kurogia. After experiencing the Plague War and almost losing their homeland, they were saved by Gu Heng. Kurogia, the Star Zone, the Star Field. The power of the Alliance has expanded countless times in just a few decades. At the beginning, the relationship between Holy Mercy Lily and the Alliance was just cooperation. But later, there was less and less room for bargaining. There was no need to bargain. What can I say? The Alliance first respects the beliefs of the state religion, and secondly respects the beliefs of the Sisters. Then, more importantly, the Alliance has made substantial financial allocations to support the development of the Sisters. In the combat nuns, it provides people and equipment, and in other aspects of the Sisters, such as faith, missionary work, medical care, all aspects have been strongly supported. The entire order of nuns quickly fell. A large number of new nuns even studied at the Alliance Loyalty Academy. This is not surprising. In many orders of nuns, girls who graduated from the Loyalty Academy have always been a very good place to recruit soldiers. It's just that the Alliance Loyalty Academy is slightly different from the most common Loyalty Academy in the Empire, but it's not a big deal. Today, the Holy Mercy Lily has expanded to a scale of more than 500,000 people. Most of them are civilian nuns, but the number of combat nuns also exceeds 3,000. This time, There are 1,000 combat sisters fighting in Huanyue, and there are 6,000 honor guards, who are also under her command. At the same time, the Alliance's army in Huanyue has two army groups, 40 million people, plus the newly established local defense forces, with a total strength of nearly 200 million. In the sky, there is also a squadron, led by a Moon-class ship, and composed of several destroyers and frigates, to cooperate with ground operations. Of course, the fleet has a major general commander, and the Alliance army is also under the command of a lieutenant general, and she is not in direct command. But on the entire Fantasy Moon Star, the most important task is to wipe out the remnants of Fury and New World Torch. This group of space marines, who hid in the mountains, city ruins, secret bunkers and other places with some stubborn rebels, are very difficult to deal with. The main difficulty is that, first, it is difficult to find them, and second, it is difficult to fight them once they are found. It is necessary to gather heavy troops to surround them. Orbital bombing can't help much. They will break through. If they want to bomb from orbital ships after passing the ground mark, the space marines on the other side have already moved away. The bombing effect is very poor. After several poor results, the Rear Admiral was very polite and veiled a meaning. Don't do it. It costs a lot of money to bomb one round. It's really not enough to bomb the air. The Navy audit will give me trouble. Grit was a little embarrassed, and also very annoyed. It's not that she was angry with the Navy. She understood what the Navy meant. She also knew that her calls were a waste. In fact, if she could trap the enemy and accurately mark the enemy, she would not have needed to call for orbital bombing. She called because the intelligence was uncertain. When she couldn't trap the enemy, she tried her best to try her luck by covering the bombing. After suppressing the bandits for more than half a year, there were few results. The rebel organizations led by the two regiments were still attacking various places on Huanyue Star, obstructing the ongoing alliance construction. Their chances of success are quite high. Many of the rebels are from the original planetary defense forces, or soldiers of the Royal Princess Legion stationed locally. They are familiar with the local situation and can reasonably select targets. With the addition of space warriors, the success rate of the operation is naturally quite high. Moreover, they come and go like the wind, and once they succeed, they will immediately flee far away. The Battle Sisters, or Glory Guards, who rushed here in a hurry, if there are few in number, if they rashly pursue, they will suffer a great loss, and when the number of assembled people increases, the enemy will have already run away to who knows where. There were times when Grit and her team took the initiative to obtain intelligence and then attacked. But the reliability of the intelligence was very problematic. It was easy to miss. Even if they were caught, they were also easy to be broken through. If they were really annihilated, the combat power of the Space Marines also left a deep impression on them. The price to eliminate them was also very high. For more than half a year, Grit had counted that. They had fought thousands of battles in different places around the world, at different times, and eliminated 217 Furies and New World Torches. Among them, she personally killed 5 people. Ordinary combat nuns, of course, are no match for Space Marines. And there is even a huge gap. But she is different. She is a blessed nun. And she is extraordinary. Wearing the Valkyrie Terminator, Grit can easily kill ordinary Terminator veterans. However, although there are more than 200 people in the battle, the price paid is not small. After all, Grit is unable to split herself. She wishes she could fly to every battlefield to fight at any time. But it is obviously impossible. Nearly 50,000 local defense troops and 20,000 alliance troops died on battlefields. In addition, there were more than 200 combat sisters and 500 honor guards. On Phantom Moon Star, it is conservatively estimated that there are still thousands of space warriors active. At this rate, they will have to fight for at least 3 years to wipe out the bandits. At the same time, it is estimated that 400,000 to 500,000 people died. Not to mention the losses of the defense troops and the alliance troops. They can still afford it. But the loss of nuns and the Glory Guards is a bit hard to bear. At that time, at least 1,000 nuns will die, and 3,000 Glory Guards will die. Grit felt that if this situation really happened, she would not be able to face Governor Gu and report to him that this was a victory. There was a large army to support. There was air and space to support. And there was an entire world that had already been occupied to support. With all the advantages, it was still like this. It was really ugly. Some changes must be made. And the opportunity for this change came soon. Someone brought a message, saying that he represented the New World Torch Corps, and hoped to talk to the Alliance. After the matter was classified as highly confidential, Grit confirmed whether it was true, whether it was a trap, and reported the news. Then, she was authorized. And a diplomat from the Alliance came to be responsible for the specific negotiations. In a secret place, she met Wang Mengsong, the head of the New World Torch Corps. If you agree to my conditions, then the New World Torch is willing to surrender. Chapter 594, You don't want the photo to be seen. Do you? Wang Mengsong decided to negotiate surrender with the Alliance. The current situation of the regiment cannot continue. The New World Torch has only 300 people, which has fallen to a very dangerous warning line. Even if these 300 people are allowed to retreat without paying any price, it will take a long time to restore the strength of the past, and it is hard to say when a big wave will hit, which will destroy the regiment. They did leave dozens of soldiers, and most of the gene seeds on the mother planet just in case. But to be honest, the effect would not be very good. If the regiment really only had dozens of soldiers left, there would be no risk resistance. There would be no need for any external forces to have evil intentions. If there was a large-scale rebellion on the mother planet, it might be the end. Those who stayed on the mother planet were basically all new soldiers, with only a few veterans. As for the seeds left behind, the former New World Torches had accumulated a lot of wealth. However, in the past 10 years, they had used up a lot of gene seeds in order to increase their troops, and the new seeds did not even have time to grow. In the gene seed bank of the mother planet, there were only about 100 seeds left. It was not enough to support the revival of the regiment. The more than 300 New World Torches in Huanyue could not die, and he had the idea of surrendering, but Paulitos did not know. If Paulitos knew about it, the relationship between the two sides would be completely broken. He had not thought of persuading Paulitos to surrender. On the one hand, he knew that the possibility was not high. And on the other hand, once such words were said, it would sow the seeds of suspicion. In fact, the trust between the two sides was already quite fragile in his opinion. Talking about the topic of surrender again. If Paulitos had the same idea, it would be fine. But if not, would Paulitos be worried that he would go alone and take the initiative? It is very likely. He no longer underestimates Paulitos. He admitted that he had prejudices against Paulitos in the past, but after experiencing a painful defeat, it was proved that Paulitos was right. Although he was right, he could not win the battle. But if he acted rashly according to Wang Mengsong's idea, he might not have to think about surrendering now, and would have been wiped out long ago. But it is precisely because he recognizes Paulitos' ability that he should be more careful. If Paulitos does not want to surrender, and wants to cut off future troubles, he will probably really take action in advance. He really didn't want to fight a bloody battle with Fury at this critical moment. Surrender is to preserve the bloodline and keep the regiment alive. If they are ready to surrender, why fight Fury? He has now realized that only by surrendering can he save his regiment. The intelligence judgment of the Alliance is wrong. The number of Space Marines active in Fantasy Moon is not only 1,000, but more than 1,500. When they set out, 3,000 Fury and 1,500 New World Torches were full of vigor and vigor. Except that the fleet could not be deployed much. And there were only 3 huge ships. They were quite strong. Up to now, there were only 1,500 people left, which was already miserable. Most of them were from the Fury Corps. They still had 1,200 members. And the New World Torch only had 300. He couldn't say, in the previous battle, Paulitos had betrayed his allies, letting the New World Torch fight the tough battle. He had no evidence. Paulitos seemed to be very fair, and he didn't favor one over the other. But he still suspected that this was the case. Otherwise, why did the loss of the New World Torch be greater than that of the Fury Flame? Could it be because we were bad? Absolutely impossible. As for the negotiations with the Alliance, he was actually quite nervous. He was nervous in every aspect. However, he still came with a brave face. No matter how uncertain he was, he couldn't show a low attitude. He was a chapter leader, an angel, and a demigod. The person he was talking to was just a diplomatic ambassador of the Alliance, plus a battle nun, all of whom were just mortals. How could he be so flattering and humble? Moreover, in a negotiation, how can you be weak right from the start? You will be bullied. He made a strong gesture, proposing conditions to the Alliance, demanding a dignified surrender, which should not even be considered surrender, but just cooperation. However, just after he said two of his conditions. The diplomat Lady Wu Yang on the other side shook her head and interrupted him forcefully. The Alliance does not accept any conditions. And New World Torch must surrender unconditionally. Wang Mengsong was stunned for a moment. And then he became furious. What did you say? Wu Yang repeated it expressionlessly. Wang Mengsong's momentum was raised. And his eyes were wide open, staring at Wu Yang fiercely, as if he wanted to kill someone. When a war captain with hundreds of years of combat experience and fighting his way out of a sea of blood and corpses was furious, his murderous aura was like substance, which was not something that ordinary people could bear. Grit, who was standing next to Wu Yang, had her hair standing on end, and her hand silently touched the weapon. For her, the leader of the New World Torch was a strong enemy. She might not be defeated quickly, and could hold on for a while, but she really had no confidence in winning, let alone protecting Wu Yang, a mortal. But Wu Yang, on the contrary, did not have much fear. The diplomats of the Alliance seemed not to be afraid of death. She looked at Wang Mengsong fearlessly, and did not give in. After a few long seconds, Wang Mengsong's momentum relaxed a little. He sneered and said, "You are just a small envoy. I don't feel like talking to you about this. Where is Gu Hang?" "I want to talk to your governor Gu," Wu Yang said. "Before I came here, I had the honor of having a 15-second conversation with Governor Gu. He told me in person that I was fully responsible for this matter. The only possibility for New World Torch to surrender was unconditional surrender. There was nothing else to talk about." When he heard this, Wang Mengsong's blood ran cold. At this moment, he really wanted to turn around and leave, or suddenly kill people. Unconditional surrender? I still have 300 soldiers. How can I let them bully me? He was extremely angry. At this moment, Wu Yang's voice sounded again. "Maybe you can't accept it at the moment, you are very angry, but put aside your anger, you should know that when you walk in here, unconditional surrender is your only choice. The Alliance will not make any promises to you, nor will it agree to any conditions. New World Torch must lay down all its weapons, and walk into our prisoner of war camp. Can you still leave? I know that although there are only 10 guards with you, there may be hundreds of people ambushing around. I also know that if you are determined to break out, we may not be able to stop you. But the photo of you shaking hands with me and Sister Grit just now has been taken. Captain, you don't want the photo to fall into the hands of Paulitos, do you?" Chapter 595, Show Your Value. Wang Mengsong suddenly turned around, stared at Wu Yang, and said coldly, "Are you threatening me?" He was furious, but he was suddenly shocked, and even a little annoyed. He made a mistake. At the same time, he also realized that it was useless to do anything now. If the negotiation failed, the photo would really fall into the hands of Paulitos, and he could not clear it up no matter what he said. Even if he took action immediately, killed everyone here, found the photographer, destroyed the equipment and film, it would be meaningless. Taking photos secretly, there are films, which can be copied, which can be converted into digital information, which can be transmitted to a faraway place in an instant, and copied countless times. Even, there is no need for the Alliance to do it personally, as long as the news is spread. Paulitos has planted many rebel informants in this world, and they can get the photos back. The Alliance is too shameless, and he is indeed threatened. But he is not willing to be threatened simply. In his mind, some other thoughts are already turning. Kill the diplomats of the Alliance here, and then kill Grit, and carry 2 heads back. And then say that the photos promoted by the Alliance are fake. It is feasible to a certain extent, and there should be a chance to fool them. But it is just a trick. After returning, we must be careful, and we may have to cut ties with the Fury. The New World Torch must act independently, and cannot obey the orders of Fury too much. Especially avoid being summoned, or meeting alone, which is easy to cause trouble. The thoughts in his mind turned into a basket in an instant. Moreover, the look he gave the 2 allied parties present at the moment became more and more dangerous. Wu Yang's threat made him really want to kill. But Wu Yang, it seemed that he didn't see it at all. She continued, "Of course, it's not wrong for you to understand it as a threat. But this is not the key. You can kill me, but it's hard to kill Ms. Grit. I'm not afraid to tell you that we have also prepared a lot for this meeting. Perhaps you really brought 100 Space Marines, and they are not far away. But you should not underestimate the Alliance. Moreover, if you turn the tables, you will not only face the current crisis, but also lose the hope of the entire regiment's survival. Even if the New World Torch and Fury Flame fight in the Fantasy Moon very smoothly and defeat the Holy Lily, So what? This is only a very small part of the Alliance strength. The Holy Lily can send another 1,000 combat sisters. And the Glory Guard can send another 10,000. Not to mention the Phoenix. The Blood Shark. Are you really going to take the entire New World Torch and be buried in Huanyue? Wang Mengsong was silent for a moment. And sneered. I don't want to. But you won't let me live. Right? Unconditional surrender. Lay down all weapons. And let you slaughter them. All the New World Torches will be like naked fish. And can be slaughtered at will. I can never accept this result. I would rather my soldiers die on the battlefield than watch them being executed like powerless pigs and sheep. Wu Yang chuckled. Unconditional surrender is unconditional surrender, but you think too badly. Can the Alliance guarantee our safety? The Alliance will not guarantee anything. Wu Yang made this premise first, and then said, but you can think about it again, New World Torch. Who laid down all weapons and surrendered? Why would the Alliance execute all of you? Not to mention your value, just to keep you, would you still need food for a few hundred people? Without waiting for Wang Mengsong to speak, Wu Yang continued, what's more, the Alliance still has some uses for you. At present, there is one. If you are willing to surrender unconditionally, the first task of the New World Torch after surrendering is to assist the Holy Lily Sisters to extinguish the rage flame together. You need to change your mindset. Whether the New World Torch will perish in the future depends on the Alliance. But it is precisely because of this that you should seize the opportunity and prove to the Alliance and Governor Gu as much as possible that the New World Torch should not perish. Show your value, Captain Wang Mengsong. Perhaps, what you should consider is not the issue of whether to perish or not, but how the New World Torch can grow more prosperously under the Alliance system. Please think about the Phoenix Regiment, what they were like 30 years ago, and what they are like now. 2 days later. In a valley between mountains, members of 2 Space Marine regiments confronted each other about 300 meters apart. The New World Torch came out in full force, with 300 warriors in total. But despite this, they were still far outnumbered. Standing opposite them, the orange-red painted Fury, there were 600 of them, twice as many as them. This was just the number in the valley. In the surrounding mountains, no one knew how many Fury warriors were hiding. 2 figures walked out of their respective positions. Politis looked at Wang Mengsong and said, Wang Mengsong, what do you mean by this? Didn't you invite me here? Politis had a slight smile on his face. I wanted to ask you to discuss the next strategic situation. You shouldn't bring so many people here. Our situation is very difficult. We may be attacked at any time. We shouldn't gather so many people in one place. Wang Mengsong spread his hands frankly. I'm a little scared. Politis. What are you afraid of? You suddenly asked me to come here, and asked me to leave my troops in armor. And I was really scared. If you have any misunderstandings, how bad would that be? Are you not afraid now? With 300 soldiers standing behind you, does that make you feel safe? Yes, at least you will be cautious. After a moment of silence, Politis sighed and said, why bother? I just want to ask you, 2 days ago, New World Torch mobilized about 100 troops, but I was not informed, and there was no record of any battle to the outside world. I just want to know, what did you do? Is it necessary to ask such a simple question, for 2 warbands, who fought side by side and shared weal and woe, to confront each other fiercely like now? 2 days ago, we just gathered internally once to discuss some internal affairs of the New World Torch. I am the warband leader of the New World Torch. Do I have to report all the affairs of the warband to you? Our 2 families, our destinies are the same. You should be more honest. Okay. Now I have told you frankly, the internal affairs of the regiment. Now, can we go? I'm afraid not. Wang Mengsong. Politis sighed. I really don't want to go this far. Wang Mengsong, with a solemn expression on his face, suddenly showed an inappropriate smile. Then I don't need to worry about anything. Chapter 596, Battle of Betrayal. 15 minutes later, Wang Mengsong was sweating profusely. He didn't feel it before, but when he really faced it, he realized, why is Fury so strong? Isn't it just a regiment that was beaten by the Phoenix? Could it be his regiment? Impossible. I don't believe it. 15 minutes ago, Fury and New World Torch officially fell out, and Fury took action directly. Not only the soldiers of both sides on the valley plain, Fury also arranged firepower on the nearby mountains. This is indeed a Hongmen banquet. Politis had bad intentions from the beginning. It's not just the Space Marines. They also mobilized some troops from the rebels. They are definitely no match for the Space Marines in a head-on battle, but they can use artillery to conduct long-range bombing. The firepower points are arranged from more than 10 kilometers to dozens of kilometers away. Even if the New World Torch wants to deal with it, it is not realistic. Of course, Wang Mensong must be well prepared. He had already judged that Politis had bad intentions, and was ready to surrender and stab him in the back. So how could he rashly come to the appointment? When Politis drew his sword, Wang Mensong took out his gun first. The explosive firepower covered Politis first. When the leader of the Fury Flame War rushed out of the firepower network and slashed with a sword, he encountered a dark green sword in Wang Mensong's hand. In the three confrontations in an instant, Wang Mensong's moves were aimed at Politis's fatal points. But he never cared whether he would be cut by the power sword. Under this life-changing attitude, Politis shouldn't be afraid. But in fact, he was afraid. His sword cut Wang Mensong. But the green weapon cut him and almost killed him. The difference between the two weapons was too huge. He had heard of phase weapons, but this was the first time he faced one in person. He knew that Wang Mensong himself did not have such a weapon. Only the Alliance had it. It was natural that there was no need to say who gave him this sword. Politos had already made an estimate in his mind. Otherwise, he would not have arranged the Hong'an banquet and invited Wang Mensong. He originally just wanted to take down Wang Mensong, a hidden danger, to deal with this friendly war leader who was wavering in his mentality, and to hold the New World Torch in his hands. In order to achieve this goal, he did not even want to kill him at first, but just put him under house arrest, until he knew that Wang Mensong was bringing the entire regiment to the banquet. He felt very heavy. Distrust was already on the table. He just hoped that everything was still in time. However, he was decisive enough, but Wang Mensong was even more decisive than him. Looking at that phase weapon, everything was very clear. Politis did not insist on a fight with Wang Mensong. In his opinion, Wang Mensong's strength was just SOSO. As a chapter leader, he could be considered a chapter champion. But the problem was, he was also. After that bloody fight, he was indeed one of the strongest people in Fury. But before that, he was not the top one in Fury. Compared with Wang Mensong, the two were equally matched. But if the difference in weapons was taken into account, his chances of winning were not high. Wang Mensong did not linger too much. After Politis retreated, he, who was less injured, retreated to his own battle group. Under fire, he led the team to retreat into the mountains. In this battle, his New World Torch was definitely the one who suffered. Not only was there a loss in numbers, but also in firepower. And it was also completely at a disadvantage in terrain. Just to retreat back to the mountains, they sacrificed more than a dozen people. But this was just the beginning. 600 angry flames were pressing upwards. Artillery fire was hitting their heads. And there were at least 300 angry flames lying in ambush around them, surrounding them from all directions. No matter how you look at it, it was a posture of total annihilation. If it were up to Wang Mensong himself, he would definitely not do this job. Come here to die? But this is the Alliance request. As a surrenderer, in order to win the governor's recognition, to prove his own value, and to get better treatment after surrendering, what room for bargaining is there? He could only come with gritted teeth. Of course, the Alliance could not say, "Go and kill Fury." Everyone knew that. They did not have the strength. The mission of the New World Torch was to attract the enemy firmly, with certain sacrifices. After he informed Grit that he was coming to see Politis, the head nun of the Holy Lily of Mercy asked him to keep the appointment, and asked him to hold on for at least 15 minutes. At the same time, the Holy Lily of Mercy, the Glory Guards, the Alliance Army, the Alliance Navy, all the forces that Grit could mobilize, were already being mobilized. But they couldn't make too much fanfare, lest they be discovered. Fortunately, the secrecy didn't need to last too long. After Politis and Wang Mensong fell out, they could move forward at full speed. However, they had to work a little harder. Although they were at a disadvantage in all aspects, they were at least 300 Space Marines. They could hold out for 15 minutes. There shouldn't be any problem. Right? There wouldn't be too many casualties. Right? Not sure. Even though they had made preparations in advance, they still lost more than a dozen soldiers just to withdraw from the firepower coverage of Fury. You know, in the past 6 months of guerrilla warfare, the New World Torch has only lost about 50 people. But the sacrifices have just begun. Huanyu is not a place with a particularly good natural environment. There are no dense forests on the rolling mountains, but strange boulders and pits of varying depths. This certainly provides some cover, but it is better than nothing. They still have to face long-range bombings and the raging flames coming from all directions. The New World Torch, which lacks room for maneuver, is forced to face its former comrades with swords under the worst conditions. Oh, they were not unfamiliar with this, after all. They had done it once a few years ago. However, the disadvantages in all aspects could not be made up, and their numbers were still decreasing rapidly. But in just 10 minutes, more than 30 people fell. The total number of casualties had exceeded the guerrilla warfare in the past 6 months. More importantly, the morale of the regiment was completely gone. Are the warriors of the New World Torch born rebels? No. Betrayal, backstabbing, is always dishonorable. If it was like the time in Tianyuan 6, when they backstabbed and killed thousands of Blood Rose battle nuns and another regiment, it would be fine. After all, in that battle, they were the absolute advantage, and the feeling of uneasiness did not affect the victory of the prolonged battle. But now, they are not only the betrayer, but also the disadvantaged party, which makes it even more difficult to deal with. In just 10 minutes, they lost more than 15% of the soldiers, which is secondary. The more important thing is that the entire regiment's front line is actually about to be broken. This was something Wang Meisong had not expected. He had originally thought, no matter how difficult the situation was, they were at least 300 Space Marines, and it should be no problem for them to hold out for 15 minutes. Right? Now it seemed that after 15 minutes, their front would collapse. Of course, not all of them would be killed by then. But when Grit's reinforcements arrived, they would be surrounded, their front would collapse, and they would be divided and strangled everywhere, unable to escape. How many of the New World Torches would survive until after the war? Wang Meisong felt cold in his heart. But fortunately, things took a turn for the better in the 10th minute. It wasn't that Grit's support arrived. She couldn't do it that fast even if she tried her best. It was the Alliance warships in the orbit of Huanyue that sent support firepower. At the moment of falling out, Wang Meisong asked for help. He sent out the coordinates. Except for the rocky land planned by him and his soldiers, all the rest were within the attack range. The masters of the Navy, still, and never like to make meaningless attacks on the surface. But the current situation is obviously not the case. Although the coordinates given are coordinates that cannot be attacked, the attack coordinates are in a vast mountainous area, but it is clear that there are a large number of enemy Space Marines in this area, so it is easy to say. Moreover, just to save the lives of a few hundred Space Marines, it is worthwhile to fight this round. In order not to affect the New World Torch, the warships in the sky did not use weapons with too large a bombing range, but only selected 2 types of weapons, light spears and missiles, to carry out this ground support mission. The range of the light spear is actually small, and it will not cause a violent explosion after hitting the ground. The explosion of the destroyed target is another matter. But that does not mean that the light spear cannot provide ground support. Dozens of light beams of varying thicknesses fell from the sky, shining on the ground, and began to sweep back and forth in a certain area. The rock surface that was irradiated was quickly burned, exploded, and melted. In the area swept by the light spear, there was nothing intact left. No matter how agile and nimble the Space Marines are, they cannot escape the light. Of course, the light spears are accurate enough. But unfortunately, the starships in orbit cannot lock onto the Space Marines moving around in the mountains and give them accurate strikes. Only 3 or 5 were killed. The sweep of the light spears is more of a deterrent and intimidation, covering an area so that the enemy dare not come in easily. This almost surrounded the area designated by Wang Meisong. Then, the missiles that fell down could have a bombing effect on a larger area. With the area marked by Wang Meisong as the center, the surrounding area of 40 kilometers is all within the bombing range. The sky-splitting axe smashes towards the edge of the range, responsible for large coverage and strong damage, and the scalpel is used to hit the surrounding area near the New World Torch to avoid accidental injuries. In the fierce bombing, the ground is shaking. Even if they are accurately avoided, the soldiers of the New World Torch still have to bury their heads and hide in the bunkers to avoid being hurt by the shock waves and flying boulders that are too close to some explosion points. However, Fu Yin, who was in the bombing range, continued to attack despite such firepower. It was actually a reasonable reaction. Although they didn't know what coordinates Wang Meisong sent, they had a lower chance of being bombed if they were mixed with the New World Torch. But making the right decision is easier said than done. How difficult is it? The New World Torch couldn't do it, so it suffered a great loss. Wang Meisong was furious. For a moment, he was really disappointed with his own regiment. But this is his regiment after all. He charged forward while swaying in the shaking of the earth. In the fierce explosions, he roared with all his might, letting his voice pass through the communication channel and reach the helmets of every New World Torch. Fight! Fight! The New World Torch is not a coward. We fight for survival. Only those with courage can survive. As the commander of the regiment, his shouting can only be said to be somewhat useful. The warriors of the New World Torch still moved, although they were a little hesitant. The only ones who could really stand firm were his personal guards and several company commanders. A total of just over 30 people. However, with their brave fight, they still managed to fend off the impact of the orbital bombardment. Fury was not a Superman, and there were only a few who could launch a counterattack under such circumstances. Moreover, Politis was ready to retreat. If he failed to capture Wang Mengsong and quickly destroy his regiment, he would have no chance. Now, what is falling is orbital bombardment. What's next? Those annoying battle sisters and glory guards must have set off on their fighter planes and are on their way. They are probably already on standby in the fighter planes, and will come at full speed once the battle breaks out. The elite troops deployed within 200 kilometers, including the takeoff and acceleration time, will arrive here in no more than 15 minutes. If they don't retreat now, when will they? Even if they can deal with a few sudden battle sisters and glory guards, then what they have to deal with next may be the paratroopers of the Marine Corps falling from orbit. If they can even deal with this, then what will come next is the large force of the Alliance army that surrounds the entire mountain area. The more we fight, the less hope there is. Retreat quickly, break out quickly, that is the best strategy. However, at this moment, Politos saw fighter planes coming from the smoke and dust that had not dissipated from the orbital bombing. These Wind Falcons, Unicorn fighter planes, fired missiles all at once in midair, and continued to suppress the angry space warriors who could not raise their heads. At the same time, the mortal elite fighters quickly airborne. After emptying the soldiers inside, half of the fighter planes returned, probably to carry more people, while the other half of the fighter planes still refused to leave. Circling in the air, the machine guns on them madly poured firepower on the ground, helping the airborne nuns and guards to advance. In the bombing just now, Fury lost some people, but the casualties were not as serious as expected. The survivability of Space Marines is still very strong. They have strong fighting instincts and nowhere to hide. Even if it is a carpet bombing, it is not true that all places are covered in 1 second. There are always places that cannot be covered. Moreover, the powerful protective ability of the power armor also allows them to survive when they are not hit directly. But they are always dizzy, under the cover of Air Force missiles and machine guns. The Battle Sisters and the Glory Guard successfully reunited with the New World Torch. Chapter 597, Give Me a Quick Blow. Grit is a person who can feel the unbearableness of the New World Torch more. After all, she and her sisters on this planet have been fighting with the New World Torch and Fury for more than half a year. To be honest, the abilities of these two regiments are indeed different. When fighting the New World Torch, it is obviously easier than fighting Fury. But it is an indirect comparison after all. If you really want to be sure, you still have to let these two regiments collide. As a result, the New World Torch shattered at the first touch. Even with orbital fire support, they still ended up like this. After she led the team to fight, she was not satisfied with the performance of these Space Marines. Leaving aside the strength level, she clearly felt that the fighting spirit of these people was also quite weak. They were not like the Death Angels in her impression. No wonder they betrayed twice, and became slaves of 3 surnames. She really looked down on these Space Marines with orange-red upper bodies and brass lower bodies. Fortunately, in this battle, we don't expect them to be a big help. This wave of troops sent in, there are a total of 1,200 people. All the Holy Lilies are here, plus 200 Glory Guards. With such a force, and the lack of fighting spirit, the weak New World Torch actually still does not have the ability to confront the Fury Corps head-on. In addition, the two sides are fighting at close range. Especially when they are caught in close combat, the support provided by the orbital bombing becomes very weak. Without ground guidance, orbital firepower can hardly achieve accurate strikes, and the impact on the enemy long-range firepower will be weakened. As for close-range combat, you can't bomb your own people. However, the Air Force is better in this regard, and the machine guns can aim and shoot. The 50 Wind Falcons and Unicorns in the air can provide great help. Moreover, Grit does not just expect to destroy the Wrath with the power at hand. What she has to do is still the same as what the New World Torch did before, to firmly contain the Wrath here. After much difficulty, Rage Flame gathered most of its troops, and was caught, so we must take this opportunity to solve the trouble in one fell swoop. If we can surround them and destroy them head-on, then the cost will definitely be lower than fighting an asymmetric war with them and being harassed constantly. But it seems that Politis is a sober person. He can realize that if they continue to fight, they will be doomed. The entire Rage Flame Corps looks like they are going to evacuate in all directions. How could Grid give him a chance? If we delay for another 10 minutes, there will be about 2,000 more Glory Guards arriving by fighter planes. 20 minutes later, the number will become 4,000. 30 minutes later, the airborne troops will land from orbit. The Rear Admiral promised that the first batch of troops will not be less than 10,000. And all of them will be elite and equipped with exoskeleton armor. 1 hour later, for Union Army divisions, 2 special brigades, a total of 170,000 people, will be able to complete the encirclement of the mountainous area. Armored divisions and infantry divisions will be stationed everywhere, digging trenches to ensure that this place is locked. Firepower will be set up, and they will respond to requests for firepower support in the mountains at any time, and fiercely smash shells into them. The light infantry and special brigades of each division will enter the mountains to participate in the battle to annihilate the Space Marines. By then, the encirclement will be completed. Going deeper, the Alliance army is already moving in the wider mountain area surrounding this mountain area. From cities to fortresses to military camps, millions of troops are deployed here. The Fury Corps can't escape. Now is the last window of opportunity. We can't let Politis escape. Even though there are still many Furies alive, Grid gritted her teeth, led the team in person, and launched a pursuit, and was determined to catch these Furies. There was an effect. She significantly slowed down the Furies' retreat. However, this also led to a wave of crazy counterattacks. But this also led to the counterattack of Fury. And their counterattack was so fierce and fierce. Individual anti-aircraft missiles were fired from behind several boulders. These Fury warriors were very calm and accurate. They were in low altitude to carry out ground support missions. And at this moment, they looked more like armed helicopters. Caught off guard, more than a dozen of them were bombed down in an instant. The air cover was suddenly reduced. The remaining fighters were also frightened, and increased their altitude and speed, and hesitated for a while. At this moment, at least 100 Furies rushed out from all directions and corners in front of Grit, at a very close distance. Whether it was Space Marines, Battle Sisters, or Glory Guards, their shooting accuracy could be improved to an extremely exaggerated level. Bombs flew wildly. Plasma beams were mixed in, and many people fell in an instant. The next moment, the distance between the two sides was even closer to close combat. The chainsaw swords and combat blades in the hands of the Fury warriors collided with the Battle Sisters, and instantly gained a particularly large advantage. The physical difference between the two sides was very obvious. Although the Battle Sisters were all carefully selected mortal elites, their general height could reach more than 1.8 meters. For mortal women, this was already very tall. But every Fury warrior standing in front of them was like a little giant. This was only the physical difference in appearance. If it came to the real body, the Space Warriors with superhuman organs would be irresistible to the Battle Sisters. Their power armors are all different. The only advantage of the Battle Sisters is their faith. This faith is not illusory. They sing praises to the Emperor, and then the Emperor power is really bestowed on them, making them fearless and full of power. Even their luck will get better, from time to time. The fatal blade that was originally going to chop off their heads will just pass by their ears. But through blessing, it can only slightly narrow the gap between the two sides, but cannot change the essence. In the fierce collision, even though the Battle Sisters and the Glory Guards had an absolute numerical advantage, the number of people who died instantly was still far higher than the opponent. If 10 Furies fell, 100 or even 200 elite warriors of the Alliance might have to pay for their lives. Grid had expected this. Furies would certainly bite back if pushed into a corner. The current head-on collision was actually disadvantageous to the elites of the Alliance. She immediately ordered to shrink the team, to focus on defense, and to let the sisters and guards gather together as much as possible, to stay together, to take care of each other, to besiege at the same time as much as possible, and not to fight alone. In this way, the Battle Sisters and the Glory Guards were indeed in a difficult position to pursue. The Raging Flames also drifted away after knocking out their opponents with one blow, trying to withdraw. However, it delayed their time after all. What's more, after reorganizing the team, Grid was still able to lead people to chase after them. One chase and one run, one counterattack and one defense, one retreat and one chase. At the cost of the lives of about 400 elites, Grid fought very hard. Especially when Grid shouted again and again. Wang Mengsong also came up with his new world torch. It was even more so. Although their morale was low and they were slow to move, they were still more than 200 space marines. Moreover, the first backup she had been waiting for soon came. 2,000 glory guards followed. These warriors, wearing feedback power armor, were the absolute elite among mortals, even if they were not the opponents of the space marines. When they were airdropped from the fighter planes to the escape route of Fury, the effect they brought was still quite deadly. If Fury wanted to defeat these glory guards, he had to gather his troops, and could not flee in a scattered manner like he was doing now. Moreover, no matter what they did, it would take a long time to defeat or even kill so many glory guards. As long as they were not killed, the next batch of glory guards would arrive soon. Paulitos had no expression on his face, but his forehead was already covered with cold sweat. He was still trying his best to command the team. The surviving Fury warriors, under his command, sometimes completely separated, disappeared, and sometimes briefly gathered in small teams of dozens of people to carry out targeted attacks against the pursuit of the Battle Sisters or the interception of the Glory Guards, and then escape after breaking the gap. However, the more he fought, the more desperate he felt. The entire regiment, as if stepped into a quagmire. They had already dealt with it with all their strength, but the accumulated mud was still becoming more and more viscous. They found it difficult to escape. The previous bombing had cost them hundreds of lives, disrupting their plan to annihilate the New World Torch, and many of the remaining people were injured. At this moment, in the confrontation with the increasing number of Battle Sisters and Glory Guards, they killed many people, but their own numbers were also decreasing. The more they fought like this, the more doomed they would be. What should they do? Paulitos thought of many ways, and decisively asked the team to execute them. His ways were all right, and could improve the current situation. But overall, they still could not prevent the entire war group from getting deeper and deeper into trouble. This was especially true when the ordinary mortal troops also poured into the mountains. The Furies could not even find a place to hide. As his breathing became heavier, Paulitos' eyes gradually began to fill with blood. He kicked down another silver-haired battle sister, smashed the helmet with the power sword, and twisted the beautiful face, which was now terrified, into a ball of bloody rotten flesh. Many of them also floated onto the armor. After that, Paulitos was completely unwilling to think. He roared to the sky, turned around and charged. Inside his helmet, the tactical panel marked the position of a person. It was Sister Grit. Paulitos knew that she was the supreme commander of the Alliance strategy to wipe out their anger in Huanyue. He was going to kill her. Will killing Grit solve the current problem of Fury? I'm afraid not. Although she is the supreme commander, the Alliance is not green skin. There is no problem that the entire Legion will lose its organization once the big boss dies. If Grit is killed, the next level successor will immediately take over the command, and according to the established strategy, continue to encircle and suppress Fury in this mountainous area. If Fury is not surrounded and killed, the Alliance will never give up this time. But Paulitos had completely stopped thinking about these things. He even gave up commanding the entire team. At this moment, he just wanted to twist off the head of the Battle Sister. As he roared and charged, the more than 10 guards, who had been following him, also roared and followed. Grit immediately discovered that a team was rushing against the current towards her. They came very quickly, and the Elite Alliance team they encountered in the middle were all like paper, and were chopped to death one after another. The 3 winged falcons that flew over in the sky to support, and to see what was going on, had 2 of them shot down, and the remaining one kept its tail between its legs, and pulled its speed to more than Mach 2 before running away. But it still passed the message to Grit, and told the head sister that it seemed that the one who came was the commander of the Wrath of Flame. Decapitation tactics? Want to kill me? Grit immediately made such a judgment. She was eager to try. Ordinary combat sisters could not beat the Space Marines. But she felt that she could fight, even if it was the so-called champion of the chapter. She wanted to try. But then, she suppressed this thought. If she was just a warrior, she would not mind a fight to the death with a chapter commander. If she died, she would die. If she won, it would be a great honor. But she was still the commander. She shouldered the entire battle. The honor of a warrior was not as important as a more secure victory. So, She reported the coordinates to the communication with the Sky Navy that had been connected, and called for a sky-splitting axe and 3 scalpels. Afterwards, she not only did not ask all the Alliance soldiers near the coordinates to evacuate, but asked them to do their best to stop it. Needless to say, the power and coverage of the sky-splitting axe, with precise coordinates and obstacles, Politis, who charged recklessly, would definitely be hit. Even if he didn't hit, the 3 scalpels that followed would also blow up the surrounding area again. As for the Alliance soldiers who fought against Politis and his guards, they had no chance of survival. But this is war. Grid is not a cold-blooded person on weekdays. She still maintains the habits of a nun, participates in the missionary work of the sisters, helps the suffering, and participates in free medical consultations. It's not that she doesn't value other people's lives. Not to mention, among the Alliance elites killed in the bombing, there are also her combat sisters. However, what's more important to her at this moment is the identity of the commander. Compared to the cost of more than 100 casualties, eliminating a regiment leader and his guards is obviously much more important. If there is no bombing, perhaps Politos and his guards can kill thousands of people and finally escape. At this moment, Politos' insanity was exposed, giving a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for precision bombing, which of course must be used. However, this trick cannot be used all the time, even from the most utilitarian perspective. It can be covered up with various excuses once in a while. But if it is used too many times, the constant sacrifice of our own soldiers, who are used as human bombing coordinates, will make the living people shaken. It is different to die in glory, and be used as bait and blown up by your own people. Grid must consider the morale of the army. But using it once is enough, and the value has exceeded the limit. Afterwards, she personally led the team to check the bombing site. She was surprised to find that Politos was still alive. He was left with only a head, a chest, and half of an arm. But he could still move, and his eyes could still stare at her fiercely. According to his position, he probably avoided the center of the explosion when the sky-splitting axe landed, and was then blown away by the shock wave. Then the scalpel fell to a relatively close position, blowing off one of his hands and the entire lower body. Grid did not try to provide medical treatment or capture him on the spot, but gave him a quick death. Chapter 598 added the second group. When Gu Heng got the report from Huan Yue Star, he just glanced at it, and then signed to show that he had read it, and agreed with the next policy. The reason for his casual attitude was not because the matters of Fury and New World Torch were not important. On the contrary, they were quite important. Gu Heng had long wanted to get rid of Politis. He caused a lot of trouble for Gu Heng and the Alliance. If Politis had honestly found a place to fight a decisive battle with the Alliance, there would not have been so many problems, and the war would not have been delayed for so long. After killing them, there was no more hidden danger. Inside the Proud Claw Star region, there was finally no large-scale, threatening enemy force. For the Phoenix Regiment, the Alliance helped them complete 1/3 of their revenge, and the surrender of the New World Torch also brought benefits. Gu Heng didn't really care about the 200 Space Marines. Putting their level aside, they betrayed twice, and they were traitors. Who would dare to believe them? No matter how big-hearted Gu Heng was, he was unwilling to put Wang Mengsong and the more than 200 New World Torches he brought with him in any key position. They have proven that they cannot withstand the pressure. They can switch sides twice for survival in times of crisis. And there will be a third time. But the New World Torch itself is still more important, since he found out that there is a limit to the number of Phoenix Seeds he can exchange. Gu Heng has to consider gathering more warbands to obtain more gene seeds and produce more space warriors. After the New World Torch surrendered, Gu Heng saw a new gene seed exchange option on the warband-related interface. This is their greatest value. The new gene seed that can be exchanged is not called the New World Torch gene seed, but the secondary infinite gene seed. The parent group of the New World Torch core is the Infinite Core. This matter is clearly recorded. During the period of Pharaoh's army building, the newly established batch of regiments were basically built with the gene seeds of the Infinite Core. It is not surprising at all. The Infinite Core, in the Legion era that year, was the largest in number. Their gene seed compatibility is the first among all the newly established legions, which means that the success rate of gene seed implantation is the highest. In addition, their legion has been good at management since the Legion era, so it is quite normal that they have the largest number of people. With a large number of people, when the legion is split into war groups, there will be more war groups split out, and more gene seed taxes will be paid. When the army is built later, There will be more new war groups built with the seeds of infinite warriors. More war groups, more people, and more gene seed taxes paid. It has been a positive cycle until now. With infinite war groups, blue helmets and blue armor, and many children and grandchildren. But why is it a secondary seed? The gene seed of the Infinite Legion, shouldn't it be one of the most stable ones? Why would it degenerate? After thinking for a while, combining his knowledge of the Space Marine gene seed and the situation of the Phoenix, he had a rough guess. The gene seed of the Space Marine will undergo some changes in the long years and countless inheritances. Some gene seeds are relatively less stable, so the magnitude of the change may be large. Here is also a characteristic of gene seeds. The gene seeds that mature in the 5th year do not count. The seed that has been with the Space Marine for a lifetime and is taken when the Space Marine dies will carry some information of the host. That is some combat experience and skills. When it is implanted in a newcomer, it cannot turn him into a mature warrior immediately, but it can greatly accelerate the process. The information contained in the gene seeds will become something similar to biological instinct, allowing the new warrior to inherit. Space Marines grow rapidly, and often inherit many of their former masters' fighting styles. For example, the Phoenix, which has a history of thousands of years, is considered an ancient regiment, which means that after inheriting the original Phoenix gene, they have undergone similar changes and have been transformed for thousands of years. In addition, the Phoenix gene seed is not known for its stability, so it is normal for the gene seed to have some differences with the Phoenix mother group. In addition, the Phoenix has some unknown experiences in its past history. Therefore, their current gene seed cannot be said to be completely different from the Phoenix. But the difference is also quite large. This is what Gu Hang can see in his system panel. The gene seed he exchanged is called Phoenix seed, not Phoenix seed. Gu Hang suspects that the Blood Shark will be in a similar situation. However, they have not appeared in Gu Hang battle group list, and their gene seeds cannot be exchanged, so they can only wait for verification in the future. As for the New World Torch, they are in another situation. The New World Torch was established not long ago, only about 300 years ago. Their chapter has only been updated to the 5th generation so far, and there are even a large number of 2nd and 3rd generation members in the chapter. This is obviously not enough to support a particularly large change in the chapter's gene seed. Not to mention that it is a subchapter of a chapter with stable genes such as the Infinite Warriors. Their gene seeds are still the same as when the army was founded. As for why it is secondary, it is also easy to understand. In theory, each chapter should hand over 1/10 of the newly generated gene seeds as gene seed tax to the Empire, and the Mechanicus will keep it for safekeeping. After inspection, it will be sealed in the gene seed bank. In this case, what seeds will each regiment hand in? There is only a quantity requirement, so naturally they have to hand in the seeds with the worst activity, and they must be the new seeds produced in 5 years. Those old warriors, those recovered when the elites sacrificed, and those with particularly good activity, will definitely be kept by themselves. These generally not very good gene seeds, after being sent to Mars, have been stored in the cold storage for who knows how many years. The Mechanicus's technology for preserving gene seeds is certainly not bad. However, time is the best killer, no matter how good the preservation technology is. After hundreds or thousands of years of storage, the activity will inevitably decrease. The biggest impact of the decrease in gene seed activity is that it will reduce the success rate of the implantation operation. The second relatively invisible impact is that after the operation is successful, the strength of the superhuman organs that grow out will be weakened to varying degrees. This problem can be gradually solved and improved over a relatively long period of time, after the regiment has experienced brutal battles again and accumulated enough veterans, and their gene seeds are passed down. But the time when the New World Torch was established, and what they did in the past few hundred years, were not enough to support them to complete the cultivation and optimization of their own seeds. When it fell into Gu Hang hands, it became a second-rate Infinite Warrior gene seed. However, he soon stopped worrying about this issue. It's second-rate, but it's still a space warrior. Gu Hang is not without a way to make up for it. Through the training interface, he can raise the level of the space warrior to a higher level. For veterans, champions, etc., the differences brought by gene seeds will be reduced to a negligible level. Wait. Thinking of this, Gu Hang realized another problem. Not every space marine has the potential to be trained to become a champion, even for the Phoenix. All members can only be trained to become veterans, 30% to become non-commissioned officers, and 10 to 15% can be trained to the level of company champions. Will the seeds affect the potential of the Space Marines cultivated? Maybe it's possible. Thinking of this, looking at the glaring word inferior, Gu Heng couldn't help but curse. No wonder the New World Torch is so bad. It's not good in terms of bloodline. After being depressed for a while, Gu Heng gathered his mood and continued to think about it. The quality of the gene seed is a foregone conclusion. There is no way to change it. But how to deal with it is still a question that makes him hesitate. Excluding Wang Mengsong and others who are still alive, Gu Heng can exchange a total of about 1,800 inferior unlimited seeds. Adding the 200 surrendered New World Torches who are still alive, the total number is 2,000. Together, they pose a complex problem. How should Gu Heng use the proceeds this time? To break it down, there are actually 3 problems: prisoners, seeds, and the name of the New World Torch. Let's talk about the New World Torch first. Gu Heng wants to keep this name. Of course, the newly trained Space Marines can be treated in the same way as the Shadow Corps that Gu Heng established with 1,000 Phoenix Seeds. However, the Shadow Corps can only do dirty work, and it is not very convenient to act in secret. With 1 more corps under his name, Gu Heng has 1,000 more corps that can act in the open. As for their betrayal, this must also be dealt with. Otherwise the Empire will not be able to get away with it. The solution is the Expedition of Atonement. As the commander of the Southern Front, Gu Heng, in conjunction with the Flash Tribunal, which has a good relationship with him and has been active in the Eastern Universe for a long time, sentenced the New World Torch to 100 years of Expedition of Atonement. This is a little bit problematic. Let's not talk about Gu Heng for now. The main thing is that the Flash Tribunal is a little too small. They have this power in theory, but they are too weak to deserve it. But the Alliance now seems to be strong enough. As long as there is no problem with the process, the Alliance can solve the problem of strength. And in the state of the Atonement Expedition, the New World Torch must unconditionally accept the help and instructions from all Imperial forces. That is naturally the Alliance. Even if this war is over, the New World Torch's combat missions for the next 100 years will be taken up by the Alliance. If other Imperial forces want to issue missions, sorry, I have some ready-made ones on hand, and I have to fight for the Alliance. In fact, it's not just the New World Torch, but Gu Heng of the Fury Flame also plans to deal with it this way. He will announce to the public that the Fury Flame Corps has also surrendered, regardless of whether it actually has surrendered or not. Then sentence them to a 200-year atonement expedition. Then, he will go back and get the seeds of other corps and fill them into this Fury Flame. In this way, after adding the New World Torch and Fury Flame, Gu Heng had 2,000 more Space Marines who could act openly. In fact, this still did not take up all of the 4,000 gene seeds that Gu Heng estimated. Let's talk about the captives. Gu Heng thought about these 200 people, but still did not execute all of them. Although it was an unconditional surrender, Gu Heng did not promise them anything. But after all, after they negotiated the surrender, they acted as bait according to the Alliance requirements, and barely kept guard for 15 minutes as required. Although the battle was not fought beautifully, Gu Heng was still not ready to burn the bridge after crossing the river. He would give Wang Mengsong 2 choices: either all members would retire, and the Alliance would plan some territories for them in a wild, undeveloped world in the rear. They would be given the status of Alliance citizens, and then go to open up the Wasteland, just like an ordinary farmer. There are many such worlds, especially in the northeast of the Dragon Eagle Star region. Those worlds that were once occupied by greenskins. The Alliance cannot wipe out all those worlds full of greenskins by issuing extermination orders. So far, the Alliance has only eliminated all the interstellar navigation capabilities of the iron-toothed greenskins, and through orbital bombardment, it has blown up all the conspicuous garbage cities and hit the industrial potential of the greenskins. There are many worlds with hundreds of millions of greenskins alive. It is not enough to ignore them. Otherwise, create another greenskin boss. Build a secret garbage city underground and in the hills. Build some greenskin ships and launch them into the sky. Maybe the iron-toothed green tide will start again. Even now, when the Alliance is going on an expedition, there is still a small fleet led by a cruiser, cruising in the former greenskin occupied area. They will regularly clean up prominent targets on each greenskin planet. The Alliance has also deployed colonies on these planets. Occupy an area, collect resources, immigrate, continue to grow, and then fight outward. This may be a century-long plan, and it must be done in the form of a people's war to truly clean up the entire planet. But fortunately, when the greenskins have no leader, they fight each other more fiercely. For them, there is not much difference between coming to cause trouble for Xiaomi and overcoming the greenskin tribe next door. The greenskins, in a state of disunity, don't have the concept of racial war being above all else. The old warriors of the New World Torch can all retire and go to these planets. If they die, blame yourself. The immigrants of the Alliance can find ways to survive. Even if the Space Marines lose their power armor, can't they survive? That's purely my own problem. By the way, it can also help the Alliance to immigrate and colonize these worlds. I hope so. Those who choose to retire will be completely scattered all over the planet, and then do whatever they need to do. If Wang Mengsong and others are unwilling, Gu Heng also gave them a second option, to join the punishment camp or the death company. Then they can continue to maintain their identity as space warriors, but they will always face the most brutal battles, and their priority in getting supplies is also the lowest. In the death company, without orders, it is not allowed to decide to retreat or transfer on your own. Chapter 599, Gu Shi Xiner. As the name implies, Death Company, that is where you fight to the death. And Wang Mengsong and his warriors, unexpectedly, but not unexpectedly, most of them chose Death Company. Fighting to the death, isn't that the goal of Space Marines? In normal warbands, Space Marines, generally there is no such thing as retirement. They will age, theoretically they may die of old age, but in reality, no Space Marine has ever lived to the age of old age after thousands of years of life. The final result is that they are missing or killed in battle. Joining the Death Company is nothing more than bringing this time earlier. Compared with the so-called retirement, Space Marines prefer this. These transformed angels are still different from mortals in the final analysis. After the gene seeds are implanted, many normal people's mundane desires will fade to a very low level. The demand for food, sex, etc. is greatly reduced, and the demand for honor, fighting, etc. is far higher than that of ordinary people. Although the New World Torch is weak, it is still a Space Marine after all, and few people choose to retire. Wang Mengsong, as the former commander of the regiment, also chose the Death Company. The Death Company of the New World Torch was established in this way. Finally, let's talk about the issue of gene seeds. Not all gene seeds need to be exchanged by Gu Heng. For example, the seeds of the Phoenix have now reached the upper limit of 2,000, and Gu Heng can no longer exchange for new ones. However, the seeds grown by Space Marines every 5 years, and the seeds picked from the subsequent dead in battle are not restricted. In other words, as long as the Phoenix does not suffer serious damage all at once, and the battlefield situation does not allow the gene seeds to be recovered, the overall number can slowly increase above 2,000. It is nothing more than that before the lost gene seeds fall below 2,000. Gu Heng will not be able to exchange them. The same logic applies to the inferior Infinite Warrior gene seeds of the New World Torch. The total amount of 1,800 gene seeds does not need to be exchanged by Gu Heng. Some of them are ready-made. Of these 1,800 gene seeds, 800 will be allocated to the New World Torch, and the number of New World Torch will be gradually increased to more than 900. There are also dozens of New World Torch veterans who choose to retire, and they will always occupy the quota. Let them occupy it. Gu Heng decided to give people the choice and be more generous. Wang Mengsong will certainly not be the head of the regiment. He does not even have the identity of the captain of the Death Company. The top leaders of the New World Torch will be completely taken up by the new seeds exchanged by Gu Heng and the new soldiers trained. As usual, all members will undergo political commissar training to ensure their loyalty to the Alliance. The other 1,000 seeds, after being trained as recruits, will be directly formed into the new Fury Flame Corps to carry out the 200-year-long expedition of atonement within the Alliance. An expedition under the command of the Alliance. The new Fury Flame has no historical baggage. After all, there are no veterans. For these two, Gu Heng, the culture of the Corps, has no intention of having anything to do with the old Corps, but to implement the culture and ethos of the Alliance. Some things must be related to the old group, such as history that cannot be covered up. And the tone will be set. The group is guilty, but the warriors are all good warriors of the Alliance. In the group, they will fight for the Alliance and wash away the guilt of the torch of the New World. After 100 years, all the sins will be redeemed, and they will be bathed in glory again. Gu Heng hopes that the warriors of the New World Torch and the New Fury will not have too much psychological pressure. Things that are not easy to say in Phoenix are easy to say in these two groups that are completely formed by the Alliance and are only listed through backdoor listing. You are first and foremost a warrior of the Alliance. As long as you fight for the Alliance, all the glory will come naturally. You don't need to worry about the bad reputation left by those traitors in the past. That history has nothing to do with you. You don't even need inheritance. You don't even need to tell them about the history of the war group. Just tell them about the history of the Alliance. Those old torches, old angry flames, they are not even predecessors. The warriors of the New World Torch also have the responsibility to take good care of those old traitors in the Death Company. As for how Wang Mengsong would view the sudden appearance of several hundred New World Torches, Gu Heng would tell them that these were gene seeds seized from the bodies of soldiers on their ships. At the same time, the Alliance agents also stole their gene pool from the New World Torch's home planet. This was indeed the case. When the New World Torch went to war a few years ago, they brought 1,500 people. After their death, many of their gene seeds could not be recovered, and more than 800 were collected, all in Wang Mengsong's hands. And they fell into the hands of the Alliance after the surrender. Of course, Wang Mengsong certainly couldn't believe it completely. Although the numbers were roughly the same, how could the selection of reserves, implantation surgery, and superhuman organ growth be done so quickly? But Gu Heng would let their pharmacists check these new gene seeds to ensure that they were completely homologous to their own, without any problems. What if you still don't believe it? Believe it or not. To be honest, giving those old torches an explanation would be giving them face. If you don't believe it, then don't believe it. What do you want after joining the Death Company? There are still 1,000 places, which will be put into the New Fury. The Alliance actually recovered hundreds of seeds from Fury's corpse, but Gu Heng just sealed them up and didn't use them. As for the Fury's Legion, what should be done about the feud between the Fury and Phoenix Legion? That's too simple. There are some things that Gu Heng can confess directly to Martin. Fury was killed, and there is no Fury anymore. It's just a loan of skin. When it's no longer needed in the future, Rage Flame can be destroyed in name at any time. It didn't take Gu Heng much time to deal with these things. After the big ideas and the tone were set, the specific implementation details were handed over to the War Group Management Office. This is a brand new Alliance organization, and it was established not long ago. They are not responsible for any decision-making work. They only execute Gu Heng will, and their goal is to fully cooperate with the needs of each war group. This is not an independent organization, but a subsidiary of Gu Heng Governor's Office, which is dedicated to handling such work. They will coordinate with the Alliance Biological Research Institute, receive all gene seeds, cooperate with the Alliance Military and Political Department, select the soldiers Gu Heng needs, arrange operations, and assign personnel to the 2 new regiments. As the Alliance grows, Gu Heng has no time to handle more and more things himself. What's more, he does have another very important thing to do right now. He went to his and Yi Lixia master bedroom, where a crib was next to it. Taking the bottle from the nanny, Gu Heng fed the baby himself. He didn't have much experience in this area, but he had mastered the techniques of holding and feeding the baby quite well. The baby he was feeding at this moment was, of course, his own baby. Yi Lixia laughed at the side. "Why are you laughing so happily?" Yi Lixia replied, "I used to imagine many futures, becoming a general, commanding a fleet, destroying the enemies of the Empire. But this scene was not what I expected. Be a mother? Not only that." Yi Lixia's smile became warmer. "Becoming a mother, I have certainly thought about giving birth to offspring. I just didn't think that, watching my husband holding our child quietly by my side, I would actually be happy." Gu Heng held the child and kissed her on the face. Warmth, leisure are only appearances after all. What cannot be ignored is that this scene happened in a battleship like the Rising Star. New life was born on a battleship. This scene is not uncommon. There are more than 400,000 people living on the Rising Star, many of whom have families on board. After all, they may spend many years on board. Although the Alliance has been trying to reduce the situation of being on board a ship for a lifetime, from birth to death, crew members have a hiring period, a salary, and a rank in the Alliance. When the time is up, they can choose to renew their contract or retire. But few choose to retire. If they are injured or too old, the proportion of those who choose to retire will be relatively high. However, due to the long-term nature of space travel, many crew members have established families on board. Hundreds of thousands of people gathered together, which is equivalent to a city. Most of the things that are available in normal cities are also available on starships. Even kindergartens, elementary schools, and middle schools. Of course, this is established by the Alliance. And there is no such thing on ordinary Imperial ships. Many people have established families on ships, and then work for a period of time. When the ship is resting somewhere, they will choose to retire, or some of their family members will retire. The mother or father takes the child, leaves the ship, survives on the spot, or takes a ship back to their hometown. To avoid the misfortune of future wars, the entire family is reimbursed. These are relatively humane measures taken by the Alliance. To be honest, it is hard to say whether the efficiency has been improved, but Gu Heng thinks this is right. Everyone lived like this before the Alliance came, and everyone still lives like this after the Alliance came, so wouldn't the Alliance have come in vain? In this sense, Gu Heng and Yi Lixia are like a family that has been formed. Their child was also born on the ship. Even the dilemma of why they should do this is the same. Gu Heng and Yi Lixia decided to have a child. It was not for any other reason, such as the Alliance needs an heir. In fact, it is not necessary. Gu Heng may be 57 years old this year, but his physical condition and appearance are still the same as that of the young man back then. He didn't know if he was now an immortal, but at least, with the psychic power reflected on his body, he didn't feel the decay of his body at all. He estimated that he might live for thousands of years without any problem. The lifespan issue didn't bother him much. In fact, when his life was about to end, he still had one last trick: become a god on the spot. Embrace the warp. Embrace the Storm Kingdom that now belonged to him completely. Abandon his human nature. Become a lesser god of the warp. And he would be immortal forever. Of course, he would not do this until the last one. For a Gu Heng like this, the need for an heir is not that great. Yi Lixia is not too worried about her lifespan. Although she is a few years older than Gu Heng, her real age is already over 60. However, she had her first life extension surgery early on, and she has at least 200 years of life. And she will remain young forever. She can have at least 3 more life extension surgeries in the future, which can extend her life to 500 years. Neither of them had such an urgent need for offspring. Wanting a child was just a private decision made by the two of them as a couple. This decision might have some political significance, but they both agreed that it was not the most important thing. They were just completing something that they both recognized at a certain stage in their lives, as a supplement to their lives. As for the incidental things, for example, in the next 10 or 20 years, Gu Heng and Yi Lixia will have a prince who they can trust the most, who will participate in political activities as a high-level member of the Alliance. And as the leader of the Alliance, the symbolic significance of Gu Heng family integrity for the entire Alliance society will bring stability to some civilians. At least if Gu Heng dies one day, the Alliance will have an heir. Let these benefits take their course. As for the child being useless, it's not impossible, but the impact won't be too great. After all, Gu Heng doesn't need a real heir. If he is really useless, he will just be a rich second generation who is raised like a pig. This is Gu Heng's last kindness to his descendants. Of course, as a father, Gu Heng still doesn't want this to happen. He named the child. The word Jing alone still carries Gu Heng hope. When Gu Heng was happy for his descendants, the situation of the war was still developing. The southern front was relatively calm. Although many planets were fighting, there were 2 battle groups on one US star that eventually perished. No, it was a battle of surrender. However, overall, there were no major battles. The Alliance still implemented Gu Heng will, which was to wait for a year and a half. Not only building ships, but also new space warriors, seed implantation, and superhuman organ growth also require time. Just wait, and it will be over. For this reason, Gu Heng did not want to particularly stimulate Tai Tai or Alfonso. The Alliance only occupied the passage from the Pride Claw star region to the Nepeta star region, and the Alfonso star region. They were not in a hurry to take the passage from the other side. Humphrey Paul did not transfer the main force to the south. He only strengthened the defense of the Nepeta star region, and left the Alfonso star region to the Mechanicus. The main force of the regiment was still on the western front. The situation that the masters on Holy Terra were most worried about, and most afraid of, did not happen. The Iron Armored Regiment, which won the key battle, did not attack the central territory of the Empire. They only locked a few important planets in the Tianwang space region, and did not advance any further. Instead, they turned to attack other star regions in the vast Mager space region. The high officials on Holy Terra breathed a sigh of relief. Although, Iron Armor's actions in the Mager universe were in full swing, and no one could stop them. A large number of planets fell rapidly. But the method of exchanging space for time was exactly what they expected. The Empire lacked everything, except for a vast territory. But Gu Heng still felt strange. Large-scale invasion. The capture of the planets in the Mager universe. Why? Chapter 600, Guess. Humphrey Paul led his troops, not to attack Holy Terra, but to expand to the Mager universe, which made Gu Heng a little confused. It didn't make sense. Humphrey Paul might also have to consider that. After defeating Phoenix, his troops also suffered heavy losses. Not to mention the replenishment of troops, even the ammunition and logistics consumption after a war, also need to be replenished one ship after another, and it takes time to rest and recover the combat effectiveness. It would be really difficult to attack the more heavily guarded Central Territory with a spent force. From this perspective, if Paul chose to stop and recuperate, or to deal with the threats from the north and south, it would be within Gu Heng understanding. Even if he attacked the entire McGregor universe, it would be a bit unbelievable. What's so good about fighting in the McGregor universe? There is almost no threat in this universe, and the main military forces have been almost wiped out before. It is easy to fight, but it is not to the point of being defenseless. After all, the local defense forces of each planet still exist. Armed merchant ships are recruited from the Imperial Chamber of Commerce. Although they are not on the same level as the regular navy, they can still resist. If Paul wants to fight, he will definitely win. But as the masters on Holy Terra think, it will only slow down the progress of the Iron Armored Corps. There are thousands of worlds in the entire universe. Even if 10 are taken down in a day, it will take a whole year or more. The troops will be very dispersed, which perfectly meets the Holy Terra's hope of exchanging space for time. A bigger, wider, and deeper battle line will drag iron armor into the mire. And what are the benefits? To digest an entire universe, to turn the resources of these places into war potential, and even to realize them into actual combat power. Is it something that can be done overnight? Thousands of worlds need to be pacified, to be rebuilt, and to establish an administrative system that can gather resources and restart industries. This is a huge project, and it tests administrative ability. Humphrey Paul certainly did a good job in this regard. But let's take a comparison. Now the Alliance is exercising its rule and policies in the newly occupied Proud Claw Star domain. The production capacity of various places has been restored, and the amount of resources supplied is actually just that. The progress of the Alliance in digesting the newly occupied areas can only reach this level. Gu Heng does not believe that Tai Kai is stronger than himself. Even if the estimate is high, when Tai Kai level is the same as the Alliance, it will still take a very long time for them to digest the Mager Universe domain, and it cannot be transformed into their own strength in a short time. On the contrary, these places will become continuous bleeding points. The rebellions on the planet, the entanglement of various political groups and interest groups, will seriously slow down efficiency. Not only will they not make money in a short period of time, but they will even have to spend more to suppress them. Humphrey Paul should not be unaware of this. According to Gu Heng's understanding of this iron-armored leader, he is definitely not a fool and will not make such a decision. Is there anything I have overlooked? Gu Heng couldn't help asking himself this question. He began to think. The Zerg army that suddenly appeared on the north line, there is no evidence that they are controlled by iron armor. They have even been observed to attack iron armor's occupied areas and troops, but the timing of their appearance was too coincidental, helping iron armor resist the army on the north line. When fighting against Alfonso fleet on the south line, the biggest trouble came from the head Zerg tyrant they controlled. There was news on the west line claiming that the straw that finally broke the camel's back for the Phoenix Corps came from a group of troops that seemed to be mortals, but were not human. Connecting these information together, and then thinking about Iron Armor's full-scale invasion of the Mager universe, if it is to increase the war potential, then perhaps the way they increase the potential is not what Gu Heng originally thought. However, this conjecture made Gu Heng feel horrified. Tai Kai surrendered to the Zerg? Once this conjecture is established, it would be a big deal. Their aggressive invasion of Mager was fierce. In essence, they did not want Mager's manpower and resources at all. They just wanted to turn thousands of planets in the entire universe into huge Zerg hatcheries? Thousands of worlds. Possibly trillions of people. And the ecosystems on these planets. If all of them were turned into nutrients for the Zerg, how huge a Zerg army could be raised. It's chilling to think about it. Even, Gu Heng instinctively didn't want to believe his own guess. Although there are various clues now, these clues are not conclusive, and they can't explain this matter with certainty. Because there are many unsolved mysteries. How did the Space Marines become corrupted? There was no record of such a precedent in the Empire before. If the iron armor was corrupted, then why did the Fury of Flame, which is so close to them, show no signs of corruption? Corruption is not something that happens overnight. But if even iron armor is corrupted, how can the insect swarm, which usually devours and reproduces more strongly than anything else, hold back and keep acting with iron armor in the Princess Star domain? Shouldn't they have devoured the entire Princess Star domain long ago and left nothing behind? How can they hold back? Gu Heng was rarely in a state of hesitation. After thinking for a long time and not being able to figure it out, he decided to let it go. The existing information was still too confusing and unclear. In this situation, it is still too difficult to make an accurate judgment or a definite guess. However, it is better to be lenient with the enemy. It is always right to prepare for the worst possible situation. He quickly issued several instructions. 1. The intelligence department of the Alliance should step up the collection of intelligence on the current situation on the Western Front, and analyze and verify the hypothesis that the iron armor may be corrupted by the aliens as a premise. 2. Invite the Flash Tribunal to join forces with the intelligence department of the Alliance to thoroughly investigate whether there is a problem of alien corruption in various parts of the Pride Claw Star region. 3. Send a warning to the central government of the Empire, indicating the existence of this possibility. 4. Communicate with Gallardo, and urge the joint fleet that the central government of the Empire is building, not to stay in Tianwang Universe, to establish contact with Mager Universe as soon as possible, and control the situation in Mager Universe. 5. The Alliance is fully prepared for war. But this one is actually not very meaningful. The Alliance has never relaxed. He just expressed his determination to the internal again. After doing all this, Gu Heng still felt uneasy. But for the Western Front, for the current situation of the Mager Universe, he is really out of reach. Gallardo replied to his message. He still attaches great importance to what Gu Heng said, and the Empire has also speculated in this regard. He said that he would urge the Empire Legion to take action. However, he also said tactfully that the speed of forming a coalition is still slow, and Mager, the star tunnel on the Tianwan line, is controlled by iron armor. It is not easy to bite the hard bone. Gu Heng was helpless. Now, the only thing he could count on was the Imperial Alliance. Unless he was willing to send troops to the Nepeta Star region right now, then whether to attack the Iron Armor's lair in the Princess Star region or to open up the road to the Mager Star region to the west, they were all options. But that would put him in great danger. Just for an unconfirmed guess, should he do this? It was difficult to make a decision. However, on the Wenchi and Wuchi fronts, something new happened, which pushed Gu Heng to make a decision. The Alliance was there, and rescued a Mechanicus ship from the Alfonso Star region.